rolled his eyes, but then began to roll up his sleeves. "Have it your way," he said, and then slowly showed me how to cast the spell. I was pleasantly surprised by the simplicity of the hand gestures needed to conjure the spell. It was performed by bringing my hands together high above my head and then pulling them back slowly like a bowstring down to my chest before thrusting them upward once more. When I did so, small meteorites suddenly rained down from the ceiling and slammed into the floor with a booming retort. My guildmates leapt for cover behind the assorted furniture, and the mage trainer laughed with delight. "What the hell?" Frigg yelled angrily, and I saw that his little devil tail was on fire. Equipped with my new spell, and with my guildmates at my side, I went down to the tower courtyard to join the waiting army. When we emerged from the upside-down pyramid, we were met by thunderous applause. The doctors were there as well, and they smiled at us as we approached. "It's time," said Dr. Marks. "Are you ready?" I glanced around at my guildmates, and the light in their eyes was infectious. "Ready as I'll ever be to overthrow the Lord of Darkness," I said with a small laugh. "Let's do this shit." Chapter 24. I took in the sight of our army, and my confidence grew by the second. Not only did we have over 500 full-powered players with us, but there were also thousands of the Doctor's minions grouped together in tight formation. The real-world players kept their distance from the NPCs of the underworld, which consisted of everything from demons to zombies. I had mentally prepared myself for the coming battle, and I had been under the impression that the journey through the levels would be a long and arduous one. But when Dr. Marks opened a portal in the courtyard of the tower, I realized that travel on foot was below a lord of the underworld. My friends and I were some of the first through the portal, and I nearly gasped when I took in the view. "Welcome to the 7th level of the underworld," Dr. Hamilton said cryptically, as he spread his right arm outward like a magician performing a trick. The landscape that lay beyond was a smoldering battleground stretching as far as the eye could see. Not only did the massive armies fight on the ground, but they also battled in the thick black clouds that churned overhead. Blood rained down upon the battlefield, where all manner of demons, ghosts, and ghouls battled in the name of their master. Far in the distance was an impossibly tall tower, with no end that I could see beyond the clouds that it pierced. The tower looked to be made completely of gigantic bones, and the only light that issued from it came from the eyes of the many large skulls fused to it. "I assume that Kincaid is holed up in the tower?" I said, wondering how the hell we were supposed to get there. "Most likely," said Dr. Marks. "We're going to have to fight through to the tower. Are you ready?" I glanced back at the army pouring through the portal. I looked to my guildmates who stood ready to give everything they had. I offered Dr. Marks a nod, and he raised his staff high in the air. His army of demons and ghouls howled, snarled, and growled in response, and Dr. Marks suddenly changed form. He sprouted wide wings, long, curled horns, and hoofs burst through his boots. When he was finished transforming, a 25-foot-tall demon stood before me. "To the tower!" he bellowed, and adrenaline surged through me as we charged across the charred earth. Kincaid's army was chiefly composed of tall, blue-skinned demons that carried massive glowing swords, and we soon caught their attention as we charged toward the tower. The army of blue demons surrounded the tower, at least 10,000 strong, and fought back the vast assortment of underworld baddies. Dr. Hamilton joined the fray with his army of hellhounds, wolfmen, succubi, and lava giants, and soon the chaos reached a nearly unbearable level. We raced down the smoldering valley amidst volcanic explosions and steaming fissures, fighting through the lesser defenders that made up the outer ranks of Kincaid's army. There were 4 other giant underworld bosses aside from Dr. Marks and Hamilton, and they tore through the ranks of monsters with their massive weapons and incredible magic. "This is fucking awesome!" Trinity yelled gleefully to my right, and the look I gave her must have been comical, because she laughed like a woman possessed. Our 6 armies charged the tower from all sides, and thousands of spells flew in all directions as the ground began to quake, and massive volcanoes in the distance spewed their hot lava. High in the clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as demons, dragons, giant bats, and massive winged worms fought for supremacy. Dr. Marks leapt into the air and glided on black wings over the battlefield, before doubling back and laying waste to the blue demons charging toward us. His sword of flame turned the demons to ash upon contact, and the army at my back bellowed a collective war cry that made my heart leap with excitement. I stopped, conjured Firestorm, and unleashed my new spell upon the advancing horde. To my delight, red-hot meteors began to rain down from above, exploding on contact and sending demons and body parts flying. A barrage of spells streaked over my head and slammed into the demonic ranks, and beside me, Trinity gleefully swung for the cheap seats with her enchanted sword. Kit leapt from Tweak's back and rode a demon to the ground, stabbing it murderously with her own enchanted blade, while Ember quietly moved about slashing necks and hamstringing attackers. Cecilia kept a steady stream of healing magic directed at my guildmates, while Nanaya stayed close to me and kept the attackers at bay. When the armies began to compress, things got a little sketchy, and given that there was hardly any room to move in the tight-packed mass of screaming and dying fighters, I opted for my fire shield and enchanted blade. I don't know how long the battle lasted, but it must have been hours. Kincaid seemed to have an endless supply of minions at his service, and it didn't help that once a killing blow was landed to one of our own, they rose again with demonic green light shining in their eyes. It soon became clear that we were slowly losing the battle. 2 of the bosses had already been slain and risen again to fight for Kincaid, and we were being driven back by the horde of blue demons. "This isn't working," Nanaya said as she ripped her sword from the chest of a blue demon, causing it to burst into flames. "You got a better idea?" "Actually, I do. We've got to get you inside that place. It's the only way." She cast a spell on herself then, and slowly began to change into a brilliant white dragon. "Hurry!" "Come on," I told my friends, and we all hurriedly climbed onto Nanaya's back. "Hold on tight," she warned us, before leaping into the air and spreading her massive translucent wings. "Anything comes after us, blast them out of the fucking sky," I told the others. We soared high into the clouds, where the battle raged on like some biblical doomsday scenario. Hell, there were even dark angels driving chariots, and I could have sworn that I saw the 4 horsemen out there in the fray. Nanaya dove when we gained too much attention, and Tweak, Cecilia, Trinity, Ember, and Kit kept up a steady barrage of enchanted arrows that took the pursuers from the sky. I focused my attention on those that came at us from the front, as did Nanaya, who spewed a steady swath of Arctic ice breath at any who got too close. We were almost at the tower when a massive skinless dragon swooped down and came straight at us. "Shit!" Nanaya growled and banked hard to the right. "Shoot the dragon!" I warned my guildmates, and they promptly turned their bows in the beast's direction. The dragon was undeterred, however, and as it veered toward us, I realized for the first time its massive size. The thing must have been as big as a skyscraper, and it seemed to grow as it steered toward us. Nanaya tried to outfly the thing, but to no avail. It opened its maw and engulfed us like a shark scarfing down a minnow, and I could only scream in defiance as the massive jaws closed around us. Darkness and silence replaced the tumult, and I wondered if I was dead. Then, suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and I found myself standing on solid ground. When the light subsided, I saw that my guildmates and Nanaya were with me, and we were all standing before a massive throne. Seated high atop the throne was Kincaid, and at his side was a scantily clad Anna. My heart leapt when I saw her, but then it sank just as fast when her demonic eyes regarded me with interest. I instinctively felt for the golden orb in my pocket, and my hand slowly wrapped around it. "You have done well, Nanaya," said Kincaid as he stood and began to stalk down the steps. I glanced at the succubus, but she couldn't meet my gaze. "I told you so!" Tweak yelled to me. Kincaid wasn't in the mage form that he had been known for when he was just a regular player. Instead, He was in the demonic form that he had changed into when he hacked the game and attempted to become a god. But this wasn't the real Kincaid. This wasn't Arthur Gaines. This was something altogether different. An NPC who thought he was a person, and one who surely blamed his imprisonment in the underworld on me. "You have earned your reward," Kincaid told Nanaya. "Now take your place as my second bride." She sulkily strode across the throne room and kneeled at the base of the throne as Kincaid reached the bottom of the steps. Anna was right behind him and took her place at his side. Kincaid raised a hand to stay his women, then took 7 long steps that brought him to stand before me. We were eye to eye with each other, but I knew that he could change form in a heartbeat and squash me like a bug if he so chose. "I know what you're thinking," he said snidely. "You're wondering how to get me to accept the golden orb in your pocket." My heart sank to my feet, and Kincaid saw it in my face. "Nanaya has informed me of your intentions," he continued, "and I must say that I am surprised at your ineptitude. Did the good doctor really think that I would fall for such a ploy?" He hit me with a backhand before I could respond, and the blow took me off my feet and deposited me 20 feet away. I hit the floor hard and heard something crack, and a searing pain shot through my left lung. I heard Trinity curse and looked up to see her lunge forward with her enchanted sword, but Kincaid grabbed it by the blade and snapped it in 2 with his beefy hand. He then cast a spell on my guildmates that left them writhing in agony on the floor. With what seemed like the last of her strength, Kit shot a spell my way that hit me in the side and began healing my wounds. For her efforts, she received a boot to the face from Kincaid that snapped her head back and left her motionless on the floor. "Don't spoil all the fun," he said with a laugh, and kicked her again. "Leave her alone, you fucking coward!" I screamed as I pulled myself up. Kincaid turned his dark gaze my way, and I unsheathed my sword and held it in an offensive stance. In response, Kincaid lifted his massive fiery sword and grinned as the flames licked his face. "Now I shall have my vengeance," he promised, "and once I have broken you, I will let you watch as I break your precious women." I growled and charged at Kincaid, and he met my attack with a lunge of his own. My sword was batted away by his blade and ripped from my hands, and an instant later, pain screamed through my stomach as he impaled me on his giant sword and lifted me high into the air. With a jerk of his wrist, he ripped the blade through my entire right side, and I fell to the floor in a heap of blood and guts. Warning: health 7%. Kincaid loomed over me, and with the last of my strength, I reached for the orb in my pocket. "Come on, you bastard. Just a little closer." I had few options, but the one that came to mind just might work if I could get the son of a bitch to touch me. I was quickly fading, however, and if he didn't act quickly, I might lose the ability to act. "Now you see the folly of your ways," Kincaid snarled. "Fuck you, pussy," I grumbled drunkenly. He growled and raised his sword, but he stopped dead when I let out a baleful laugh. "Too much of a coward to get your hands dirty," I said mockingly. "Just like the little bitch that I remember." Kincaid's grin turned into a scowl, and his eyes blazed with fiery anger. He reached down and grabbed me by the neck hard enough to snap it, but before he could crush my spinal cord, I uttered the words to enable the gilded orb. A burst of brilliant light filled the chamber, and then everything went black. Chapter 25. I opened my eyes and saw a forest of tall grass all around me. The pain had receded, and I found that my wounds had been healed. I slowly got to my feet and glanced around the meadow. Overhead, the bright orange sun blazed, Birds sang in the nearby forest, and sunlight shimmered on the big lake to my left. Where am I? I heard a voice say. I turned around to find Kincaid on his knees, looking mystified. I smirked and held up the glowing orb in my hand. You mean, where are we? What have you done? He growled, and pulled himself to his feet. He was still in his demonic form, and he was just as imposing, but I no longer feared what he might do to me. You weren't going to take the orb from me, so I used it on myself. It's over, Kincaid. You've lost. Kincaid looked around worriedly. Then he spread his wings and flew into the air. I watched him ascend to the heavens, but he didn't get far before he slammed into an invisible wall. He screamed in frustration and blasted the invisible wall with a churning green spell that exploded against the force field and blew him backward. Kincaid changed tactics and sped through the air to my right. Again, he hit an invisible wall, and with growing frustration, he tried a different direction. As it turned out, our little prison was only a few hundred yards wide, though it looked wide open. After trying but failing to blast his way out of the pretty little prison that I had trapped us inside, Kincaid turned his attention my way. "Give me the orb!" he screamed. "It's no use," I told him. "This was a one-way ticket." Kincaid growled and streaked across the ground toward me with his fiery blade cocked back. I brought up my fire shield and braced myself as the sword slammed into my shield and sent me tumbling to the side. I rolled away and leapt to my feet a few feet away, unleashing a fireball right in Kincaid's face. He took the blow without flinching and stalked toward me, and I desperately hit him with a magic bolt, another fireball, and arcane lightning, but nothing had any effect. He retaliated with a spell that shattered my fire shield and tore through my body like a red-hot cannonball, and I hit the ground and writhed in agony. "I will torture you for eternity, you little shit!" He grabbed me by the neck and squeezed so hard I thought my eyes might pop out of my head. "Get me out of here, or I'll make you wish you were never—" Kincaid's threat caught in his throat, and he looked at me wide-eyed. I didn't know what he saw, but my body began to tingle, and a strange sensation swept over me. Then I saw what he saw. My body was slowly beginning to fade. "No!" he screamed, as his hand suddenly went right through me. I floated before him as I continued to vanish, and I flipped him the bird before disappearing. "Sam, wake up!" came Anna's urgent voice. I opened my eyes and found her smiling down on me. Ember, Trinity, and Kit were there, along with Tweak and Cecilia. "What happened? Where am I?" "Aorok," said Dr. Marks, as he came into my view wearing his priest robes. I sat up in my bed and rubbed my face, trying to clear my head. "Sorry it took us so long to get you out of there, but we had to make sure that Kincaid couldn't follow you through the network," the doctor explained. "Then it worked? Everyone is safely back on the surface?" He nodded, and Kit hugged me fiercely. "You did it, Big Daddy. You're a hero." "Thanks to you, everything has been returned to normal," said the doctor. "Kincaid has been quarantined, and everyone has been restored to their previous level. You guys must be tired," I noted as I glanced around at my guildmates. "I mean your physical bodies. We've logged off and taken care of our real-world responsibilities already," said Anna. "You've been trapped in Kincaid World for a week. Didn't you know that?" "What?" I said, looking to the doctor for answers. "It only felt like a few minutes." Again he nodded. "That is the nature of the in-game dimension that we put him in." "And Arthur Gaines? Is he still—" "Yes, he's still in a coma," the doctor confirmed. "Well, I'm glad nothing happened to him," I admitted. "That was clever what you did, and very brave," Dr. Marks replied. I shrugged. It was the only way. "Yes, well, once again the corporation owes you a debt of gratitude." "Gratitude?" said Ember. "Sam saves your asses yet again, and you think that all the corporation owes him is a big thanks?" "What do you suggest instead?" the doctor asked. "It's all right, Ember. I said. No, it's not, Trinity butted in. Yeah, poor Sammy is paralyzed in the real world, Kit said with that quiet ferocity that I had come to know and love. I think he's earned the surgery he needs. I looked from Kit to the doctor, and hope swelled in my heart. Dr. Marks seemed to be deeply considering the suggestion for a moment, but then he glanced at me and smiled. I think that perhaps it can be arranged. At no cost to you, of course, Sam. Are you serious? I asked, and my voice trembled. I am. Of course, the shareholders aren't the most compassionate bunch, but I think I can sell it to them. How would you feel about becoming the face of Rebirth Online? What do you mean? Like the spokesman? Poster boy? You and your guild, yes. We all shared an excited glance, and Anna answered for us. Hell yeah, she said, but then looked to me. I mean, right? That'd be awesome. It would, I admitted. But we don't want any special treatment. Of course not, said the doctor. We've got a new expansion coming up, and I think that Heavy Metal Thunder would be the perfect guild for promoting it. What kind of expansion? We're calling it Guild Wars, he said with a grin, and I felt one spread across my face as well. We intend to roll it out in a few weeks, but there's a catch. Of course there is, Trinity rolled her eyes. I think you'll like this one, said the doctor. You will all have to reach level 50 by then. We want you in the upper tiers. We'll have to grind our asses off, said Anna. She offered me a wink. But I think we can manage. Dr. Marks's eyes trailed off for a moment, and he swiped something on his interface to the side. You've got visitors, Sam. Your parents. Oh, can you guys give me a minute? I asked everyone. Of course, said Anna, and kissed me on the cheek. I'm glad you're back, Sammy. I'm happy to be back. I missed you, I admitted. She offered me another wink and led the others out. The doctor left a glowing orb on the bed, telling me to tap it when I was ready, and everyone filed out of the room. I straightened my robes and ran a hand through my spiky brown hair, and then tapped the orb. Rather than a hologram, avatars of my parents suddenly appeared before me. My dad wore his thick-framed glasses, but that was where his usual attire ended. It must have been a rule that visitors appear in costume in-game, because my father was wearing sleek silver warrior armor, and my mother had on the flowing white and gold gown of a priestess. They both looked ridiculous in the fantasy garb, and I stifled a laugh when I saw them. Sam! My mother's face lit up, and she ran to me with open arms. I returned the hug, and she held me at arm's length to look me over. Oh, you look famished. Please tell me that you're finally done with this silly game. This is twice that you've been affected by one of their glitches. Twice in less than a month, my father put in matter-of-factly. I'm fine. Listen, I've got some great news. You're logging out of the game forever? My mother asked with hopeful eyes. No, the corporation is going to pay for the surgery to fix my spinal cord, I said, savoring their reactions. My mother lit up, and tears pooled in her eyes. Dad had a similar reaction. Although trying to be the manly man that he so often portrayed, he turned from us to wipe his eyes. That's just great, Sam, he finally said, and hugged my mother and me. We're so proud of you, Sam, and we're so happy that we'll finally have you back, Mother said happily. Now you can finish college, get a great job, maybe even get married and have children. It'll be nice to have you back in the real world, son, my father added. My heart sank when I considered what they were saying. I was ecstatic about the possibility of walking again and having a life in the real world, but I didn't want to leave Rebirth Online. I didn't want to go back to college. I didn't want a real-world job, and I sure as hell didn't want to get married and have kids anytime soon. Mom, Dad, when I'm healed, I'm going to spend a lot more time with you, but I have no intentions of leaving the game. I have friends here. I have a home. A home? My mother said, looking hurt. You don't intend on living at the corporate headquarters your whole life, do you? Of course not. If the surgery is a success, then I'll get a place of my own. I've got money from achievements made in-game. and there is a hell of a lot more money to be made." My father dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. "The government is going to shut this disaster of a game down. And if they do, the corporation will just start another one under a different name," I told him. "Fully immersive virtual reality role-playing games are here to stay, guys, and I intend on being a part of it." "We'll talk about it more later on," my mother said dismissively. "I'm just glad that you might finally get the treatment that you need. It's just been such a nightmare for us since your accident." "For you?" "I know, Mom, but that's all in the past. Let's look forward to a brighter future." When they finally logged off, I joined the others in the other room. "Dr. Marks, can I have a word?" "Sure, Sam," he said, and joined me at the door. "Sir, what happened to Nanaya?" He furrowed his brow in thought. "I believe that she is still in the underworld. Why hasn't she been pulled out like everyone else?" He shrugged. "She wasn't down there because of the glitch, or should I say Kincaid's meddling. She was already there when all this began. Do you think you could do me a favor?" "Sure, Sam. What is it?" "I need to go back to the underworld. I need to get her out of there." He frowned. "Sam, I don't think she wants to get out." "What? Why not?" "She's the new lord of the 7th level." "What?" "When you tricked Kincaid and transported him to his new home, she took the throne for herself." I couldn't help but laugh when I thought of the clever succubus sitting on the most coveted of thrones in the underworld. "I'd still like to speak with her," I told him, and he offered me a nod of understanding. 10 minutes later, I stepped through the portal that had been arranged, and when I emerged on the other side, I found myself standing in the throne room where the final battle had taken place. "I never thought I would see you again," said Nanaya as she walked down the steps leading down from the throne. I couldn't help but smile. "Congratulations on your new title," I told her as she came to stand before me. She bit her bottom lip, and it looked hard for her to meet my gaze. "Sam, I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice." "I don't blame you, Nanaya." "You don't?" "No. Besides, I was on to you long before you were exposed by Kincaid." "And the others?" I shrugged. "I haven't talked to them about it." "Listen, Nanaya, you don't have to stay down here. I've talked with Dr. Marks, and he agreed to restore you to the surface world. That is, if you want to." "Are you nuts?" a shrill voice echoed throughout the throne room. Frigg came scampering over wearing a jester's outfit, complete with curly shoes and little bells on the toes.
"She's the friggin' lord of the underworld, you moron! Why the hell would she want to give that up?"
I looked from Frigg to Nanaya, arching a brow. "Well, she's got friends on the surface." Frigg scoffed and stomped up the steps leading to the throne. "Friends?" said Nanaya. "Your guildmates hate me. You know that." "I don't hate you," I told her.
"I don't hate you. I love you,"
Frigg mocked as he draped himself across the large throne.
"Go get screwed, glued, and tattooed, loser."
Nanaya reached back an arm in his direction without looking and released a bolt of green lightning. The bolt hit Frigg in the dick, and he shot about 20 feet into the air before landing out of sight behind the throne. "Come on," I said, taking her by the hand. "You don't want to stay down here. This place is, well, it's fucking depressing." "You're sweet, Sam," she said with a smile. "But I'm now the most powerful being in the underworld. I think I'll see where this goes." "But won't being a Dark Lord, change you?" "If it does," she said, as she leaned closer to me and gave me a long, passionate kiss, "you'll just have to come down here and remind me who I am." I returned from the underworld a level 37 and joined my guildmates for a drink at Cecilia's place. Seeing my new level, Trinity offered me a disapproving scowl. "How's that backstabbing succubus bitch doing?" she asked. "She sends her regards," I said. "I told you that bitch was crazy," Tweak said as he shook his head. "That you did," I admitted. "So is your offer still open?" Cecilia asked. "You want to officially join the guild?" I asked. She nodded and grinned slyly. With the Guild Wars expansion coming? Hell yeah. Besides, you guys are pretty fun. Yay! Kit cheered and hugged her fellow furry. Congrats, Cece, said Tweak. What about you, Tweak? I asked. We could use a good shaman in our group. You serious? He asked, looking stoked by the idea. But then he frowned. You don't want to, level with me, do you? You're a sexy purple ape, I said with a laugh. But no, you're going to have to level the old-fashioned way. He shrugged and laughed. Your loss. Everyone burst out in laughter, and we all raised our drinks. To the future, I cheered. To the future, they happily replied. This concludes Rebirth Online 2 by Michael James Plouffe. Narrated by Tristan Morris. Copyright 2018 by Traveling Bard Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Michael James Plouffe and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Rebirth Online 3 by Michael James Plouffe. Narrated by Tristan Morris. Chapter 1. The sands of time spread out before us, the dunes rising like golden waves glimmering in the scorching sun. About 300 yards away, half of an ancient temple rose out of the sand. The other half was buried beneath the desert, and it was there in the deep chambers that our prize waited. Doesn't look so bad to me, said Tweak. It's the hardest dungeon in the sands of time, Trinity reminded him. Anna, Ember, Kit, and Cecilia stood to my left, eyeing the ancient temple with deepening frowns. Said to be one of the first things designed for Rebirth Online, the temple had been carved into the only rock formation to be found for miles. Sandstone walls rose up 100 feet into the air. Dozens of rectangular pillars carved with strange runes loomed before us, and in the hollows created by the many alcoves, I thought that I could see faint movement. At the center of the temple's southern face, half buried in sand, sat the massive statue of a lizard man on a tall throne. In his left hand was a long scepter, and in his right, held palm up, was a smooth crystal orb. That's it, said Kit with glee. That's what we're looking for, the orb of Hisra. That's not the real orb, you dingbat, Trinity told her. Well, no shit, Sherlock, Kit snapped back. How many guilds have finished this quest? Ember asked Cecilia. 3, said the foxy lady. Tweak needs this, I reminded them. He's still got 3 levels to go before he reaches level 50. This quest should put the rest of us over the top as well. Then we'll all be level 50 and we'll be in business. All right then, let's get this shit over with. Ember spit in the sand. I'm sick of this heat, and I need a frigging beer. We headed toward the large statue, knowing that the door lay at the foot of the sandstone throne. Nothing came out to stop us, which didn't settle well with me. It was too quiet, and the shadows that watched from the alcoves above were more menacing than anything I had yet seen in the vast expanse that was the sands of time. For more than a week, we had been grinding our asses off in the desert. I was now level 49, and had unlocked a powerful new spell called Hellfire. The cooldown was 15 minutes, and the spell only lasted for 30 seconds, but it was powerful enough to melt steel in about 15 seconds flat. Any opponent that I cast it on went up in terrible green flames that burned like the sun, and I was excited to use it against the temple boss. The girls were all level 48 or 49, and they too had unlocked some awesome new powers. Let's buff up, I said as I stopped at the door. Trinity raised a fist, and as words appeared on my interface, we all began to glow. Call of the Warrior, plus 25% strength. Duration, 15 minutes. I felt a surge of strength course through me as the buff washed over me, and Ember waved a hand toward us all. Shadow armor, plus 25% armor. Duration, 30 minutes. Cecilia was next, and she cast 2 buffs on us. As they washed over me, I felt like I had just been administered a shot of Dilaudid. Blessing of Gaia, plus 25% pain resistance. Duration, 15 minutes. Gift of Life. Regenerate 100 health per second. Duration, 10 minutes. The initial effects of Cecilia's spells wore off quickly, and Anna offered her newest and most powerful buff, Holy Retribution. 5% chance enemy attack will rebound. Duration, 1 hour. Tweak cast a buff on the group with a 10% chance of inflicting our attackers with something called Rotting Flesh. And Kit cast a spell that left us all with a ring of vines on our heads that gave us a 25% increase in nature resistance. When the buff took effect, the sweltering heat of the desert dialed back to about 70 degrees, and I let out a contented sigh. I tapped my interface and brought up the new tab for buffs and selected Blessing of the Flame Lord, which offered my friends a 50% resistance to heat and fire spells for 5 minutes. It had a cooldown of 30 minutes, but it worked well with my Scorched Earth ally buff. Ember moved to the door and pressed herself up against the wall. She offered Trinity a nod, and the warrior in turn glanced back at me. I gave her a thumbs up, conjured a magic bolt, and prepared to face whatever came out of the door. Tweak and the girls took up offensive positions as well, and Trinity unsheathed her enchanted sword. My badass blonde warrior yanked back on the door handle, and the door flew open. She brought up her shield and prepared herself for the attack, but no attack came. We waited, but the only thing that greeted us was the slow moan of wind moving through the door and the darkness beyond. Trinity slowly entered through the temple door, and when nothing immediately happened to her, we all followed. Tweak went first behind Trinity with his hands gripped tight around the hilt of his own underworld sword. Ember followed close on his heels, but immediately upon entering the temple, moved to the right to slink along the shadows. I followed Ember, then came Kit, Cecilia, and Anna, who took up the rear. The temple was dimly lit by glowing crystals that sat in elliptical alcoves in the smooth sandstone walls. A fetid stench lingered there in the dark chamber, the stink reminding me of ripe compost on a hot summer day, with the fungal pungency of a basement on top of it. There was only one way to go, so with a glance back at us, Trinity moved toward the other end of the tubular chamber where only darkness lay. I scoured the darkness with firesight, but saw nothing in the dark tunnel aside from my guildmates. For their benefit, I cast Scorched Earth on the stone tunnel floor, illuminating the gloom and at the same time buffing my guildmates. We slowly crept along the tunnel behind Trinity, and I couldn't help but feel like we were walking right into a trap. I didn't like being in such a small space with only one way out, but we needed to find the Orb of Hisra if we were going to compete in the guild wars. "Do you hear that?" I heard Kit say behind me. She had better hearing than most of us, given that she was a furry, and I looked to Cecilia for confirmation. "It's coming from behind us," said the foxy lady. As soon as she said it, a grinding rumble came from the temple entrance. The torches that had adorned the entrance winked out, and the sound drew closer. Then the patch of floor that was still burning from my Scorched Earth spell went dark, and I realized that something very large was coming toward us. "Go, go, go!" I yelled, and my guildmates and I began sprinting down the tunnel. I cast Scorched Earth to light the way and possibly inflict some damage at whatever the hell was following us. The monster rumbled and growled, and a sound like giant claws shearing the stone chased us in the dark. "Something's coming from the other direction as well," Trinity yelled back at us, her voice sounding far away. I glanced back the way we had come and enabled my firesight. I didn't see the heat signatures of any life forms. Instead, I saw a circular outline of orange sparks. It took me a moment to realize what I was seeing, but then... "The tunnel is closing on us from both ends," I warned, and whipped my head the other way. Trinity was running back toward us down the long corridor, and behind her came a sparking orange ring of friction. "We're going to be crushed!" Kit screamed. I stopped, conjured a magic bolt, and shot it back at the cylindrical slab of stone that was coming to crush us. My spell erupted like a fireworks finale, and I closed my eyes against the glare that would have been blinding had I watched the explosion with firesight. When I opened my eyes, I saw the slab still rumbling down the tunnel, and I imagined being at the bottom of a French press. Soon, both slabs would crash together in the tunnel, and we would all be instantly killed. Fuck that. We've got to bust through the wall, I told the others, and swiftly began tapping at the tunnel wall with the hilt of my enchanted sword. Look for a hollow spot. Trinity came skidding to a stop beside us and began tapping on the tunnel walls as frantically as the others. I kept getting a deep thud, but when Kit knocked on a spot on the tunnel wall, we all heard the hollow retort. The slab barreling toward us to my right was less than 50 feet away, and the one to our left was even closer. I knew that we had precious few seconds, and I yelled for Kit to get back and unleashed a magic bolt at the hollow spot. The blast exploded with a deafening retort in the quickly shrinking tunnel, but it only managed to scorch the stone. Use your enchanted swords, Trinity yelled, and began hacking at the tunnel wall with her glowing blade. We all unsheathed our own blades and stabbed, hacked, and desperately chopped at the sandstone as the rumbling slabs bore down on us. I thought we were goners, but then Ember's sword tore through the sandstone, and a small chunk fell away. Back up, Tweak warned us all. Then he shouldered into the stone with his 400-pound ape body and crashed right through. Go, I urged the girls. One after another, the girls dove through the hole. The rumbling of the stone became deafening, and I screamed against the sound defiantly, sure that I was going to be crushed or chopped in half. I wasn't going to make it, but I sprang for the hole with the slabs only 3 feet from each other. My arms and head made it through the hole, then my shoulders, torso, waist, and legs. But then, boom. Fuck! I screamed as the 2 slabs collided, crushing my left foot like a vice. The pain was so overwhelming that I found myself wishing that I had been crushed and killed instead. At least that would have been quick. But this pain was more than I could stand. I continued to scream as I swung downward from the skin that was still attaching me to my smushed foot, and I hit the wall hard. Sam! Cried Anna from far below me. The others began calling for me as well, and the sound of water found my ears. I fought through the hot tears that were flooding my eyes and looked down. The glow of my friends' enchanted swords was floating away, and I realized that they had landed in an underground river. I needed to free myself before I passed out and slowly bled to death, so I unsheathed my own enchanted blade and took aim at my mangled ankle. I knew that it was the only way, but I couldn't bring myself to chop into my own leg. Come on, Sam, you can do this, I screamed through the pain. Then I started a shaky countdown. 3, 2, 1, fuck! I swung the sword quickly before I lost my nerve, and the glowing blade cut right through my ankle and sparked against the stone. Then I was falling, and pain was shooting up through my leg as I tumbled through the air. I hit the water and sank deep, unable to swim with the destroyed meat hanging off my bones. Warning, you are drowning. Well, no shit. I willed myself to pump my arms and crossed my remaining foot around the other ankle, desperately trying to swim for the surface. But I must have sunk like a stone, because no matter how desperately I swam, I didn't reach the surface. Warning, death imminent. 10, 9. My arms lost all strength, and rippling colors like the northern lights swam in my vision. 8, 7, 6. My lungs burned, the searing pain in my leg began to recede, and peace washed over me. 5, 4, 3. I resigned myself to my fate and closed my eyes. Then a strong hand grabbed me by the collar and pulled me hard. A spell exploded in my face, and the world came rushing back to me. Blessing of life, plus 1,000 health per second. Duration, 10 seconds. I got you, bro, Tweak said as he pulled me to the surface. The pain in my foot was replaced with a pleasant tingling sensation, and I knew that it was slowly growing back underwater. Holy shit! I groaned as we floated down the river in the faint glow of our enchanted swords. Thanks, Tweak. You got it, brother, he replied. Are you all right? Anna asked. The girls were all a few feet ahead of me and Tweak, and beyond them I saw the river open up into a cavern. I am now. Look! We swam for the shore of the stalactite-filled cavern, and I collapsed on the smooth stone when Tweak let me go. I shakily stood up and looked at my foot, and was pleasantly surprised to see that it was fully healed. My boot, however, hadn't been so lucky. Create a defensive perimeter until Sam is ready, Trinity told the others. I'm all good, I told them. Just need a second. I tapped on my interface and scrolled through my collection of spare boots. I chose my second-best pair, and a moment later they appeared on my feet. Dragon-scale boots. Legendary item. Plus 20% damage to fire spells. Plus 25% frost resistance. Plus 10% armor. I pulled myself to my feet, and Kit gave me a big hug. Who healed me in the water? I said as I returned her hug. It was Anna, said Kit, sounding shaken. Thanks, babe, I told the elf. Any time, she said as she scoured the cavern. Trinity was already searching the perimeter, and it didn't take long for her to call us over. What did you find? Ember asked as she appeared from the shadows. Stairs, said Trinity. You guys should hang back while I check it out. Aye, aye, said Kit with a cute salute. I conjured a fireball and watched as Trinity climbed the stairs. We all waited for a few minutes. Tweak and I watched the staircase, while Cecilia, Anna, Ember, and Kit covered our backs and watched the water. All clear, Trinity yelled down to us, and I sighed with relief. We climbed the stone staircase, and it wound up about 4 stories before opening into a large square chamber. A tall statue immediately caught my attention. In a room made of cinnamon-colored sandstone bricks, the silver statue stood out like a sore thumb. The broad shoulders, chiseled back, leg, and arm muscles suggested a tall, strong man, yet the head was that of a falcon. I made a quick survey of the rest of the room, but found no doors, no windows, and no stairs leading out. The ceiling was at least 100 feet high, but it too was made of sandstone bricks that curved up toward the only other feature, a silver dome. Why do I have the feeling that we're going to have to fight that thing? Tweak asked, and no sooner had the words left his mouth than the statue began to creak and stir. Nice, said Ember with a scowl. Aw, come on, said Tweak. That shit was going to happen anyway. Focus, Trinity hissed. I saw why her voice was so urgent. Above the statue's head, his stats appeared, and they weren't good. Not at all. A Memnon, guardian of the sacred temple of Oki, level 72. The statue slowly turned around to face us, and Trinity stepped forward as the rest of us slunk back toward the walls. Ember was already moving around to the back, but the statue seemed to have no problem seeing the rogue despite her enchantments. The Falcon Man's beady black eyes considered each of us. Then he raised his silver staff. Thieves, grave robbers, intruders, the silver statue bellowed in a voice that shook the chamber. Prepare to pay the ultimate price. Hey man, can't we work something out? Tweak asked, and in response, the falcon-headed statue swung its big silver staff at the purple ape. I guess that's a no, said Trinity as she rushed the guardian. I unleashed a magic bolt that hit the statue right in his silver chest, and to my surprise, the spell ricocheted off it and zoomed right back at me. Shit! I leapt to the side as my own spell struck the stone where I had been, and Tweak suddenly went flying into the wall. He landed with a thud and a groan, and Trinity screamed as she swung at the statue's legs. Sparks flew from the impact, and Trinity's blade jerked back from the blow and flew right out of her hands. Kit, Anna, and Cecilia all hit the statue with spells of their own, and like mine, theirs came right back at them. Kit's hit her in the shoulder and spun her around like a whirlwind, but Anna and Cecilia both managed to dodge theirs. "It's no use," I warned. Just then, Ember appeared on the statue's right shoulder, and she stabbed her enchanted blade down on its shiny neck. She might as well have stabbed a force field, because the sword bounced off the statue's neck with such force that it brought Ember with it. She spun in the air, not falling, but kind of gliding down, and landed beside me. "Oki, bless me with your power," the statue bellowed, and a moment later it brought the butt of its staff down and slammed it into the floor. Lightning erupted from the staff and lit the room, its crackling electrical fingers finding us all and electrocuting the shit out of us. Oki's fury. Movement slowed by 25%. I cried out in pain along with the rest of my guild as the electric currents coursed through me, and when it finally subsided, I staggered toward the wall for support. Warning: 75% health remaining. The slowing effect might not have sounded like much, but a 25% reduction in speed turns out to be huge. I sluggishly conjured Firestorm, and a moment later, small meteors began to crash into the silver statue from overhead. "I thought you said spells were no use," Anna reminded me, her teeth chattering and her hair standing straight up from the electrocution. It was true. The flaming meteors were repelled by the statue's silver skin, and they bounced around the chamber like ping-pong balls. My guildmates dove for cover, and that's when I noticed one of the fireballs ricochet off the statue's head and hit the silver dome in the center of the ceiling. To my surprise, the statue jerked as if he had been hit directly. "Hey guys!" I yelled to my fleeing friends. "I think I figured out—" One of the meteors hit me right in the chest and exploded against my enchanted armor, sending me careening into the wall behind me. I felt a healing spell wash over me and noticed through blurry vision that the statue was stomping toward me. "Attack the silver dome!" I screamed as Cecilia helped me to my feet. We ran from the statue as Tweak, Kit, and Anna began firing their spells at the silver dome. Each strike resulted in a satisfying groan from the massive statue. The big staff came down on our heads, and Cecilia and I barely avoided death as we dove to the side. "Hey, fuckstick!" Trinity yelled at the statue before surging across the chamber in a blur of motion and slamming into his right ankle. She bounced off like a rag doll, but the blow caused the statue to stumble enough for me and Cecilia to escape. As soon as I was safely away, I unleashed a barrage of spells at the silver dome in the ceiling. My fireball scorched the dome, and the statue howled. Then, my magic bolt cracked it like a windshield, and finally, arcane lightning blew it into 1,000 pieces. The falcon-headed statue fell to its knees and let out a tortured squawk, and the curse that had slowed us down to 25% movement speed wore off. My guildmates cheered as the silver skin covering the statue melted away to reveal soft flesh. "My turn, Birdman!" Trinity yelled as she sped across the chamber. She leapt 10 feet in the air, kicked off the statue's bent knee, and sailed all the way up to face level. The statue's face was about as big as Trinity, and her sword was the size of a toothpick in comparison. But there isn't anyone alive that likes a stick to the eye. She thrust the sword forward, right into Birdman's right eye, and she must have received a soul-shatter strike, because the poor guardian's eye popped like a grape. Trinity leapt backward, did some twisty, flippy, spinny gymnast shit, and stuck the landing like an Olympic champ. Now that the shot was clear, I hit the guardian in the left leg with a magic bolt that buckled his knee. Then I followed it up with a fireball right at the injured knee. Tweak thrust out his hands, and from them, a dozen little purple monkeys erupted. They yipped and chittered with delight, and proceeded to leap up on the falcon-headed guardian and wreak havoc. Kit wrapped up the guardian's good leg in vines when it tried to stand back up, but Anna and Cecilia's spells were slowing it down considerably. Trinity continued to assault the statue from all sides, keeping its attention and its staff away from the rest of us. Then I saw Ember crawling along the ceiling like Spider-Man. and I couldn't help but laugh as I unleashed magical fury. The beautiful drow assassin let go of the ceiling and let herself fall. She spun as she fell and landed gracefully on the guardian's bird head. 2 daggers came down into the sides of its feathered skull, and the guardian's staff fell heavily from its twitching fingers. Ember pulled the blades back and thrust them into the guardian's forehead, and with a twist and a jerk of the blades, the fight was over. Ember landed like a superhero as the guardian crashed to the floor behind her, and I felt the urge to make love to her right then and there. She gave me a look that said the same, and followed it with a wink. "Come on, lover boy," said Trinity, as she walked past me, wiping blood from her blade. "The fun has only just begun." I turned to explore the new chamber, when Dr. Marks suddenly appeared in the doorway. "Doctor?" I said, wondering why he would interrupt us during a dungeon raid. "If it's my parents, tell them I'm going to be about an hour." "It's not that, Sam. I didn't think you would want me to wait to tell you the results of your pre-surgery screening." He glanced around at my guildmates. "Should we talk privately?" "No, it's fine. What is it, Doc?" "Sam, I'm sorry," he said with a frown that I didn't like one bit. "It has been deemed that currently you are not a good candidate for advanced spinal cord repair surgery." My heart sank, and an ironic laugh escaped me. Chapter 2. After hearing the news from the doctor, I wasn't in the mood to raid dungeons anymore, and neither were my guildmates. We used our portal stones to return to our tower in the mountains, and I decided to go ahead and have that private conversation with the doctor. "What happened?" I asked him once we were alone in the library. "Nothing happened, Sam," he said gently. "Your injury is just too extreme. We're afraid that the surgery would kill you, and we can't take that chance." "What are the odds?" I asked. "Sam, you don't want to gamble with your life." "What are they?" I demanded in an even voice. 20% chance that you'll die. I'm sorry, Sam. I'm sorry I got your hopes up, but there are advancements in this area all the time. We're close, real close. We just don't want to put you in any danger." "I understand," I said. I felt completely deflated, like a balloon that had not only run out of air, but had also sunk in the ocean. Dr. Marks looked like he had something else on his mind, and kept on rubbing the nape of his neck nervously. "Jesus Christ, what else? The game isn't being shut down, is it?" "Nothing like that," he assured me, looking relieved that I had asked him to spill the beans. "Corporate has rescinded their previous offer as well." "What? They don't want me and the guild to be the face of the game anymore?" "That is correct. They've chosen another guild." "Why the fuck did they do that?" I asked. I had been forlorn, but now I was just getting pissed. "The nature of your special ability and your relationship with your female guildmates has come to their attention, and they think that it's bad PR." "Great." I threw up my hands and plopped onto the sofa. "I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but alas," he said with an exaggerated shrug. "Tell me something, Doctor. What is the name of the other guild they chose?" "They're called the Doom Lords." 10 minutes later, my guildmates and I settled into a booth at Cecilia's pub, and I told them everything else that I had learned about my surgery. The news left them all melancholy and full of condolences, but when I told them that we had been passed over to be the face of the game, my guildmates became red-faced and furious. "What the fuck?" Trinity screamed, and smashed a clay tankard full of beer on the floor. "This is bullshit," Kit declared, and chucked her empty tankard at the wall. It bounced off without breaking and hit Tweak in the head. "Man," he said, rubbing his head. "The man's always fucking with a brother." "Amen, Tweak," I said, and drained my mug of ale. "It's not like we're friggin' polygamists," Anna said angrily. "We're not your wives, and we aren't even having real sex." "No," I said with a laugh. "It's better than real sex." Tweak perked up. "Is it? Who did they choose instead?" Cecilia asked as she refilled Trinity's tankard. "The Doom Lords," I told her. "Are you serious?" Ember rolled her eyes.
The Doomlords are all goth and shit. I can't believe the corporate dipshits think they're a good representation of the players in-game.
Neither is a mage with a magic dick and 5 sex slaves, said Tweak. The girls eyed him dangerously, and he backed against the booth defensively. You know what I mean, he pleaded jokingly.
No, we don't, said Trinity.
So, I said, trying to lighten the tension, I'm not getting my surgery anymore, and we just lost on our multi-million-dollar marketing deal. What the hell do we do now? Kit pointed at the looking glass where a special about the upcoming Guild Wars competition was playing.
We win the whole fucking thing,
she said, surprising us all with her ferocity.
Screw it. Let's do it,
Ember put in.
They just showed our picture,
Cecilia said urgently, and pointed at the looking glass. She went to the bar and came back with a remote control made of wood and cranked up the volume on the looking glass. On screen were 2 announcers. The one on the left was an old wizardly-looking man, and the other was none other than Dr. Marks. He wore his priest robes and smiled into the camera while the wizard spoke. The 100 or so players at the tables and along the bar turned their attention to the broadcast.
And that is your lineup,
said the wizardly-looking announcer.
These 64 guilds will compete for the coveted throne of Ozara, Rebirth Online's newest land.
A bracket appeared on the screen, and I was surprised to see my guild's name at the very top. Our first battle appeared to be against a guild called the Orc Chieftains.
Right you are, Donovan, said Dr. Marks. From the initial battle, 32 guilds will emerge victorious. Then the field will be thinned again, and 16 guilds will become 8, 4, and finally only 2 will remain standing.
The image moved from the final 2 empty brackets and began flashing briefly between exotic and dangerous-looking landscapes.
Each battle will take place in a unique battleground randomly generated by our AI, Dr. Marks went on. The guilds might find themselves fighting on floating islands, the edge of a volcano, or a crumbling castle, to name a few.
This is a crystal guardian, said Donovan, as a crystalline creature at least 20 feet tall appeared on the screen.
Each guild will be given 1 at the start of each battle. The object of the guild wars will be to destroy the other guild's guardian, while at the same time defending your own. With an impressive 500,000 health points, the guardians will prove hard to defeat, but like fellow players, the guardians can be healed.
Right you are, Donovan, Dr. Marks replied. Not only can they be healed, but they can be buffed as well. Now for a breakdown of the rules. First and foremost, each guild will be allowed to have only 7 players on the field at once. Alternates can come in only when a player is killed, or that player can respawn back at their starting point after 10 seconds.
This could be difficult for smaller-sized guilds, said the wizard,
and my guildmates and I shared apprehensive looks.
True, said Dr. Marks. There is definitely a plus side to having a big guild, and that is the nature of the guild wars. To win, the guildmates will need to work well together and combine their strengths. But innovation will be the key to victory, no matter if it is a large or small guild.
Right you are, old chap, right you are, said the wizard Donovan. Practice sessions can be set up with other guilds in one of many simulation chambers throughout Rebirth Online. So check your interfaces for the one nearest you and start training. The first battle takes place in 3 days. Good luck to all the guilds, and may the best guild win, Dr. Marks added. Kit turned back to the group, wide-eyed, as the broadcast began playing again from the beginning.
Only 7 players in the field at once, said Tweak, reminding us what the announcers had said.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, Kit said, relieved. I thought we were going to have to fight 4 guilds all this time.
Let's not forget the alternates, said Trinity. We only have 7 in our guild. When we die in battle, we'll have to wait 10 seconds before respawning if we don't have anyone to replace us. With only 3 days until the first battle, how are we going to find alternates? Anna asked.
We'll just have to open enrollment, Tweak told her. Shit. You know how many people would love to be in Samson Sullivan's guild? The dude's got the magic stick.
Screw that noise, Ember said, as she slowly shook her head. I'm not letting a bunch of skanks into the guild just so we can win some stupid competition.
Stupid?
said Tweak. The winner gets a damn kingdom. That means farmland, mines, minions, armies. Damn, woman, that means riches. I agree, said Cecilia. We've got to win this thing no matter what the cost. I don't know, I said. I like things the way they are. We're a great guild because we work well together. I'm not bringing in a bunch of people that I don't know. Thank you, Trinity said beside me. Well, can't we at least put the word out there? Tweak asked. We can at least interview some peeps, see if someone's a good fit or not. The women all looked to me, and I shrugged. Yeah, sure, I said. You never know. I was still pretty pissed about not being a candidate for surgery, and the loss of the marketing gig had been the piss icing on a shit cake. Cheer up, Big Daddy, said Kit as she snuggled up to me in the booth. We are going to do great. Trinity rolled her eyes and raised her tankard toward Cecilia. The foxy furry refilled the warrior's cup and topped off the rest of us. If we're going to do this, said Ember, pushing her mug away, then we're going to do it right. We need to start training. Chapter 3. Tweak put the word out that we were looking for some alternates to help in the coming guild wars, and within 15 minutes we received over 200 requests for interviews. Holy shit, I said when I saw the list. We're going to have to thin the herd. You think? Said Trinity sarcastically. We were walking to the closest simulation chamber, where Kit had scheduled practice against the Persian Empire. Well, said Kit happily, I think we can get rid of the male candidates. No point in having them if they can't utilize the magic stick. Agreed, I said, and tapped on my interface to get rid of all the dudes. That brought the list down to 109. I think Anna, Cecilia, and Kit have got the healing covered, said Trinity. We can scratch all these other healers from the list. We could use another tank and some DPS, said Cecilia. I agree, I said, as I tapped on my interface and got rid of the healers. Now only 88 players remained. It's still a big list, said Ember. Not if you get rid of everyone below level 55, said Anna. I did so, and was relieved to find that now only 9 players remained. All right, I think this is manageable, I said, and scanned through the remaining candidates. Then I read the last name and couldn't help but laugh. Holy shit, it's Nanaya. Fuck me, said Trinity. Really? Said Kit, looking closely at her own interface. Oh, and she's a warlock. That'll be perfect. What do you guys think? I asked them all. I think she's a backstabbing biatch, said Tweak. How and why did she leave the underworld? That's what I want to know, Anna said as we reached the simulation chamber. Kind of suspicious if you ask me, Cecilia added. I don't know. Let's ask her, I said, and clicked on her icon on my interface. Then I tapped Schedule Interview and added her to the top of the list. We can talk more about this later, Trinity said with a scowl aimed my way. The Persian army is here. I turned to find over 30 cat furries walking down the corridor toward us. The leader of the guild, a panther furry that went by the name Frisco, sauntered up to me and extended a big clawed hand. It is good to see you again, Samson, he said with a feral grin. That was a hell of a battle in the underworld. Yeah, it was. Good to see you too, Frisco. Kit was a huge fan of the Persian Empire, and I think that if we hadn't been so close, she would have joined their guild in a heartbeat. We all introduced ourselves, which took a long time given that there were over 30 of them. Once the pleasantries were over, we told the NPC standing in front of the simulation chamber that we were ready. The dwarven guard nodded and opened the big iron door that seemed to lead nowhere. There were similar doors hanging in the air in the long training hall, and other guilds were entering their own. Shall we? Frisco asked as he extended his hand to let us go first. I walked in behind my guildmates and was surprised to find a brightly glowing metallic room, about 2 football fields long. My guildmates were as intrigued as I was, and soon the Persian army joined us, followed by the NPC dwarf. Are you ready to begin? He asked us all. We told him that we were, and he tapped on his own interface. The metallic room shimmered and began to change, and a few seconds later, we found ourselves standing amidst ancient stone ruins, surrounded by a rocky landscape that reminded me of pictures of Ireland. At one end of the stony landscape stood a blue crystal guardian, and at the other end stood a red one. "Would you like to just attack each other's guardian freely so that we can get a feel for how strong they are?" Frisco asked. "Hell yeah," I said, nodding to my guild. "Heavy metal thunder to the blue guardian," said the dwarf. "The Persian Empire to the red. The battle will begin on my word." My guildmates and I walked over to our blue guardian, who stood amidst the rune-covered and broken stone. "You're a big boy, aren't you?" Trinity said, looking up at the creature. "Big boy," he said in a deep voice. "Do you have a name, big boy?" Kid asked affably. "Big boy," said the guardian. "Big on brawn, not so big on brains," said Anna. "Guardian," I said to the crystal behemoth. "Attack the other team's guardian." "Big boy," the guardian roared, and then started across the broken earth. The Persian Empire's first 7 players attacked as the blue guardian charged them, and theirs rushed out to meet its counterpart. The 2 guardians collided like thunderheads, slamming each other with heavy blows from dump truck-sized fists. We laid into the opposing guardian with a barrage of spells, while Trinity and Ember got in close and danced around the behemoth, striking at it with their enchanted swords. It took both our guilds about 10 minutes to burn down the guardian's health, and ours was the first to fall, shattering into a million pieces when the last spell struck it in the head. "Let's do it again," I told Frisco. "But this time, let's see what we can command them to do." He agreed, and we spent a few minutes figuring out how to control the guardians. It was straightforward. We could tell them to stay and defend the respawn area, defend our guild, attack the other guardian, or attack the other guild. We quickly learned, however, that if one guardian was sent after the other, the defending guardian would not defend itself unless told to do so. We let the guardians go at it for one round, and the fight was something to behold. It took about 15 minutes for the behemoths to reduce each other to rubble, and when the smoke cleared, we reset everything and prepared for a real fight. "Good luck," said Frisco as he and his guildmates moved toward their guardian to begin. "You too," I yelled back and took my position. "All right," I said to my guildmates. "I say we go straight at them and focus our attacks on the guardian. If we can keep the fight on their side of the battlefield, it will be easier to respawn without getting instantly ganked." "Sounds like a plan," Trinity said as she danced on her toes. "Let's do this shit," Tweak yelled. "All right, big boy," I said with a rush of excitement. "Attack their guardian." The blue crystal behemoth lurched forward and raced across the battlefield. My guildmates and I followed close behind, buffing each other and conjuring spells. The other guild's 7 defenders stood their ground in front of their guardian, and I realized too late that they were all heavy damage casters. 7 glowing spells streaked out of the defender's hands, zipped through the air, and slammed into the chest of our blue guardian. We returned fire as the guardian charged through the onslaught. The behemoth had only lost about 20,000 health points, but more spells streaked out of the opposing caster's hands and hit him again, this time stopping him in his tracks momentarily. I focused my attention on an orange catwoman to the far right of the group and hit her with a magic bolt. At the same time, Cecilia, Anna, and Tweak all attacked her as well, and Trinity rushed across the battlefield to impale the surprised furry with her enchanted blade. A healer instantly replaced the downed caster and began going to work on his guildmates. We pressed the guild as our behemoths began to battle and split our attention between the furries and their guardian. When 2 more opposing casters fell, big muscle-bound warriors replaced them, and to my surprise, they both came right after me. Trinity slammed into one as it charged, but the other one got through her defenses and swung his big fiery sword at my head. I hit the warrior with arcane lightning, which threw him off balance and caused the sword to miss me by mere inches. I followed up the spell with a magic bolt, which sent the warrior on his ass. Then Ember came out of nowhere and leapt onto the warrior's chest. She stabbed him about 20 times in less than 3 seconds, and I offered her a nod before focusing my attention on the warrior that Trinity was battling. I was too late to help her, however, and I watched helplessly as 4 of the casters hit her with spells at the same time. She fell to the ground and disappeared, and I glanced back at our starting point to see her reappear as a ghost with a countdown ticking off above her head. Kit fell next, followed by Cecilia, and soon Anna, Ember, Tweak, and I were retreating from an onslaught of spells. I cast Scorched Earth as we fled, and was rewarded for my efforts by a spell from a furry warlock. The curse hit me in the back and left me suddenly terrified and running around like a chicken with its head cut off. Warning: infliction of terror. Duration: 10 seconds. And it was the longest 10 seconds of my life. I don't know how I did it, but in my frantic flight I managed to not get crushed beneath the giant feet of the Guardians. Little good it did me, however, because as soon as the affliction wore off, the warlock's demonic minion was there to finish me off. A hot blade slammed into my chest, and I watched helplessly as my health ticked right down to 0. You have died. 10 seconds until resurrection. My vision went black, and the next moment I was standing in ghost form on the side of the battlefield. I watched in frustration as the Persian Empire closed in and surrounded our respawn area. My guild had become disoriented and lost in a cycle of death and resurrection, as the opposing guild worked to keep up the battle near our base, while the Guardians fought at the other end of the battlefield. When we finally became organized and began pushing the other guild back, all 7 of them suddenly dropped their weapons and let us kill them. Tweak cheered, and the girls with him, but not me. I saw what they were up to, and I screamed at my guildmates to charge as the furry alternates, all of them casters, stepped through the threshold on the other side of the battlefield. Poor Big Boy never had a chance, as the furries unleashed their spells at his weakened body, and I watched with frustration as they burned him down from his remaining 40,000 health, and he shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Our side of the battlefield became dark, while the Persian Empire's glowed brightly. "Winner, the Persian Empire," a godly voice suddenly declared. "Damn," I said, as fireworks erupted from the Persian Empire's side of the battlefield. "Come on, ladies, let's go congratulate them." We shook hands with the furries as the illusion of the battlefield faded away to reveal metal walls once more, and Frisco invited us to have a drink and talk about the battle at Cecilia's place. I accepted, and got to talking to him about the best strategy for a small guild like mine, when suddenly the big door swung open and banged against the wall. "There you are," came a sultry voice. I turned around to find Nanaya in all her smoking hot succubus glory, leaning against the doorway and wearing little more than a smirk. Chapter 4. "Funny meeting you here," I said as I sauntered over to the grinning succubus. "Not funny seeing you get your ass kicked by a bunch of hairballs," she replied. "Hey," Kit and Cecilia said in unison. "Play nice, ladies," I teased. Nanaya ignored the gawking faces of the furries and half my guild and grabbed the front of my robes, pulling me in close, and proceeded to try and put her tongue down my throat. "See you at Cece's," said Frisco with a laugh. "Yeah, see you at Cece's," said Trinity as she ushered the other ladies out of the training room. I put up a finger to tell them to wait as Nanaya cleaned my tonsils, but they all left. Now that we're alone," said the succubus. She then ripped her bikini top off to reveal those long, dark red nipples that I had come to love. "Whoa, babe," I said half-heartedly. "What the hell are you doing on the surface? What happened to ruling the underworld? Why are you—" She shut me up quick by grabbing my swollen cock. Somehow she had fished her way through my robes and was pulling it out. "You talk too much," she said as she dropped to her knees. I kept my mouth shut, and she opened hers. "Oh, shit, yeah," I groaned as she deep-throated me. She even managed to lick my family jewels with my entire shaft in her mouth. and about 5 minutes later she was riding me like a wild woman. The big metal door suddenly opened, and a guild of dwarven players walked in. When they saw us, they stopped, and half of them turned around. "We got caught, Samson," she said with a devilish laugh. I really didn't care if we had an audience, to be truthful. It kind of turned me on. "Come on, you perverts," said one of the female dwarves, and the others reluctantly left the room. Then the dwarf yelled back, "We've got the room reserved for an hour, so hurry the hell up." I flipped Nanaya over, and she wrapped her arms around me as I thrust into her. The audience had turned me on more than I thought, because a few minutes later I exploded inside the succubus. "Congratulations. You've reached level 51. We laid there panting for a time, but then a banging on the door roused us from our reverie. "You going to tell me what you're doing here?" I asked as I dressed in my robes. She slid her stocking up her crimson thigh and smiled up at me. "I heard that you were going to become a king, and well, I just couldn't resist." "But how did you escape the underworld?" "You should ask your girlfriend Magula," she replied. "What? Are you two done or what?" a dwarf asked from the doorway. "Yeah, babe," said Nanaya. "It's all yours." She walked out of the simulation chamber, and I hurried to catch up. "Nanaya, what do you mean, ask my girlfriend? Did Magula help you escape?" Nanaya stopped in the middle of the hall, put her hands on her hips, and shook her head. "You're pretty," she said, "but not too bright sometimes." "Huh?" "She didn't help me escape the underworld. She invaded the 7th level, kicked my ass with her new demon army, and banished me to the surface world." "Jesus. I'm sorry." "You should be. The demon army are her children, and you're the father." "Say what?" I frowned at her, not quite understanding what she was trying to say. "What are you talking about?" "You're a demon baby daddy about 1,000 times over," she said. A laugh escaped me, but Nanaya didn't seem to share my mirth. She just folded her arms, cocked a hip, and arched a brow. "You're serious, aren't you?" I gulped. "Yup," Nanaya said with all seriousness. "I thought Magula was joking when she told me, but then I saw them, and I hate to say it, but there's a resemblance." "But she's an NPC, right?" I said, my mind racing to understand. "You can't get an NPC pregnant?" "Apparently you can if you have sex with them for 2 days straight," she said evenly. I thought back on the epic sex marathon that I had had with the smoking hot demon, and a chill ran down my spine when I remembered how she had moaned in another language and milked every last drop out of me. Now that I thought about it, I remembered her laying on her back with her legs up between sex sessions. "This is crazy," I said, and brought up my interface. I tapped on the icon for the direct line to Dr. Marks, which was one of the few perks of being a paralyzed patient under the care of the Horizon Corporation. An hourglass icon that only I could see hung in the air, and Nanaya shifted her pose to the other hip. "What are you doing?" she asked annoyedly. "I need to talk to Dr. Marks," I told her. "You're wasting your time. I already told you that the demons look just like you." "That's impossible." I swiped Dr. Marks's icon to the side and tried Dr. Hamilton instead, and to my relief, he answered on the second ring. "What's up, Sam? I'm a little busy here." He was wearing a mask and a face shield, and in the reflection I could see him implanting one of the uplinks that players needed to be fully immersed in the game. "What's up, Doctor, is that apparently I'm the father of about 1,000 demons." "Oh, yeah," he said, and shared a laugh with the nurse beside him. "I guess congratulations are in order." "Then it's true?" I said with growing dread. "Dude, how the hell can a player get an NPC pregnant?" "It was in one of the recent updates," Dr. Hamilton informed me. "We thought it would be cool for players to be able to have families in Rebirth Online." "I must have missed the email," I growled. "But I mean, come on. It's not like they're really my kids. It's not like I really had sex with Magula."
That's true, in a sense. In a sense? When the impregnation program is triggered, which is randomly, I might add, the computer takes half of the NPC's, let's call it digital DNA, and it takes half of the player's digital DNA, and it produces a new NPC using that formula. So, in a sense, yes, they are your children. In Rebirth Online, anyway. This is insane, I said with a sigh. I know, right? He said with a grin. I gotta go, Sam. I've got golf in 10 minutes. Yeah, all right. Talk to you later. And Sam, he said, looking directly at the camera that was likely attached to a hovering little drone. Yeah? Way to go, buddy. I swiped his icon to the side angrily and glanced at a sympathetic-looking Nanaya. Let's go get a fucking drink, I said, and started toward the city proper. Oh, can we get one of those It's a Boy cigars? She giggled at her own joke, and I offered her a scowl. Don't start, I warned. We found the guild sitting in our usual booth at Cecilia's place, and I accepted a tankard of IPA from Tweak with a grunt. What is she doing here? Trinity asked, blocking me and the chair that I was pulling over for Nanaya. It's a long story, I mumbled. I'm here to help you bitches win the guild wars, said Nanaya, before altering her appearance to look just like Trinity. I told you I don't like it when you do that, said the warrior, backing away from her doppelganger. I told you I don't like it when you do that, the succubus mocked in a perfect impersonation of Trinity's voice and mannerisms. Trinity unsheathed her enchanted blade, and Nanaya unsheathed an identical sword. All of my guildmates had one, having been gifted them by none other than Magula herself. By now, the entire bar was watching the exchange with a mix of confusion and intrigue, and I knew that if I didn't step in, the girls would probably try to kill each other. Hey, ladies, no fighting in Aorok. It's neutral ground. I don't give a shit, said Trinity. I'm sick of this bitch. Get over yourself, said Nanaya. Just then, a group of about 20 huge orcs pushed through the crowd, led by a tall warlock wearing black dragonhide robes. I knew the guild from studying the Guild Wars competition bracket. They were the Orc Chieftains, one of the highest-rated guilds around. Their leader, who went by the name Bagram, glanced at me, then at the two Trinities, and finally looked to the crowd. Looks like Pollyanna and his guild heavy metal blunder are even practicing PvP in their off time, Bagram said with a laugh, and his guildmates joined in a little too enthusiastically. Some in the crowd laughed as well. The two Trinities turned to Bagram and said in unison, Go fuck yourself, then glanced at each other with surprised smiles. I heard about your guild getting dumped by Horizon Corp, said Bagram with a grin that showed off his large tusks. And all the while I thought that you were the corporation's golden boy. I guess not, I told him with a shrug. I wasn't in the mood for his schoolyard bully bullshit. Going to hide behind your girls? Bagram teased. Or your purple monkey boyfriend? I turned around and found that the Orc Chieftains had fanned out and were basically blocking us into the corner that our booth was in. The other patrons watched on with anticipation. I was just going to buy Bagram and his guild a drink and hope that made the dude more civil. But I didn't get a chance before Nanaya stepped forward and changed into Bagram's form. Take a walk, Boggy, before I show everyone why you're such an angry asshole, she said in his voice. He dismissed her with a wave. Piss off, bitch. I was talking to Pollyanna. Have it your way, said Nanaya. She climbed up on our table and spread her green arms wide. You all want to know why Bagram is such a little prick? Yeah, the women in my guild cheered. Half the crowd copied them. I glanced at Bagram and shrugged when he scowled at me questioningly. Because he's got a tiny little dick, Nanaya yelled in Bagram's voice. Then she yanked open her matching robes, and everyone laughed when they saw the little micro-penis, which was presumably the same size as the Orc Chieftains. The real Bagram's green face grew dark and menacing, and he raised his gnarled staff into the air.
He snarled a string of spell words, and a black snaking spell shot out of the end of his staff and hit Nanaya in the chest. She flew backward, smashed through the window, and landed amidst a surprised crowd. Rage surged in me, and I retaliated with an uppercut that took him in the chin and snapped his head back. Tweak flew over me and collided with 3 of the orcs, and all hell broke loose. Spells flew in every direction as Bagram slammed into me, and I managed to twist and redirect his momentum, sending him careening into the wall beside the booth. Arms wrapped around my neck from behind, but then my assailant let out a cry of alarm as Ember appeared next to me and stabbed him in the ribs. I conjured a fireball and shot it at Bagram, but he too had fired a spell, and they collided between us in a shower of sparks. The orc chieftain came leaping through the explosion and landed a big right hook to the side of my head. Luckily, my enchanted armor took the brunt of the blow, but it was still disorienting as all hell. The next thing I knew, Bagram was on top of me, raining down hammer fists, but I managed to go through the hand gestures to produce a magic bolt that exploded between us and blasted him into the ceiling. I rolled away as he fell and came up on my feet. And that's when the entire pub went silent. Someone had cast a spell on me that left me frozen like a statue. My eyes still moved, however, and I realized that everyone in the pub was frozen stiff. "All right, you've had your fun," came a gruff voice with a Scottish accent. "Maybe after a few days in jail you'll understand what neutral ground means." About 100 dwarven NPC guards rushed into the room and cuffed us all. And Bagram glared at me as he was dragged out of the pub by 4 strong dwarves. "This isn't over, Pollyanna," said the orc chieftain. "Not by a long shot." Chapter 5. "Well, this is just fucking great," I said as I paced the cell and glared at Nanaya. "You couldn't just leave it alone, could you?" "I told you that girl ain't nothing but trouble," said Tweak, and Trinity high-fived him. "What's the big deal?" the succubus asked. "So we got in a little brawl in Aorok. Whoop-de-fucking-do." "Our first guild war is in 3 days," said Anna, "and we need to practice. But thanks to you, we're going to be in here for 24 hours. "Who the hell asked you to come back anyway?" Trinity asked Nanaya. "Don't you have any shame?" "You sold us out to Kincaid in the underworld," Kid added. "And you just waltz back into our lives like nothing happened?" "Trust me," said Nanaya. "I'd still be in the underworld if Magula and her army of demon children hadn't taken over the 7th level and dethroned my ass." "Demon children?" said Ember, cocking an eyebrow my way. "Oh, yeah. Didn't he tell you?" said Nanaya. "Sam's the proud father of about 1,000 demons." "What?" Trinity sat up on the cot she'd been lounging on and looked to me with confusion. "How is that even possible?" "It was announced that NPCs can get pregnant by players in the last update," said Kit. "Oh, shit," said Tweak. "Oh, shit is right," I said with a sigh. "This is really screwed up," Ember said in disgust. "I can't believe you had kids with a demon." "It's not like I did it on purpose," I said. "I mean, come on. It's not like they're really my children. We're in a virtual reality game, for Christ's sake." "Whatever," said Ember. "I've got better shit to do. See you tomorrow." With that, she tapped her interface a few times, and then began to fade until she had vanished completely. "I've got to log off too," said Trinity. "Some shit I've got to deal with in the real world." "Come on," I said as Trinity vanished. "You guys can't really be mad at me about this." "I don't know whether to be mad, sad, or just plain disgusted, Sam," Anna told me. Then she too logged off. "You're our big daddy," Kit told me. "Of course we're angry that you have kids with someone else." "It's not real," I reminded her, perhaps a bit too angrily. "It's real for us, Sam. It's real for us," Kit said with a bowed head. "Kit," I began, but then she disappeared as well. I turned to Cecilia. "I suppose you're pissed too." "I couldn't give less of a shit, Sam, but I'm a businesswoman, and I don't have time to sit around in a cell with you for 24 hours. Not while the stock market is still open. See you tomorrow, babe." I watched her disappear and stood there staring at the cots they had been sitting on. I guess it's just you and me, Nanaya told me with a sigh. I'm still here, Tweak informed her. This fucking day just keeps getting better, I said, and plopped down on an empty cot. First, I find out that I can't get the surgery to repair my spinal cord. Next, I find out that I've lost a multi-million-dollar marketing deal with Horizon Corporation. And on top of it all, I'm now the father of 1,000 bouncing baby demons. In my anger, I instinctively made the hand gestures to conjure a fireball. But due to the anti-magic force field surrounding the cell, nothing happened. But that didn't stop me from completely losing my shit and trying to cast the spell about 12 times in 5 seconds, which must have left me looking like I was cursing someone out in sign language. Would you please stop doing that? Nanaya asked as she lay on the cot, rubbing her temples. You losing your shit, bro? Tweak asked, his ape face full of sincere concern. Since I couldn't cast any spells, I kicked the glowing bars instead, and that ended up being a really bad idea. As soon as my foot connected with the glowing bars, an electrical charge surged through me, and my boot exploded. The next thing I knew, I was lying on a cot with Nanaya and Tweak looking down at me. What happened? I asked, noticing the smoke slowly wafting up from my robes. You were just losing your shit, said Tweak. He grinned and held up my destroyed leather boot. You tried to take on enchanted prison bars. I sat up and tried to clear my head. My foot was throbbing from the electric shock, and the stink of burnt leather was making me nauseous. I was still pissed about being thrown in jail, but the incident with the enchanted cell bars had taken the bluster out of my sails. Listen, bro, said Tweak. I've got some shit to take care of in the real world, too, but I'll be back in time for training tomorrow. Yeah, man, no problem, I told him. And once he had disappeared, Nanaya glanced at me with a wry grin. I've seen that look before, I said with a laugh. Looks like we've got some time to kill, she said seductively. But then realization sparked, and she frowned. Shit, your cooldown. Sorry, babe, I said as I tapped on my interface. I've got 11 hours left until the magic stick works. That's so dumb, she pouted. Tell me about Magula's children, I said. Do they really look like me? I mean, yeah. Aside from being winged, horned, golden demons, they're all like twins or something. All male. They've got your eyes, your hair color, and your devilish good looks. She was trying to take the edge off with her levity, but it wasn't working. I didn't have any children in the real world. I had never wanted any. Not at my age. There had been a few girls that I might have wanted to have kids with, but I was still in my early 20s, and I had barely begun to figure out my own life, let alone be responsible for someone else's. Now I had 1,000 demon kids, and by the sound of it, they were already full-grown. Nanaya, what made them so powerful anyway? I mean, you had the 7th-level underworld army at your command. She bit her lip and offered me a sympathetic look. Well, they inherited your abilities, too. They could cast fireballs, scorched earth, arcane lightning, and what's that other one? Magic bolt? Yeah, that's it. But that's not all. Don't even tell me that they can level through sex, I said as I rubbed my temples. It seems so. They must have only been a few days old, but they were already like level 50. Great. I stood up and began pacing around the cell. I didn't want to believe it. But the news that they possessed not only my mage abilities, but also my special ability, left no room for doubt. It's not really that big a deal, is it? Nanaya asked. Not a big deal? When I was in the underworld, the cooldown on my special ability disappeared. My interface said it was some kind of underworld bonus. You said that they were already level 50. Without a cooldown, they'll hit like level 1,000 in a few days at the pace they seem to be going. So? I said with disbelief. They're going to become the most powerful beings in the game. I mean, there's no friggin' level cap. What's to stop them from hitting like level 1 million in a year and totally invading the surface world? Well, she said thoughtfully, maybe if we get them to the surface world, they'll have a cooldown. That would slow them down. Are you nuts? We can't bring them to the surface. They'll wreak havoc. Yeah, but what if you can control them? You are their father, after all. I imagined commanding such an army. With 1,000 demon children at my beck and call, I could conquer any land that I wanted in Rebirth Online. I could become the most powerful player in the world. I don't know, I said, shaking my head. It's not like Magula is going to hand over her army, but this could get out of hand pretty quickly at the rate they're leveling. Maybe the programmers will step in and do something. I mean, it was their brilliant idea to let players have kids with NPCs. Nanaya shrugged. I doubt that they'll delete them. NPCs think they're real. It would be like murder. Are you serious? Sam, can you really tell me that you would want your NPC kids to be deleted? To be killed? I don't know, I said. My head was throbbing from the electrocution and the impossible scenario that I was contemplating. Rebirth Online was supposed to be fun, but it had been a big pain in the ass from the beginning. All I wanted to do was play the game, raid dungeons, grow my guild, blow shit up. But so far, my gaming experience had been anything but simple and fun. I think that it's a waste not to try and use them, Nanaya said. And you said it yourself. Maybe if they're on the surface, they'll get a cooldown. I need to talk to Magula, I admitted. I knew that it was crazy, but I felt guilty for not having been around when they were born. I can help you with that once we get out of here, Nanaya offered with a smile. I believe that I can contact her through Frigg. Oh yeah? Where is that little shit anyway? He's Magula's jester now. The bitch even stole my sidekick. I'm sorry, Nanaya. I feel like this is partially my fault. She kidnapped you, Sam. Then she basically raped you to get your digital seed. I wouldn't exactly call it rape, I told her. I was pretty willing. Yeah, well, she knew what she was doing. She got pregnant by you on purpose. Maybe I can sue for visitation rights, I said, straight-faced, as she stared at me blankly. Then we both burst out laughing. Maybe you can get custody if you prove that she's an unfit mother, Nanaya said through fits of laughter. I was practically rolling on the floor after that one, and by the time we finally settled down, my cheeks were cramped from laughing. I'm glad at least you didn't leave me here to rot, I told the beautiful succubus. They're just upset, she said reassuringly. And if you ask me, they're being a little selfish. I mean, you just found out that you can't get the surgery you need. And you lost a big marketing deal with... That's it. I shot to my feet and began pacing again. What's what? She asked. I tapped on my emergency medical contact tab and chose Dr. Marks. I half expected him to not answer, but the video feed opened up on the third ring. What's up, Sam? He said, glancing at the camera. He did a double take and looked closer. Are you in jail again? Did corporate drop my guild from the marketing deal because I've got 1,000 demon kids? I blurted. He turned from whatever he had been doing on his computer and furrowed his brow. It's complicated. I knew it, I yelled. What the fuck, Doc? You guys made it possible for players to have children with NPCs in-game, and then you penalize me when it happens to me? I'm sorry, Sam, but I didn't have anything to do with the decision to let players have kids with NPCs, and I didn't have anything to do with the decision to drop your guild. Corporate does what corporate wants to do. That's bullshit, and you know it, I said vehemently. Sam, he said with a deep sigh, I'm not your personal tech support guy. I'm your doctor. You've got to stop expecting me to fix every problem you have. I expect you to solve my problems? I said with mirth-filled irony. I've saved corporate's ass more than once, and this is the fucking thanks that I get? I've got to go, Sam. Try and enjoy the game. Marks? Doctor! I screamed at the interface's video feed as it went black. Fuck! What a dick, said Nanaya. I plopped down on the cot beside her and ground my teeth in frustration. What are you thinking? Nanaya asked as she took my hand in hers. I'm thinking that corporate just messed with the wrong quadriplegic. Chapter 6. Sam, we're sorry. Anna's voice floated through my dreams. I awoke to find my girls all standing around me. Nanaya stirred beside me, and Trinity offered her a scowl. "It's not your fault that Megula tricked you into getting her pregnant," said Kit. "We should have been more understanding," Ember added. "It's all good," I said. "I've got bigger concerns right now." I told them about the demons having my mage powers and my special ability, and I reiterated what Dr. Marks had said. "What a dick," said Trinity. "That's what I said," Nanaya told her. "Where do we go from here?" Anna asked. "I like Nanaya's idea of using the demon army," said Ember. "Might as well use it to our advantage." "First, I've got to get a hold of Megula," I said. "Nanaya thinks that she can get through to her using Frigg, but not while we're in here." Cecilia tapped on her interface. "It's almost been 24 hours. "What about practice?" said Trinity. "We still have to interview alternates." "You guys take care of that. I trust your judgment," I told them. "I'll talk to Megula, see where we stand, and you guys find our new guildmate. We'll meet up afterward to start practice. Lord knows that we need it." The dwarven NPC guards released us shortly after, and I went with Nanaya to an apothecary shop to get the things she needed to try to contact Frigg in the underworld. We went back to Cecilia's place and set up in her apartment above the pub. It took Nanaya about a half hour to get everything ready. The demon trap that she was using to catch Frigg was a lot like the one she had used before, including 2 steaming hot pizza pies. I sat on the couch and drank a beer as she performed the spell, and soon her ancient words were doing their magic. The pentagram that she had drawn on the floor began to glow, and the writhing, screaming little imp poofed into existence at the center of the symbol. As soon as he did, the many points of the star glowed bright, and an energy dome hummed low.
"Oh, man, not you again,"
said Frigg. But then he saw the pizza, and he blinked heavily, suddenly looking to the succubus affectionately.
"I mean, ooh, thank Baal it's you."
"Cut the act, Frigg. I need to speak with Megula," Nanaya said impatiently.
"You give me the pizza, and I tell her you want to talk. Is that the deal?"
"Nope. You get her, then I give you pizza," she countered.
"That's bullshit,"
he stomped and kicked the ground. "That's the deal," she howled right back at him. He cowed like a beaten dog.
Fine, geesh. You don't have to get nasty."
"Just hurry the fuck up," she told him.
"You know that you've got to let me out so that I can—"
"Do I look like I was born yesterday? I know that you can communicate with her using your feeble little mind," Nanaya told him. "That won't be necessary," came Megula's voice. I leapt up out of the couch and whirled around to find Megula pouring herself a drink at Cecilia's extensive private bar. "Megula," I said, as my eyes roamed over her sultry form. I remembered our long sex session and suddenly needed to adjust myself beneath my robes. "Hello, Samson," she said in that deliciously husky voice. "You've changed," I said, noticing that her level now had a question mark by it. Power emanated from her like heat from a stove, and she glowed with faint green light. "It's only been a week," she said with an alluring grin. Then she glanced at Nanaya and strode toward the succubus. "I should have known that I'd find you here with him." "Fuck you very much, Megula," said the succubus without a hint of fear. A part of me hoped that they would start wrestling, and I found myself wishing that I knew a spell that would make a little pool full of jello appear. "Do you have anything that you want to tell me?" I asked Megula. She looked at me quizzically. Then the snarky, flirty look on her face disappeared and was replaced by fury. "You told him already, didn't you?" she angrily accused Nanaya. "Oh, please, give me a break. Don't act like you wanted to tell him yourself," Nanaya said lazily. "I did want to tell you myself," Megula said to me. Her hands suddenly began to glow, and she glared at Nanaya. "But this bitch had to ruin it." "Megula, stop," I said evenly. She looked like she was going to blast Nanaya into next week with the spell building in her hands. "Nanaya, can you give us a minute?" "Sure, but don't let this bitch fool you." "Bye-bye," said Megula tauntingly. Nanaya rolled her eyes and left the room. "Beat it, Frigg," said Magula, and with a wave of her hand, the imp was gone. She turned her gaze my way, and I could tell that she wanted to do more than talk. "Were you really going to tell me, or are you just bullshitting me?" I asked. "Of course I was going to tell you, Sam." "When?" She shrugged and walked slowly toward me. I tried to remind myself that she was an NPC as she wrapped her arms around me and stared into my eyes. In her pupils, I saw the bursting volcanoes of the underworld, the lakes of lava, and her palace rising high above it all. A serious case of tunnel vision afflicted me then, and the small image provided by her pupil grew bigger. The next thing I knew, I was standing on a ledge overlooking the city of Helgrind. It was a familiar sight, though it had undergone some changes under Magula, and no doubt Nanaya before her. The chamber was so vast that it had its own cloud system, and the crimson sky shimmered as though it were made of billions of distant rubies reflecting the light of the burning lands below. Long, jagged crystal formations protruded from the shattered earth, yet there was beauty in it. There was beauty in the fires as well, and even in the chorus of misery echoing across the land. When I beheld my demonic children, however, I saw a terrible beauty that left me shaken. They hovered in the air above the city like golden gods on gilded wings. Their shiny skin reflected the fires burning all around them. Long flowing sand-colored hair blew in the hot breeze, and as they drew closer, their beauty only intensified. Glowing eyes regarded me curiously as they gathered near the ledge and hovered there, 1,000 strong. "My children, this is your father, the great and powerful mage that I have told you so much about," Magula declared proudly. "Come and pay homage." I found that I was nervous, for the magnificent creatures floating toward me couldn't be my children. They were the size of grown men, with muscular forms that looked to have been sculpted by the most skilled craftsmen. But as they drew closer still, I saw a look of adoration in their fierce, sunburst eyes. "Hello, father," they said in one voice, and I was taken aback by their uniformity. "Do they share the same mind?" I asked Magula. "In a sense," she said with a smile. One of them floated down to the ledge and landed gracefully. He wore only a loincloth of silk, and when I saw his title and level, I nearly fell over. Gilded Son of Samson, Fire Mage, level 75. "Hello, father," said the gilded demon, who was a twin to his brothers. "We have waited long to meet you." Hi," I said, a bit too awkwardly, but he only grinned and cocked his head to the side, studying me. "We have conquered the underworld for you, father. We are powerful, just like you." "You conquered the underworld for me?" I asked him and glanced at Magula. My son unsheathed a long golden blade and took a knee. "We live only to serve you, father." "Soon they will be the most powerful beings alive, not only here in the underworld, but one day on the surface as well," Magula stated proudly. "Can I speak with your mother alone?" I asked the kneeling demon. He was still smiling at me, practically gushing, and I didn't know whether to be proud or terrified of what I had created. "As you wish, father." He leapt into the air and turned back to his brothers, and together they resumed circling the distant tower. "Magula, you can't invade the surface world with my children." "Why not?" the beautiful demoness asked, looking truly perplexed. "Because I forbid it. They say that they serve me, and if that is true, then they will heed my commands." "Ah, but they serve me as well," she informed me. "You have only just met them. Please do not bring strife to our family so soon." "Family?" I said, perhaps a little too harshly. She frowned. "I thought that you would be happy to see what we have created together. With our children behind us, we could conquer the world." "I don't want to conquer the world," I said with growing frustration. "You don't? But that is what you said to me. You said that you wanted to become a king, to own vast stretches of land. You said—" "I know what I said, but I didn't mean that I wanted to conquer the world as a Dark Lord." You confuse me, Samson Sullivan. Magula was growing frustrated, so I tried a different approach. Listen, is there any way that you can stop the golden demons from leveling so fast? Why would I want to do that? Because the programmers are... The what? She asked. The programmers? I said, but realizing that she had no idea what I meant, I spoke in words that she would understand. I mean, the gods. They aren't going to allow our children to reach an infinite level. I fear that the gods will strike our children down out of fear and jealousy. She scoffed at that. The gods should be afraid. For once we have conquered the Underdark and the surface world, we shall conquer the heavens. I realized quickly that I wasn't going to change her mind about world domination. She was an NPC, after all. She may have been an advanced form of AI, but she still had been programmed by someone to play her part, and I didn't know if she could change. I needed to speak in a language that she would understand. Listen, I said, glancing around conspiratorially and moving in closer. If we are going to do this, then we've got to do it right. We've got to be pragmatic. We've got to be prepared. Before we can conquer the surface world, I've got to attain more power. Unlike your children, I still have a cooldown. Not in the underworld, you don't, she said with an alluring purr. You need to trust me on this. You've got to be patient. Haste will only bring about our demise. Do you understand? The programmers, the gods, can shape reality as they see fit. They can snuff us out with the wave of a hand. You give the feeble gods too much credit, she scoffed and waved me off lazily. You don't give them enough, Magula. I've seen it with my own eyes. It was they who gave me the orb to banish Kincaid, and that is just a taste of their incredible power. For the first time, fear showed on her face. Can you stop the children from leveling? I asked. I cannot take away their special ability, she said, but I can forbid them from fornicating for a time. Good, I said with a sigh of relief. But how long, Samson? How long until we can unleash our spawn onto the world? The need for destruction that I saw in her eyes gave me a serious case of the heebie-jeebies, but I smartly hid my emotions from her. Does it matter how long it is if in the end we stand over the dead bodies of the gods? That put a devilish smile on her face, and she grabbed my crotch and licked her lips. Tell me more, she said with an orgasmic shudder to her voice. I pulled her in and laid a passionate kiss on her that left her panting. Then I backed away, acting as though I was trying desperately to control myself. Patience, my dear. Before we can act, I must gain more power in my own realm. How can I take the side of the most powerful demoness in the underworld if I am but a lowly guild leader on the surface? No, you deserve nothing less than a king of men. Will you wait for me? I would wait until the end of time for you, Samson, for it was you who have given me such powerful children. It was you who slew the great Kincaid. Yeah, I'm kinda dope, I said with a wry grin. Tell the children that you forbid them from having sex. Will you do that for me? As you wish, my love. I have seen the wisdom of your words. I shall wait until you have gained more power. Until then, please take this token. She handed me a talisman that was a perfect miniature replica of our golden children. When I took it, a notification appeared on my interface. Talisman of the Gilded Demon. Allows the bearer to summon an army of gilded demons. Duration, until dismissed. Holy shit, I blurted as I read the words floating before me. They are your children as well as mine, Magula said sweetly. Thank you, Magula. I took an enchanted gold chain from my interface and attached the talisman to it. I handed it to Magula, and she put it around my neck. I look forward to seeing you again soon, brave Samson, she said. There was a flash of light, and the next moment I was standing in Cecilia's bedroom. Sam! Kit screamed with surprise and relief. Where the hell were you? Trinity asked as they all gathered around. Oh, Just in the underworld meeting my army of golden demon children and hanging out with Magula. She wants to take over the world with me. What have you guys been up to?" I plopped down on a nearby couch and pinched the bridge of my nose. "She wants to take over the world?" said Tweak. "With you?" Anna added. "What's that around your neck?" Kit asked, curiously. "Oh, this?" I said with an ironic laugh. "This is a talisman that allows me joint custody of our demon kids. Well, they're not kids at all. They're full-grown Greek god-looking badass demon mages." "You can summon them with that?" Ember said with intrigue. "Like summon them to the surface world? Sam, that's fucking huge." "Right," said Cecilia. "With that kind of army, we could take over a kingdom with ease. Screw the guild wars." "Are you nuts?" I asked them, and seeing that the other 3 women agreed, I shook my head in disbelief. "I'm not using a demon army to become a king." "Why the hell not?" Nanaya asked. "Says the succubus." Tweak rolled his eyes and shook his purple head. "Listen," I told them all. "I convinced Magula to forbid her children from leveling until I gain more power on the surface world. I need to get a hold of Dr. Marks and see what he thinks." "Seriously?" said Anna. "The doctor basically told you to piss off." "Yeah," said Kit. "Didn't he tell you not to bug him anymore with your in-game problems?" "This isn't just my problem. It's everyone's problem. If Magula lets her children level infinitely, they'll take over the entire game." "Sam, this is a fantasy game," Ember reminded me. "Someone is always trying to take over everything. That's kind of how the genre works." "So, what are you saying?" I asked. "It might as well be me?" "What I'm saying is that you have a savior complex," the drow assassin told me. "You kinda do," said Tweak. "And you suggest what? Just ignore this threat? Just go with the flow?" "She means that you don't have to save everyone all the time, you know," Cecilia informed me. "Fine. What about another alternate? Did you guys find someone?" I asked, wanting to think through everything on my own before debating it with them. "Yup," said Kit happily. She put her fingers to her lips and let out a shrill whistle. Everyone looked to the door, and I followed their gaze. It suddenly burst open, and in strode a red-headed female dwarf warrior. "Sam, meet Stormy," said Kit with delight. The dwarven woman, clearly a real-world player, strode into the room with a sway of her hourglass form. Her silver armor was tight-fitting and curved upward from a lean waist and over large breasts, which spilled over the top of her metal bustier. She had a cute, freckled face and a horned helm from which 2 long pigtails protruded and draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were green and sparkling, and she exuded self-confidence. "Hello, Stormy," I said, extending my hand. "I've heard a lot about you, Samson," she said, shaking my hand. "And I must say, now that I've met you in person, I can't wait to level." Chapter 7. I had a lot of shit on my mind, but Stormy had been promised a ride on the magic stick by the other women, and damn it, I had a responsibility to my guild. Besides, my cooldown was up, and I never turned down an opportunity to level. My guildmates left Stormy and I alone in Cecilia's place, and I went to the bar to pour the dwarf a drink. I knew that if the girls had chosen her, then there must have been something special about her, and I was excited to distract myself from my current problems getting to know her. "What do you drink?" I asked as I turned around. "I'd like to drink you," she said with a deliciously devilish dimple-cheeked smile. She had traded out her armor for a red silk teddy that left exactly nothing to the imagination. The first thing I noticed were her 1950s pinup girl tits, which seemed to defy gravity as they hung there like highway cones. Her body was toned and surprisingly well-proportioned, given that she was about 5'0". She did a little twirl as she approached, revealing an ass that defined the term bubble butt. "Well, I thought we could get to know each other a little, before we get to know each other," I said with a laugh. "You're cute," she said as she smiled up at me. "The other girls didn't tell me that you were shy." "Just trying to be a gentleman." "That's sweet," she said, biting her lip as she touched my chest and spread her hands across my broad shoulders. "The designers did a hell of a job with you." "Nope," I said. "This is all me. No mods. Well, except that this body actually works. I heard about what happened. Your surgery falling through and all. I'm sorry, Sam." "It's all good. Like the doctor says, there are breakthroughs all the time." Her hand moved down my chest, across my abdomen, and between the folds in my robes. Then, her small hand found my throbbing cock. "Is there anything that I can do to make you feel better?" she asked as she fished my lance out of my pants. "Well, now that you mention it," she sucked on one of my nuts and took the words right out of my mouth. It took a lot of trust to let a woman put your balls in her mouth, and the danger of it, combined with the downright dirtiness of the act, had me on my toes, grabbing her by the pigtails. I stripped out of my robes and braced myself against the back of a couch as she played tongue ball with my nuts. Then she blew my mind by taking them both in her mouth and humming Darth Vader's theme song, while at the same time stroking me with both hands. After a few verses, I was in serious danger of exploding, so I grabbed her beneath the armpits and lifted her up against me. She wriggled as our bodies pressed together, and I could feel her hot, wet folds gliding up and down the underside of my spear. I focused on her puffy pink melons and walked her across the room toward the bed. She held on, teasing me with her soft womanhood and trying to maneuver the head in. I let it slide in just a few inches, and she let out a surprised moan. When she tried to take more, I lifted her ass so that she couldn't, and she let out an urgent moan bordering on a pout. Then she bit my ear so hard that I thought she must have drawn blood. I let out a groan that turned into a laugh and yanked her head back. "Give it to me, Samson. Give it to me now," she pleaded. I gave it to her all right, and she arched her back, letting out a passionate moan. She snapped back and grabbed my throat, causing me to fall back onto the bed. Once she was on top, she went nuts, gyrating, grinding, and bouncing on my cock like a maniac. I hadn't thought such a small package could contain so much passion, and I upped my game in response. I cupped her ass to hold her in place and proceeded to drill her like a Texas oil rig piston on steroids. My strength, speed, and endurance had more than tripled since entering Rebirth Online, and my cock was a blur of motion between us. "Yes! Yes! Yes!" she screamed, sounding like she was having sex while driving down an extremely bumpy road. An hour later, we walked out of Cecilia's place, laughing together and glowing like the sun. I had reached level 52, and she was now a level 56. We found Tweak and the women sitting at our usual booth, and I scanned each of their faces to see if they looked jealous. Thankfully, none of them did. I knew that if they were already this comfortable with Stormy, she was going to work out just fine. I sure as hell enjoyed her company, and she had successfully taken my mind off my pile of problems for a while. "It's about time," Kit said teasingly. "We tried to be quick," Stormy said, her cheeks turning bright pink. "All right," said Trinity. She stood up, downed her glass, and slammed it on the table. "Time to see how the new guild works together. Anybody up for some PvP practice?" Cecilia had smartly reserved a simulation chamber, and about a half hour after we showed up, it was ready. I was glad to see that the practice round had been set up with the Persian Empire. "Hey, Sam," said Frisco as we walked in. "Looks like you found a few alternates after all." "Yeah, I knew Nanaya from the underworld. She's the succubus. Stormy applied, and the girls liked her, so we thought we'd try her out." "I hope you brought your best game," he said with a feline grin. "Always." The dwarf who ran the training room tapped on the interface, and the metallic chamber began to change. A blue sky appeared, followed by 2 moons and a distant ringed planet. "Cool," said Kit. The ground appeared, then snow, distant mountains, and a cold whipping wind started up that took my breath away. We were in the valley between 2 mountains. It was nearing sunset, and at one end of the valley there stood a red crystal guardian, and at the other a blue. The last thing to appear in the snowy landscape was an army of mountain trolls that were all level 50 or higher.
"To your positions!"
yelled the dwarven guard. "Hey, Sam," Frisco said as he and his guild started for the other side. "How about a truce until we've burned through those trolls?" "Deal," I told him with a respectful nod. "What's he want to do?" Trinity asked as Frisco was walking away. "He wants to burn down the mountain trolls together before we start fighting." "And you think he's going to honor the agreement?" she asked with a cocked brow. "Yeah, why wouldn't he?" I asked. "You're too naive sometimes, lover boy. What? You think he's going to attack when we start in on the trolls?" "I would," she said. "And if he doesn't, then we definitely should. It'll give us a jump on their guardian." "I like it," Cecilia said. "We can't betray them like that," Kit objected with a frown. "It's called the Guild Wars," said Ember. "I say we hit the guardian with everything we've got as soon as they attack the mountain trolls." "We're just practicing," I reminded them. "We stick with Frisco's plan. Burn down the mountain trolls, then we fight." Trinity and Ember shared a look of disappointment, and Kit clapped happily.
"Prepare for battle!"
the dwarven guard yelled. Our guardian came alive and looked to me for instructions as the dwarf counted down. "Let's buff up," I told the group. Everyone began casting the spells, and they began to scroll down my interface. Call of the Warrior, plus 25% strength. Duration, 15 minutes. Shadow Armor, plus 25% armor. Duration, 30 minutes. Blessing of Gaia, plus 25% pain resistance. Duration, 15 minutes. Gift of Life, regenerate 100 health per second. Duration, 10 minutes. Holy Retribution, 5% chance enemy attack will rebound. Duration, 1 hour. "I think you're going to like this one," Stormy told us as she began conjuring her spell. Then it hit me, and I felt my muscles bulge. Dwarven Strength. Increases strength by 25%. Duration, 15 minutes. "Sweet," said Trinity, flexing her biceps. "I've got a special treat for you, too," said Nanaya. She waggled her fingers and pointed at each of us while she spoke in words unknown. A moment later, an imp with a spear appeared beside her, and 8 more poofed into existence, 1 for each of us. "Nice," I said with a laugh, as the little imp beside me jumped up and down excitedly. "If that little creep starts humping my leg, I'll kill it," Trinity told the succubus, eyeing the imp suspiciously. "Wait until we have killed all the mountain trolls, and then attack the other guardian," I instructed the towering guardian. "Attack Red Guardian!" The guardian's voice rumbled like a landslide, and we all prepared to spring into action. "Nanaya and Stormy, I want you two to be ready to jump in when one of us dies. Nanaya first, then you, Stormy." Nanaya unsheathed her glowing sword and nodded, while Stormy brandished her shield and a big double-headed axe. When the dwarf's countdown reached 0, Tweak, Cecilia, Anna, Ember, Trinity, Kit, and I charged across the snow-covered earth. I cast Scorched Earth as soon as I was in range, and a patch of snowy ground blazed to life beneath the feet of the mountain trolls. Frisco had made good on the promise, and his guild attacked the army of trolls from the other side. I followed up my first spell with Firestorm, and a barrage of meteors rained down on the angry trolls. Kit's vines erupted from the ground, tangling dozens of the trolls as they rushed to meet our charge. Anna hit the group with a spell that dropped their movement speed by 50%, and Tweak conjured his little army of purple monkeys. I'd lost sight of Trinity and Ember, who should have been at the front of the group, making sure that the trolls didn't break through and attack me and the other casters. When I found them, I swore under my breath. They were all the way on the other side of the battlefield, sneaking up on the other guild's undefended guardian. "What the hell are they doing?" Anna asked beside me, as she put a mountain troll out of its misery with her glowing staff. "Not what I told them," I said, and brought up my fire shield. We were going to have to fend off the trolls on our own due to Trinity and Ember's disobedience, and it wasn't going to be easy. There were over 100 trolls, and about a quarter of them were charging straight at us. "Heal me!" Tweak yelled as he brandished a big gnarled club and ran past me and the girls to act as our tank. His purple monkeys went with him, and they slammed into the troll front line, instantly creating chaos. Cecilia, Anna, Kit, and I let loose everything we had as Tweak and his posse battled the trolls less than 20 feet in front of us. Then the angry cry of the Persian Empire's guardian echoed across the valley. I looked across the battlefield and saw Trinity on the behemoth's head, stabbing him repeatedly in the crystalline eyes. Ember, meanwhile, danced around its feet, stabbing and slashing the lug. "What the fuck, Sam?" I heard Frisco scream over the tumult. The other guilds stopped attacking the trolls, and a moment later, a barrage of spells came streaking toward me and my guild. "Get down!" I cried as the spells slammed into the ground around me. I brought up my fire shield and ducked behind it, but Tweak hadn't been so lucky. I watched through my shield as 2 spells hit him in the upper body, and a half-dozen angry trolls fell on him. Trinity and Ember must have been killed by the other guild's guardian, because Nanaya and Stormy suddenly appeared from behind me and charged to meet the trolls. Stormy proved an impressive tank, and danced around the trolls, deflecting blows with her heavy shield and retaliating with her skull-splitting axe. Nanaya was in full force as well, casting black, writhing spells that diseased the trolls and left them writhing in agony. We were holding our own, but that all changed when the angry Persian Empire reached us. Frisco looked pretty pissed, and I didn't bother to try to explain that I hadn't told Trinity and Ember to attack their guardian. His guild ignored the trolls and hit us with everything they had. My shield blocked 2 spells, but one of their tanks got through and hit me so hard with a warhammer that I woke up a few seconds later, 20 feet from where I had stood. A spell from a warlock slammed into my chest as I lay there, and pain shot through my body as a notification flashed on my interface. "You are dead." Everything went black, and when I opened my eyes again, I was standing beside our guild's guardian. As the cooldown indicating how long I had to wait to rejoin counted down on my interface, Kit, Cecilia, Stormy, and Anna appeared as ghosts beside me. That meant that Trinity, Ember, Tweak, and Nanaya were out there somewhere, but I couldn't see them in the ocean of angry trolls and furries charging toward our guardian. We never had a chance after that, and 10 minutes later, our guardian broke into 1,000 pieces and dropped into the snow. I glared at Trinity and Ember, but neither seemed too intimidated. "What the fuck was that?" I asked. Ember shrugged. "We thought it was a good strategy." "The strategy that I outlined was a good strategy," I argued. "Sorry, Sam. I really thought that Frisco was going to do the same thing," said Trinity. "Yeah, well, next time just leave the thinking to me," I said angrily. Trinity's eyes widened, and she glared at me. "Really?" she said, crossing her arms. "Really?" I shot back. "I'm the leader of this goddamned guild, and our first battle is tomorrow. If you two can't follow simple instructions, then we're fucked." "Sam," said Kit, ever the diplomat. "Stay out of this, Kit. When I give you all orders, you follow them. It's that simple." "Oh, now your instructions are orders?" said Trinity. "I'm the leader of this guild. So yeah, they're fucking orders," I told her. Everyone shut up pretty quick, but the looks they gave me told me that I had gone too far. I knew that I should apologize, but I was too heated up to do so. Instead, I shook my head and stormed toward the door. "You've got to get those women under control," Frisco told me as I approached. "Yeah, no shit," I said, a little too harshly. "Sorry, Frisco. I shouldn't have snapped at you. And sorry that Trinity and Ember broke the agreement." "It's all good, bro," said the furry. "Can I give you some friendly advice? One guild leader to another?" "Sure. You can catch more flies with honey than with vinegar," he said with a wink. "I hear you. Thanks," I said, trying like hell not to roll my eyes. Frisco seemed like the kind of dude who was friendly with everyone. He was a social chameleon, something that I had never been able to master. But to him, it came naturally. "You ready to face the orc chieftains tomorrow?" he asked as we walked out of the simulation room and into the hallway. "After that little fiasco, I don't know," I admitted. "Ah, you'll do fine. What about you? Who are you going up against?" "The Children of Light," the furry guild leader said with a feline grin. They're all paladins. Oh yeah, I said. And they're all human dudes, right? Yeah, that's them. They're a pretty solid guild, but they're just not diverse enough. They're not going to stand a chance. Not against us, anyway. Well, it'll be fun to watch a bunch of furries battle paladins, I told him. Good luck. Thanks. You too. I left Frisco at the end of the hall leading back to Aerok proper and headed to the mage trainer's place. The practice session had left me feeling down in the dumps, and I needed a break from my guildmates. It wasn't that they were getting on my nerves. I just needed some time to formulate a proper apology. I shouldn't have talked to Trinity like that, but I couldn't just let something like that slide either. If we were going to have a shot in the Guild Wars tournament, we were going to have to start working like a team. At the mage trainers, I applied all my attribute points to strength and stamina, and I couldn't help but grin when I brought up my interface and checked my stats. Next, I bought myself some new battle gear that I had been eyeballing for a while. It wasn't that I didn't have the money before, because I had an abundance of it, but the gear was for level 52 mages and up, and until now, I hadn't met the criteria. I marveled at the new robes, which were red and gold, high-collared, and came with a wide cloak that could take a hell of a lot of damage.
"You gonna buy those or drool?"
the old mage trainer asked me. I transferred the 10,000 gold to the trainer and eagerly tapped on the robes in my interface. Robe of the Zardon, legendary item, plus 100,000 damage absorption per minute, plus 25% mana regeneration, plus 10% spirit, plus 10% stamina, plus 10% damage to fire spells. These are sick, I said, as I checked myself out in a full-length mirror by the old man's wares.
"What's that? Sick? Is there a problem with the enchantments?"
the mage trainer asked, nervously. No, I said with a small laugh. They're epic.
"I think you read that wrong,"
said the mage trainer, growing more confused.
"They're legendary."
Right you are. I left the trainer, scratching his head, and sought out my guildmates. I was feeling a lot better, and I was eager to apologize to them all and get things back to normal. We were set to fight the Orc chieftains in less than 24 hours, and I wanted to make sure that we were tight before we did so. I walked to Cecilia's pub, knowing that I would most likely find my guildmates there, and I was right. What I didn't expect to find, however, were about 20 dwarven guards and Trinity in shackles. Chapter 8. What the hell's going on here? I demanded as I pushed through the crowd. I was abruptly stopped by a short, stocky dwarven guard who might as well have had the mass of a boulder. "Stay back, sonny," he said to me, as he and the others created a perimeter around Trinity and another person. When I finally got a look at the other person, I was shocked to discover that it was the guild leader for the Orc chieftains. "Trinity!" I yelled over the dwarven guards. She looked my way and winked as the dwarves began to lead her away. "Is this the way you want to play it?" said the Orc chieftain's guild leader. He was glaring at me with hate-filled eyes and pressing against his chains to lean toward me. "With or without me, my guild is going to win, you cheating fuck." Other players regarded me with suspicion, and I found my guildmates among them. The crowd was too thick to reach them, so I indicated for them to move back toward the shops lined on the other side. Kit came running over to me when I emerged from the crowd, and she looked worry-stricken. "What happened?" I asked. "She picked a fight with the leader of the guild that we fight tomorrow," said the cat furry. "I can see that," I said patiently. "But why?" Ember suddenly appeared beside me. "To give us an advantage, obviously," she said with a look of pride. "That's pretty sketchy," I told her. Tweak, Anna, Cecilia, Nanaya, and Stormy approached, and I raised my arms to the sides as if to say WTF. "We couldn't stop her," said Anna. "That bitch is crazy," Tweak added as he threw up his arms. "You've got a real loose cannon on your hands, Samson," said Nanaya. "I guess I'm lead tank," Stormy put in with a smile. "What the hell has gotten into her?" I asked Ember, who knew her best. She shrugged. "The underworld wasn't easy for her." Ember was referring to Trinity's time as a captive in the underworld a few weeks back, when the digital ghost of Kincaid sent everyone to Rebirth Online's version of hell. All my guildmates had gone through some crazy shit down there, but Trinity more so, it seemed. Her special ability was to feel pain as pleasure, which made her such a fierce tank, and I didn't know how that would relate to the underworld torture. I was under the impression that torture wouldn't really be torture to Trinity, not in-game. Instead, it would be more like amazing sex than anything. Still, she was going through something, and I needed to help her. But that was going to be hard with her in jail. "Welp, we lost our main tank," said Ember, "but the Orc chieftains lost their guild leader. How's that going to affect them, Cecilia?" The foxy lady thought about that for a moment as she eyed the nosy passers-by. "Come on," she said. "Let's talk back at my place." We slipped into Cecilia's pub and moved to our reserved booth by the window. After we all squeezed in, Cecilia spoke a spell word, and a moment later a soundproof energy field sprang into existence. "All right," she said as she tapped on her interface, and then kind of flung her hands toward each of us in turn. My interface flared to life, and I clicked on the new tab. When I did, the entire Orc chieftain roster unrolled before me. "As you can see," said Cecilia as she tapped on Bogram's icon, "Bogram was the guild's most powerful warlock, and now that he's in the slammer for a few days, the Orc chieftains are going to be depending on this chick." Cecilia tapped on another icon and focused on another player. This one, a female warlock called Hissia, was a level 55 and powerful as all hell. "Jesus," said Tweak. "Bagram was better than her?" "Yes," said Cecilia, "but she has only ever been backup for Bogram. She has never been in charge, and she has never tasted her true power. He keeps her under his thumb. I don't think she's got what it takes to take his place, and that means that their entire strategy, which used to rely on Bogram's hexes, curses, and demon summoning, is going to fall apart." "That's a bonus," I said, "but I still don't like it. What Trinity did feels like cheating, and I think the community is going to feel the same way." "It is what it is," said Cecilia. I nodded agreement. "All right, let's get to work on a strategy for tomorrow." The next morning, we woke up early to prepare for our first battle against the Orc chieftains. Aerok was buzzing with activity, and there were more players in the city than I had ever seen at once, even the week before when the undead had attacked the mountain stronghold. But the mood was much brighter than that bleak event had been. The tournaments were to be held in the Aerok Coliseum, which was a new addition by the programmers, and had been built off the main street in a new cavern. The Coliseum was open-aired, with sunshine spilling in from above. It was as big as a football stadium, and reminded me of a gladiator arena, white sand and all. There were enough seats for at least 10,000 players, and it looked as though nearly every seat was taken. All around the top levels were large looking glasses, showing the pre-fight show, and I knew that the guild wars were being broadcast all around the world as well. Every guild in the tournament was given special seating right in the front, and as a dwarven guard led us to our row, I nodded at Frisco, who had the booth beside us. "I heard about Trinity," he said, as we shook hands over the barrier. It was hard to hear him over the tumult, and I didn't feel like explaining things, so I just shrugged. "You ready for your first battle?" I asked. "Hell yeah," he said, as he glanced around at the gathered crowd. "This shit is crazy, right?" "It sure is." Just then, Dr. Marks and his wizardly counterpart Donovan came on the looking-glass, and his voice echoed through the Coliseum. "Welcome, friends, to the first annual Guild Wars. It is my pleasure to welcome the first two guilds that will be doing battle today. Please welcome the Doom Lords." I glanced over at my guildmates and watched as the Doom Lords came running out of a tunnel and rushed out onto the sand. The crowd went wild for the guild as the camera zoomed in on the imposing-looking players. "And their opponents," said Dr. Marks. "The Fate Marked." The next guild to enter looked to be comprised mainly of humans, dwarves, and elves. There were 20 of them, compared to the Doom Lord's 30 players. But with only 7 allowed on the battlefield at a time, it didn't make a lot of difference. My guild had been small to begin with, and now, without Trinity, we only had 8. I had yet to visit Trinity, and I was still pretty pissed at her for putting us in this situation. But I tried to focus on the task at hand. "Now," said the wizard Donovan, "I will conjure the randomly chosen battlefield." He tapped on the crystal on the table, and the crowd gasped as the circle of sand that the two guilds stood on began to shimmer and shift. The entire stadium hummed as the transformation was made complete, and when it was done, a smoldering battleground consisting of tiny islands surrounded by flowing rivers of lava appeared. "Doom Lords, are you ready?" Dr. Marks asked, as he stared down at them from the big looking-glass. The leader of the Doom Lords let out a roar, and the crowd cheered. "Fate marked, are you ready?" he asked the other guild, and their leader nodded. A horn blared, and the guardians at each end of the battleground roared. They charged across the battlefield, followed closely by their respective guilds. Spells began to fly from the many casters on both teams, and soon the battle was in full force. It was apparent right off the bat that the Fate-marked were outclassed. The Doom Lords worked well together, and the standby players flawlessly replaced those who fell in battle. After only 15 minutes, the Doom Lords had burned the other guild's guardian down to 1% health, while theirs still had 35%. The leader of the Doom Lords landed the killing blow, shattering the opposing guild's guardian with a spell that laid it low. The crowd cheered for the Doom Lords, and I began to think that we didn't have a chance in hell at beating them. Frisco and the Persian Empire were up next, and I offered the Panther good luck when he and his guildmates moved out of their booth and into the tunnel. Their opponents, the Children of Light, strode out when they were announced, and the glow that emanated from their shiny armor was nearly blinding. They were paladins, one and all, and they looked quite imposing with their thick golden blades, armor, and the endless buffs that they had cast on each other. But Frisco had seemed to think that it would be an easy win given the Children of Light's lack of diversity. The wizardly announcer tapped his crystal again, and the battlefield changed from tiny islands and burning lava to a desert landscape full of rolling dunes. The two teams stood beside their respective guardians, and the battle began. As soon as the horn blared, sandworms suddenly emerged from the dunes. The creatures were 20 feet long and resembled earthworms, except they had scales like a lizard and giant gaping maws full of rows of teeth. The Children of Light decided to take up defense and fanned out in front of their guardian, while the Persian Empire charged across the dunes and let their guardian clear out the sandworms. For a few minutes, it looked like the Children of Light might just win. No matter how many spells the Persian Empire landed to the opposing guardian, its health didn't budge. But when Frisco and his guildies turned their attention on the paladins instead of the guardian, they dropped them all in less than 30 seconds. For 10 seconds there were no paladins on the battlefield, and that's when the Persian Empire made its move. They bombarded the opposing guardian with spells and curses, while their own guardian slammed into its counterpart. When the paladins' respawn countdown ended, however, the Persian Empire turned their attention back to the paladins and burned them all down again before they could perform any buffs. In this manner, the Persian Empire soon secured victory, and I found myself cheering for them with the rest of my guild. "Persian Empire! Persian Empire!" Kit screamed beside me with a look of pure delight. The crowd seemed to love Frisco and his cats as well. Their cheers were thunderous, and it took a full 5 minutes for the crowd to settle down enough for Dr. Marks to speak. "What a battle!" he said to Donovan. "I think they might be a contender for the Final Four," the wizard declared to the great enthusiasm of the crowd. The highlights replayed while the two announcers pointed out where each guild had gone wrong and what they had done right, and the looking-glass showed the next two guilds scheduled to battle. Heavy Metal Thunder versus the Orc Chieftains. "You girls ready?" I asked my guildmates. "You got it, Big Daddy," said Kit with a smile. "Let's kick some ass," Stormy yelled as she slammed her sword against her shield. "All right," I said, and took a deep breath. "Let's show them what we're made of." We were led from our booth to the tunnels below by a dwarven guard, and when our name was called, we emerged from the tunnel onto the sand to the applause of thousands. My guild was famous, and we had basically saved the game from being shut down twice now, but there was still some boos mixed in with the applause. "Heavy Metal Thunder, are you ready?" Dr. Marks asked. "Ready," I yelled, and my voice echoed through the Colosseum. "Orc Chieftains, are you ready?"
"These cheating bastards are going to pay," said the orc warlock Hisia. Some in the crowd booed her statement, but others applauded and cheered them on. "Let the battlefield be chosen," the wizard announced in a voice filled with dramatic flair. He tapped on the crystal, and the ground beneath my feet began to change, along with the surroundings. Gone was the desert, and in its place a grassy meadow full of tall crystals appeared. "Well, this isn't too bad," said Tweak as he took in the landscape. I was about to agree, but the jutting crystals suddenly retracted back into the earth and began to randomly shoot out from other locations, and they were everywhere. "I take that back," Tweak said with a sigh. "All right, Guardian," I said, looking up at the big blue crystal behemoth. "I want you to stay here, away from those crystals." Then I turned to my mates. "We're playing defense on this one. Let them try and make it across that maze of jutting crystals. They're sure to take on damage, and by the time they get here, we'll have the upper hand." The countdown began, and my guildmates quickly cast buffs on each other in preparation. The orc chieftains didn't hesitate, and once the countdown reached 0 and the horn blared, they charged across the ever-changing landscape. The crystals erupted from the earth like swords, and more than one of the orc chieftains found the ground beneath them suddenly erupt and throw them 100 feet into the air. Their red guardian was hit a few times as well, but they kept on coming. "Fire!" I yelled as they reached the middle of the battleground. I cast Firestorm and lit the ground surrounding our base with scorched earth, while the rest of my guildmates unleashed their own spells at the closest opponent. The orc warrior took the blows like a boss and charged through the smoke and fire as his health steadily ticked down to 20%, but a buff from one of his guildmates brought him back up to 40%. I unleashed Magic Bolt, Fireball, and Hellfire as my mates followed up their own spells, and the orc warrior fell dead less than 10 feet in front of me. "Focus your firepower on their guardian," I told the others. Then I looked over at Nanaya, who was our one and only alternate. "Be ready." I downed a mana potion and hit the opposing guardian with everything I had, while my guildmates did the same. The spells hit home, but so did those cast by the other guild. The orc chieftains had finally crossed the maze of thrusting crystals, and they lit into us with everything they had. I took a hit from a warlock that left me dazed, and another from an ice mage that left me with only 25% movement speed. Finally, an assassin appeared beside me, smiled, and stabbed me in the heart. "You are dead." The pain lasted only a moment, and I found myself in ghost form, waiting behind the veil at our base. Nanaya quickly took my place, however, and to the crowd's delight, she took the form of a white dragon. I watched my cooldown tick down to 0, and as soon as I became whole again, Nanaya swooped down and grabbed a hold of me in her long talons. She glided upward and did a barrel roll. Then she released me and flipped back around in the air, allowing me to land on her back safely. "Are you nuts?" I yelled over the howling wind as I clutched the horns protruding from her shoulder blades. "Yeah, pretty much," she said with a laugh. "Now let's show these fucks who's boss." The crowd cheered as the image of me and the white dragon appeared on the big looking glass. The applause was electrifying, and I couldn't help but smile as we bore down on the red guardian. Nanaya unleashed dragonfire, and I hit the guardian with a magic bolt, fireball, and hellfire in rapid succession. Spells flew toward us from the orc chieftains, but Nanaya maneuvered around the glowing projectiles with practiced ease. On the ground, our little aerial show had created the distraction that the rest of my guildmates needed, and I watched from on high as they lit into the orc chieftains with spells of their own. Nanaya flew back around and unleashed another streaming tongue of flame. It exploded against the ground at the Red Guardian's feet and left him staggering blindly in a pyre that reached 30 feet into the air. The crystals continued to shoot out of the ground, and one struck the Guardian in the knee, buckling it. "Hold on," Nanaya yelled back at me, and she did a barrel roll that left us falling like stones toward the staggering Guardian. Our blue Guardian crashed into its counterpart, sending the red off balance and leaving him face down on the ground. Nanaya took advantage of the moment and suddenly pulled up as we shot toward the wrestling behemoths.
She landed on the red's back and doused its head with dragon fire, while I unleashed a torrent of spells aimed right at the crystalline head. A spell hit Nanai in the neck, then another in the head, and she reeled back, just as I was going through the hand gestures to conjure a fireball. I tumbled backward down her tail, fell off the right side, and landed hard on my back. The air exploded from my lungs, but before I could attempt to recover, an orc warrior came leaping through the flames with a warhammer cocked back high over her ugly green head. I unleashed the fireball that I had been holding on to, and it took the orc right in the face. She flipped backward and landed hard on her ass, and I unleashed my follow-up spell. Scorched earth should have left her reeling from the pain as it engulfed her, but to my surprise, she shot up off the ground and slammed her enormous warhammer right into my chest. My armor took the brunt of the blow, but it was still enough force to crack just about every bone in my back and send me ass over tea kettle, and right into a jutting crystal. Warrior Stun, 50% movement speed reduction. Duration, 10 seconds. 10 seconds? That was a lifetime when you were fighting for your life. I let out a groan that sounded like it came from a slow-motion clip as I writhed like a turtle in pain. The warrior came into view as I tried desperately to conjure a spell, but I was too slow, and she drew back her warhammer with a grin and swung it downward. I closed my eyes, knowing that I was doomed, but rather than the sound of my crushing bones, I heard the sharp song of a blade, a gurgle, and a thud. I opened my eyes and found Ember standing over me, offering me a hand. "Thanks, babe," I said as I took her hand and helped her pull me to my feet. "Any time, sugar dick," she said with a wink. "Their guardian is at 6%. You ready to finish this bitch?" "Fuck yeah," I said, as Kit and Anna's healing energy washed over me. "Come on," Kit yelled as she, Tweak, Anna, and Stormy charged past us. Ember and I followed them back to the fallen Red Guardian, and I saw the newly spawned orc chieftains charging across the treacherous field of crystal spears. "Take out the Guardian. I'll head them off," I yelled to my guildmates. On cue, Kit, Anna, Ember, and Cecilia cast extra buffs on me. Shadow armor, plus 25% armor. Duration, 30 minutes. Blessing of Gaia, plus 25% pain resistance. Duration, 15 minutes. Gift of Life. Regenerate 100 health per second. Duration, 10 minutes. Holy Retribution. 5% chance enemy attack will rebound. Duration, 1 hour. Healing Touch. 1,000 health regeneration per second. Duration, 10 seconds. Beneath the Wings of the Father. 500 armor regeneration per second. Duration, 15 seconds. Freshly buffed and ready to kick some ass, I charged toward the orc chieftains with my fire shield blazing. I cast Scorched Earth across a 20-foot swath. Then I conjured Firestorm and watched with glee as the fiery meteorites slammed into my enemies. The first orc chieftain to reach me was an ugly warlock with big curved tusks. He shot his hand out toward me, and a black-winged demon appeared with a flash of blinding light and a cloud of sulfuric yellow smoke. I brought my enchanted sword to bear and struck fast and true, impaling the screaming demon through the chest. Soul Shatter Strike. The notification appeared on my interface, and a heartbeat later, the demon exploded into 1,000 pieces. The warlock's eyes widened as I sped toward him, and I slapped his feeble staff strike to the side with my fire shield. I stabbed the orc 3 times in the gut and watched as his health ticked down to 45%. But then one of his teammates reached us and pressed me with an onslaught of sword strikes that left my fire shield sparking. I glanced over at the Red Guardian and grinned to myself when I saw that it was down to 1%. I turned to face my opponents once more, but to my surprise, they suddenly took notice of something and ran past me. I turned to see what had taken their attention and let out a groan when I saw that our Blue Guardian was down to 1% as well, and it was being swarmed by demons. "Burn the red down!" I yelled to my guildmates. Ember hacked at the downed behemoth, while Kit, Cecilia, and Anna hit it with spells from their staffs. Tweak was hacking at the red with his enchanted blade, while Stormy chopped away at its neck with her massive axe. I could hear the crowd in the distance screaming like a murderous mob, and the announcers were saying something. They were counting down each of the Guardians' health. "The Orc chieftains have the blue down to .0098, Dr. Marks yelled at the camera. "And Heavy Metal Thunder is just ahead of them, having brought the red down to .0091, said the wizard with amazement. "What a fight this has turned out to be!" I was too far away to attack the red with my enchanted sword, but I still had my magic. I performed the hand gestures to conjure my spells in a blur of motion, and cast Fireball, Arcane Lightning, Scorched Earth, Firestorm, and Hellfire in rapid succession. Warning: mana 8%. I was already drinking a mana potion when the notification went up on my interface, and I followed up the barrage with another. Then I heard our blue guardian groan, and I looked to him with a defiant cry. The Orc chieftains had burned him down to .0011%, and any moment now they would land the killing blow. I desperately conjured a magic bolt and looked to the thrashing red guardian. But before I could get off my shot, Nanaya landed on the behemoth's head in all her hot succubus glory and drove her sword into its right eye. When the red guardian shattered into a million pieces, the crowd and the entire battlefield went quiet. Then Dr. Marks's voice tore through the silence. "Heavy Metal Thunder has done it! By Mangaroo's beard!" the wizard screamed as he bounded up and down in his seat. The cheer of the crowd was like crashing ocean waves, and more than one ugly orc turned toward me as I ran to my guildmates in celebration. Chapter 9. The beers were flowing and the replays were flashing across the many looking glasses as my guildmates and I walked into Cecilia's pub. "3 cheers for Heavy Metal Thunder!" Tweak yelled against the back of his hand. The crowd took up the cheer, and mugs full of ale were promptly pushed into our hands. We took our usual booth, and Cecilia had her security guards, who were 5 stark dwarves, give us some room. "I don't know how the hell we pulled that off," said Tweak as he raised a glass. "But we did it." "Hear, hear," said Stormy as we clanged mugs and spilled foam onto the table. We downed our drinks and slammed them on the table, and a hot little leopard furry waitress sauntered up to us to refill our mugs. "You really kicked some ass today," said Ember, offering Nanaya a nod of respect. "So did Stormy," Kit happily added. "We all did good," I told them. "Trinity would be proud." "You're damn right she would," came the warrior's voice. I turned to find her grinning at us all. She avoided my gaze and focused on the girls instead. Kit gave her a big hug, and Ember offered her a sly grin. "You should have seen it," said Kit. "We barely beat them. It was fucking amazing." "Oh, I saw it," said Trinity. "I bribed an NPC guard to bring me a small looking glass." Trinity slid into the booth across from me and finally met my prying eyes. She offered me a sweet smile, and I couldn't help but return it. The blonde warrior was just too damn pretty, and she knew it. I wanted to have words with her, and she probably knew that as well, but the middle of a busy pub wasn't the place, so I let it go until later. The crowd pressed in, some cheering for us, and others accusing us of being cheaters. What Trinity had done may have solidified our victory, but it had tarnished it as well. I glanced around at the players surrounding us, and barely being kept back by the 5 stout dwarves. I half expected to see Bogram standing among the malcontents, but if he was around, I couldn't find him. "Don't worry about Bogram," said Cecilia knowingly. "The gods have explicit orders to keep him out of the pub." "He's going to want revenge," I said with a glance at Trinity. She shrugged. "He shouldn't have started talking shit yesterday. It's his own fault he got locked up." I arched a brow and offered her a dubious look. "Whatever," said Ember. "We won fair and square." "Yeah, man," Tweak added. "We outclassed them, simple as that." "Look," said Anna. I followed her gesture and saw that Dr. Marks and the wizard were back on the big looking glass. "Everybody shut up," Cecilia yelled at the crowd. She tapped on her interface and the voices of the 2 announcers got louder. "What a day of competition," Dr. Marks was saying as highlights of our battle with the orc chieftains played behind him. "I'll say," the wizard Donovan nodded affably. "Why, I haven't seen a fight like this since I told my ex-wife I was moving out." Some in the crowd laughed, but most groaned at the lame joke. "Tomorrow is sure to bring us another batch of amazing battles," said the doctor. "We've got the Crimson Dragons fighting the Bards of Kalimdor, the one true guild against the Skull Thumpers, and the Gilded Mages set to do battle with the Wyverns, to name a few." "Right you are, Doctor," said the wizard. "And let's not forget about the Tokyo Kids versus the Manchurian Meddlers. That fight is bound to be nearly as exciting as Heavy Metal Thunder and the Orc Chieftains was today." "We've got 2 days before we fight again," said Trinity as she turned from the looking-glass. "We should level up while we've got a chance." The girls looked my way coyly, and Tweak shook his head. "You guys have fun. I've got to go see my trainer." The girls and I left the tumult of the pub for the comfort of Cecilia's bedroom. As I watched them disrobe, I thanked my lucky stars for the 100th time. The girls all surrounded me as I lay on the bed, grinning like a fool, and they took turns riding the magic stick. As they leveled one by one, I fought the urge to release my pent-up seed, and by the time Stormy took her turn, I was ready to pop. She clung to me as we both climaxed, and the notification appeared just above her swaying breasts. "Congratulations. You've reached level 53. "Oh, wow," said Stormy as she lay against my chest, panting. "I'm level 57 now." "Yup," said Kit with a purr as she slid up against my right side. "And in 12 more hours, you could be a level 58. I fell asleep shortly after leveling. It had been a long day, and the battle against the Orc chieftains had left me feeling spent. When I woke up, I found myself standing in the throne room of none other than Magula. "Is this a dream?" I asked the demon. She smiled down on me from the throne. "Who is to say what is real and what is not?" she asked with a grin. "I see that you have defeated your first opponent." "Yeah, barely," I said as I glanced around the ceiling, expecting to see my golden children hiding in the shadows. "I believe that you will continue to win," she offered with a wave of her hand. "Soon you will be a king among men. Then we shall conquer the world." "Did you do as I asked? Have our, kids stopped leveling?" "Yes. I have forbidden them from leveling until you have become king. Even if my guild wins and I become king, I need you to wait. Becoming a king is only the beginning. I need to become a powerful king before we can begin to think about conquering the surface world." She studied me for a moment and finally nodded. "This talk of war bores me." Magula snapped her fingers, and the next thing I knew, I was standing at the foot of a big king-sized bed. Magula lay at the other end, completely naked, and I remembered the underworld bonus that deactivated the cooldown on my special ability. "Come to me, Samson," she said as she played with her pointy red nipples. "Fill me with your magical seed." My cock swelled in my pants, and I took a dreamy step around the bed. But then I remembered what had happened last time. "You want me to give you more children," I realized. "Of course. We have only just begun to build our army," she said as her hand moved down her beautiful body. "Damn, I wonder if there are condoms in Rebirth Online," I thought to myself as I stared at her ridiculously hot body. "I think I'm going to have to take a rain check," I told the demon, but she only laughed. "You're such a tease," she moaned as she slipped 2 fingers into her glistening demon snatch. "I'm serious, Magula. No more sex. No more children. Not right now, anyway." She sobered instantly and sat up as anger flashed across her face. "What is the meaning of this? Is it those whores that you frolic with? Have they turned you against me?" "No, this has nothing to do with them," I said. "We must take this slow. That is all. I shouldn't even be here right now. If the gods knew that we were—" "To the underworld with the gods," Magula cursed. "I do not fear them." "Honorable, truly, but you should fear them. We need to be more careful. Do you understand?" "But Samson," she said as she brought herself to her feet with her long black wings, "I need you. I crave you. I must have you inside me." She walked up to me and kissed me passionately, and when her hand found my shaft, I let out a groan of pleasure. "Magula," I panted, "I can't." I pulled back from her grasp and stared into her shimmering eyes. She frowned, then scowled, and promptly slapped me across the face. "Fine," she said as she regained her composure. "I shall heed your advice, and I will be patient. But know that I long for the day that I might feel your body against mine." "Return me to the surface world," I said, as I wiped the blood from the corner of my lip. "I must prepare for my next battle." "Good luck, my love," said Magula, and then, with a wave of her hand, the bedroom disappeared. I awoke, draped in naked women, and it took me a moment to realize that I had been dreaming. Or had I? I wiped my bleary eyes and roused my guildmates. We needed to hit the simulation chambers and start practicing if we were going to have a chance against the next guild. "Wake up, girls," I said as I slapped Trinity and Kit's bare asses and pulled the covers off the others. "Time to get to work." I found Tweak and his purple monkeys in the kitchen whipping up a huge breakfast, and the ape put a cup of coffee in front of me when I sat down at the counter. "You look like you've been ridden hard and put away wet," he said, raising his own mug. "You could say that," I offered. "Oh my God, what's that smell?" said Kit with a yawn. "Pancakes, bacon, eggs, sausage," said Tweak. "Help yourselves, ladies." "I'm liking this big purple ape more and more," Stormy said as she rubbed her hands together and sat down at the table. When our bellies were full, and all the dishes had been magically dismissed, Cecilia shared a file with each of us from her interface, and a guild roster unfolded before my eyes. "All right, peeps," said Cecilia. "This is the roster for the Harvesters of Sorrow. They beat the Grinders yesterday quite easily, and I think they're going to give us a hell of a fight. But they have their weaknesses, and I intend on exploiting them." We watched the battle between the Harvesters of Sorrow and the Grinders 5 times on the looking glass, and Cecilia pointed out various formations that the Harvesters favored, and the flaws in their strategy. When we finished, we went to the training chamber and ran a simulation that Cecilia and Tweak had managed to load somehow through the Game Master. The digital version of the Harvesters of Sorrow appeared before us, and then took off to the other side of the metallic room. "You two did a hell of a job with that program," I told Cecilia and Tweak. Tweak waved me off. "Child's play. They're programmed to act like the real Harvesters of Sorrow, or as close as the computer can get them anyway," said Cecilia. "All right," I told my guildmates. "Let's do this." We buffed up and moved to the other side of the room, where the Blue Guardian waited. The Game Master brought the simulation to life, and a moment later we were standing in a foggy swampland. "Gross," Kit yelled when she stepped in the mire up to the knee. "Have the Game Master pick a different one." "We need to get used to fighting in any condition on the battlefield," I told her as I helped her out of the mud. "Heavy metal thunder," the Game Master yelled. "Are you ready?" "Ready," I yelled back. "Harvesters of Sorrow, are you ready?" he asked the other guild. "Yes," said the guild leader. She was a mean-looking, dark elf witch doctor named Vyra, who hissed like a snake when she spoke. Her guild, all badass-looking dark elves, red-eyed dwarves, and a few orcs, all wore similar black armor. "Let the battle begin!" the Game Master cried, and our opponents began to charge across the high ground. They were letting their guardian lead the way, which was a strategy that we had seen from yesterday. "All right, team," I said as I conjured a magic bolt. "You know what to do. Stormy and Trinity are backup. Nanaya and Ember take out their healers. The rest of you with me." Nanaya turned into a 12-foot-long alligator and disappeared into the swamp. Ember became invisible, and the rest of us hunkered down behind whatever cover we could find. When the spells started flying, it was the Harvesters of Sorrow who struck first, going right for our guardian and ignoring the rest of us completely. Kit, Anna, and Cecilia focused their healing energy on our blue guardian, while Tweak and I focused our spells on the red. One of the warriors turned his attention to me as I was unleashing spells upon the red guardian, and the dark elf charged toward me with his longsword cocked back for the kill. I kept my attention on the red, knowing or hoping that Ember would intercept the dark elf warrior. On cue, the elf staggered as if it had been slashed across the back of the legs by a sword. Ember became visible behind the downed warrior, and she landed 3 dagger strikes to his back before the dark elf was able to spin around and block the 4th. I shot a magic bolt that exploded against the back of his head, as Ember weaved and dodged around the big sword. She stabbed him in the neck, and the blood flew as the dark elf stumbled and fell to one knee. The healers were still under attack from Tweak and his purple monkeys, and they didn't have a chance to help the injured warrior before Ember and I finished him off. I turned my attention back to the Red Guardian and hit the behemoth with every spell I had. I lit the ground on fire beneath his feet with scorched earth, zapped him with arcane lightning, and unleashed a barrage of flaming meteors. Tweak kept up his attack, but was soon overwhelmed by 2 enemies who cut him down as he released one final spell. When he died, his purple monkeys went with him. Anna fell next, ambushed by an assassin. Cecilia and Stormy leapt from behind the shimmering veil and entered the battle with a vengeance. Together they danced through their opponents and unleashed a devastating series of strikes as our healers turned their attention on the 2 warriors. Nanaya suddenly burst from the murky depths and chomped down on an orc healer's head, then pulled him into the water where she proceeded to spin and thrash, tearing the orc to pieces. The Harvesters of Sorrow had opted to attack us on our own turf, which left their replacements 200 yards away on the other side of the swamp. I'd hoped that the swamp would slow them down a bit, but one of the replacements was a mage, and they used their power to freeze the swamp, allowing their teammates to easily run straight across it. The battle played out for nearly a half hour, but we had gotten the jump on the Red Guardian and managed to kill it before the other guild could burn ours down. "Holy shit, that one was rough," said Anna, as we all gathered around the remnant of the Red Guardian. "It's only going to get tougher," I said, and glanced at the Game Master. Again, we spent the entire day practicing against the programmed guild, and we only lost 3 of the 12 battles. By the time we left, we were all exhausted, so we headed back to Cecilia's place to get some rest and plan for the next day. Soon, we would have to face the real Harvesters of Sorrow, and I had a feeling it was going to be much harder. Chapter 10. I woke up feeling good about the upcoming battle, and after a quick breakfast with my guildmates, I went to the mage trainer to spend my new attribute points. After having him put them all in spirit, I headed back toward the pub to meet back up with the rest of the guild. "There he is," I heard a very familiar voice call out, and I turned slowly in the middle of the street to find my mother and father running toward me. "Mom? Dad? What are you doing here? And why do you both look 20 years younger?" "We wanted to offer our support in your upcoming competition," said my father. "And we look younger because why not?" said my mother. She did a little twirl and her priestess robes flared out. My father laughed, and I couldn't help but gawk. He wore shiny silver warrior armor and carried a longsword. It looked like he had dropped about 30 pounds. "You guys look great," I said as my mother hugged me. "Show us around the place," she said as she glanced around in wonderment. "Got anywhere good to eat around here?" my father asked. "I know none of this is real, but the hunger sure feels like it." "Sure. I was just about to meet up with the rest of my guildmates," I told them both. "Come on, they'll be excited to see you." My guild was waiting for me at our usual booth, and when they saw my mother and father, conversation quickly died down. "Hey guys, look who it is," I said as we approached. "You found 2 more guildmates?" Stormy asked. "No, these are my parents." "Oh, well then, hello," said the dwarf. "Hello, good dwarf," said my father. He grinned happily, no doubt thinking he was pretty cool for speaking like a character from The Lord of the Rings. "Why aren't there more men in your guild?" my mother asked with a quick glance at Tweak. "Is it just you and the purple monkey?" "He's an ape," I said. "And yeah, it's just us right now." "He prefers women," said Kit happily. "Since, he's got the magic stick." "So," I blurted, "you guys said you were hungry. Cecilia, can you have a waitress bring some menus?" "Sure thing." Cecilia tapped on her interface, and a few seconds later, a cute white cat furry walked up to our table. "We've got to get to the stadium and prepare for the competition," I told my parents. "You guys have a good lunch, and maybe I'll see you in the stands." "Oh, you will," my mother told me. "Dr. Mark's got us great seats. Right behind your booth," he said. "All right, great. See you then." I kissed my mother on the cheek, gave my father a hug, and turned to lead my guildmates to the Colosseum. But then I stopped and turned back to my folks. "Thanks for coming. It means a lot to me." My mother's eyes teared up, and my father smiled proudly. "Kick their asses," my mother told me. A half-hour later, my guildmates and I sat in our booth and listened to Dr. Marks and the wizard go over the day's lineup. The looking glasses all around the Colosseum showed the current bracket. "Of the original 64 guilds, we are now down to 32, said the doctor, and he proceeded to name every guild alphabetically. "That's a hell of a list, Doc," said the wizard. Then he turned to the camera and grinned. "But after today, it will be smaller, won't it? Ha!" "Yes, it will," said Dr. Marks. "Our first battle will be randomly generated. Good wizard, will you do the honors?" Of course, said the wizard. He cracked his knuckles, waggled his fingers, and tapped on the crystals sitting on the table. The names of all the guilds flashed on the looking glasses, and when they finally settled on 2 guilds, the wizard clapped happily. "Excellent first battle! Please take your places on the sand. Girls only and Persian Empire." The wizard laughed and turned to the doctor. "I love saying that. Persian Empire. Ha ha! So does every furry I know," the doctor said with a laugh. "I love saying Persian Empire too," said Kit as she clung to my right arm. "You're such a flake," said Trinity on my left. "Go Persian Empire!" my mother screamed behind us. I turned to find her in full heavy metal thunder regalia. My dad also held a giant foam shield and sword emblazoned with my guild's name on them. The 2 guilds moved to their respective sides of the sand, and the wizard initiated the random battlefield generator. The crowd gasped when the 2 guilds were completely encapsulated in water. A lake had been formed in front of us, and by some magic it was contained within a bowl-shaped force field. "No fair!" Kit protested. "Everyone knows that cats hate water." Many of the people in the crowd seemed to share her sentiment, but the booing did not stop the battle from moving forward. The Persian Empire didn't seem to mind being wet as much as Kit had insinuated, and the 2 teams struggled equally to maneuver and fight in the water. Girls only went on the offensive, bombarding the Persian Empire's guardian with spells that streaked across the top of the water like missiles. But the guardian turned out to be a good swimmer, and soon the battle went underwater. Luckily, Frisco and his band of furries had spells or devices that allowed them to breathe underwater, and they soon took the lead against the all-girl guild. When all was said and done, the Persian Empire won by a landslide. We watched 5 more battles before our guild was called on to fight the Harvesters of Sorrow, and as we made our way out of our booth and down to the sand, my father called down to me. "Go get 'em, son." "Are you nervous, Big Daddy?" Kid asked as we walked through the tunnel leading to the sand. "I mean, with your parents watching and all." "Maybe a little," I admitted. "But we've trained our asses off. I think we've got a hell of a chance." We walked out onto the sand to the roaring applause of thousands of players sitting on the ascending rows. Some chanted for my guild, and others cheered for the Harvesters of Sorrow. But the loudest people in the crowd turned out to be my parents, who sat behind us just above our booth. "Heavy Metal Thunder, are you ready?" the wizard asked. "Ready," I yelled back, and my voice echoed through the Colosseum. "Harvesters of Sorrow, are you ready?" The leader of the Harvesters let out a guttural roar, and the crowd went wild. "And now for the battleground," said the wizard. He tapped on the crystal in front of him, and the battlefield began to shimmer into existence. The sand beneath us was replaced by a hard stone, and a large pond appeared in front of us. A bridge sprang out of the ground and spread over the water, connecting our base camp with that of the Harvesters of Sorrow. "Are those sea monsters?" Anna asked as she looked over the ledge. I looked down at the water, which was about 30 feet below us. The water was green and choppy, but it wasn't hard to make out the long tentacles of octopus-like creatures. Is that the fucking Kraken?" Tweak asked in horror. "It looks that way," I said as I peered across the thin stone bridge connecting the two bases. "This fight is going to be pretty straightforward. I think that if we can knock their guardian off the bridge, that the sea monster will make short work of it." "Yeah, they're probably planning the same thing for our guardian," said Anna. "Then keeping our guardian safe on the bridge is the top priority," said Cecilia. "I agree," I told the fox furry, and turned to the tall blue crystal creature. "Guardian, I want you to stay here at our base. Keep away from the bridge at all cost." "Stay away from bridge," he said in a heavy voice. "Nanaya, I want you to take dragon form and do everything you can to knock their guardian into the water," I instructed the beautiful succubus. "Tweak, Anna, Kit, you're with me on the bridge. Trinity and Stormy, I want you to hang back and protect our guardian at all costs. Ember and Cecilia, you're alternates." "You got it, lover boy," said Trinity. "All right," I told my guildmates. "Let's buff up and kick some ass." Soon the game master was counting down, and when he hit 0, I raced from our landing and charged across the bridge with Tweak, Anna, and Kit following close behind. The Harvesters of Sorrow were known for being very aggressive, and they had opted for offense. Their guardian stomped across the bridge, shaking the stone so hard that I thought it might crumble. I glanced over the side of the 100-foot-long bridge and was surprised to see that the sea monster's tentacles were searchingly moving up toward us. Nanaya flew toward the opposing Red Guardian. She came in hard on its right side, and I called back to Kit. "Tangle up its legs!" Kit skidded to a stop and extended her furry hands. Long vines shot out from her palms, sped across the bridge, and wrapped around the Red's thick legs. A moment later, Nanaya slammed into the Guardian like a cannonball. The behemoth staggered, and Kit tightened the vines around its feet. I skidded to a stop and cast Firestorm, followed by Arcane Lightning. Tweak and Anna attacked the Red Guardian as well, and I watched with growing excitement as the crystal creature teetered close to the brink. Nanaya was beating her wings furiously as she clawed at the Guardian's face, and I thought that any minute it would fall into the clutches of the sea monster, whose tentacles were now creeping over the side of the bridge. Then a barrage of spells slammed into Nanaya, and she went spiraling down toward the lake beneath us, leaving behind a trail of smoke. A moment later, the Guardian regained his footing, grabbed the vines around its ankles, and jerked hard. Kit screamed as she was launched toward the Guardian, and I tried to distract the behemoth with a barrage of spells, but he swatted Kit out of the air like a bug and sent her spinning over the side of the bridge. "Fuck!" I yelled, as the Harvesters of Sorrow sped by their Guardian and charged across the bridge. I brought up my fire shield and ducked behind it as the spells slammed into Anna and Tweak's armor. The attack didn't kill them, but it deposited both of them on their asses about 20 feet away. I knew that I was doomed, but I wasn't about to go out without a fight. I leapt up from behind my shield, unleashed Firestorm, and charged into the fray. I got about 4 feet when a thick tentacle suddenly grabbed me by the right ankle and yanked me right off the bridge. I unsheathed my enchanted blade and tried desperately to hack the tentacle in half, but it was jerking me around so bad that I couldn't get off a clean strike. As I fought to free myself, I looked down and groaned when I saw the gaping maw waiting for me 30 feet below. The sea monster had beady black eyes and a mouth that opened like an umbrella. It had endless rows of razor-sharp teeth and a dozen tentacles that were impossibly long. I screamed and slashed at the one holding me, and when I finally connected, the monster didn't release me like I had hoped. Instead, it slammed me into the bridge like a whip, and a flash of terrible pain screamed through my body. "You are dead." A heartbeat later, I opened my eyes and let out a scream. There was no more pain. I had died, and now waited behind the veil in ghost form. "That looked painful," said Nanaya with a grimace. She stood beside me in ghost form, waiting for her own countdown, and soon Tweak, Kit, and Ember joined us. "Same plan," I told my guildmates, "but this time let's knock that fucker off the ledge." Our countdowns hit 0 almost simultaneously, and we erupted from behind the veil with a vengeance. The Harvesters of Sorrow were now on our side of the bridge, lighting into our guardian with everything they had. Tweak conjured his purple monkeys, and they scampered into the fray with no fear. Trinity, Stormy, and Ember attacked the enemy casters, and Anaya began to morph into something else. I thought that she would take on her dragon form, but instead, she had opted for a 15-foot-tall mountain troll. She swatted the enemy players aside with her massive fists and charged into the Red Guardian's knees. Our Guardian and the Red were still locked in battle, but with Nanaya's help, ours had gained the upper hand. "New plan, Guardian!" I yelled up at him as I deflected a spell with my fire shield. "Push that bastard off the ledge!" An enemy dwarf came leaping out of the smoke and slammed my shield with his massive axe, and I staggered back from the blow and unsheathed my enchanted blade. Before I could engage the dwarf, however, Anna hit him with a spell that froze him in place. Then Trinity came out of nowhere and shoulder-slammed the stunned dwarf, sending him careening over the ledge. The two guardians continued to fight, as the rest of us battled at their feet. The Harvesters of Sorrow had turned their attention on Nanaya, who was using her incredible strength to help push the Red toward the ledge. In turn, my guildmates and I focused our spells on the Red Guardian. Then we got lucky. Two thick green tentacles shot up from behind the ledge and wrapped themselves around the Red Guardian's ankles. They yanked back, sweeping the feet right out from under the Guardian, who landed on top of Nanaya. "Guardian, get back to our base!" I screamed, afraid that the Red Guardian would pull ours down with it. 3 more tentacles shot up over the ledge and wrapped themselves around the struggling Red's legs, and another came over and grabbed the right ankle of our retreating Guardian. The opposing guild hurriedly began trying to blast the tentacles apart and free the Red, but it was no use. A moment later, the sea monster yanked hard and pulled the Red over the ledge. The crowd went wild as 5 of the Harvesters of Sorrow went over the side with the Red. We made short work of the remaining 2 players, and I looked over the ledge to find the Red Guardian doing battle with the giant sea monster. "Help me!" Stormy cried out, as she hacked at the tentacles still holding on to our Guardian. The monster was strong as hell, and was slowly pulling our Guardian toward the ledge. In just a few seconds, ours too would be tumbling down to the murky waters below. I unsheathed the enchanted blade that had been gifted to me by Magula, and my guildmates did the same. We fell on the tentacle, hacking and chopping with our glowing swords. The Harvesters of Sorrow alternates had emerged from behind the veil and were now racing across the bridge. We had only moments before they fell upon us, and I began to think that we wouldn't free the blue in time. Then Stormy leapt over our Guardian and came down hard with a ridiculously large axe. Sparks flew from the stones as the axe chopped right through the tentacle. Our Guardian scrambled to his feet and raced for our base as I had instructed, and the rest of us turned to face the Harvesters of Sorrow. They were pissed as hell, but there was nothing they could do to help their Guardian. A large looking glass above their base showed the Red Guardian's health bar, and it was quickly ticking towards 0. Our Guardian, on the other hand, was still well over 70%. "All we've got to do is hold them off for a few more seconds," I yelled to my guildmates. The Harvesters of Sorrow reached our side of the bridge, and we met their charge with a war cry. I died 3 times in less than a minute as the opposing guild tried desperately to burn down our Guardian. But when the explosion sounding the destruction of the Red Guardian shook the stone beneath us, a horn blared, signaling the end of the battle. "Holy shit," said Anna, panting beside me. "Did we just win?" I nodded happily, and she wrapped her arms around me and gave me a big kiss. The crowd was on their feet, chanting our name, and I saw my parents among them, brimming with pride. "Winner!" came the voice of Dr. Marks. "Heavy Metal Thunder!" The crowd chanted our names, and roses fell upon the sand. Then an explosion suddenly rocked the Colosseum. Chapter 11. The blast had come from the middle of the sand less than 50 feet away from us, and I was lifted off my feet by a wall of green flame and deposited near the wall. A wave of sand covered me, and I lay on the ground struggling to breathe. I pulled myself up out of the sand and looked around, but there was too much dust to see through. "Kit! Trinity! Anna!" I called. Where is everyone?" They groaned and called back to me from close by, and then the surrounding dust suddenly receded back from the center of the blast. I found everyone sprawled out around me, and the stands were in chaos. "Look," Cecilia said urgently, and pointed at the pit that now smoldered in the center of the arena. From the depths of the smoldering pit came a black creature that looked to be made completely of shadow. It hovered over the smoldering pit, halfway between my guild and the Harvesters of Sorrow. I nodded at the other guild leader, and he acknowledged my silent gesture. I assumed that the creature was hostile, and the dwarven guards seemed to agree. They rushed past me and my guild and surrounded the shadow creature. There were at least 20 guards in all, and the stadium was packed with highly skilled players. But that didn't stop the creature from suddenly shooting toward the crowd with a hair-raising howl. Spells erupted from all around the stadium, over 1,000 in all. But to everyone's utter amazement, none of the spells hit the creature. They went through it as though it was smoke, and the creature swooped down toward my guild's booth. No, it wasn't going for our booth. It was going toward my parents. "Look out!" I screamed, and unleashed a blast of arcane lightning. My spell was absorbed by the creature this time, as were the other players' hundreds of follow-up spells. The shadow creature held the collective energy in its long fingers, and then suddenly released it all in a blast of light. Every spell shot back at its wielder, and I barely brought up my fire shield in time to deflect my arcane lightning. I ran through the fiery chaos, dodging and deflecting runaway spells, desperately trying to get to my parents. Everyone around them was clearing out, but they stood there in shock. I saw my father finally unsheath his blade, but it turned to ash with a flick of the shadow creature's wrist. "Run!" I screamed, but it was too late. The shadowy figure raised its hands, palms out, and black tendrils shot out of its hands and wrapped my parents in a dark, misty webbing. "No!" I leapt up onto the barrier wall and kicked off, launching myself 20 feet into the air. I reached for the shadow creature, intent on driving it to the ground and killing it for messing with my parents. But just like my spells, I passed right through the creature. I landed in the aisle behind the 5th row and turned to see my parents floating through the air behind the shadowy figure. "Somebody do something!" I screamed as I desperately scanned the crowd. "Dr. Marks!" I saw him floating across the Colosseum. His eyes glowed white-hot, and his hair danced with silver flames. He stopped mid-air and unleashed a beam of light that slammed into the shadow creature's chest. The crowd cheered, but the scream that issued from the shadowy figure silenced them all. I covered my ears, sure that the scream of the creature had shattered my eardrums. Dr. Marks hit the creature again with a beam of light, but my parents were still floating toward the gaping fissure. I saw players racing toward them, arms extended in a desperate attempt to save them, but it was no use. My parents were sucked into the steamy hole, and the shadow figure disappeared. I watched, horrified, as the sand that had been blasted out of the center of the arena was sucked back in. It was as if someone had hit rewind on a movie, and soon silence filled the stadium. "Magula!" I screamed, and my voice echoed throughout the stadium. Stunned silence followed my dying cry. Then the Colosseum erupted into curious murmurs, outraged exclamations, and even some applause, as though people thought it had been a part of the show. "Sam!" Kit yelled as she ran toward me. "I'm so sorry, Sam, but we'll get them back. We'll find them." She squeezed me tight, and the rest of my guild gathered around. "You think it was Magula?" Tweak asked me. I nodded. I was fuming and didn't trust myself to speak. "Why would she kidnap your parents?" Stormy asked. "Maybe she wants them to meet their grandkids," said Trinity. I offered her a withering glare, and she winced. "Too soon?" she asked sarcastically. "What the hell is your problem lately?" Anna asked. "Sam's parents were just pulled into the underworld, or wherever the hell, and you're cracking jokes like an asshole." "Fuck you, Miss Perfect," said the red-faced warrior. Anna took a step toward her, but Tweak got between the two girls. Now, ladies, let's keep our heads. We're on TV." Tweak nudged his head toward the big looking glass, and the women got themselves under control. I walked over to the spot where my parents had been dragged down to hell and felt the soft sand with my right palm. It was cool to the touch, and there was no longer any indication that anything had happened. What was that all about, Sam? I turned to find Dr. Marks standing behind me with his arms folded and a scowl on his face. All around us, the Colosseum was emptying. The dwarven guards were ushering everyone out, and the looking-glass announced that the tournament had been paused for the time being. I was hoping you could tell me, I said. Well, I suggest you get it all sorted out with your demonic girlfriend, said the doctor. You don't seem to be taking this very seriously, I said as I stalked toward him. Crazy shit happens in this game all the time, Sam. Your parents know that better than most. They knew what they were getting themselves into. Did they, though? Relax, Sam. Your parents will be fine. Fine, I said, laying on the sarcasm. They're guests, and their pain stats have been turned down just about to 0, said the doctor. Besides, they can log out anytime they want. Sure, but if they ever want to visit again, they'll log on and be stuck in the underworld, or wherever that thing took them. Dr. Mark shrugged. They can buy new avatars. I paced back and forth before him with my hands on my hips, trying to calm myself down. What the hell was that thing? That was the Wraith King, one of the most powerful creatures in the underworld. When the game started, he was programmed into a prison, but it appears that someone has awakened him. Find out who that was, and you might find your parents. I thought you assumed that it was Magula. He shrugged. Perhaps, perhaps not. Why don't you ask her? I plan on it, I said, and turned from the doctor. I knew that he wasn't going to offer any more help, and I didn't want him to anyway. This was probably just Magula being an asshole, or maybe she thought it was funny. Then there was the possibility that Trinity's suggestion was correct, and Magula wanted my parents to meet our golden demon children. What a fun conversation that would be. I let out a sigh and returned to my curious guildmates. I need to meet with Magula, see what the hell's going on, I told them. Alone? Kid asked. We should come with you, said Anna. Nah, I said, waving them off. We don't need to get caught up in some crazy underworld shit right now. If something happens to me, I want you guys to continue, and I want you to win the guild wars. Got it? Aye, aye, Big Daddy. Kid offered me a playful salute. I left my guildmates standing on the sand and walked into the tunnel that we had previously emerged from. At the end was a small room where the fighters could get ready, and I made sure no one was lurking around and then brought the pendant around my neck to my lips. Magula, can you hear me? We need to talk. Now. I paced the dark room, waiting for something to happen, but the demoness didn't appear. Listen, babe, this is really important, I said into the pendant. I'm listening, came a raspy voice full of mirth. I whipped around and found the imp Frigg standing behind me and smirking. Where's Magula? I demanded. She sent me. What do you want? He asked. I stormed over to him and grabbed him by the throat. Listen here, you little prick. I need to speak with Magula right fucking now. I accentuated the demand by unsheathing my glowing blade and putting it up to his neck. Why didn't you say so? He said with a nervous laugh. Then he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. In the blink of an eye, I was standing on a balcony overlooking Helgrand City. Magula was leaning against the black iron rail and staring at the people below. Where are my parents? I asked the demon as I threw the little imp over the balcony rail. Fuck you! He screamed as he fell. I don't know, said Magula. She looked sad or afraid, and the look only made me more worried. What do you mean you don't know? I demanded. Dr. Marks told me that a creature called the Wraith King took him. He said that the shadow creature had been imprisoned for a millennium, and that someone must have let him out. Tell me it was you. Tell me what you've done with them. Magula! I noticed that a tear was streaking down her beautiful face. Samson, she said, but then she bit her lip and bowed her head. Our children, Samson. They're dying. I swallowed hard and straightened. Then it was my turn to stare at the people moving about in the city below. I'd felt a sudden pang of sorrow, worry, fear. Why? I asked, finally lifting my gaze. They're losing their golden sheen. They're becoming gray. Their skin is cracking like desert clay. I think they need something. I think they need the sun. I stared at her, not knowing whether to burst out laughing or to take her seriously. Was this just some twisted plot to get me to bring the children to the surface world? Surely she could bring them there herself if she wanted. She was, after all, the lord of the 7th level, the ruler of the entire place. You don't believe me? She said with a heartbroken look. I can only handle one emergency at a time, babe. You need to tell me what you know about my parents' kidnapping. I just told you that our children are dying, she said, now becoming angry. What the hell am I supposed to do about it? I yelled. You are their father, she screamed, and black flames shot out of her horns. It is your human side that has given them this weakness. I am a creature of the underworld, but you are a creature of the surface world. Just as you need the sun, so too do our children. Yeah, but I don't fade and die if I don't get any sun. I can live without it, I explained. The children are powerful, but so too are they cursed. I fear that if they do not feel the sun on their skin, they will soon die. I rubbed my temples and pinched the bridge of my nose. All right, but listen, they've still got time, right? She nodded. How long? I don't know. The sickness came upon them suddenly. Hours, days, perhaps. All right, I'll help you, I promise. But you've got to help me get my parents back from whoever stole them. They're from a faraway land, and they don't understand what's happening. I'm afraid that you love them, she said, as though it wasn't a common sentiment to have for your parents. Of course I do. You are a good son, Samson, and you are a good father. I will help you find your parents. Then you know who might have released the Wraith King from his eternal prison? I asked. Just then, a rumbling shook the tower, and we both turned instinctively toward the city. Swirling black smoke began to issue from a crackling portal that hung above the city, and a figure suddenly emerged. The being must have been 15 feet tall, with shimmering jade skin, hooved feet, tall, straight horns, and the body of a young Greek god. His eyes burned deep green, and fire of the same color surrounded him. Baal, Magula muttered under her breath in a mix of shock and trepidation. The winged demon sailed toward us, and though the horns blared in the city below, and winged defenders flew to intercept him, Baal paid them no mind. When one of the guarding demons tried to block Baal's way, he extended a hand, and from it, a thick green beam of energy shot out and hit the demon in the chest, turning him to ash. The other demons attacked, but Baal brought up a force field that turned away every spell, blade, and curse. Magula, call off your dogs, said Baal in a rumbling voice. Magula raised a hand, and the demons stopped attacking. It was you, I said, as I walked up to Baal bravely. Where are my parents? He ignored me and continued to stare at Magula. What do you want? She asked. My throne, he said with a sneer. You think that I would simply give it to you? She asked dubiously. That is exactly what you will do. And if you do not, then your pet human's parents will be mine forever, and your children will die. What have you done to them? She demanded, and took 3 steps toward him, staring up at him with rage-filled eyes. It is a simple yet powerful curse. Hand over the throne to me. Save your people from a needless war which they will surely lose anyway, and I shall reverse the curse. I looked to Magula, thinking that it sounded like a hell of a deal. What did I care who ruled the underworld anyway? I just wanted my parents back safe and sound. But Magula didn't seem to feel the same way. You would dare threaten my children, she said, and as she spoke, she grew until she was as tall as the hovering demon. He grinned, clearly unafraid. You have one surface day to decide. She screamed and thrust her hands forward. unleashing a spell that sounded like a missile firing right in front of me. But Ball suddenly disappeared, and the spell sailed over the city. It hit a 200-foot-tall stalagmite, and the explosion snapped it in half, sending it crashing to the ground with a rumble. "You've got to do what he says," I told her. She turned to me with eyes that burned with hellfire. "Never!" she screamed. "What? You would sacrifice your children? My parents? You can give me more children," she said, "but you cannot give me back the throne. The time of Baal has passed. If he wants war, then it is war that he shall have." "And what about my parents?" "I am sorry, Samson, but sacrifices must be made," she said solemnly. "Fuck that noise. 10 minutes ago you were begging me to help your children, and now they mean nothing to you?" "You can still help them," said Magula. "I believe now that Baal's curse can be reversed by the sunlight. The children are like you, Samson. They need to walk in the light. But if they leave this place, I will be left defenseless against Baal's army." "Just give him what he wants, then we can heal the children, free my parents, and retake the throne," I suggested. "Once it is lost, it will be nearly impossible to take it back." "Fine," I said. "I will summon the children to the surface world. But first you need to find my parents and free them. Deal?" "Deal," she said with a nod. "I will contact you once my agents have located them." She waved a hand, and the surroundings began to fade. A moment later, I was standing in the dark room beneath the Colosseum. Chapter 12. There had still been no word from Magula by the next morning, so I contacted Dr. Marks to ensure that my parents had logged off, but to my surprise, he informed me that they were still logged into the game. He couldn't tell me their location, but he said their vitals were well, and all indications were that they were being treated well by their captors. I had no idea why they would want to remain in-game while being held captive by Baal, Lord of Darkness, and all I could guess was that they thought it was all just part of the fun. "Still no word from Magula?" Anna asked as she joined me in the kitchen. "Nope, nada. And Dr. Marks said that my parents are still logged into the game." "Really? That's weird." "I know," I said. "I just keep trying to remind myself that they aren't in any real danger. But if there's one thing this game has taught me, it's that it's not always just quite a game." The rest of the guild joined us in the kitchen, and Tweak set to whipping up some breakfast. He could have just conjured the food, but he liked to cook, and besides, for some reason his food was better than what the computer conjured, as much sense as that made. After breakfast, we went to the Colosseum for another day of competition. I had done everything I could to get my parents back, and now I had to be patient. Of course, knowing it and acting on it are two different things altogether, and I still had the problem with my dying demon kids. If Magula went good on her end of the deal and freed my parents, I was going to have to summon 1,000 gilded demons to the surface world, and I had a pretty good feeling that it wasn't going to end well. We took our place at our booth and watched the opening ceremonies, but my mind kept wandering back to my parents and my digital kids. I still hadn't heard anything from Magula, and it was driving me nuts. I focused on the 4 giant looking glasses hanging over the sand at the center of the stadium, and occupied my mind with the list of guilds remaining: Heavy Metal Thunder, the Warlords, Dragons of Fury, the Gilded Shield, the Persian Empire, Brothers of Ruin, the Elves of Starlight, the Crimson Dragons, Doom Lords, Donkey Punch Posse, the One True Guild, Pirates' Booty, Norsemen, Harbingers of Ale, Vishnu Lives, Hero Quest. "Today 16 guilds will do battle, but only 8 shall be victorious," said the wizard, and I noticed that Dr. Marks wasn't with them at the announcer's booth. Instead, a female elf that I had never seen sat in his place. "That's right," she said in a silky smooth voice. "And here's our first look at the winner's prize. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you Ozara." The looking glasses showed us fields of golden wheat, tall forests thick with life, clean rivers and streams teeming with fish, and meadows waiting for a farmer's touch. The guild that won the tournament would become some of the richest players in Rebirth Online, and the potential for more wealth was everywhere, With so much land would come serfs, lords, ladies, and, of course, armies. I nearly drooled as I watched the images of the magnificent new land. When the view panned out to reveal a tall hill surrounded by proud oaks, I imagined the castle that I would build there. I saw a town grow around the castle, and then a city. I saw the banners of heavy metal thunder blowing in the wind, and dragons flying in the clear blue sky. The crowd marveled as the images flashed on the screen, and my guildmates looked at me with hope in their eyes. I realized then how much they were depending on me, and I saw in their eyes a nervous apprehension. They thought, and for good reason, that I was distracted, that I was going to go into this fight with half-assed motivation, that I was going to blow it. "You guys ready to kick the shit out of the warlords?" I asked. "Hell yeah, Big Daddy," Kid answered with an excited squeal. "Ready and willing, lover boy," said Trinity. The computer randomly chose the first two guilds to do battle, and I prayed to the gods of Rebirth Online that it was us. I was ready, and I was focused. Kit squeezed my hand as the names flashed on the screen and began to slow. "Fuck yeah!" I yelled when the first matchup flashed on the screen. Heavy Metal Thunder versus the Warlords. My guildmates leapt out of their seats, and we all did a triumphant dance in our booth. The crowd laughed and cheered as we pumped our fists. The image on the looking glass changed from us to the Warlords, and they seemed a little hesitant in the wake of our excitement. We ran out of our booth, down into the tunnel, and out onto the sand to the applause of thousands. The Warlords had found their gusto, and they strode out onto the sand to an applause of their own. The guild looked like a biker gang from hell. They were a mix of humans, drow elves, minotaurs, ogres, trolls, goblins, and even a few gnomes. We had watched all their fights, but they were so unpredictable that it was hard to really prepare. "And now let the battleground be revealed," said the wizard. The arena began to shimmer and morph, and I eagerly waited to see what the terrain would be. To my surprise, a massive hill began to grow out of the center of the arena. Grass sprang from the ground, and thick, crooked trees emerged, growing straight out from the sides of the hill. By the time it stopped growing, the hill was over 100 feet high, with steep sides and outcroppings of stone. "Looks like it's a game of King of the Hill," I said to my guildmates. "Guardian, I want you to go straight for the top of the hill, and don't let the other guild get to the top. Nanaya and I will hang back and be alternates. Once we see how the battle is playing out, we'll jump in where we're needed. I want the rest of you to move around the hill and make sure their guardian doesn't get to the top before ours." "Got it, Big Daddy," said Kit, and she put her hand in the middle of the group and looked to us all expectantly. "Bring it in, bitches." We all gathered around and stacked our hands. "Heavy Metal Thunder on 3, I said. 1, 2, 3. "Heavy Metal Thunder!" we yelled in unison. The crowd took up our chant, and the wizard had to yell over the crowd to ask us if we were ready. I nodded, and we all buffed up and prepared for the signal. "Let the battle begin," the wizard announced, and I watched with growing excitement as our guilds split into groups and started around the hill. Our blue guardian stormed up it with ease, but I could see that the warlords had instructed theirs to do the same. Kit was the first to the top, having used her vines to pull her to the highest tree. She rained down spells on the other guild as they climbed up the steep incline. But then one of the warlords swooped down on wings of silver and slammed into Kit, sending her tumbling down the side of the hill. She managed to cast her vines again, however, and they wrapped around the flying warlord's ankles as he circled the top of the hill. Kit was pulled up by her vines as they receded back into her palms, and she collided with the winged warlord and impaled him with her enchanted sword. She must have landed a soul shatter strike, because the warlord suddenly exploded. Kit landed back on the top of the hill and was soon joined by Tweak and his purple monkeys. We now had the upper hand, and our guardian was closer to the top than theirs, due to the rest of my guild's onslaught. Anna, Cecilia, and Trinity had gone around the far side of the hill, while Ember and Stormy hustled around the near side. Nanaya and I cheered our guildmates on, and the crowd roared at our backs as the announcers called out the action. Our guardian finally crested the hill and slapped his chest like King Kong, and a barrage of spells slammed into him from below. Our guild fired back, and soon the battle was in full force. Tweak fell to a warrior's blade a few minutes into the fight, and Ember soon joined him, having been overwhelmed by 3 of the warlords at once. "That's our cue," I told Nanaya. She took dragon form, and I leapt up onto her back. We shot through the air and passed through the veil, quickly gaining altitude. Nanaya flew wide of the hill until she rose above it. Then she banked hard right and swooped down toward the advancing warlords. She unleashed dragonfire as I cast arcane lightning, and soon the warlord's red guardian was completely engulfed in flames. But we weren't the only ones with wings. A huge demon suddenly appeared above us, and I barely had time to warn Nanaya as it swooped down on black wings, with its green glowing sword cocked back for the strike. Nanaya did a barrel roll and barely avoided being impaled by the massive sword, but the demon was fast in the air and pursued us with a growl down and around the side of the hill. I turned in the saddle and cast arcane lightning. The spell slowed the demon down, but it barely registered on his damage meter. "Find the warlocks who summoned the demon," Nanaya yelled as we shot around the hill at breakneck speeds. The battle raged on the other side of the hill, but our guardian was still defending the top. I scoured the hillside for the warlock who had summoned the demon still hot on our trail, and found him hunkered down beneath a natural stone shelf. He was focusing intently on something, and when I saw a portal begin to open in front of him, I let out a string of curses. "He's summoning more demons," I told Nanaya. "There, under that shelf." "I see him," she said with determination in her voice. But before she could act, a spell hit us from behind. Pain surged through my body, and I found myself momentarily paralyzed. Demonic sickness. Duration, 5 seconds. "Oh, shit!" I yelled. It felt like my guts were on fire, and I tried to fight the pain and launched a fireball at the hunkered-down warlock. The sickness made me shaky, however, and my spell missed him by a long shot. Nanaya changed course and veered toward the warlock, urging me to hold on as we sailed into the smoke and fire rising from the side of the hill. I cast arcane lightning, hoping to at least stun the warlock, while Nanaya bathed him in dragon flame. A howling spell erupted from the smoke and slammed into Nanaya. She let out a cry and crashed into the hillside, sending me flying right into the base of one of the twisted trees. "You have died." I spawned inside the ghost veil and found Nanaya already waiting beside Trinity and Tweak, who must have died about the same time we did. "No more dragon," said Nanaya. "I won't be able to shift for 15 minutes due to the cooldown." "It's all good," I said, as Trinity and Tweak's countdowns reached 0. "You two go around the hill and attack the warlords from below." They nodded and raced off, and Nanaya and I waited to replace the next 2 who fell in battle. We watched the footage on the looking glasses all around the stadium, and I cursed when the Red Guardian reached the top of the hill. The warlords were beginning to crest the lip as well, and soon my guildmates were overwhelmed by the opposition. The 2 guardians continued to battle like arch-enemies, each trying to cast the other one down off the top. Their health bars both looked to be at about 50%, and I knew that whoever claimed the top of the hill would inevitably win, given that they had the higher ground. The ghosts of Anna and Stormy appeared behind the veil, and Nanaya and I raced from our base to join the fray. The warlords had 2 assassins waiting near our base, however, and one landed a blow to my chest that knocked my armor down to 75% and scared the shit out of me. His guildmate appeared behind Nanaya, but I was able to warn her in time. She spun around and thrust out a hand, and a writhing black spell wrapped around the assassin's wrists and bound them together. I conjured my fire shield instinctively and blocked the next blow from the assassin that had appeared beside me, and soon the 4 of us were locked in a heated battle. In the midst of the streaking spells and singing blades, I took a dagger strike to the side that tore through my remaining armor and sunk deep. Infliction, soul sap, 1,000 mana drain per second, duration 10 seconds. Fatigue washed over me as I tried to parry the blows, but the assassin was ridiculously fast. He moved in a blur of motion, stabbing me in the stomach, neck, and chest in rapid succession. Warning: health 18%. I growled against the pain and managed to bring my shield in front of me to parry the next blow. Luckily, Stormy suddenly came flying out of nowhere and slammed into the assassin. She drove him to the ground with a well-placed boot and came down with her huge axe, which sunk deep in the assassin's chest. Healing energy washed over me as the soul sap wore off, and I saw Anna running toward us. "Come on," she urged Stormy, Nanaya, and I. We charged up the hill as the Guardians battled for supremacy. The Warlocks were focusing on pushing our Guardian back, and they were getting close. I glanced at the looking glass and smiled to myself when I saw that our Guardian had about 10% more health than the Red. Our opponents had 5 players, all casters firing spell after spell at our Guardian as the 2 behemoths battled. We joined Tweak, Trinity, and Ember on the top of the hill, and I instructed my guildmates to turn their attention to the Warlocks rather than their Guardian. I cast Firestorm, Scorched Earth, and hit the closest Warlord caster with Hellfire. Ember finished him off and began weaving through the Warlords, hitting them with health-sapping strikes and others that slowed down their movement speed. An Ice Mage on the Warlord's side cast a spell over the entire hill, leaving it covered in ice. I cast Scorched Earth again and easily melted the ice, but I paid for it when 3 icicles as hard as steel slammed into me. My armor absorbed most of the damage, but it still felt like I had been shot by about a dozen rubber bullets. I retaliated with a fireball, and the mage shot a massive snowball at me at the same time. The spells collided with an angry hiss of steam, and I charged through it with a magic bolt in one hand and my enchanted sword in the other. The top of the hill soon turned into an all-out brawl. The Warlords never managed to gain control, and it was our Guardian who dealt the final blow, lifting the dying Red over his head and throwing him down the side of the mountain. When the Red Guardian burst into a million pieces, the crowd went berserk. "Winner!" Donovan cried. "Heavy metal thunder!" Chapter 13. The Persian Empire fought the Brothers of Ruin after our battle with the Warlords, and they too managed to secure victory. After the last 2 guilds fought, Donovan and the elf went over the highlights of all the matches, including the moment when our Guardian tossed the Red from the top of the hill. When the bracket came up on the looking glass, I realized that if both my guild and Frisco's guild won the next battle, then we would have to fight each other. The guild who had been chosen to be the face of the marketing campaign in our stead, the Doomed Lords, were in the top 8 as well, and would be going against the one true guild, which was sure to be an awesome matchup. Both guilds had over 30 members, and it seemed like every player was a master of their art. Hero Quest, a guild out of Japan, was set to fight the Norsemen as well, but the most anticipated match was hands down the Persian Empire versus the Crimson Dragons. They had been the 2 highest-ranked guilds in the game for some time now, and ever since Frisco and his cats beat the Crimson Dragons and took over their castle, there had been bad blood between them. As I sat there watching the announcers hype up the coming day's battles, I felt a tug on the hem of my robes. I glanced down to see Frigg grinning up at me, and he offered me a bony middle finger. "Hey, dickhead," he hissed. "Magula wants to talk to you." "Where?" I said, which gained me looks from Kit and Anna. "Outside," said the imp before disappearing. I told my guildmates that I'd be right back and made my way out of the Colosseum. I looked for Frigg and finally found him rummaging through a dumpster in the alley behind the Colosseum. "All right, Frigg, where is she?" I hissed. He practically jumped out of his skin when I spoke and slammed his head on the wooden lid. "Son of a whore!" he yelled as he dropped down from the dumpster, rubbing his head. "Magula is in the underworld, you stupid bast!" I grabbed Frigg by the throat and slammed him against the wall. "She can't come to the surface," he strained to say. "But you can talk to her with this." He handed me a small mirror, and I tossed him back into the dumpster. "Magula?" I said to my reflection. The mirror went black, and then Magula's bloody face appeared. "Samson," she said with a tired sigh. "What the hell happened?" I asked, realizing that I feared for her. "It wasn't easy, but I did as you asked. Your parents are safe." "Where are they?" She stepped to the side, and I let out a sigh of relief when I saw my parents sitting at a long dining table before a bounty of food. "Hey, Sam," my mother said, waving happily. "Are you guys all right?" I asked. My father tore off a chunk of chicken thigh and grinned. "We haven't had so much fun in years." "We were kidnapped by a big dark demon," said my mom happily. "Then we were held captive until this beautiful demon woman saved us." Magula turned and obscured my view, and she was all business. "I have upheld my end of the bargain," she said. "Now you hold up yours. Summon our children to the surface world. Let them bask in the glory and healing power of your son. Then I will release your parents." "That wasn't part of the deal," I said. She shrugged. "That is the new deal." "Why are you holding my parents hostage?" I asked. "Don't you trust me?" "Trust?" she said with a raised brow. "I have not become the most powerful being in the underworld by trusting people, especially not surface world humans. But I'm supposed to trust that this entire business of saving the children with the sun isn't just your plot to invade the surface world?" "Our children are dying," she said accusingly. "Yet you hesitate to do the one thing that will save them. You have forced my hand, Samson. Listen. No more talk. No more listening. Summon the children to the surface. Save them, and your parents will be returned to you." Her image disappeared, and I yelled her name at the mirror. When she didn't appear again, I threw the mirror against the wall, shattering it to pieces. "Way to go, Domas," said Frigg. I turned to glare his way, but he disappeared before I could put my boot up his ass. When I got to the pub, I found everyone hanging out in our booth and talking about the battle. They were in high spirits, and I didn't want to bring them down with my problems, so I ordered a beer and tried to put on a happy face. My guildmates knew me well, however, and it didn't take long for one of them to notice that I was in a mood. "Is it your parents?" Kid asked from across the table. "Oh my God," said Anna. "Have you heard any news?" "Magula has them, which is better than Ball, I guess," I said, as I accepted a beer from the furry waitress. "Don't tell me that she's holding them hostage," Nanaya said with a cross expression. "Yup. What's that crazy bitch want now?" Tweak asked. "Oh, just for me to summon her 1,000 demon children to the surface," I said sarcastically. "Well, they're not really children, more like chiseled demigods." "Do you think Ball really poisoned them?" Ember asked with concern. "I don't know what to believe. This is a devious demoness that we're talking about. No offense, Nan." "None taken, Dick," she said with a laugh that proved to be contagious. I needed to laugh. It helped to clear my mind. "If they die, will you mourn them?" Trinity asked evenly. I had to think about that one, and my hesitation was answer enough for the warrior. "Then screw 'em," she said with a shrug. "Your parents can just get a new avatar, and we can forget all about Magula and this underworld business and focus on what is important, which is winning this tournament and getting our own kingdom." "She's right," said Cecilia. "I can't believe you are both suggesting just letting Sam's children die," said Kit. "Me neither," said Nanaya. "Why would you waste such an opportunity?" "Opportunity?" said Trinity with a look of bafflement. Yeah," Nanaya pressed. "Sam can summon 1,000 high-level demon demigods to him with that pendant, and you think we should just let them die? Do you know how valuable an army might be to us?" "Leave it to a succubus to want to take over the world with her boyfriend's demon lover," said Trinity. "Out of all of Sam's girls," said Nanaya, "I can't believe that you're the one who's the most jealous." "Jealous?" Trinity scoffed. "Bitch, please. Can you two go fight somewhere else?" Kit yelled. "Everybody chill the fuck out," said Cecilia. She tapped her interface and brought up the soundproof energy shield. "I've got a full house in here, and people don't need to see us all arguing." "I agree," I said, raising my glass. "I think Nanaya's got a good point," Tweak put in. "We can't pass up on an army like this." "If we use a demon army to fight people on the surface world, what does that make us?" said Kit. "I thought you wanted to save them," Ember said, looking exasperated. "I do, but that doesn't mean that I want to use them for an army," said the cute furry. "If Magula is lying, then I will have unleashed an army of powerful demons onto the world who share my special ability, I reminded them. And I don't think that I can take that chance. What if we bring the sun to them? Said Kit happily. How the hell will we do that? Cecilia asked her fellow furry. I don't know. Magic? Kit offered with a shrug. I have spells that use the power of the sun, said Anna. But I don't think it would be a good idea to cast it on a demon. No, said Nanaya. If what Magula says is true, then only you can summon the children to the surface world, and only the sun can cure them. And if she's lying, I asked, maybe you can control them. You are their father. Have you tried? Stormy asked. I looked at the cute dwarf woman, having nearly forgotten she was there. She didn't talk much, unlike the rest of my girls. I don't know if I can control them, I told her. But they did seem to revere me. Who knows? But what kind of person am I if I just let them die? What if Magula is telling the truth? I can't just do nothing. Sam, has anyone ever told you that you have a savior complex? Trinity asked. I let out a sigh. She was right. Sam is a good man, said Kit, reaching across the table to take my hand. Wow, said Trinity. I think that's the first time you've referred to him as anything other than Big Daddy. All right, I said, and scooted my ass out of the booth. Come on, Trin. We need to talk. What? Right now? She asked, glancing around at the others and looking embarrassed. Yup. Meet me at home. I activated my heartstone for our tower in the Beartooth Mountains, and the next moment I was standing by the fire in the common room. It's good to have you home, Master Samson, said the butler, that I had named Pompous-worth. Thanks, Pomp. Good to see you too. But I'm expecting Trinity any minute, and will need privacy. As you wish, Master Samson. He disappeared, and 3 seconds later, Trinity appeared by the fire. So, what do you want to talk about? She asked, arms crossed and brow furrowed. I gave her a hug, and she suddenly stiffened. It took her a moment to relax, but when she finally did, I felt her shoulders begin to quiver and jerk. It's all right, Trin. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. She cried into my shoulder for a minute. Then she pulled back and forcibly wiped her nose, looking angry with herself for having been crying. Are you all right? I asked gently. No, she said with a laugh that ended in a deep frown. She turned around and paced for a moment, trying not to let herself cry. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. Maybe I've been logged in too long. Trin, what happened in the underworld? She blanched, bowed her head. Her eyes went wide, as though she were seeing the memories in real life. Trin? You know that my special ability is to make pain into pleasure, she began, still staring at the floor with wide eyes. Yeah? Well, in the underworld, things sometimes get turned upside down. When I was being tortured, pain became pleasure, but pleasure became pain as well. Soon I didn't know the difference, and I still don't. It has left me numb inside, and I hate it. I hate it, Sam. I'm afraid all the time. I used to be so strong, so sure, so... She broke down again, crying, but then she began to laugh. It seemed that even feelings were getting mixed up, not just physical pain and pleasure, but also happiness and sadness. I started to think that maybe she needed to talk to Dr. Marks, or maybe take a few weeks off from the game. I didn't know what the cost was to the physical body for people who played Rebirth Online for days on end. I never logged off. There was no need. I was a quadriplegic. But everyone else had a body to tend to. And although Rebirth Online offered excellent alternatives to the real thing, people had to log off every now and again to exercise and eat. Maybe you should just take some time off, I offered. Probably, she said with a laugh, bordering on a pout. But there's no way I'm fucking up our chances to win a kingdom because of my frigging feelings. That was my girl. And then there's the little annoying fact that I think I'm madly in love with you, she suddenly blurted out. I smiled at her. I know you are, Trin. I love you too. No, she said, and took 3 slow steps toward me. I love you. Like, really love you. Like, I want you all to myself love you. You understand, lover boy? I know that you can't love me like I love you, and I know that this isn't what the guild is about. Your special ability helps us all, and it is what brought us together. But I can't help the way I feel. Trin, I know what you would say, but just hear me out, please, she said, finally meeting my gaze. You would say that you can't pull favorites, that you love us all equally. But you do have favorites. It has always been about Anna. That's how this all started, and it's always been about Anna. Trin, I see how you look at her. It's different than the way you look at the rest of us. Was she right? Did I love Anna more than the others? Did I really love any of them the way a man could love just one woman? I just needed you to hear me out, Sam. Thank you, she said. You know what you mean to me, Trinity, I said, and I took her hands in mine. I kissed her deeply, and a part of me wondered if it hurt her in her altered state, or if she even felt it. And now you know what you mean to me, she said with a smile. I'm sorry I've been such a nut. You've got a lot on your plate. We all have a lot on our plate, Trin. None of us have 1,000 demon children to worry about, she said with a small laugh. This is true, I said with a groan. I don't know what the hell to do, Trin. I mean, I know that they're NPCs, but they're still a part of me. They are also part demon, she reminded me. I know. I just can't help but wonder if Magula is telling the truth, and I don't even know if the sun will help them. Maybe you should just let it play out, Trinity said with a shrug. I mean, Magula is the lord of the underworld. No offense, but it seems ridiculous that she needs your help in this. You're right, I said. I hadn't thought about it that way, and the realization made Magula's requests even more suspect. Maybe I should just stay out of it. She nodded. You're doing the right thing, Sam. I hope so, I said with a sigh. Chapter 14. Our guildmates met us at the tower in the Beartooth Mountains, and we spent most of the night going over the Dragons of Fury roster. They were a small guild like ours, with only 15 players, but they were tight and fought like a well-oiled machine. We watched all their battles more than once, taking notes and coming up with counter-strategies. The Dragons of Fury were a guild of dragon shifters, which was often their greatest strength, but also their biggest potential weakness. The dragons couldn't cast spells in their animal form, and we hoped to exploit the weakness as much as we could. Keeping them in dragon form was going to be tricky, because they could shift back and forth as often as they wanted, with no cooldown. The other downside to changing form was that they lost all their buffs, while retaining any curses that had been cast upon them. We had seen them fight and win as dragons, but also without shifting at all, and depending on the battleground that was randomly chosen, they would either fight as dragons or people, or both. We stayed up well past midnight going over strategies, and when we finally hit the sack, I was tired as hell, but I still had a hard time getting to sleep. I was trying to focus on the tournament, but I was plagued by the images of my demon children fading like dying embers. When I finally did sleep, my dreams were full of the pleading voices of my many children, and the accusations of my parents for not helping my kids. When I woke up, I found everyone already up and preparing for the coming battle. "Morning, sleepyhead," said Kit with her ever-present smile. "Morning," I said, accepting a strong cup of coffee from Tweak. I was feeling pretty good, and I was excited for the coming battle. We only needed 3 more wins, but as victory drew closer, the competition became that much more intense. For such a small guild, we had already accomplished a hell of a feat becoming one of the top 8 guilds in the tournament, and I hoped that our momentum would continue. "I did it," Ember said as she emerged from the hallway leading to the alchemy room. "Ladies and gents, I give you Dragon's Bane elixir." "Sounds intense," said Tweak as he popped banana slices into his big mouth. "What's it do?" "Oh, it just makes whoever drinks it impervious to dragon flame for 5 minutes. "Nice," I said. "Should work well with scorched earth." Ember handed us each a vial, with instructions not to drink it until the battle began. "We should hit the market before the tournament, too," said Cecilia. "Without decent dragon lances, we won't have a chance." She was right. Every guild that had gone up against the Dragons of Fury had done so with enchanted dragon lances, but it hadn't seemed to do any of them very much good. The dragons had won in the end. "Only the best," I said. "We've got nearly 1 million in gold in the vault, and legendary lances would be an investment if it means getting us to the final 4. We headed out early and hit the market. The place was pretty crowded, given the tournaments, and it didn't help that just about every player wanted to pat us on the back or talk to us. Some offered up their advice for the fight against the Dragons of Fury, while others cryptically predicted that the dragons were going to kick our asses. Given that I had saved the entire game more than once, I had a surprising number of haters. Some thought I was a corporate favorite. Others were jealous or just plain disgusted by my special ability. But we ignored the haters and went about our business. "This is the place I was talking about," said Cecilia, indicating a high-end weapon shop. When we walked in, Stormy let out a slow whistle. "Wow," was all that Ember could say. "Look at this stuff," said Kit, admiring the stats of a legendary sword on display. Trinity scoffed. "Look at the prices." I turned over the tag and swore under my breath. The dagger cost 25,000 gold. "You will not find better quality for a better price," came a regal voice from behind me. I turned around and found a tall, skinny elf in exquisite clothes, staring at us as though he didn't think we belonged there. "We're looking for dragon lances, the best you've got," said Cecilia. "Ah, Cecilia, I didn't see you there. How's the pub business treating you?" He said pub as though it left a bad taste in his mouth. "Business is good. Might we see your inventory?" "Of course," he said lazily, and extended a long arm and bony fingers toward the back of the shop. We all followed Cecilia to the back, and the elf walked around us and moved to the empty wall. He glanced back at us like someone about to key their pin into an ATM, and then quickly moved his hands in an intricate pattern. With one final flick of his wrist, the wall opened, and a huge display of dragon lances came into view. There was a pulsing force field blocking the weapons from being tampered with, but we could read the stats hanging just above each of the lances, and I quickly found the best one that was a low enough level for us all to use. "Can we see that one?" I asked, pointing at the long silver lance with a diamond-crusted point. "Silver Death. Legendary weapon. Level 50. "That is a legendary item and quite expensive," said the elf. "Listen, dude," said Tweak. "This is Samson, as in the dude who saved the world, more than once. Ring a bell?" Realization suddenly flashed across the elf's face, and he looked at me with renewed respect. "Master Samson," he offered a small bow. "I did not mean to offend." He dismissed the energy field and opened his palm. The dragon lance floated into his hands, and he carefully turned and handed it to me. The thing was only 4 feet long, but I knew that it extended much longer. "It's light," I said, as I bounced it in my hands. There were crystals embedded in the handle, and when I pressed one with my thumb, the lance suddenly extended to 12 feet long with a pleasant metallic song. "How much?" Cecilia asked, as she took it from me and tested its weight and balance. "This one costs 40,000 gold," said the elf. 40,000? Trinity blurted. "Is there a discount if we buy 9 of them?" I asked. The elf raised a brow and rubbed his hands together. "There are only 7 in existence, and I only have 3 of them." "Where are the other 4? Cecilia asked. He shrugged and said, "Private collectors, other warriors. I hear that the King of Aeroc has one." "We can get the 3 and buy 6 others," I offered, and my guildmates agreed. In the end, we got 3 different kinds of lances, all legendary, and all costing way too much. Aside from the 3 silver death lances, we picked up 3 called Wormbane, and 3 called the Lance of King Mercies. Trinity, Ember, and Stormy took the most powerful lances, since they were the ones who would most likely be going toe-to-toe with the dragons. With our new lances and Dragon's Bane elixir in our inventory, we headed to the Colosseum to register and watch the opening ceremonies. The first battle turned out to be between the Persian Empire and the Crimson Dragons. It was perhaps the most anticipated battle of the entire tournament, and the crowd was on its feet the entire time. Frisco and his furries were in rare form, and they defeated the Crimson Dragons in less than 15 minutes. Kit just about blew out my eardrums as she cheered on our friends, and I was happy about their win as well. But now it meant that if we won today, we would have to face Frisco and the Persian Empire tomorrow. "What a battle!" yelled the elven announcer. The wizard was absent this time, but Dr. Marks was back. "The Persian Empire has now solidified their place in the top 4, he said, as the day's bracket appeared on the screen behind him. "It's going to be interesting to see who they'll be up against tomorrow. My money is on the Dragons of Fury to win their bracket against Heavy Metal Thunder," said the elf. "Samson Sullivan and his mostly all-girl guild are fan favorites, I know, but I just don't see them going the distance." "Well, we will know shortly," he said as he turned to the camera. "The next matchup has been chosen. Please make your way to the stands, Heavy Metal Thunder and Dragons of Fury." The crowd had started cheering as soon as the guild's name was called, and the doctor had to yell over them to announce the dragons. We moved down to the stand beneath the usual shower of rose petals and applause from our fans. Not to be outdone, the Dragons of Fury flew out of their tunnel in dragon form and circled the stadium for the better part of a minute. "Look out!" I yelled when I noticed that one of the dragons had shit in midair. The giant pile of dragon crap landed on Tweak and buried him up to the knees, and the crowd howled with laughter. "Aw, man," said Tweak as he shook out his arms and sent dragon shit flying. "Now that's just nasty." "Oh, you poor ape," said Kit. She cast a spell that made the crap disappear, but that didn't stop the crowd from laughing their asses off at the replay that was playing on every single looking glass. The laughter intensified when some smartass slowed down the replay and zoomed in on Tweak's face moments before the dragon shit hit him. I was really trying hard not to laugh, but the slow motion did it, and I burst with laughter. "Yeah, all right," Tweak told us all. "Laugh it up." "We're laughing with you, Tweaky," said Kit with a delightfully cute chuckle. "It's looking pretty shitty for Heavy Metal Thunder," said the elven announcer, and that got the crowd going all over again. Dr. Marks only nodded, looking like he was trying not to laugh. "All right," he said when the crowd finally settled down. "Let's take a look at the battlefield." He tapped on the crystal on the table, and I watched with growing anticipation as the arena began to change. The sand that filled the elliptical arena turned to charred stone, and small volcanoes suddenly protruded from the ground. There were at least 100 in all, and they rose as high as 20 feet tall, randomly spewing their molten lava. "Oh, goody," said Ember with a hearty dose of sarcasm. "We get to fight fireproof dragons in a field of volcanoes." "At least we know what form they'll take on," I said, "and we know that they are going to take the offensive." "Let them come," said Trinity defiantly, as she deftly twirled her dragon lance. "Man, this is some bullshit," said Tweak, as he scoured the fiery landscape. We could already feel the heat emanating from the volcanoes and the bubbling pools of lava fed by small rivers of the glowing red stuff. My guildmates buffed each other with blessing and armor-enhancing spells, and I cast Scorched Earth on the ground to give my guildmates a little extra protection against the heat and lava. It was true that we were now at a huge disadvantage against the Dragons of Fury, but that never stopped us before. "All right, crew, here's the plan," I said, gesturing them to bring it in. "They're most likely going to keep their guardian at their own base with a few healers, and if we let them pin us down here at our base, we're as good as dead. We're going to have to bring our guardian across the volcano field and take the fight to them." "That would be suicide," said Cecilia. "It's our only chance, Cece. Remember, if they choose to take dragon form, then they're not going to have any buffs or be able to cast any spells. We need to take advantage of their handicap and hit them with every debuff, curse, and DOT spell that we've got. Once we kill them all, we'll pin them at their own base." "Sounds good to me, Big Daddy," said Kit. "Let's do this shit," said Stormy. "Long live motherfucking Heavy Metal Thunder," said Tweak with a laugh. "Trinity and Stormy, you're going to be our alternates. The rest of us are going to hit them with as many spells as possible, and I want you two to cut those bastards down once we've burned their health bars." The game master began the countdown, and Tweak, Anna, Kit, Cecilia, Ember, Nanaya, and I danced on our toes, eager for the battle to begin. The crowd was on their feet, more than 10,000 strong. I knew that the battle was also being televised all over the world, and it only added to the excitement, not to mention the pressure. "Let the battle begin," the elven announcer yelled, and my guildmates and I charged across the deadly volcano field with our guardians stomping behind us. Chapter 15. As I had predicted, the dragons of fury took on their dragon forms, and 7 of them spread out in the sky and veered our way. Nanaya waited to change form, and instead summoned a flock of small demon babies and sent them flying against the dragons. "That's a new trick," I noted as I sped across the landscape. Nanaya grinned. "I'm full of them." "Tell your demons to pick up my monkeys," said Tweak, as he cast the spell and released his dozen or so monkey minions. Nanaya nodded, and a moment later, the little demon babies veered back toward us and gave the purple hitchhikers a ride. Watching a dozen monkeys flying on the backs of baby demons was surreal, and I couldn't help but laugh as I dodged small volcanic eruptions and leapt over flowing rivers of lava. My speed, strength, and other stats were much higher than they had been when I started the game at level 10, and now I was able to leap more than 15 feet and run over 20 miles per hour. Of course, the increases came with problems of their own, like stopping, but I had gotten used to my new abilities, as had the rest of my guild. The demon babies and purple monkeys reached the dragons, ganging up on 2 of them and causing as much chaos as they could. The remaining 5 dragons swooped down toward us, their giant maws opened wide and white-hot fire glowing in their gullets. "Fire!" I bellowed as I unleashed arcane lightning, followed by well-placed magic bolts. A stream of spells from my guildmates zipped through the air. Some found their mark, while others continued past their targets and exploded against the energy field around the arena, more than 300 feet above the battlefield. 2 of the dragons spiraled out of control and crashed, but the other 3 got through our onslaught and bathed us all in flames. Our Dragon's Bane elixirs protected us from the fire, but not the vicious maws that followed. One of the dragons chomped into Tweak and thrashed its head like a rabid dog, quickly tearing him in 2. I hit the dragon with magic bolt and arcane lightning again, knowing that my fire spells were basically useless against the fireproof dragons. The dragon tossed Tweak to the side, and my friend's body disappeared. Kit tangled the dragon up in vines, and Ember came flying out of nowhere and landed on top of the beast's head. She thrust her dragon lance right between its eyes and did a backflip off the beast as it fell dead. The other 2 dragons came after me, and I quickly brought up my fire shield as flames cascaded over me. I felt Anna's healing spells wash over me, and I lashed out with my dragon lance blindly. The lance hit something, and a moment later I was greeted by the pain-filled cry of a dragon. But my victory was short-lived. The dragon that I had hit must have grabbed a hold of the lance, because the next thing I knew, I was sailing through the air end over end. I landed in a bubbling pool of lava, but it might as well have been mud, given that the elixir was still at work. My guildmates took out the remaining 2 dragons, and Trinity ran over and pulled me out of the lava. "Catch up to our guardian," I ordered the rest of the guild. We were about halfway to the opposing guild's base, and although we had killed the first wave of dragons, their replacements were already in the air. The crowd cheered us on as we raced to defend our guardian, who had reached the opposing base and was under attack from all 7 dragons and their guardian as well. I cast arcane lightning until my mana was down to 0, and my guildmates bombarded the dragons with slowing spells, damage over time spells, and curses that bled them of their health. We put our lances to work, ignoring the flames that bombarded us like waves. The 2 guardians battled like transformers at the enemy base, and the dragons of fury changed up their strategy and began spawning in their human forms. We held our positions, attacking the spawning guild with spells as soon as they stepped through the veil. The crowd cheered us on as spells exploded, and the small volcanoes spewed their contents like geysers. I glanced at the 2 guardians' health bars and realized that ours was nearly at 50% health, while theirs still had over 70%. "Focus your attacks on the Guardian!" I screamed as I exchanged spells with an enemy wizard. I scored a hit, and the wizard was thrown back through the air, only to be caught by our Guardian and crushed in its big blue crystalline hand. My victory was short-lived, however, as a pile of lava slammed me into the ground and knocked the air out of my lungs. I scrambled to get up, but a big boot kicked me back down, and an enemy warrior sunk a giant sword right through my armor, chest, and into the smoldering ground. Warning: health 12%. I cast Magic Bolt, but the warrior deflected it with his shield and then brought it down on my head. Pain surged through my face, then everything went black. "You are dead." "Shit!" I yelled as I spawned in ghost form from behind the veil, way back at our base. Nanaya appeared as a ghost next to me, and I breathed a sigh of relief. "Have you shifted yet?" I asked, as our timers ticked down. "Not yet. I was saving it for the right time," she said. "Well, now's the time." "I've got the perfect form in mind," she said, and when Trinity and Kit appeared as ghosts, Nanaya and I raced back onto the battlefield. Nanaya changed form, and a moment later I was looking at a large stone rock creature that resembled a female Hulk. She was 12 feet tall and muscular, and her stone-hard skin reflected the fires burning around us. I leapt up onto her back and held on for dear life as she took massive 10-foot strides across the lava-strewn battlefield. We ignored the enemy players who were locked in a battle with our remaining guildmates. We opted instead to attack the Red Guardian. Nanaya crashed into its waist, and I hit it right in the face with a magic bolt, followed by arcane lightning, fireball, and hellfire. Nanaya's attack helped our Guardian get the better of his counterpart, and he drove the Red to the ground and dunked its head beneath the scorching lava. Meanwhile, Nanaya pounded her massive stone fists into the Red's back, gouging big hunks of crystal from its body. I unsheathed my enchanted blade and stabbed the downed Guardian repeatedly, but it didn't take long for the Dragons of Fury to rush to the defense. A spell hit me in the back, knocking my armor down 20%, my health down 10%, and leaving me on my ass 10 feet away. The other guild was now a mix of humans and dragons, and one of the winged beasts suddenly landed in front of me and snapped its mouth shut around my left leg. I cried out in pain as the teeth gnashed against the armor of my enchanted robes. It hurt like hell, and my armor would soon be down to nothing, but I managed to conjure a magic bolt that took the dragon in the snout and forced him to release me. I leapt to my feet and unsheathed my enchanted sword as the dragon streaked forward to strike. My sword sang through the air as the dragon snapped at me, and I ducked below the attack and shoved my sword up through the bottom of its mouth. Soul Shatter Strike. The dragon's eyes went wide, and a second later it exploded in a puff of smoke. I let out a victorious war cry and summoned Firestorm. Meteors appeared out of thin air and bombarded the enemy base. The cries of the injured left a grin on my face as I unleashed arcane lightning and scorched earth. Our Guardian was still pounding the shit out of the enemy Red, while Tweak and his monkeys had joined in to help Nanaya. I noticed that Trinity and Stormy had taken down one of the dragons with their lances, while Kit and Anna were hard at work healing our Guardian. It seemed that we were turning the tide of the battle, but then an explosion rocked the arena, and I felt my body tear into a million pieces. I spawned in ghost form, still screaming, and noticed that my entire guild was now behind the veil. "What the hell was that?" Trinity said angrily. Cecilia tapped on her interface and frowned at what she saw. "It was a magic nuke," she reported. "Fucking cheaters," Ember spat. "They aren't illegal in the tournament," said Cecilia. "Just wicked expensive, and I mean like 1,000,000 gold expensive." "We're not out of the fight yet," I told my guildmates. The countdown reached 0, and I raced back onto the battlefield with the original starting lineup. The Dragons of Fury had reverted to their original attack formation, however, and 7 dragons met us in the middle of the battlefield. We fought valiantly, but the massive explosion had been a terrible setback, and our guardian was now under attack and down to 8% health. The opposing guild's guardian, however, was still over 20%. Anger welled in me, and I unleashed everything I had at the approaching dragons. As they swooped down to devour us, Kit screamed like a woman possessed and unleashed dozens of writhing vines that tangled up the dragons and brought them to the ground. My guild fell upon the downed beasts with their enchanted swords, hacking, slashing, and chopping at the monsters until they were all dead. When we finally reached our guardian, it was down to 3%, and we frantically blasted the red. A few of us got lucky with soul shatter strikes, but we were too late. The cry of our guardian made my heart sink, and I looked over to see a sword embedded in its head. When it shattered into 1,000 pieces and fell to the smoldering battlefield, the crowd went wild. It was over. We had lost. "Winner!" the elven announcer bellowed over the tumult of the crowd. "Dragons of Fury!" My guildmates and I hung our heads low, unbelieving of the outcome. We had been so close, but the bastards had unleashed a massive nuke that snatched the victory right out of our hands. Kit came up to me crying and hugged me fiercely as I shared disheartened glances with my guildmates. "Good try," said the guild leader of the Dragons of Fury as he held his hand out to me. "Congratulations," I said as I shook his offered hand. I could tell that my guildmates were devastated, but we all kept our cool and shook hands with the Dragons of Fury. "What a battle!" the elven announcer was saying. "It looks like the Dragons of Fury will be going up against the Persian Empire tomorrow in what is sure to be a hell of a—" "Wait a minute," Dr. Marks said, and the entire crowd became quiet. He pressed a finger to his ear, listening to something. Then his brow furrowed as he looked down at the Dragons of Fury. "It appears that the programmers have found something unusual." We all waited to hear what he was talking about, and I got a good feeling in my gut when the opposing guild began to glance around at each other guiltily. Dr. Marks and the elven announcer conferred privately for a few minutes, and they were joined by others, including the NPC king of Aerok. The crowd murmured and whispered amongst themselves, wondering what was going on, and I gathered my guildmates around. "What happened?" Kit asked. "Shh," Trinity hissed and pointed. "Listen." The king of Aerok himself walked to the announcer's booth and scowled down at the Dragons of Fury. He pointed a shaking finger, and the crowd gasped when he said, "Arrest those cheaters!" 36 dwarven NPC guards rushed out onto the sand and surrounded the Dragons of Fury, and the guild leader defiantly pushed one of the approaching dwarves back. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. The crowd echoed his sentiment, and Dr. Marks rose to his feet and gestured for everyone to settle down. "It has been discovered that the Dragons of Fury have hacked into the tournament system so that they might choose their own battlefield," said the doctor. My heart fluttered in my chest. I couldn't believe it. The crowd was in shock as well, and I glanced over at my guildmates as murmurs and cries of outrage echoed throughout the Colosseum. "According to the rules of the tournament," the doctor said over the growing noise, "any tampering with the tournament program is prohibited. Therefore, the Dragons of Fury have been disqualified." Kit let out an excited yip and danced up and down. "Holy shit," I said, as I shared a hopeful look with my guildmates. "Our new winner, and the second team in the Final Four," Dr. Marks declared. "Heavy Metal Thunder." Chapter 16. "Shots all around," I yelled as I stood on top of the table with my mug held high. Cecilia's pub was booming. The dance music blasted through large speakers mounted in every corner, and the already drunk crowd cheered and chanted my guild's name. Kit and Stormy joined me up on the table and began grinding up on me, while Tweak sat in the booth with a big grin on his ape face, surrounded by a group of adoring furries. The rest of the girls joined us on the table, and soon we were leaping off and body surfing through the crowd. "Heavy Metal Thunder! Heavy Metal Thunder!" the crowd chanted as the music sped up. When the bass finally dropped, everyone went wild. Harmless spells zipped through the pub, exploding against the walls and cascading multicolored sparks. On the looking glasses all around the pub, the highlights of our battle with the Dragons of Fury, as well as the clip of Tweak being shit on, played on a loop that had been programmed to go with the music. My girls and I snuck out of the party shortly after midnight and portaled back to our tower in the Beartooth Mountains for a little alone time. I had barely stepped into the bedroom and the girls were all over me. They stripped me out of my robes, tearing at the fabric like crazy nymphos. Ember popped something into my mouth and laughed devilishly before pushing me back onto the bed. No sooner had I landed than she was on top of me. She slid my cock into her and began gyrating like a woman possessed. I put my hands to work on Anna and Trinity, who lay beside me and giggled as they bit my nipples. Not one to be left out, Stormy straddled my face and grabbed 2 handfuls of hair as she pulled my head toward her soft womanhood. I brought Stormy to climax with my mouth, while at the same time pleasuring Anna and Trinity until they were too racked by orgasmic spasms. Ember was right with them, and the 4 women moaned and cried out in ecstasy. I stood up and regarded Nanaya, Kit, and Cecilia, who had been sitting near the headboard and enjoying the show. Their eyes locked on my throbbing shaft. Then they glanced at each other and laughed as they raced across the bed to get at it first. Kit claimed the prize first, leaping like a panther off the bed and landing in my arms. She wrapped her arms around my neck as I held her by the back of the legs and lowered her onto my shaft. "Oh, Big Daddy," she cried as she took the full length. Her voice caught in her throat, and she began to purr as I pumped my arms, moving her up and down on the magic stick. Nanaya soon took her place, and the succubus drove me onto the bed and used her wings to hop up and down on my shaft. When she came, fire erupted from her horns, and her voice shattered the nearby vase on the side stand. Cecilia was next, and she rode me reverse cowgirl, while at the same time choking me with her tail until I could no longer take it. I exploded inside her, and as I convulsed from the mind-blowing orgasm, the notification flashed before my eyes. "Congratulations, you have reached level 54. Then another notification popped up, and I tried to read it through the post-orgasmic haze that my mind was in. You've unlocked a new spell, Nuclear Thunderclap. See nearest mage trainer to learn your new spell." "Oh, hell yeah," I said. "New spell?" Stormy asked. "Yup, I finally unlocked Nuclear Thunderclap." "Sweet," said Ember, as she tapped on her interface beside me. "I unlocked a new one as well called Assassin Strike." The girls were all happily tapping on their interfaces. We had all leveled, of course, and they were just as eager as I was to see their trainers. But I, for one, was completely bushed, and the trainer could wait until morning. We fell asleep in each other's arms, and as I dozed off, I thought about how lucky we were to be in the Final 4, and how lucky I was to have such a great guild. The only bane on my joy was the nagging regret I felt for not helping my demonic children, and the fact that my parents were still being held captive in the underworld. Aside from that, I was on top of the world. When I woke up and staggered out into the kitchen, I found Tweak whistling a happy tune and whipping up some of his famously strong coffee. I glanced down the hall into his room and chuckled when I saw 3 furries still asleep in his bed. He winked at me when we made eye contact. "Now I know what it's like to be Samson Sullivan," he said with a laugh. "Nice," I said, sharing in his mirth. "It's a rough job, right? But somebody's got to do it," he said with a hilariously apish expression. I joined him at the kitchen island and drank coffee, and we talked about the previous day's battle. I still couldn't believe that we had won by default, and I couldn't imagine what the Dragons of Fury had been thinking. "Why the hell would they do that?" Tweak asked, sharing my sentiment. "They probably would have won without tampering with the battlefield program." "I don't know, man, but I'm glad they did. I just hope that they didn't cheat against other guilds. That could really throw a wrench in things." "Right," he said, eyes wide. "The guild who lost to them before are going to be demanding an investigation into whether they cheated or not. Shit, man, this could really slow things down." "Fine by me," I said as I sipped my coffee. "I'm not in any hurry to go against the Persian Empire." "Amen, brother. That's going to be a hell of a fight. Not to mention whoever we have to go against for the title if we beat them." One impossible thing at a time, man, I said, offering him an animated look of worry. I think it's in the stars, he said, nodding to himself. Yup, I think we're going to go all the way. Who's going all the way? Nanaya asked with a yawn as she strode out of our bedroom, naked as a jaybird. Tweak said as he stared at her incredibly erotic form. We were just talking about our chances of winning the whole tournament, I answered for him. Yeah, that, said Tweak, still mesmerized. Put some clothes on, you floozy, Trinity said as she walked past Nanaya and slapped her hard on the ass. Nanaya hummed, smiling after the blonde warrior, who wore a red teddy and panties that left absolutely nothing to the imagination. I never knew you could be so much fun. Trinity ignored her and kissed me on the lips. Morning, lover boy. Morning, Trin. Good morning, said Tweak, who finally snapped out of it when Nanaya tapped on her interface and loaded her leather armor. Good morning, monkey man, said Trinity. The rest of the girls, including Tweak's guests, joined us for a big breakfast at the long dining table, set by the large bay window. The view of the Beartooth Mountains was our backdrop as we talked about the upcoming battle with the Persian Empire. We didn't talk much about strategy, given that we were in the presence of 3 furries that we didn't know very well. They could have been spies, although I doubted that they were. You never could be too careful about such things. After breakfast, we used our heartstones to return to Aerok, and I left the others to go and see the mage trainer that I usually went to when I was in the city. Ah, he said with a wry grin as I walked into his training room. If it isn't the impatient mage, I suppose you're here to learn a few hand gestures and be on your way. Actually, yes, I said with a laugh. I just unlocked Nuclear Thunderclap. His bushy eyebrows crawled up his wrinkled forehead, and his eyes widened. Nuclear Thunderclap, you say? Well, are you sure that you can handle such a powerful spell? If I can handle 7 horny guildmates, I think I can handle a new spell. Horny? He said. Are these demons that you speak of? What? No, never mind, I said, shaking my head. All right, then, if you think you're man enough. He led me over to the firing range, where about a dozen other mages were testing out their latest spells. The mage trainer stopped at one of the empty bays and sighed. He mumbled something to himself, and his eyes searched the ground aimlessly. I must stress to you the importance of learning the lore behind this spell, or else I fear that you will regret it. I tapped on my interface and brought up the time. It was only 9 in the morning, and we weren't scheduled to do battle with the Persian Empire until noon. Fine, I told him, but how about the short version? Excellent, he said with a clap of his gnarled hands. Come, follow me to the library, for you are in for a treat, my boy. An hour later, I emerged from the library wishing that I had just opted for the hand gestures instead of the long version. The mage trainer had gone on and on about the origins of the mage who created the spell, and all about how he had stolen the thunder of the gods to create it. The lore was interesting enough, but at the end of the day, I knew that it had been written by a bunch of writers hired by Horizon Corp to offer the players a more immersive experience. Besides that, I could have just read the book about the spell, which I had done with the others that I learned. He finally brought me back to the blasting range and walked me through the hand gestures. This spell is a powerful one, and therefore it takes a long time to summon. But with time, you will get faster. The mage trainer put his hands together as if in prayer. Then he went through an elaborate series of hand gestures that reminded me of some hippie tripping on mushrooms and dancing to a drum circle. Finally, he brought his hands together in a loud clap. Nothing happened, but that was because he wanted me to experience it firsthand. Now you give it a try, he urged. I brought my hands to my chest like I was praying, then went through the complicated series of hand gestures. Nothing happened the first time, or the second, and by the third failure, I was cursing. Remember the 5 P's, my friend, said the old man. Patience, practice, perseverance, perfection, and patience. You said patience twice, I informed him. That's because you should be twice as patient, he said. looking very pleased with himself. Clever, I admitted. I really walked into that one, didn't I? I kept practicing, and the mage trainer continued to inform me that my form was terrible and that I was well out of my league. His naysaying was better than any encouragement that he could have given me, and when I finally got it right, I nearly shit myself when I saw the result. It was perhaps my 50th try, and when I brought my hands together and clapped, the sound of thunder exploded from between my palms, and a laser-thin beam shot out of the tips of my fingers. When the beams hit the dummy target at the end of the bay, it exploded with the force of what can only be explained as a tiny nuclear blast. The last few feet of at least 10 bays were obliterated in an instant as a raging ball of fire consumed them. The shockwave nearly put me on my ass, and a mushroom cloud 20 feet wide bulged toward the ceiling. "Holy shit," I said as I looked at my smoking hands. "Holy excrement is right," the mage put in with a proud smile. "You just might become a legendary mage after all. Why, I haven't seen a nuclear blast conjured like that since I don't recall." "Awesome," I said. "How long is the cooldown?" 10 minutes, he informed me. "Not awesome," I said, but I figured as much. The spell had cost me 75% of my mana, and I knew that any spell that did that would have a pretty long cooldown. Nevertheless, it was going to fit nicely into my arsenal. I told the mage trainer to put all of my experience points into stamina and left the place eager to show my friends my new spell. But as soon as I stepped out of the door, my day was given a dose of suck. "Mom?" I said as I stopped and stared at the green fire burning in front of me. My mother was standing in the flames, or rather her image was being projected by them. She had her arms crossed the way that she used to when I was young and in trouble, and her frown told me that indeed she was displeased. "I can't believe you, Sam. Why didn't you tell us that you had... I can't even say it. Children." "Oh, fuck," I mumbled. "You watch your mouth, young man. Not only are you sleeping with demon women, but you're swearing too?" A couple of passing elf women laughed and looked at me with pity. "Sorry, Mom. Listen, you and Dad need to log out. You don't have to remain in the underworld." "I don't think so," she said, shaking her head. "Your generation might like taking the easy way out, but your father and I aren't built that way. We finish what we start, and you should do the same. Sam, why aren't you helping your beautiful golden children? Meg said that—" "Meg?" I said indignantly. "Yes, Magula, the woman that you decided to impregnate and abandon."
Ha ha! Dude, the almighty Samson is being chastised by his mom,
a passerby yelled to his bros. Groaning, I brought up my interface and found a silencing stone. I tossed it on the ground, and it enveloped me in the burning green fire in a soundproof energy dome. My mother looked at the dome and shook her head. "Samson, darling, we are only ashamed of things that we know we shouldn't have done. Mom, those golden demons aren't really my kids. They're not even real for Chris Christopherson's sake." "Not real?" she said, looking hurt. "They look just like your grandfather when he was young. Don't even try to tell me that you aren't their father." "They're NPCs," I reminded her. "What?" "Non-player characters," I elaborated slowly. "They're just programs. I didn't even know that I could get an NPC pregnant in-game. And besides, your buddy Magula basically forced me into bed with her." My mother leveled me with a sarcastic look that said, "Really?" "Magula is a sweetheart," she said. "She would never do something like that." "A sweetheart? Mom, she's the ruler of the underworld, queen of demons, the lady of darkness." "She's misunderstood," my mother shot back. "I can't believe this is happening." I pinched the bridge of my nose and tried to relax. "Listen, I think that Magula is lying about the kids being sick. I think she's trying to trick me into summoning her golden demons to the surface world so she can begin her invasion." "Oh, now you're just being paranoid," my mother told me. "We've met them, Sam. Your golden children. Our Our grandchildren. They're weak, Sam. They're fading. They need the sun, and they need you to summon them to do whatever you've got to do to get them in the sunlight. I know you'll do the right thing, Samson. Until then, your father and I are going to look over the children that you have abandoned. Mom? Too late. The fire winked out, and she disappeared. I let out a pent-up sigh and checked the time. 11 o'clock. It was time to get to the Colosseum for our battle against the Persian Empire, so I tried to put aside my latest problem and made my way through the city. All this demon children business would have to wait. I had a kingdom to win. Chapter 17. Where's Kit? I asked when I arrived at the Colosseum and joined my guildmates in our booth. Haven't seen her, said Trinity with a shrug. I thought she was with you, Cecilia said. She'll be around, said Tweak. She wouldn't miss a fight against her favorite guild for nothing. Well, she better hurry her ass up, Nanaya said with growing annoyance. I didn't give up my place in the underworld for anything less than a kingdom. You didn't give up your place, Trinity reminded her. Magula took the throne from you. Nanaya offered her a withering glance, and the warrior smiled like a bratty sister who had just gotten a jab in. Try to get along, ladies, I told them both. This is the big time. We win this one, and we're one victory away from being the lords of a new kingdom. Lords? I assumed you would make yourself the king of the place, said Tweak. Well, yeah, I said with a grin. But I'll let you guys be my lords. You'll let us? Ember cocked a brow. Shh, said Anna. They're about to announce the first matchup. I glanced around, looking for Kit. If we were called up to be the first fight, then we were going to have to start without her, and the odds weren't that good, considering that there would only be 2 battles today, us and the Persian Empire, and the Doom Lords versus Hero Quest. Luckily, however, the computer randomly chose the other 2 guilds. The winner of today's battle will face either Heavy Metal Thunder or the Persian Empire tomorrow for the coveted new land, the wizard Donovan reminded the crowd. Dr. Marks wasn't announcing today. Instead, the elven woman had returned to call the action. Sorry I'm late, said Kit. Finally, Trinity exclaimed, annoyedly. Hey, babe, I said as Kit came to sit next to me. She plopped her ass right between me and Ember and bumped the assassin over. She looked troubled, and I only had to stare at her for a few seconds to get her to spill the beans. What is it? I asked. She bit her lip with a long canine and glanced over at the Persian army. Frisco nodded at me. Then his gaze lingered on Kit for a few seconds before turning away. What's going on? I asked, and half the girls leaned in to eavesdrop. Kit glanced at the others and let out a frustrated sigh. Try to act a little less conspicuous, she hissed. Listen, Sam. Frisco tried to steal me to his side. He wants me to backstab you all. He offered me a place in the guild, and he said... She fanned herself and breathed carefully. He said that I would be his queen as well. Tell me that you told him you would do it, said Ember. I did, but I don't plan on going through with it, Kit explained. I thought that we could fake him out somehow. Kit, I said with a smile, you're a genius. Her smile was adorable. Thanks. You thought about it for real, didn't you? Trinity said teasingly. What? Kit was trying to act indignant. Come on, admit it. You must have thought about it for a second, Trinity pressed. Well, said Kit shyly, maybe a second. Then she grabbed my arm and pleaded. It was just a fleeting moment, Big Daddy. I would never betray you. I know you wouldn't, I told her. Trinity scoffed, but when I looked at her, she offered me a wink. What did Frisco want you to do? I asked Kit. He just wants me to spawn onto the battlefield, but then hide and stay out of the battle. That way, we would only have 6 people fighting. All right, this is what we're going to do, I said, gesturing for the guild to lean in to hear the plan that I was about to lay out. A half-hour later, the Doom Lords secured their victory over Hero Quest, and we prepared to enter the arena to the chorus of screaming fans. The Persian Empire was the favorite to win, and for good reason. They were a tight guild that worked extremely well together, and they had won more times than we had during our practice sessions. But that didn't stop my optimism from taking over my thought process. I never planned on failure. It just wasn't in my DNA. Not anymore, at least.
"Up next," said the wizard, "Heavy Metal Thunder versus the Persian Empire."
The crowd completely lost their shit, and the Colosseum shook with the rumbling of their stomping feet. We were showered with rose petals as we raced out onto the sand, and fireworks exploded above the open-aired stadium. The chant for Frisco's guild was equally as loud as the chant for ours, and it only grew louder when we waved at the crowd and pumped our fists. Frisco trotted over to me with a feline grin and shook my hand. "May the best guild win." "Good luck, Frisco. You're going to need it," I said with a grin of my own. He slapped my shoulder and laughed before returning to his side of the arena. "All right, peeps," I said as I brought my guildmates in. "Cecilia and Kit, you two are alternates. You know what to do when you get on the battlefield. Now, for this to work, you're going to have to make it convincing." "Gotcha, Big Daddy," said Kit. "I hope you know what you're doing," said Cecilia. While we stood in the huddle, Ember laid her traps around our base. We were going to let Frisco and his gang take the offensive. It was their MO, after all. With their feline bodies, they would be able to get across the battlefield quickly, and I was counting on them pressing us hard.
"Let the gods choose the battlefield,"
the wizard Donovan bellowed, and it was a fancy way of saying that the computer would now randomly select the terrain that we would fight on. We all waited with bated breath to see what the outcome would be, and when the battlefield shimmered into existence beneath our feet, more than one of my girls let out a gasp. "You've got to be shitting me," said Anna.
"I'll take it,"
said Tweak, rubbing his hands together. Before us loomed a thick, tangled jungle. Tall trees with high canopies rose above the Colosseum, and I could see thick, coiled snakes hanging from the branches. There were spiders the size of small dogs scurrying about, and from deeper in the jungle came the sounds of the many wild animals. Among them I heard tigers, panthers, and other wild cats. The pungent aroma of the jungle hit my nose, and I took in the fragrance of swamp, decaying foliage, and the sweet tinge of flowers. "This is a cat's paradise," Trinity complained. "If I didn't know any better," said Ember, "I'd say that the Persian Empire hacked into the battleground program and picked this themselves."
"It's not all bad," said Tweak. "Look."
He pointed up into the trees, and a grin slowly spread across my face when I saw a dozen of monkeys swinging through the canopy. "You think you can get them to fight for us?" I asked.
"I'ma try like hell."
"All right," I said. "Slight strategy change. Tweak's gonna try and recruit the monkeys. Everyone else stick with the plan. With a little luck, we might just beat these pussies." "Really?" said Cecilia.
"What?"
I said with a shrug.
"Pussies. You know,
as in cats?" She rolled her eyes and laughed, and the other girls were right there with her. "All right, let's buff up," I instructed my guildmates. I cast Scorched Earth on the ground behind us to give them a fire resistance buff, and the rest of them cast their spells as well. Excitement washed over me as their spells took effect, and I watched them scroll down my interface. Call of the Warrior, plus 25% strength. Duration, 15 minutes. Shadow Armor, plus 25% armor. Duration, 30 minutes. Blessing of Gaia, plus 25% pain resistance. Duration, 15 minutes. Gift of Life. Regenerate 100 health per second. Duration, 10 minutes. Holy Retribution. 5% chance enemy attack will rebound. Duration, 1 hour. Dwarven Strength. Increases strength by 25%. Duration, 15 minutes. Call of the Last King. Increases stamina by 25%. Duration, 10 minutes. Nanaya cast a new spell on us all, and I grinned as I read it. Wings of Black. Bestows demonic wings. Duration, 5 minutes. There was a small amount of discomfort in my shoulder blades. Then 2 huge black wings burst out of my robes. I glanced from side to side, marveling at my wingspan. Having the new wings was like having a new set of arms, and I would control them just as easily as the rest of my limbs. The spell was a new one that Nanaya had received upon reaching level 60, and our plan depended heavily on it. I marveled at my winged companions, and they all shared excited looks as the Game Master began the countdown. "Let the battle begin!" he cried to the delight of the crowd. Tweak took off for the thick canopy. Kit flew quickly to the west, appearing as though she were abandoning us, and the rest of us rode into the air to await our opponents. As predicted, Frisco and his feline friends bounded into the jungle on all fours. "You're up," I told Nanaya. She raised her arms to the sky, and her body began to change. Her smooth red skin turned blue and shiny. Then her body began to grow. Her wings disappeared, and her arms, legs, and chest grew thick. Soon, I was looking up at an identical copy of our guardian. "Now!" I yelled, and the remaining 4 of us swooped down as our blue guardian spread his arms wide. Stormy and I grabbed his left arm, while Trinity and Ember grabbed a hold of his right arm. We flapped our wings as hard as we could, and to my delight, and that of the guardian, we raised the big lug into the air. "It's working!" Stormy cried. "Higher!" I urged, and soon we were soaring over the treetops with our cargo. "I'm flying!" the guardian sang as he sailed through the air. I heard spells explode back at our base, and I knew that the ruse had worked. With any luck, half of the Persian Empire would be caught up in Ember's traps, and Nanaya would last long enough to give us a good head start burning down their guardian. "That's the base," I said over the howling wind. "Steady now. I don't think the Red Guardian has seen us." Frisco had decided to leave their guardian safe by their base and attack ours, and that was the beginning of his downfall. "Steady," I urged as we all tried to maneuver the 20-foot-tall guardian through the trees and down toward his counterpart. "Ready to let go in 3, 2, 1. We released our guardian about 50 feet above the red, and our blue badass landed right on top of him and drove him into the ground. The rest of us circled them and unleashed a barrage of spells that lit the jungle like the 4th of July. We managed to burn the Red Guardian down to 88% in the time it took Frisco and his cats to realize the ruse, kill Nanaya, and turn back to help their guardian. When they did, Anna and I broke from the group to slow them down. We didn't want to kill them, because that would allow their teammates to spawn right at their base, which we were currently attacking. Instead, I was hoping to slow them down enough to give Ember, Trinity, and Stormy a chance to deal out some more damage. "Follow me!" I yelled over the wind, and banked hard with my dark demonic wings. I flew through the tangled vines, over branches, and beneath thick gobs of old man's beard. The Persian Empire was racing in tight formation through the thick underbrush, but my firesight allowed me to easily make out their location. "Right there," I told Anna, as I cast arcane lightning upon the feline guild. 3 of Anna's spells followed my arcing lightning down into the underbrush, and we were rewarded by the feral cries of our surprised opponents. It didn't take the Persian Empire long to recoup, however, and soon spells were streaking out of the foliage and crashing against our enchanted armor. We zigged and zagged through the onslaught and continued to attack the Persian Empire with incantations meant to slow them down. Then they did something completely unexpected. Frisco gave the order, and as one, the ferocious feline fighters unsheathed daggers and stabbed themselves right in the heart. "Shit!" Anna cursed, as the bodies of our enemies disappeared. "Come on," I urged. "The replacements are going to spawn in 10 seconds. We flew as fast as we could back to the enemy base, but we were too late. 7 new members had spawned at their base to replace the dead, and they had killed everyone but Trinity. She soon fell, however, but not before taking 2 of the Persian Empire with her. With our guild members down, the Persian Empire turned their weapons and magic on our guardian. Their guardian was now down to 60%, however, and ours was still at 90%. We had a good lead, but we were in a terrible position at the moment. "Focus your attacks on their guardian," I informed Anna, knowing that 4 of our guildmates would soon reach the enemy base, having already replaced the dead. There was still no sign of Tweak, and I wondered if he had fallen victim to one of the many dangers of the jungle. A spell nearly took my head off, and I veered right. It was time to try out my new spell, and the cluster of cats below was what Kit would call a perfect target. I went through the hand gestures, careful to get it right, and then clapped my hands together with all my might. Deafening thunder boomed and shook the ground, and I heard the crowd cry out in surprise. My nuclear thunderclap zipped toward Earth and exploded right in the middle of the Persian Empire. One moment they were there fighting our guardian, and in the next they were gone. A mushroom cloud 20 feet wide bulged into the air, and when the smoke cleared, the two guardians were the only things left in a 20-foot radius. I quickly drank down a mana potion and urged my guildmates to attack the Red Guardian before the Persian Empire replacements raced through the Vale. Nanaya, Stormy, and Trinity came racing out of the jungle and lit into the Red Guardian. Stormy and Trinity no longer had their wings, since dying in battle deactivated all wards, buffs, and spells, but they still had their grit. Anna and I focused our spells on the cats that were now emerging from behind the veil. We kept them back for a time, but there were 7 of them and only 2 of us. The damage had been done, however, and by the time they engaged with our guildmates on the ground, their Red Guardian was down to 40% health. Ours was still over 70%, but it had taken some damage fighting in enemy territory. We had the upper hand, and now it seemed that victory was just a matter of time. But everything changed when a determined-looking Frisco raised his head to the sky and let out a howl that echoed through the jungle. His guildmates howled as well, and my skin crawled when dozens of wild cats answered the call. Oh, shit! The underbrush began to tremble, and a moment later, over a dozen panthers, tigers, lions, and leopards darted out of the jungle. I quickly cast arcane lightning at the wildcats and followed it up with scorched earth. Anna simultaneously cursed them all with a spell that slowed their movement, but they still fell upon our guildmates like a feline nightmare. Anna and I swooped down and bombarded the wildcats and the Persian Empire with spells as our guildmates died one after another. Soon, only Anna and I remained, and we quickly drew the attention of Frisco and his crew. "Watch out!" I warned Anna, as a dozen spells streaked through the air toward us. A green glob of glowing ooze hit me in the right wing as I tried to dodge the onslaught, and I soon found myself spiraling out of control. When I hit the ground, a panther leapt onto my back and sunk its teeth into my left wing. It shook and thrashed, ripping meat from my conjured wing. I felt every bit of it, and cried out in frustration and pain as I frantically summoned a fireball and rolled over onto my back. I released my spell, hitting the panther in the chest and taking it clean off its paws. "Game over," said Frisco, and I looked up in time to see a sword coming down. "You are dead." I opened my eyes and found Anna standing next to me in ghost form. "No!" she yelled, and raised her arms defensively. Then she realized that she was already dead, and whatever blow that she was trying to avoid had already fallen upon her. "Oh, God, that sucked. We need to regroup," I said, as I scoured the jungle. "And where the hell is Tweak?" "I haven't seen him since the start of the game," said Anna. "Kit's going to have to get into the fight," I told her. "Time for the big surprise." Our cooldown reached 0, and we stepped across the threshold from the ghost world and scoured the jungle. We couldn't see the enemy base due to the thick foliage, but we could hear the cats in the distance. They were most likely tearing the shit out of our guardian, and if we didn't do something fast, the Persian Empire was going to tilt the scales in their favor. "Look," said Anna, and I turned around to see the rest of my girls suddenly appear behind the veil as ghosts. "They've killed us all," I said gravely. "Not all of us," said Anna. "Tweak is still out there somewhere." "Yeah, well, he better have a good goddamn reason for disappearing." "What's the plan, lover boy?" Trinity asked as she stepped through the veil. "Nanaya, is the cooldown done on your special ability?" I asked the succubus. She nodded. "All right. Cecilia, Anna, and Trinity, you're with us. Stormy and Ember, when you respawn, head straight for their base and hit that fucking guardian with everything you've got." Nanaya turned into a big white dragon, and the 4 of us climbed on her back. As we flew over the jungle toward the enemy base, I searched for Tweak, but there was no sign of him anywhere. Had Frisco gotten to my ape friend? Was Tweak staying out of the fight like Kit was pretending to do, so that we would only have 5 able fighters on the field at once? I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't think of any other reason for his mysterious disappearance. The Persian Empire's base came into view, and I cringed when I saw our guardian being bombarded with swords, spells, teeth, and claws. He was covered in wildcats, and Frisco and his posse were laying into the angry guardian with everything they had. Already, they had burned him down to 30%, making him just about even with the red. A warning cry rose to meet us, as Nanaya swooped down and unleashed her dragonfire upon the group. The Persian Empire raised their shielding spells, and my girls and I leapt from the back of the dragon. I landed right on Frisco and drove him to the ground. He hit me with a spell that slammed against my enchanted armor and sent me spinning through the air. I landed like a superhero amidst the dragon flame, and retaliated with arcane lightning. Frisco howled as the flames rose around him, and my electrical webs shocked the shit out of him. My girls had engaged the other guild as well, and one-on-one they might have been able to hold their ground, but the wildcats leapt from our guardian and joined the fray. I brought up my fire shield and took up my enchanted blade. We were outnumbered and surely doomed, but each of us was prepared to fight to the death to defend our guardian. But then, a sound rang out from the jungle that immediately put a smile on my face. Tweak was singing "The Lion Sleeps Tonight" at the top of his lungs, and everyone turned their heads to see him burst from the jungle with nearly 100 monkeys scampering behind him. "Oh, fuck," I heard Frisco groan. A second later, Kit finally made her betrayal known and emerged from the foliage near the enemy base. She cast her vines gleefully and laughed like a mad scientist as she tangled up the furries. The monkeys slammed into the Persian Empire and the wildcats like a group of stampeding animals that just escaped from a zoo. Soon, the Red Guardian was covered in screeching monkeys, and the Persian Empire was overwhelmed with the little meddling devils. Their base soon descended into chaos as monkeys and wildcats fought to the death. Nanaya landed near the vale where the Persian Empire guildies were respawning, and she welcomed them back to the battle with a steady stream of white-hot dragon fire. Tweak and his monkeys overwhelmed the wildcats, allowing the girls and I to focus our efforts on the Red Guardian. We bombarded it with spells as our guardian pounded it with massive crystal fists. Shards flew, and the Red Guardian began to stagger like a drunkard. Its health was now down to 11%, while ours was still hovering around 20%. Frisco still had a few tricks up his sleeve, however, and he emerged from the flames 5 times larger than he had been. I'd seen a similar spell before, and I knew that it would only last a few minutes, but a few minutes was an eternity in a battle such as this. Frisco leapt on Nanaya, who was now half his size. To my utter horror, 6 of his guildmates suddenly leapt through the flames, 5 times larger as well. I hit one with a magic bolt, but it didn't seem to faze the female cat lady in the least. "Get the Guardian out of here!" I screamed to Tweak. He whistled to his monkeys, and they leapt from the enemy Guardian and raced toward ours. Kit tangled up a big brown catman with her vines, and the rest of the girls did what they could to slow them down, but the cats still had their magic. They blasted us from on high, lighting the ground with green flame and filling the air with poisonous fog. Spells streaked by my head as I retaliated with firestorm, arcane lightning, and scorched earth, but the Persian Empire was on the warpath, and I soon fell with my guildmates. As I lay there dying, I saw Tweak's monkeys racing toward the jungle with our guardian's body surfing on top of them, and the surreal image made me laugh despite the circumstances. I spawned with my guildmates and stepped through the veil with the original lineup. Our guardian had made it back to our base, but so had the Persian Empire, and they were still in their gargantuan form. Soon, however, the spells would wear off. All we had to do was keep them off the Guardian until they returned to normal. "Defend the Guardian at all costs!" I bellowed. My guildmates issued a war cry and attacked the 25-foot-tall cat people, heedless of the danger. When one of us died, someone else came through the veil to take their place, bombarding the cats with spells or healing the Guardian as much as they could before they were killed again. I died 3 more times by the time the spell wore off that made Frisco and his guildmates towering giants, and as they began to shrink, a notification appeared on my interface that made me smile. Nuclear thunderclap cooldown complete. "Oh, hell yeah," I said as I swiped it to the side. I glanced at our guardian. He still had 10% health left, and the last I'd seen, the opposing red was down to 11%. If we were going to win the fight, we were going to have to bring it back to the Persian Empire's base. They were keeping their red away, and the only other way to burn theirs down was to leave ours vulnerable and under attack. Screw that noise. "Duck!" Trinity yelled to me, and threw her sword end over end, right at my face. I dropped down as the blade sung by overhead. There was a loud thud, a groan, and I turned to see a white cat hit the ground. "Thanks," I said, as she helped me to my feet amidst the chaos. Our 2 guilds were fighting furiously for control of our base, but whenever a Persian Empire fighter died, it took them nearly a minute to get back across the jungle and into the fight. If we could kill them all, then we could take the fight back to their base. Trinity protected me, while I conjured nuclear thunderclap like a ninja performing sign language and clapping my hands together, aiming the blast at the center of the remaining 5 Persian Empire guildmates. The blast was blinding. It knocked me on my ass, given that I had aimed it so close, and when I sat up and peered through the dust, I saw the awe-inspiring mushroom cloud reaching for the sky. "Attack!" I commanded my guildmates, and they gave a war cry as we raced toward the jungle. When I came out on the other side, I had Tweak, Anna, Trinity, Ember, Kit, and Stormy with me. Our plan was to burst out of the jungle and hit the dying guardian with everything we had, but when the enemy base came into view, their guardian was nowhere in sight. "Shit! They must have hidden him in the jungle," I said as I double-checked with fire vision. "And here they come," Anna warned. "New plan." I turned back into the jungle and stopped in a clearing. "Tweak, you think you can get your monkeys on the case?" "I'm on it." He turned and leapt up to the nearest branch and started climbing into the thick canopy. "Anna, Kit, you 2 return to our base and get our guardian's health up as high as you can. Take him into the jungle and try to hide him from the Persian Empire. Trinity, Ember, Stormy, and me will try to slow them down." Anna and Kit ran off toward our base, and the other girls and I hunkered down and prepared to ambush the Persian Empire. They had fanned out by the time they got to the jungle, and they were on all fours, which made them an extremely hard target. In addition to that, they were so quick that you really only had 1 shot at them as they zipped by, completely ignoring us in an attempt to get back to our base. But one of Ember's traps snagged one of them, and Trinity's warrior charge took one right off its feet. I cast arcane lightning, which webbed out and hit 3 of them, slowing them down and shocking the hell out of them at the same time. They all had very powerful armor, however, and they recovered quickly. 3 of the cats got through our little ambush, and we were left facing only 4. To kill them would be to send them back to their base, but they knew that if they killed us, we would also be sent back to our base, which they didn't want. They wanted to keep us there fighting while their guildmates burned down our guardian's health, and that gave us a bit of an advantage. The spells that they cast our way were meant to slow us down, while ours were meant to kill. I was hit by a spell from a druid that rooted me to the ground, but my enchanted sword sliced through the vines with ease, and I scored a soul shatter strike that left him dead at my feet. It wasn't long before we killed them all, but Trinity fell in the process. We pressed their base and met the attack of those who had just spawned, but this time they were out for blood. When the spells started coming, I dropped behind my fire shield and weathered the onslaught. Then I heard Tweak's monkeys begin freaking out in the jungle to the north. The Persian army stopped halfway to the jungle. They had heard it too. They abandoned us and raced into the jungle to the north, and I urged my remaining guildmates to follow. Ember and Stormy were melee fighters, and their strength and speed were way higher than mine, so it wasn't long before they had disappeared into the jungle ahead of me. I leapt over giant anacondas, ducked below massive spider webs, and avoided the snapping teeth of crocodiles that sprang from the shallow waters as I passed. The monkeys were still going apeshit, but it wasn't easy to pinpoint their location. It wasn't until a flare exploded in the sky to my left that I knew exactly where they were. Spells began to flash on the ground below the flare, and when I burst through the thick carpet of ferns, I found my guildmates blasting the shit out of the enemy guardian. The Persian Empire was there in full force as well, however, and they were fighting furiously to defend, but the red was already down to 3%. To my surprise, it had already been 15 minutes since I last cast Nuclear Thunderclap, and when the notification informing me that the cooldown was over popped up on my interface, I didn't hesitate. I unleashed the spell, aiming right at the Red Guardian's chest. The explosion sent the Persian Empire cats 100 feet in the air, and the mushroom cloud seemed to be coming right out of the Red Guardian's head. I roared like an animal that had just tasted first blood, but then the Guardian suddenly changed color, and I stared slack-jawed at our poor Blue. Chapter 18. Oh no, I groaned when I realized the ruse. Somehow, Frisco and his clever cats had changed the color of our Guardian, and not only that, but they had also managed to cast a spell on it that would make it susceptible to friendly fire.
"Stop! That's our Guardian!"
Kit yelled, and she had to grab Trinity with vines and yank her back. The beautiful blonde warrior had been in a blood rage, hacking and stabbing the legs of our smoldering Guardian.
"Tweak!"
I yelled.
"What the fuck?"
"Your monkeys found the wrong Guardian."
"I don't know, man. Y'all thought it was the red one, too,"
he said, trying to catch his breath. We all stood around our weakened black and blue Guardian. Its health was down to 2%, and it wouldn't take much for the Persian Empire to finish it off. They had all landed somewhere after my nuclear thunderclap, and I knew that given the radius of the blast, they were likely now surrounding us.
"We're screwed,"
said Ember as she twirled her daggers and scoured the jungle.
"We need to find their Guardian,"
Anna reminded us all.
"They're going to attack at any minute,"
Tweak put in. I spun quick circles, searching the jungle, searching my mind for a way out. Frisco had us. That final ruse had been the nail in our coffin. There was no way we were going to be able to locate the red, while at the same time defending our own. As I contemplated how fucked we were, I noticed something that I hadn't noticed before. All my guildmates besides Cecilia were there with me. That meant that we had 8 players on the battlefield, which wasn't possible. I looked at each of them carefully as they frantically tried to figure out what to do. They questioned me as I stared at them, and they became angry when I said nothing. Tweak was throwing up his arms. Kit was biting her claws and nearly crying. Trinity was sharpening her blade determinedly. Anna was buffing us all with wards and telling us to remain calm. Ember danced on her toes, ready, while Nanaya floated above us all and held a glowing red orb in each hand, ready to obliterate the first furry she saw. But Stormy was simply standing there and watching everyone talk. She wasn't dancing on her toes, eager for battle like she should have been, and she wasn't wearing any expression that I had ever seen her wear. Stormy had a blank look in her eye, and when hers met mine, I realized that I had seen that blank stare before. Without telling anyone what I had discovered, I unsheathed my enchanted blade, walked calmly toward Stormy, then quickly thrust my sword into her heart. My guildmates cried out in shock and horror, but then Stormy let out a guttural howl of pain that sounded exactly like a guardian. I jumped back as the illusion of Stormy exploded, and the towering guardian burst to full height with my sword still stuck in its chest. Its health read 0.09%, and I grinned at my guildmates. As one, we attacked the Red Guardian with spells and blades, warhammers and curses, and the gargantuan monster finally crashed to the ground.
"Winner! Heavy Metal Thunder!"
the elven announcer cried out. Frisco and his guildmates reached the clearing just as the battlefield was beginning to disappear. I cheered and danced with my guildmates as the Persian Empire shook their heads, and the crowd chanted our name.
"Holy shit! We won!"
Anna cried. Cecilia joined us from our base and met us in the middle of the sand, leaping into our arms and crying with joy.
"What a battle!" said the wizard who was announcing with the elf. Ruse upon ruse, spells the likes of which have never been seen, and 2 guilds with hearts of gold. Right you are, said the elf, but only 1 guild can continue to the final battle, and that guild is Heavy Metal Thunder. By the gods, what a show Sam and his girls put on today. I turned from the large looking-glass above when I heard someone approaching, and I found Frisco standing behind me with his hand out. Hell of a fight, he said with a grin. You guys really gave us a run for our money, I said. He nodded with a half-smile. We almost had you. How the hell did you know that we had made our guardian look like Stormy? Including Stormy, there were 8 of us on the battlefield, I explained. Ah, he said, and she wasn't acting like herself. Damn it, you're a clever son of a bitch. I get lucky once in a while, I said with a wink. Well, if we had to lose, I'm glad it was against you guys, Frisco said with a smile. I raised Frisco's hand with mine and turned to the crowd, who cheered the furries and began chanting their name. The after-party at Cecilia's place was insane, but we all snuck out after only a few hours. There were way too many people trying to buy us drinks, and although the alcohol in Rebirth Online didn't actually get you drunk, the programmers altered perception in just the same way as if it was real, and the hangovers were nothing to sneeze at. I wanted us all to be in perfect form tomorrow, so we called it a day and returned to our tower in the Beartooth Mountains. Tweak brought a couple of furries along with him and bade me a good night with a grin as he led them to his room, and the girls and I retired to our bedroom for a little party of our own. We leveled, of course, and passed out in each other's arms. I didn't remember my dreams in the morning, but I knew that I had slept like a baby. The ladies awoke with a smile on their faces, eager to start the day. They practically chased each other out of bed and raced to the kitchen, and I followed close behind, tapping on my interface to dress as I went. Today's the mother-licking day, said Tweak, high-fiving me when I passed the island. Yeah, baby, we're going all the way. The Lords of Doom don't stand a chance. Kit leapt up and down and clapped joyously. Oh, they do, Cecilia corrected her. If we're going to beat these guys, we're going to need a miracle. Damn, girl, you always so gloomy? Tweak asked. Not gloomy, realistic, she said, her tail waving behind her like an entranced cobra. There's a reason that Horizon Corp dropped us in favor of them. They've got a huge following, and they've got over 40 highly competent guild members. Meh, said Ember as she peeled an apple with one of her enchanted daggers. She was lounging in one of the heavy wooden chairs around the table, still wearing her teddy. We've got a following too, and who cares anyway? Fans don't help on the battlefield, and I don't think that having a shitload of guildmates helps any. Yeah, well, they've got some of the most powerful healers in the entire game, Cecilia told her. Then she tapped on her interface and shared the roster with us. The final battle wasn't until noon, which gave us about 4 hours to study up on the Doom Lords. We had seen plenty of their fights, and I had personally scanned over that roster more than any other. I was still a little bent about having been passed over by Horizon Corp, and I was intent on winning the whole damn thing and showing the ungrateful bastards at corporate that they had bet on the wrong horse. As we watched the replay of the Doom Lords versus Hero Quest from the day before, I couldn't help but be impressed by their healers' abilities. Nearly half the guild was a healer of some sort, be they priests, shamans, witch doctors, clerics, or druids, and they were all level 55 and up. Their stats were impressive as well, and they each somehow attained a full set of mythical armor called the Skin of the Azure God. We're going to have to ignore the healers, said Anna, as we watched Hero Quest fail at the opposite strategy. All they do is take attention off the Guardian and force the enemy to use up all their mana. Yeah, but look how effective they are, said Kit. They've kept the Guardian over 90% for most of the fight. It was true. The battle had been raging on the Looking Glass for more than 15 minutes, and the Doom Lord's Guardian was still over 90% health, while Hero Quest's Guardian was down to 50%. So if we aren't going to focus on their healers, but they constantly heal their Guardian, then what's the plan? Stormy asked. We do the same thing, I said, glancing at Cecilia. Exactly, said the foxy lady. But we don't have enough healers, said Kit. There's just you, me, and Anna. Yeah,
said Anna. "And when we're inevitably killed, we won't be replaced by fresh healers." "We don't need any more healers," said Cecilia. "We need a shitload of healing relics, potions, wands, staffs, everything we can find." "That shit's expensive," I noted. "Especially one strong enough to keep a guardian healed up for any extended period of time," said Ember. "The Doomlord's casters are powerful as shit, too." "Then we break the bank, spend every last dime we have to buy the best, rarest shit there is," said Cecilia. "Are you nuts?" said Kit. "If we lose, then we'll be broke." "Yeah, babe," Tweak added. "You were talking about almost 1,000,000 gold. But if we win, then it won't matter. There's a freaking kingdom on the line," Cecilia countered. "I say we go for it," I told them. "Balls to the wall. Ozara kingdom or bust," Nanaya added. "All in favor?" Cecilia asked, and raised her hand. I raised mine, and the rest of my guildmates soon followed. "All right, let's hit the markets and see what we can dig up." We spent the remainder of the morning shopping around the markets in the many cities of Rebirth Online. In Aerok, we picked up a healing crystal that would release a steady stream of healing energy, 1,000 per second to be exact, and it lasted over 10 minutes. In the Hindi Islands, we found an old NPC shaman that had a mythical dragon tooth that boasted a staggering 100,000 healing power. It put us back about 40,000 gold, but if it helped us win, then it would be worth every penny. In Evermoon City, we traded our enchanted dragon lances for something called the Orb of the Maker. When worn, it was supposed to add 25% to the total health bar of the bearer. If we put it on the Guardian, then the big lug would have well over 1,000,000 health points. At an auction house in the Gilded Wastes, we found an artifact that would set us back 250,000 gold, but it offered advantages that we just couldn't overlook. The artifact was called the Stone of Angelic Power, and it allowed the user to summon angels that would act as healers. The stone would last an impressive 15 minutes, and more impressive still was that if the summoner died, the angels would remain. Armed with as much healing power as we could muster, and completely broke, we took a portal to Aerok and prepared for battle. Chapter 19. The Colosseum was filled beyond capacity, and it had even been redesigned to fit another 1,000 people in the stands. Thunderous applause greeted us when we walked onto the sand, and I looked across the stadium and watched as the Doomlords sauntered in. They looked confident, but who could blame them? Their battles hadn't been as hard won as ours. "Welcome to the final battle," Dr. Marks bellowed into the crystal that acted as a microphone. Every looking-glass showed him sitting with the wizard and elf woman, and the crowd cheered and stomped their feet. "It's sure to be one hell of a fight," said the elf. "Right you are," the wizard said over her. "Why, I haven't seen a matchup like this since—" "We've never seen a matchup like this," the elf interrupted. "Heavy Metal Thunder is a Cinderella story if I've ever seen one," said Dr. Marks over them both. "With only 9 guild members, they've managed to fight their way through 5 stages and 32 guilds to win their bracket. But they're not going to find the Doomlords an easy adversary. With over 40 members, the Doomlords have risen to the top through teamwork, innovation, and a hell of a lot of power. It's going to be interesting to see if Heavy Metal Thunder can keep up," the elf noted. I turned from the looking-glass and gestured for my guildmates to bring it in. We huddled like a football team, wrapping our arms around each other's shoulders. "No matter what happens today," I said to them with emotion welling up inside me, "I'm proud as hell of every single one of you." "We're proud of you too, Big Daddy," said Kit. Nanaya sniffled and squeezed the girls on each side of her. "You guys are a bunch of mushy bitches." "Aw, Nanaya does have feelings," Kit said with a smile. "I love you all," I told them, and we all hugged it out. "Now, let the battlefield be revealed," Dr. Marks bellowed. The crowd waited anxiously as the sands began to shimmer, and soon the battleground was revealed. The ground beneath our feet shuddered and began to rise into the air, and I saw the Doomlords also floating upon a chunk of rocky land. Similar rocky islands rose up into the air, and the floor of the arena turned into a swirling patch of fog. Above us was another churning cloud of multicolored mist. By the time our islands stopped floating higher, there were at least 20 other islands scattered about at different heights above the churning mist. I assumed that falling into the mist would be a bad thing, but there was no way to know unless someone jumped in and found out what happened. If the Guardians fell into the mist below and disappeared, then it was going to change the game a lot.
"What's up with the sparkly fog?"
Tweak asked, glancing over the side of our little island.
"Only one way to find out," said Trinity. "As soon as the battle begins, someone needs to jump in."
Ember scoffed.
"Then let it be one of the Doom Lords."
Our island soon became our base, and pillars of stone rose up in a circle, marking the veil that we would have to wait behind in ghost form. The oval chunk of rock that we floated on was about 50 feet long and 20 feet wide, and the Doom Lord's island appeared to be about the same size. The two bases were even with each other and separated by 300 yards of open air and about 20 other islands, some level, others above, and still others below. I thought that we could leap the distance between some of them, but that method wasn't very practical.
"We're going to need your wings, Nanaya," I told the beautiful succubus.
"Oh, I'm already on it," she said as she moved her hands around in an intricate pattern. Our guardian appeared, and my guildmates and I were quick to arm him with the many healing artifacts that we had bought. He let out a roar and glowed with multicolored light, and I grinned as I scrolled over his much-improved stats. I looked across the expanse as my guildmates applied their buffs, and I saw that the Doom Lords had already conjured their own means of flight, and of all things they had chosen magic carpets. I had to admit that the multi-race guild looked pretty damn cool in their glowing purple armor as they stood on their carpets like surfers ready to catch a monster wave.
"What style! What class!"
the wizard gushed. "All right, peeps," I said when the countdown began. "Stormy and Ember, hang back and be ready to jump in. Guardian, stay here for now and stay away from the edge."
"Edge bad,"
said the gargantuan crystal man.
"I think we should see what happens when you fall into the mist," said Trinity. "Are you volunteering?"
Tweak cocked a purple brow.
"Hell yeah,"
she said.
"We need to know what happens before we know what the best strategy is going to be."
"Agreed," I said. "But I should be the one to jump."
"Too late,"
said Trinity, and a moment later Dr. Marks announced the start of the battle. Trinity ran and leapt off the island, and my guildmates and I raced to the edge to see what would happen to her. The crowd gasped when Trinity disappeared into the mist, and for a silent moment everyone in the Colosseum waited with bated breath to see what would become of her.
"Woohoo!"
came a cry from above, and we all looked up in time to see Trinity float out of the churning cloud above and land on the island in front of ours.
"Holy shit," said Tweak. "They are like portals."
"Sweet," said Ember. Nanaya cast her spell on us all, and black leathery wings sprouted from our backs. "Guardian," I said, having suddenly thought up a clever plan. "I want you to jump off the island and fall into that mist. When you come out of the clouds, jump in again. Kill everyone who tries to hurt you."
"Kill bullies,"
the Guardian sang before leaping off the side of the island. Across the expanse, the Doom Lords had taken to the sky and were now headed our way.
"What's the plan?"
Trinity asked as she landed at our base. "We send the purple monkeys and Anaya's imps after the healers to distract them, and we hit their guardian with everything we've got," I told them. "This is it, bitches. It's now or never. Maintain the high ground. Let's show these fuckers some heavy metal thunder." We flew into the air, right at the Doom Lords, with the howling crowd cheering us on. Spells streaked by as the Doom Lord casters got the jump on us. We held back our attack until we were closer, and I released Firestorm, Hellfire, and Arcane Lightning. My guildmates unleashed their magic as well, and soon the sky was alight with dozens of screaming spells. A blue ball of flame zipped toward me, and I barely barrel-rolled out of the way when it exploded beside me. The blast knocked me off course, but my armor took the brunt of the blow. I banked hard right, avoiding the spear of an elf, and flew around one of the islands and came at him from behind. He turned just in time to eat one of my fireballs, and I scored a hit with my enchanted sword as I passed. Tweak's purple monkeys flew by, hanging from the skinny legs of the tiny imps. They found the healers near the enemy base, and got to work causing as much trouble as possible. The remaining Doomlord fighters flew past us and veered toward our ever-falling guardian, and we continued past to attack their guardian. They hadn't instructed theirs to leap off the side like we had, and therefore our target was much easier to hit. With the enemy healers tied up dealing with our minions, I took the opportunity to hit the big red guardian with my nuclear thunderclap. As I moved my arms through the intricate patterns, I felt the magic building up inside me. It came from the core like an orgasm, and releasing it felt almost as good as sex. The power gushed out of me in a thin red line, hit the ground below the guardian's feet, and exploded like a mini nuclear bomb. An entire chunk of the enemy's floating rock base broke free and rose into the wake of the mushroom cloud. "You want to warn us before you do that?" Ember asked as she flew by, wiggling a finger in her left ear and moving her jaw around. "Sorry," I yelled back at her as she flew toward the guardian with daggers drawn. The enemy guardian was already down to 94%, but it was nothing to celebrate. The Doomlords had already gotten our guardian down to 89%, and that was with 3 of their players healing on the opposite side of the battleground. "We gotta pick it up," I said as I dodged the big arm of the Red Guardian, who was swatting at us like King Kong, angered by buzzing little planes. Trinity must have been killed, because neither she nor Anna were anywhere to be found. Nanaya, Ember, and Tweak were attacking the Guardian, and I could see Stormy trying to get out of our base in one piece, but she was being bombarded with spells. Worse yet, Nanaya's wing spell was going to wear off in 60 seconds. I flew around the Red Guardian, pelting it with fireballs, arcane lightning, magic bolt, firestorm, hellfire, and scorched earth, but I barely made a dent. The healers had taken care of Tweak's monkeys and Nanaya's imps, and they were now casting healing spells on their guardian from afar. I looked back at our guardian, who was now pinned down to one of the floating rocks and being bombarded with enemy spells. Fireballs, electricity, enchanted arrows, spears, and swords steadily hacked its health, which was now at 60%. At this rate, we would be out of the game in a matter of minutes. We needed to stop the enemy healers, and we needed to burn down the Red Guardian. But more importantly, we had to stop the enemy from attacking our guardian. But we couldn't do it all. "Samson!" I glanced around at my nearby guildmates, but they didn't seem to have heard the voice. "Magula?" "Samson, thank the depths," came Magula's voice in my head. "I'm kind of busy right now," I said as I conjured a fireball and launched it at a nearby healer. "It's Baal. He's attacking the city. I can't help you right now, babe." I ducked a spell from an ice mage and retaliated with a fireball that left him scorched and smoking. "You must summon the children to the surface world, Samson. They are too weak to defend the city. Soon they will die." "I can't do this right now," I told Magula, as I deflected another of the ice mage's spells and countered with arcane lightning. A warrior came out of nowhere and swung his big battle axe at my head. I blocked it with my fire shield, but the blow took me off my feet and sent me over the side of the rock island. I landed on another one about 10 feet below and groaned. "Samson, please, if Baal defeats me, I don't know what will become of your parents." "Listen, I can't help you right now. You want me to become a king? Then leave me alone and let me win this damn tournament." I leapt off the stone island into the swirling mist and came out of the clouds above the enemy base. Magula's voice didn't return, and I assumed that she had ended the spell that allowed her to speak to me mentally. "We're losing our asses!" Trinity yelled as she flew by and stabbed the Red Guardian with her enchanted sword. She was right. It was time for the Stone of Angelic Power. "Cover me!" I yelled to Nanaya, and I beat my magical wings as hard as I could. We flew across the battlefield and swooped down into the fog about 50 yards from the island where the Doomlords were attacking our guardian. Flying through the mist was disorienting as hell, but a moment later we emerged from the clouds directly above the enemy. I selected the stone from my interface and activated it, and a moment later my demonic wings disappeared. As I fell through the air toward our guardian, a dozen singing angels that looked like they spent 4 hours a day in the gym appeared, and their healing light overwhelmed me. I landed on my guardian's shoulder as the healing light washed over him as well, and to my delight, his health bar began to noticeably tick upwards. Trinity had lost her wings as well, and she fell upon the leader of the Doom Lords, taking him with her over the edge of the little floating island. "To the enemy base!" I yelled in the Guardian's ear, and he leapt 40 feet into the air and bounded off another floating island. The ride on his back was exhilarating, and I held on for dear life as he let himself drop into the mist below, only to emerge from the clouds hundreds of feet above where he had gone in. In this manner, we quickly reached the other team's base, and I instructed our big blue lug to attack his red counterpart. The two behemoths exchanged blows that would have shorn off the side of a stone tower, and I smartly leapt from the blue's back and engaged the Doomlord healers. The angels had followed me and the Guardian across the battlefield, and now circled the enemy base, healing us as fast as we took damage. Our Guardian was closing in on 70% health, and we had the enemy red down to 50%. The tides had turned, but they were about to turn again. Chapter 20. The angels managed to get our Guardian back up to 90%, and their power was so great that the Doom Lords couldn't kill me or my guildmates. We steadily attacked the Red Guardian, draining him all the way down to 20% by the time the Stone of Angelic Power wore off. Not only were we burning down the enemy Guardian at a steady clip, but we had killed at least 30 of the Doom Lords as they cycled back into battle. It seemed that victory was ours. But then, a few minutes after the Stone of Angelic Power had worn off and the angels had disappeared, a Doomlord warlock summoned something out of a nightmare. I warned my guildmates to get out of the way when I saw the portal open behind them, but I was too late. My warning cries were drowned out by the horrific screech of 100 humanoid demons. They exploded out of the portal on wings of oily black. Their chiseled bodies reminded me of my gilded sons, but these demons had skin that looked as hard as dragon scales. They carried long swords that glowed blue to match the light in their eyes, and the little armor that they wore emanated the same haunting light. Trinity, Kit, and Ember were killed instantly as the flock of demons were belched out of the portal, and I soon found myself ducking behind my fire shield. The demons blocked out the afternoon light, smothering me with darkness and stabbing me repeatedly as they passed overhead. "You are dead." "What the hell is that?" Trinity's ghost asked when I opened my eyes behind the veil. "One hell of a spell," I said, as I hopelessly watched the mass of black wings descend upon our Guardian from across the arena. "That's not any spell that the Warlock cast," said Nanaya. "Nobody can summon so many demons at once, especially not a level 60 Warlock. He's got some friends in low places, that's for sure." "They're killing him," Trinity growled as we watched from behind the veil. It was true. Our Guardian was already down to 30%. And if we didn't do something soon, it would be game over. "What are we going to do?" Kid asked as we stepped out of the veil. I remembered Magula's pleading voice in my head. The children were dying. They needed the sun. They needed to be summoned to the surface world. I clutched the pendant that Magula had given me. "Sam!" Trinity yelled, jerking me out of my trance. "What's the plan?" Kid asked. Behind her, the rest of my guildmates appeared behind the veil in ghost form. "There's only one way," I said, as I turned back to look at our Guardian's health. 9%, 8%, 7%. Kit stared at me questioningly. Then her eyes slowly widened. "You're not thinking what I think you're thinking," Trinity asked. "It's the only way," I said again. Then I turned from my guildmates, tore the trinket off my neck, held it in the air, and bellowed the incantation that Magula had told me. "Sam!" Anna yelled from the veil, but it was too late. Brilliant golden light exploded from my fist that soon grew into an elliptical portal of pulsing light. My demonic children flew out of the portal by the hundreds. Their skin was ashen and their bodies sickly, and I felt a pang of guilt for not having believed their mother. But when they flew high into the sky and spread their wings in the sunlight, their skin changed to the brilliant gold that I remembered. They let out a collective roar as they bathed in the sunshine. "Come to me, my children!" I bellowed, as one they swooped down, 1,000 in all, and blotted out the sun. "That red crystal guardian is my enemy! Kill him! Kill them all!" I ordered my gilded sons. I didn't know if they would listen to me, and for a moment none of them moved. But then the one closest to me bowed and said, "Yes, father." "Hurry up, you golden hotties!" Kit screamed. I looked across the battlefield and saw why. Our guardian was down to 2%. The entire crowd seemed to be holding their collective breath, and I found myself joining them as all eyes turned to my golden children. The Doom Lords fired everything they had at the gold demons, and the black demons that served them flew to intercept. To my surprise, my 1,000 sons unleashed 1,000 fireballs. The explosion that ensued engulfed the entire battlefield, only contained by the spell shield that surrounded the arena and kept the spectators safe from runaway spells. The flames didn't hurt our guardian or the rest of us, but it completely obliterated the enemy. Once the smoke settled, all that could be seen of the Red Guardian was a pile of crystal rubble. "Holy shit!" the wizardly announcer's voice echoed through the Colosseum. "What he means to say," said the elf woman, "is that we have a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the first winner of the Guild Wars and the Lords of Ozara, Heavy Metal Thunder." The crowd erupted in applause and stomped their feet, and my guildmates raced over to me and tackled me to the sand. "We did it!" I yelled, hardly able to believe it. "We really did it!" "Oh, Big Daddy," Kit cried into my chest. "Is it really real?" Trinity planted a big kiss on my lips, and the rest of the girls showered me with kisses as well, even Tweak. After a few minutes of incoherent celebration, we finally untangled ourselves and rose to our feet to raise triumphant fists at the crowd. But the crowd had stopped cheering. My gilded sons hovered in the air in a wide circle, pounding on the spell shield surrounding the arena. "Stop that!" I warned, but they did no such thing. One of them hit the shield with a magic bolt. Then about 500 of his brothers did the same. The dome-shaped spell shield held back the magic, but it shimmered and rippled as though it were being weakened. Holy shit, they were strong. "I command you back to the underworld!" I bellowed, and the game masters must have turned up my voice, because it boomed like a god and echoed through the halls of Aerok. The golden demons turned from the energy dome as one, and stared at me and the trinket that I held in my hand. The portal had reopened, and it crackled and sparked as it awaited them. To my dismay, my sons turned their backs on me and attacked the energy shield with renewed vigor. I tried to command them to stop, but they weren't listening. Then the shield completely failed, and my gilded sons began to fly toward the open air above the Colosseum. "Wait!" I cried desperately as the horns of Aerok blared. "Your mother needs you!" That proclamation stopped them in midair, and they all turned on wings of gold to regard me. "You must return to the underworld. Your mother is being attacked by a powerful demon, and if you don't stop him, she is going to die." One of my sons floated down to the ground and stood before me. He scrutinized me with eyes like suns and cocked his head to the side. "Mother is in danger." "Yes," I said, and for reasons I still don't understand, I placed a hand on his shoulder. "You must help her. Do you understand? You must defend your mother." He glanced at my hand and slowly placed one of his own on top of it. Then he looked back to me. The smallest of smiles turned up the corner of his mouth, and he offered me a small bow. His brothers began flying into the portal then, and I maintained contact with my son until he was the last one left. "Will we see you again?" he asked. "Of course," I said with a smile. He nodded and turned toward the portal. Then he eyed the crowd one last time and the freedom of the blue skies above, and flew into the portal. I stuffed the trinket in my pocket and let out a pent-up sigh of relief. The silent crowd once again broke into cheers, and I smiled at my guildmates. Somehow we had done it, and we were now the lords of a beautiful new kingdom.
"This is bullshit,"
I heard one of the Doom Lords complain from the other side of the Colosseum. The leader of the guild reined in his friend as Dr. Marks and the wizard walked out onto the sand. "Congratulations," the doctor said to us, and shook all our hands. I could see us all up on the looking glasses, and I knew the world was watching. "How's it feel to be the first real world king of Rebirth Online?" the wizard asked.
"Fucking great!"
Tweak yelled from behind the crowded girls. We all shared a laugh. "What he said," I told the wizard.
"That last spell," said the elf. "Who were those golden demons?"
The crowd grew silent, and I laughed nervously as I scanned the curious crowd. Let's just say that I've got friends in low places." The crowd didn't seem to think it was very funny, and even the elf announcer shifted awkwardly away from us. "There you have it," said Dr. Marks affably, and he quickly changed the subject to begin asking us about highlights as they played on the looking glass. I could tell that the Doom Lords were none too pleased by the defeat, but we hadn't done anything illegal, so they simply shook our hands and left the arena to the applause of their many fans. "What are you going to do with your new kingdom first?" the wizard asked. I glanced around at my guildmates who were absolutely beaming. "We're going to throw the biggest party that Rebirth Online has ever seen," I yelled into the crystal microphone. Chapter 21. "You have pleased me greatly," said Magula. I hadn't been in Cecilia's pub for more than 2 minutes when I suddenly found myself in Magula's throne room. "I assume that you were victorious against Baal?" I said, glancing around and expecting to find my parents somewhere. "Yes, thanks to you and the children. You have saved their lives, Samson, and you have secured my throne. I hear that you are now a king as well." She strode down from the lavish throne and stood before me in a see-through purple teddy. "Yeah, you kind of pulled me out of the celebration. I'd like to get back there. Where are my parents?" She pouted. "Can't your reunion wait? I've been very anxious to give you your reward," she said, pressing her body against mine and grabbing my cock. I couldn't help but laugh as I gently peeled her off me. "You kidnapped my parents and now you want some ass?" She shrugged and grinned devilishly. I shook my head. "Just give me my parents and send me back to the surface. I'm gonna need some time to forgive you." "All right, Samson. I understand," she said as she hung her head low. She snapped her fingers, and my parents appeared at my side. "Mom, Dad, are you guys all right?" I asked, noticing the look of confusion on their faces. "Sam!" my mother yelled when she saw me. She threw the cake in her hand and wrapped her arms around me. My father hugged me too and laughed happily. "It's about time you joined us down here. Why, you can eat an entire banquet all by yourself and not gain a pound. It's a miracle of the modern age, I tell you." "I've come to take you back to the surface," I told them. "Oh, we saw your battle today on the big looking glass in our tower," said my mother. "Your tower?" I glanced at Magula, who shrugged. "Did you think I had them in a dungeon?" she asked, looking hurt. "You saved the children," said my mother. "I'm very proud of you, Sam." "Thanks, Mom." I turned to Magula. "We are ready." "I'll see you soon, my love," she said. Then, with a wave of her hand, I was back at the pub with my parents at my side. "Yay, Sam's parents!" Kit sang as she raised her umbrella-topped drink. "I was wondering where you went off to," said Anna. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Sullivan." "Hello, young elf," said my father in a stoic voice. "What's your poison, Mrs. S?" Tweak asked as he put his arm around my mother. "Oh, my," she said, as she looked up at the big purple monkey's smiling face. Do they have white wine?" "The finest white wine coming up," he sang. "So where's this kingdom that you won?" my father asked over the boisterous crowd. "It's near the Zion jungle," I told him. 1 million acres of forest, clear streams, and mountain ranges. He choked on his drink and looked at me wide-eyed. "Jesus, Sam, that is almost as big as Delaware." I grinned and nodded. "Want to see it?"
"Does Orm have an assicle?" he asked with a laugh, and the reference to one of our favorite old shows cracked me up. My father could be funny as hell sometimes. "Who else wants to see Ozara?" I asked my guildmates, and in response they went absolutely apeshit, especially Tweak. After the post-victory bullshit, the wizard had finally presented me with a golden, glowing key. I'd thought about using it right then and there to open a portal to my new kingdom, but it didn't seem like the right time. My guildmates and my parents gathered around as I presented the key, and they watched with eager eyes as I held it out in front of me. When I did, a golden keyhole suddenly appeared. With one last look at my friends and family, I inserted the key into the lock and gave it a twist. To my mother's delight, a door opened before us, and beyond we could see clear running streams, white-topped mountains, rolling hills, lush forests, and bright sunshine reflected off large lakes. "Welcome to Ozara," I told them all. Then I stepped through the door. This concludes Rebirth Online 3 by Michael James Plouffe. Narrated by Tristan Morris. Copyright 2019 by Traveling Bard Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Michael James Plouffe and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Rebirth Online 4 by Michael James Plouffe. Narrated by Tristan Morris. Chapter 1. I gazed at my kingdom with a grin on my face. From our small tower on the hill, I could see for miles. To the west, the Trinity Mountains rose from the horizon like jagged teeth. To the east, a forest filled the valley, engulfing the wide river that flowed through it. To the north, the hills rose and fell as the ground became rockier, but the south offered a long valley and fertile land prime for farming. I imagined the homesteads and towns that would eventually crop up there, and the city that would soon surround our small tower. My guildmates and I had won the Guild Wars tournament more than a week ago, and our prize was all that I saw before me now, the kingdom of Ozara. Well, that was what was advertised. In truth, we had won a virgin land with the potential to become a kingdom. The second part was up to us. The land may have been a new expansion of the game, but it had still been programmed and seeded with NPCs who thought that they and the land had been there forever. There was a barbarian tribe in the foothills to the north, and elves were said to live in the Great Wood to the east. Humans and dwarves inhabited this land as well, as did orcs, trolls, and presumably other less savory creatures. For the last week since the Guild Wars, my guild and I had been clearing out the land around the only structure that came with our kingdom, which was a 3-story tower situated on the only hill in the valley. The girls had insisted that we name it Samson Tower, and I hadn't put up much of a fight. Along with the tower, we had inherited a small group of human warriors, and one wizard who had been programmed to believe that I was the rightful king returned to them, and they were loyal to a fault. They were a good start as far as armies went, and the wizard, a tall, bald black man by the name Miramar, proved to not only be powerful, but a very useful personal assistant. The warriors had more than one use as well. Among them were blacksmiths, bakers, cooks, lumberjacks, and carpenters. With the surrounding forest thinned and the ground made ready for planting, I was eager to put them to work, building the first houses in what would eventually become a grand city. But there was still a lot of work to be done. Irrigation trenches and sewer systems had to be dug. A bridge needed to be built across the river, and most importantly, people had to be recruited to join our little kingdom and populate the city. There was one hitch, however. Heavy Metal Thunder was broke. No riches came with the tower or the kingdom, and we had spent all our money on weapons, trinkets, and healing talismans to win the tournament. Now we were hopelessly vulnerable, and the ban on other players venturing to our kingdom was going to be up in just 3 days. We knew that we had to prepare for the other guilds that would be vying for a shot to dethrone me, but we only had a week to get ready, and we were hopelessly behind.
Even with 25 able-bodied men and women, we had only just cleared the forest and finished digging out a trench around the tower. Long spears had been arranged in a circle around the moat, and a drawbridge had been installed. But that wasn't going to stop a determined guild, especially those that we had beat in the tournament. There was already word on the streets of Aerok and other cities that the Orc chieftains, Doomlords, and Dragons of Fury had plans to take what we had won, and I was growing more concerned by the day that they just might be able to do it. I needed to make alliances, and for that reason, we had planned on setting out for the nearest human village at first light. From the tower balcony, I watched the dark sky begin to brighten, and I turned to find a sleepy-looking Anna walking toward me in a thin white nightgown. I smiled at her and allowed my eyes a quick sweep of her voluptuous body. Her nipples pressed against the soft fabric, and I could just make out the circular darkness beneath. Legs that belonged to a gymnast carried her gracefully to my side, and she rested her head on my shoulder and enjoyed the view. "It's beautiful," she said in a hushed tone, as the first rays of light lit the thin clouds above, and the long dark forest began to burst with color and the delighted symphony of bird songs. "Is it?" I said, glancing down at her. "I guess I was too caught up in your beauty to notice." "Tease," she said, punching me playfully in the stomach. "Sweet-talking me when your cooldown still has hours to go." I grinned. She was right. The girls and I had leveled again last night, like we had every night. We had leveled naturally as well, having been so hard at work clearing the land and preparing the tower defenses. I was now a level 65, and the highest among us, Stormy, was a level 70 already. There was no way that the 3 guilds that were gunning for us had gained more than 1 level, which gave us a bit of an advantage. Lord knows we needed it. "I can say that you're beautiful without it being a come-on, you know," I said to Anna. "What fun is that?" she said with a fake pout. "You know, if you're still in the mood, there's things that I can do that don't involve a cooldown." She hummed as she pressed against me. "Like what?" I grabbed her by the throat playfully, and she took in a shocked but delighted breath. I kissed her passionately, gently biting her lip, which always made her drunk with lust. She wrapped her arms around me, and I lifted her up and slowly lowered her onto the balcony rail. She grabbed the column to her right as I slowly trailed kisses down her neck. My tongue teased her left and then right nipples and continued down between her legs. When my tongue found her clit, she nearly fell back off the balcony. "Oh, Sam," she breathed as I moved my tongue in quick circles. I inserted 2 fingers in between her deliciously soft folds, hooked them upward, and quickly found her G-spot. "Oh, Sam," she cried, and grabbed 2 handfuls of my hair. I continued to wiggle my curved fingers, while at the same time spinning my tongue like a propeller around her swollen clitoris. When her orgasm reached its crescendo, she pressed my face into her and gyrated against my mouth, twitching and giggling as the waves of pleasure washed over her. "Oh my God," she said drunkenly as she fanned herself. I stood and grinned. "Please, call me Samson." "You ass," she said, and swatted at me weakly. "Come on," I said with a laugh. "Let's wake up the others. We've got a long day ahead of—" A deafening blast rocked the tower, followed by the frantic voices of our warriors and the blare of a horn. "What the hell was that?" I said, as I ran back to the balcony. "Oh, shit," said Anna as she pointed north. Oh, shit was right. An army of at least 100 trolls was charging from the hills, and judging by the blast that had just hit the tower's energy shield, they had a magic user among them. The other 7 women came racing naked out of the bedroom and joined us at the balcony. "Son of a bitch," Trinity swore as she beheld the troll army. "Sweet," said Ember. "I get to try out my new daggers." "Everyone to your positions," I said evenly. "We've got a tower to defend." I tapped on my interface as I ran to the stairs leading up to the battlements and chose my battle robes. I armed myself with my enchanted sword as I raced up the stairs, and I soon felt the buffs of my guildmates wash over me. "Report," I said to Miramar, who met me at the top of the stairs. "I've enabled all shields surrounding the tower, And the traps have been activated on the northern side as well, he said as we raced across the battlements. The trolls were about 500 yards away and advancing quickly. I can't see from here, Miramar. What level are they? 50 through 60, Miramar reported, his dark brow furrowed as he scrutinized the distant horde. They have a powerful sorcerer with them as well, my liege. Any others? None, sir. Their power lies in him alone. Sever the head, kill the dragon, I said under my breath. Sir? I ignored him and turned to regard my guildmates. Nanaya, it's dragon time. You and I are going to try to slow them down. The rest of you know what to do. Everyone nodded and prepared to defend, and Nanaya changed into her white dragon form. I climbed up her back and settled in between her spiked shoulder blades, and a moment later she leapt off the battlements and sailed out over our gathering soldiers. Defend the tower at all costs, I commanded my troops, and they responded with a hearty cheer. Nanaya flew west and came at the trolls from the side, rather than fly straight into them. Arrows and spears sailed through the air toward us, but they all lost momentum before coming close. I performed the hand gestures to conjure Firestorm and unleashed it as Nanaya drowned the entire left flank with dragonfire. Meteors slammed into the horde as they ducked beneath large metal shields, and the howls of those caught up in the flames echoed throughout the valley. "Watch out!" I warned, when a green fireball erupted from the group and streaked straight at us. Nanaya banked hard right, and I held on for dear life. I glanced back and found that the fireball hadn't continued on a straight course, but had turned and was now following us like a heat-seeking missile. "Nanaya," I said pensively. "I see it," she said determinedly. "Hold on to your dick." She beat her wings so hard and quick that my head snapped back, and I was nearly jerked from my perch. We rapidly gained altitude, but the green fireball was hot on our trail. Nanaya growled when she glanced back and saw it gaining. Then she barrel-rolled to the right and tucked in her wings. Soon we were falling like a stone, and I desperately retrieved my flying goggles from my interface. When Nanaya abruptly spread her wings, I thought I was going to puke. We shot over the heads of the growling trolls at least 100 miles per hour, and I glanced back to see if the green fireball had been able to pull off the maneuver. When I saw it slam into the group of trolls racing down from the hills, I let out a victorious cry. But the horde's sorcerer was far from out of tricks. 3 more green fireballs streaked toward Nanaya, and she was forced to take to the clouds once more. I watched the fireballs gain on us, and noticed that our human warriors, led by Trinity, were about to collide with the troll horde. "We've got to get back down there," I told Nanaya. "Then get rid of those damned fireballs on my ass," she yelled over the wind. I conjured arcane lightning and twisted from my perch to unleash it behind me. The spell webbed out and crackled against the fireballs, but they passed through the electrical web unscathed. Next, I tried Firestorm, and I cheered victoriously when one of my meteors slammed into a fireball and blew it to pieces. "Banking left," Nanaya warned me, and I held on as she deftly twisted into a cloud. We flew blind for a few seconds before coming out and swooping downward. The fireballs were still behind us, only now they were closer. I took careful aim and unleashed a magic bolt at the closest fireball, and was rewarded by a grand explosion. With just 1 fireball left, I conjured Firestorm again and took aim. But before I could get off a shot, Nanaya cried out, and an electrified net suddenly wrapped around us. We dropped out of the sky like a bird with a broken wing, and I braced myself for impact. Nanaya let out a frustrated growl. Then I was blinded by her dragonfire as she tried to burn through the enchanted netting. She finally broke free moments before we hit the ground, and managed to pull up in time. She kicked off the hilltop that we had almost collided with, shearing off a large stone as she did so, then lobbed it at the trolls as they collided with our human warriors. I leapt off her back and rolled as I landed, coming up behind a troll and unleashing a fireball that exploded its head. I had landed behind the troll army, and I unsheathed my enchanted sword as I brought up my fire shield. Before the trolls even knew they were under attack, I had taken out 2 of them. A dark green troll about 7 feet tall turned when the one next to him fell to my blade, and he brought his big club around in a powerful sideswipe. I couldn't stop such a blow with my fire shield, so I rolled with the attack, moving under the club and springing up behind it. The troll hadn't expected me to be so quick, and its eyes widened when my enchanted sword took off its nose. The club came back toward me, but I was already inside the troll's reach. I spun and swung the blade, taking the arm off at the wrist. The troll howled, and I buried my sword down its mouth. Soul shatter strike. The troll exploded into a million pieces of gore, and I charged through the bloody mist and slashed the legs of the closest enemy. Spells slammed into the troll horde from my guildmates on the other side, and I took advantage of the chaos, weaving through the tall, skinny trolls and striking with deadly precision. I searched for the sorcerer among the horde, and I found him by following his streaking spells. He was surrounded by a thick posse of heavily armored warriors, but that wasn't going to stop me. Our human warriors were now fighting toe-to-toe with the trolls, having stopped the horde a few hundred yards from the tower. Anna, Kit, and Cecilia were healing the warriors, while Trinity, Stormy, and Ember cleared a path toward the sorcerer. Meanwhile, Tweak and his purple monkeys were tearing up the left flank. Experience points, silver, gold, and loot floated toward me as I hacked and chopped my way through the troll horde. I traded out my enchanted blade for my spells when I got to within 50 feet of the sorcerer, and I unleashed nuclear thunderclap right in the middle of the gnashing trolls. The explosion lifted every nearby troll off their feet and deposited them unceremoniously on the scorched ground, and I stalked toward the exposed and injured sorcerer as the mushroom cloud slowly bloomed upward in all its hellish glory. "Surrender!" I said as I aimed a glowing palm at his head, "or else feel the wrath of the king of—" Nanaya suddenly flew out of the smoke and fire and chomped down on the sorcerer with her sharp dragon teeth. Then she tossed her head back like someone swallowing a pill. She looked at me with those big dragon eyes, burped, and said, "Oh, sorry. Did I interrupt your monologue?" "I was going to get him to surrender the army," I told her. "Meh, what fun is that?" She turned and spewed a wide swath of flame at the surrounding trolls. Then she winked at me and took to the sky once more. It didn't take us long to defeat the remaining army once the sorcerer was out of the picture, and we all gathered together on the smoldering battlefield to go through the loot. It mostly consisted of worthless odds and ends like copper daggers, rusty nails, various ragged animal furs, and rotten mushrooms, but there were valuables as well. All told, we received 4,090 gold from the trolls, as well as a few pieces of armor that would fetch a decent amount at the markets. I instructed the warriors to cut off every troll's head and put them on pikes in a wide circle around the tower. As they set to the gruesome work, my guildmates and I prepared the horses for the long ride to the nearest human village. It was time to start gathering allies. Chapter 2. The journey took us 2 hours by horse on the old roads that hadn't been cared for by anyone in ages. When we finally arrived a few hours before noon, a horn blared, and men began moving quickly atop the ramshackle battlements. The fence surrounding the small village couldn't have even stopped a group of unruly teenage boys, let alone any sort of real attack, and the battlements were nothing more than long planks set upon thick beams, all bound together with leather rope. The village itself was a collection of wattle and daub houses ranging from 1 to 3 stories. The larger buildings often had a stone or brick first level, and there were a few buildings made completely of stone as well. While the architecture indicated that they had been built by someone with knowledge and skill, the buildings hadn't been kept up very well. It didn't take long to realize that this was a village on its way down. The buildings, once beautiful, were now in disrepair. The banners that hung atop the battlements were tattered. The livestock was skinny and malnourished, and the crops surrounding the village didn't look to be doing well. I told my bannermen to proceed, and we rode down from the hill overlooking the village and approached the gate. 3 young men, holding what were most likely some of the only metal swords in the entire village, stared down at us from the battlements, and an older man in full knight's armor approached, with 2 more young soldiers wearing leather. They carried wooden spears, and their eyes revealed their apprehension and fear. "Hello," I said, loud for all to hear. "I am Samson, king of Ozara. These are my knights, heavy metal thunder. We come in peace." The villagers had begun to crowd the other side of the fence. They gawked from the safety of houses, peering out through open windows or climbing to rooftops to spy us from a safe distance. "Greetings, Samson," said the knight in a deep, bearish voice. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and his left hung half-bent at his side. Twin mustaches twitched as he regarded me and my guildmates, and I could see the scrutiny in his suspicious eyes. "Might we speak with your village council?" I asked. "Ain't nothing like that around here," he said as he peered up at me, squinting against the sun. "You have no lord, no mayor, no government whatsoever?" Anna asked from the back of her white mare. "We get along well enough without any of that," he told her. His eyes lingered on her fair face and softened a bit. "Then I would speak with the entire village," I offered. "Let the man through," said someone in the crowd. "To hell with the fancy buggers," another shouted. Others groaned agreement, but the sentiment seemed to be that of intrigue. The knight listened to his fellows for a time. Then he regarded me again and nodded. "Seems like they want to hear you out then," he said, extending a hand. "The name's Mick McKinley." I unsaddled and shook the man's hand. "Samson Sullivan." We were escorted into the village and met by 100 suspicious gazes and just as many angry glares. "Samson here is from the land of—" Mick leaned in toward me and asked, "Where did you say you was from?" "Ozara," I said. "I'm the king of Ozara." "Never heard of it," a woman yelled from the crowd, and dozens grunted the sentiment. Trinity stepped forward, and her imposing presence shut everyone up pretty damn quick. "Samson is the king of all the land that you see, from the mountains to the forests to the distant seas." "He ain't my God's damned king," an old man said before falling into a coughing fit. "Hinkleton's got no king," said another man. "Hinkleton don't need no king." "We can offer protection, and the supplies needed to rebuild a new village, one that will outshine Hinkleton forevermore," I told them. "Bah!" said the old man dismissively. "Defense, you say?" said Mick. I turned to the knight and nodded. "That's right." "We don't need help from the likes of them," one of the naysayers yelled. "You forget the mountain giants, Henry," Mick told the man. The crowd grew silent, and I glanced at my guildmates and winked. Mick walked the perimeter of the crowd, who had gathered near the village square to see the newcomers. "One more mountain giant attack and we're done for," Mick reminded them. "He's right," said an old woman who looked a hell of a lot like a witch. She walked up to me with a limp and sniffed around me. Then she grabbed my hand and licked it before I could pull away. "Hello," I said, pulling back my arm and wiping off the saliva. She spit on the ground and cocked an eye my way. "I have dreamed of you, Samson of Ozara," she said cryptically. Then she pointed at the moon, which sat fat in the east. "He has appeared on the day of the lunar eclipse, just as I have predicted." The crowd began murmuring eagerly, and I stood a little taller. "It is said that a great warrior and his whores will save us from the—" "Hey," said Kit. "They aren't whores, they're my knights," I said to the old woman. "If anyone is a whore, it's him." I pointed at Tweak. "Really, bro?" he said, arms wide. "As I was saying," the witch shouted over us, "it is said that a great warrior and his knights shall save us on the day of the eclipse from the migrating mountain giants. Let us offer them our bread, our wine, and our beds, and let us see what the night brings." "Sounds kinky," said Nanaya. "I refuse to share my bread or my wine with these demons, let alone my bed," a burly man yelled from the crowd. "Your kind ain't welcome here," another proclaimed, pointing a shaky finger at Nanaya. The witch turned with agility that I wouldn't have thought she possessed and thrust an arm toward the angry villager. His mouth suddenly puckered up and his eyes bulged. "Water!" he cried, and ran to the nearest horse trough. "Anyone else want to taste my hot sauce spell?" she asked the crowd. I glanced at my guildmates and offered them a smirk. Whoever had programmed the old woman must have been high at the time, or he just had a great sense of humor.
"All in favor of Samson and his knights staying through the night, say aye," Mick yelled.
"Aye," more than half the village called out.
"All opposed?"
"Nay," said a few, and the rest didn't seem to have an opinion.
"Then it's settled," said Mick. "Samson and his knights are all guests this night, and they are to be treated thusly."
"Thanks, Mick," I said, as the crowd began moving in to get a closer look at my guildmates and ask us questions.
"If what the old woman says is true, then you're welcome indeed," he told me.
"Can we speak somewhere quieter?" I asked. "I'd like to get some information about these giants of yours."
"Ain't no giants of mine," said the NPC knight. "But sure, follow me."
He picked a few men out of the crowd to go with him and led us to the only pub in town, a place called Hophead Harry's. The place looked like it hadn't served a customer in weeks, and when the villagers tried to press into the place, old Mick told them to scram and barred the door.
"Have a seat,"
said the knight, indicating a large table in the back. My guildmates and I sat at the table, all but Trinity and Ember, who opted to stand instead. They positioned themselves so that together they could see everything.
"Care for a drink?"
Mick asked as a tall, lanky bartender came striding out of the back eagerly. "Beer," I said.
"Beer's all around, Harry,"
said Mick, and the bartender nodded affably and turned on his heel.
"A round coming up,"
he sang, obviously happy to have the business.
"All right,"
said the knight, as he leaned forward gingerly, as if he were babying an old wound.
"What do you want to know?"
"How many giants usually attack the village?" I asked.
3,
he said gravely.
3? said Kit in disbelief. You all can't handle 3 giants?
What she means to say, I said with a glance at Kit, is have you tried to kill them?
"Of course, we've tried everything, but fire is the only thing that seems to scare them. That's why we usually end up having to burn down one or more houses in the village just to scare them away."
Sweet, I thought to myself. If it was fire that they needed, then I had come to the right place. I think that we can help you with that. Do the giants have any other weaknesses that you know of? He thought about it for a moment and glanced at his fellows.
"I ain't never seen a spear, sword, or harpoon pierce their flesh," said a red-haired young man.
"It's true,"
said an older man who wore a patch on his right eye.
"Not even you could hurt 'em, Mick."
Mick nodded solemnly.
"It is true. Their skin is like stone, and we have never been able to hurt one, let alone kill one."
"How big are they?" Ember asked as she twirled her daggers lazily.
"Tall as a barn,"
said the redhead.
"They're taller than a barn, you nit," said Mick. "They're taller than the tallest trees in the forest. The ground shakes beneath their feet when they stomp down from the mountain. Hell, it sounds like a god's damned avalanche."
"Wait,"
said a smallish man that hadn't yet spoken. He wrung his hands nervously as he stepped around the taller man.
I seen something that hurt them giants."
We all waited, but it looked like the man had changed his mind about speaking. He began to turn around when Mick called to him.
"Well then, Bart, spit it out."
Bart turned around and nervously eyed my lady friends.
"Cat got your tongue, Barty?"
Kid asked coyly. His cheeks became deep red and he shifted nervously.
"No, ma'am. What I wanted to say, what I was going to say—"
"Spit it out, dude,"
Tweak said with an apish scowl.
"I seen one of the giants get burned by silver," he blurted.
"Silver?"
said Mick, as though he had never heard the word.
"Tell us exactly what happened," said Cecilia.
"Well, the giant, you see, he was aiming to flatten my house. And, well, my grandpap was sleeping in there, 'cause he can't walk none. Well, I couldn't let that happen, and all I had on me was my mamma's pendant."
He pulled the silver pendant up by the chain, and Mick leaned in closer to have a look at it. The pendant was shaped like a little dagger, and a snake was coiled around it.
"You say you stabbed through the giant's skin with this?" said Mick.
"I?"
said Bart.
"I swear on my mamma's grave. I stabbed it, then the skin started to ooze and bubble. Well, the thing backhanded me, and I woke up a few minutes later, and they was all gone."
"I found some law about mountain trolls," said Cecilia. as she scrolled through her interface. She grabbed at the air, and what she was seeing was projected on the table.
It looks like they do indeed hate silver. The sun can kill them too, and they absolutely despise fire, although it won't kill them.
Looks like we need some silver, I said, glancing at Mick.
Don't look at me, he said. What silver we got's there on Bart's neck and in other jewelry.
Don't worry, Mick, I said. We can get what we need in Aerock. Tweak, you want to do the honors? We need some silver-tipped spears, arrows, and dragon lances, or else silver bars to melt and make our own weapons.
Gotcha, brother,
he said, and retrieved his Aerock heartstone from his interface.
You coming, Nanaya? I could use a ride back.
Nanaya nodded and followed Tweak through the portal. When they wanted to come back, she would be able to open a reverse portal. Her new warlock ability was starting to come in pretty handy. All right, I said to Mick and his men, and rose from the table. Let's prepare for dark. Show me what we're working with. I followed Mick to the battlements, and Ember groaned when we were given a tour of the shoddy defenses. They had only one ballista, and it was in serious disrepair. Their swords were dull. Their spears hadn't been made well enough to kill a pig, let alone a giant, and what bows they did possess would be of no use in their current state. These were simple farmers, I realized, and they had no real experience in battle, save for Mick and a few of the guards. You really think that the giants are going to attack tonight? I asked Mick.
If the witch says so, then it will come to pass, he told me confidently.
All right, I said, glancing around at the ragtag villagers. Let's get to work. Chapter 3. I gathered all the young men and women and left them in the able hands of Trinity, Ember, and Stormy, who gave them a crash course in spear-throwing and archery. The young children and elderly were sent to the church, where there was a large underground chamber that would keep them safe when the giants attacked. Everyone else was put to work making rope for trip lines and setting traps on the northern approach to the village. The giants would be coming down from the mountains to the north, or so the witch had said, so we focused our traps in that area. The giants were too big to effectively trap with snare wires, but trip lines would at least slow them down enough for us to get a jump on them. I put the most talented carpenters to work on fixing the broken ballista and creating 5 more, which were to be set up on the northern wall facing the mountains. A 300-foot-long trench was dug out on the northern side as well, 100 feet from the village wall. Once it was finished, I ordered that to be filled with straw and doused with lamp oil. The fire wouldn't hurt them, of course, but it just might deter them. I intended on giving them a hell of a light show, and I thought that I might be able to scare them away with my fire spells, but it was better to be safe than sorry, as they say. Tweak and Anaya returned a few hours after noon, and they brought with them a small arsenal of silver-tipped spears, arrows, and dragon lances for the ballista. They brought silver bars as well, which I instructed the lone blacksmith to melt down so that we could dip the tips of the pikes that were going to be erected on the northern face. By nightfall, we had gotten a hell of a lot of work done, but I felt underprepared to face 3 giants as tall as 500-year-old oaks. Torches burned all along the northern side of the wall, and the young men and women who had been recruited into our militia stood holding their new weapons in sweaty hands. They looked scared, but they also looked determined. My guildmates and I had buffed them with spells and wards of protection, the likes of which they had never seen, and it gave them the boost of confidence that they needed. Those upon the battlements stood pensively with bows and arrows in hand. They were hopelessly short on experience with the weapons, but if the giants were as big as I had been led to believe, then they would be easy targets. The rest of the militia waited on the ground with long pikes that we had fashioned out of small trees and dipped in silver.
"You ready, Big Daddy?"
Kid asked, as she and Anna climbed up to the battlements. "I am," I said, and nodded toward the villagers. "But are they?"
"It's just 3 giants," said Anna. "Should be a piece of cake."
They took their places with Cecilia, Nanaya, and Tweak behind the ballista, and we watched the northern hills for the first sign of the giants. The moon was full and red, and hung directly overhead. The witch had said the eclipse would take place a few hours after sunset, and I knew it would happen at any minute. Mick joined me atop the battlements and patted my shoulder with one of his rough hands.
"No matter what happens tonight, I want to thank you for your help, Samson."
"You're welcome, Mick. And don't worry, We're going to make those giants wish they had never messed with Hinkleton." No sooner had the words left my mouth than a loud rumbling sound began in the distance. "They're here," said Mick in a shaky voice. "Steady, Mick," I said evenly. The rumbling continued to grow louder, and it shook the ground like a small earthquake. I scoured the north, but I couldn't see any sign of the giants, even in the full light of the moon. I glanced up at the celestial orb, and indeed, the eclipse had begun. A crescent shadow was beginning to grow on the bottom of the moon. The witch had been right. "Who's got a visual?" I asked my warriors. Nobody answered, and my frustration grew. I switched to firesight and searched the north. I could see the heat signatures of small animals out there on the long plateau, but no giants. But the rumbling was getting louder, and I could just imagine those big, heavy feet slamming into the ground. The giants sounded like they were close, and I abandoned my search of the north and looked south. Then my heart sunk to my feet. My fire vision revealed the giants to me as huge red humanoid outlines just beyond the southern fence. They looked to be just as big as the villagers had said, with long, thick arms and muscular shoulders. "They're attacking from the south," I warned my soldiers. "Son of a bitch," said Tweak, as he leapt down from the ballista and began turning it around. The archers on the wall began shuffling around nervously, and someone accidentally released an arrow that whizzed by my head. "Keep your heads," I warned. Then I turned to my guildmates. "New plan. Nanaya, it's dragon time. Try and keep those fuckers away from that wall with your dragon fire. Kit, take half the archers around the western wall to the south. Anna, take the other half around the eastern wall." Then I yelled down to Trinity, Stormy, and Ember, telling them to do the same with their spearmen. When everyone got moving, Mick and I hitched a ride with Nanaya, and she dropped us off at the southern wall before heading toward the approaching giants. They shook the ground so bad that I was forced to hold on to the wooden rail to keep my balance, but that didn't stop me from summoning Firestorm. The giants were about 200 yards from the southern wall when I unleashed my spell, and meteors began crashing into the ground around them. A few even hit the lumbering monsters, who swatted at the burning meteors like they were flies and protested with rumbling growls. But they didn't seem as afraid of the flames as they were supposed to be. "I thought you said the giants were deathly afraid of fire, Mick," I said, as I unleashed scorched earth on the ground in front of the southern wall. "I don't understand it. The last time they ran like cowards from the fires," he said. "Well, it looks like they got over it." Kit and Anna arrived with their archers and ordered them into formation. The villagers started shooting instantly, and I told them to hold their fire until the giants got closer. Down below, I saw Trinity, Ember, and Stormy bring their forces around, and soon a wall of pikes was aiming at the giants. "Archers at the ready," I instructed, and I heard the satisfying sound of 50 creaking bowstrings being drawn back. The giants were now less than 100 yards away, and their sheer height sent primal fear coursing through me. "Fire!" I bellowed, and 50 arrows sprang from the battlements. Given their size, the giants should have been an easy target, but the villagers sure did a hell of a job making it look hard to hit them. The arrows went everywhere, and I wondered what the hell they were aiming at. "They're fucking giants!" I screamed. "Aim above their heads like you've been trained!" The second volley was much more accurate, and the silver-tipped arrows worked as they should have. The giants reeled back from the tiny missiles, which stuck in flesh that had been thought impenetrable. The archers cheered when they saw that they had been able to hurt the giants, and I ordered another volley before turning command over to Mick. I had a few tricks up my sleeve, too, and I needed to make sure the giants didn't reach the wall. As Nanaya bathed the lumbering behemoths in dragonfire, I performed the hand gestures to conjure my nuclear thunderclap. I released the spell and watched with glee as the laser-like beam hit the ground right at the center giant's feet and exploded. The fire engulfed the 20-foot radius around the giants, who became lost in the mushroom cloud that ensued. The villagers let out a mystified proclamation. The silence filled the village as we waited to see if the giants would emerge. For a few moments, I thought that maybe I had managed to kill them with the spell. But then, a growl of rage shattered the perfect quiet, and the 3 giants emerged from the smoke and ash at a dead run. "Fire!" I urged the archers. "Ah, shit," said Tweak, as he leapt over the wall with his purple monkeys. "Here we go!" Spells erupted from the hands of Cecilia, Anna, and Kit, joining my arcane lightning. Our spells slowed the giants down, but now the monsters were less than 20 yards from my melee guildmates and their wall of pikes below. I desperately fired spells at the giants. Then a cheer went up from below. Trinity, Stormy, and Ember were leading the charge, and 50 spearmen followed, the tips of their long spears gleaming silver in the dragonfire light. As one, Trinity, Ember, and Stormy all stopped and launched gleaming silver spears at the giants, and each of their missiles found their mark. The 3 spears each slammed into a different giant's body and sank deep, but that didn't slow the angry monsters. The stench that the giants carried with them wafted over me as I unleashed a barrage of spells at the one in the middle, who also happened to be the biggest of the 3. 2 appeared to be male, and the 3rd was female. They all wore ragged animal hides like a loincloth, but nothing more. Their skin was brown and gray. It resembled gravel and looked hard as stone. The most striking thing about their appearance, however, were their hideous faces. Noses were in the wrong spot, and none of their eyes were set level. Mouths too big or too small grinned awkwardly and at off angles as they raced toward the wall, and I realized we were dealing with dim-witted smashing machines. Moments before the giant slammed into our front line, the line broke, and the pike-wielding men and women scrambled to get away. My guildmates remained, but they couldn't stop the giants, who like freight trains smashed through the wall as if it were made of toothpicks. A big foot came down at me, and I tackled Mick and drove him off the wall moments before a 10-foot-long foot crushed the battlements. Wood crashed down on us as the giants walked over and through the wall, and I conjured my fire shield to protect myself and Mick. Once the giants had finally passed, we dug ourselves out and scrambled to our feet. I frantically looked north and easily found the giants. They were gleefully smashing a long line of houses to bits with their wagon-sized fists and massive feet. Men and women screamed as they were plucked from their hiding places and popped into eager mouths like chocolate-covered crickets. "Reform the line!" I heard Trinity bellow, but the villagers weren't listening. Instead, they were scrambling around like chickens with their heads cut off. "Stop!" I screamed, and unleashed a weaker version of arcane lightning at the group. Electricity crackled between them and stood their hair on end, but it got the result I was hoping for. The villagers all stopped and stared at me stupidly. "Now reform the goddamned line!" I bellowed. "Move, move, move!" The villagers scrambled back into formation, creating a line that was 10 wide and 5 deep. Kit and Anna ordered the archers to fall in behind them, and I moved to the front with Trinity and turned to face the scared army. "Men and women of Hinkleton, hear me now," I urged in a voice loud and true. "This is your chance to show these fucking monsters what you're made of. This is your chance to save your loved ones, your village, your lives. March with me now and extinguish your fear. Let the strength of your ancestors flow through you as you strike the monsters dead. To run is to be devoured, so stand with me now, fight with me now, and soon we shall stand over the felled bodies of the giants." The crowd let out a primal cheer that sent a surge of excitement coursing through me, and I matched the war cry as I held my enchanted sword high. "Charge!" I bellowed, and the villagers raced across the debris-filled streets with their weapons aimed high. "Fire!" Mick ordered the archers, and a barrage of silver-tipped arrows flew over our heads and slammed into the back of the closest giant. The 3 lumbering behemoths had fanned out and were now gleefully destroying houses and buildings, like kids hopped up on sugar crushing their Lego creations. Wagons and horses were tossed around like they weighed nothing, crashing into the upper floors of tall buildings and smashing against them. Massive columns that looked like the broken remnants of the village's glory days were swung like bats, reducing walls to rubble and smushing the fleeing villagers. I grabbed a 20-foot-long pike from one of the villagers and quickly wedged it against a large slab of stone debris as the closest giant came charging toward me. The strategy worked, and the stupid giant impaled himself on the long pole. Its momentum sent the silver tip right through its chest and out its back, leaving it leaning forward and staring wide-eyed at me. Trinity, Ember, and Stormy were there in a heartbeat, slamming the long pikes into the giant's legs and stomach, while the archers behind us unleashed another barrage that left the giant looking like the world's largest pincushion. But the icing on the cake was Nanaya. She landed on the giant's massive head and gouged out its eyes with her sharp talons. The giant managed to get a hold of her, and I cried out her name as he angrily bit her in two. Damn, that must have hurt. "Die, you son of a bitch!" I screamed, and summoned a magic bolt. The giant reached for me blindly, but my spell slammed into its face and sheared off its nose, leaving it staggering backward. Trinity was there with Ember, and they were ready with another pair of pikes. They skewered the giant through the back as Kit tangled up its feet with her vines, and the behemoth hit the ground like a felled oak. The villagers fell upon the beast with reckless abandon, stabbing it repeatedly and screaming bloody murder the entire time. Its health bar was barely visible, and I knew that at any minute the killing blow would land. To help it along, I climbed the giant's head, pulling on the hair like it was rope, and then stabbed the giant through the right eye with my enchanted blade. Soul Shatter Strike. The notification popped up on my interface at the same moment the giant exploded, and a few seconds later, I was standing in a mass of bone fragments and gore. "Fuck yeah!" I screamed to my army as I raised my sword. "Fuck yeah!" they answered like animals frothing at the mouth. "Kill them all!" I screamed and shook my head violently, sending blood and gore flying in every direction. The primal image of their fearless king covered in blood must have triggered something in them, because the villagers suddenly turned into a violent mob eager to taste blood. I led them after the female giant, who had ripped the roof off a barn and was munching on entire cows like they were chicken nuggets. Kit tangled up the giant's legs, and my guildmates and I stabbed the surprised monster with our long pikes. The archers did their part as well, and soon we had the giant down. It didn't take long for us to kill the smallest giant, but when we did, the last and largest of them all turned toward us with rage burning in its mismatched eyes. "Olga!" it bellowed, breath like a hot wind fresh off a garbage heap. "Surround the giant!" I ordered my army, and my guildmates led them around the village square as the giant bore down on me. "Come on, big boy!" I taunted as I conjured hellfire. The spell exploded in the angry giant's face, fully engulfing it in green hellfire, but that didn't slow it down in the least. The archers had fanned out as well, and they unloaded on the giant, some arrows finding their mark and others sailing into the distance. The pikemen closed in, and I growled right back at the giant and charged to meet it. I don't know if it could see or smell me through the flames, but it knew exactly where I was. It reached down as it approached me, but I was the quicker, and I dropped and slid beneath the groping hand. I slid between the giant's legs and shot arcane lightning right up into its large hanging balls. The giant's teeth chattered as it growled and turned, but I was already on my feet behind it and running away. Tweak and his monkeys leapt up onto the screaming monster as it turned to pursue me, and a dozen pikes slammed into its body. But the thing was on the warpath, and if it felt pain, it didn't show it. The giant bent and swept its long right arm at the nearby attackers, and 5 of the villagers were taken off their feet and slammed into a nearby brick wall. The left hand shot out and swept another 3 men off their feet, leaving them broken among the rubble. The giant pulled out the pikes sticking in its body and chucked them at the archers, leaving a dozen of them broken and bloody, but still we fought on. I turned and shot a magic bolt at the giant's head, while similar spells erupted from my guildmates. We had the thing surrounded, but that didn't mean much when you were talking about a 70-foot-tall giant. The monster's health bar was steadily ticking down despite its stubborn determination to kill us all, but I hoped that we could burn it down before it killed too many more villagers. "We've got to get it out of the city!" I yelled to Anna, who stood 10 feet away from me, casting spells. "What you got in mind?" I looked to Nanaya, who had been back from the cemetery for a while now.
"Is your cooldown done yet?" I asked. "I'm ready," she reported, as she dodged a pike that had been thrown back her way. "I want you to take on the form of that female giant Olga," I told her. She nodded understanding and grinned. Then she waved her hands in the air and extended one toward the felled female giant. A moment later, she began to grow, not as tall as Olga had been, but nearly 12 feet, which was enough to catch her mate's eye. "Olga?" he said with a toothy grin. Nanaya ran for the southern wall, and predictably, the giant chased after her, completely forgetting about the rest of us. We chased after the giant, riddling it with pikes and arrows, and blasting it with spells as it desperately tried to catch up to its lost love. But he never caught Nanaya, and 15 minutes later, Trinity landed the killing blow. I stood panting with my guildmates amidst the cheers of the victorious villagers. We had won the day, but a heavy toll had been paid. The village was nearly in ruin, and the bodies of dozens of brave men and women littered the streets. Chapter 4. With morning came the realization of the full extent of the damage. Not only had 75% of the buildings been destroyed, but 33 villagers had died. On their approach to the village, the giants had snuck around the west side, and in doing so, had trampled through the fields, destroying the crops. The villagers had won, but no one was celebrating that day. Once the dead were properly buried, I gathered the villagers around. I stood atop the remnants of a stone building 10 feet above them and addressed the crowd. "I feel for your loss, good people of Hinkleton. The giants have been defeated, but alas, many good men and women died last night." "You were supposed to kill the giants, not us," a grieving mother screamed. Some in the crowd shared her sentiment, and they weren't shy about it. Mick turned to his fellow villagers and raised his hands in my defense. "If King Samson and his knights hadn't come to our aid, the giants might have killed us all," Mick told his fellow villagers. "Without Samson's silver-tipped weapons and his magic, the giants would still be feasting on our bones." "You have your lives," I reminded the crowd, "not only because of us, but also because of yourselves. Together, we defeated 3 mountain giants. Imagine what else we might be able to do together."
"Our village is destroyed,"
I heard Tweak say below me in a voice that was oddly feminine.
"Who will help us rebuild? Who will give us sanctuary?"
"I offer you all sanctuary in my new city, Haven," I told them all. The crowd began talking amongst themselves. Some were against the idea, and to others it sounded like a wondrous offer.
"You just want peasant farmers to grow your food,"
an old lady claimed.
"Fancies himself a king with something to offer, he does,"
an old man roared.
"But I ain't never heard of no King Samson, and I've lived in these parts longer than any of you."
"It is true that I am a new king, and it is true that I need good farmers such as yourselves. What I can offer, you have already seen. Protection, guidance, help. But I can offer much more, like security in knowing that you and your families will have a brighter future. Together, we could build a kingdom the likes of which has not been seen in 1,000 years. But only together will we achieve this goal. Only together can we become our better selves."
"3 cheers for King Samson!"
Tweak cheered, sounding this time like an old man. I hadn't asked him to yell such things, but it seemed to be working. As cheesy as it was, the crowd was eating it up.
"Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!"
they cheered. We helped the villagers gather everything that they could salvage and loaded it up on what wagons remained. Then began the 2-hour journey home. There was a buzz of excitement around the caravan as it snaked its way through the fields and forests. The villagers were excited about their new home, and I was overjoyed with having gained so many loyal subjects. As I rode with my guildmates, we happily daydreamed about the vast fields of vegetables and wheat that we would soon have, and the trade that would open due to our increased production. But having so many vassals meant housing and protecting them as well, and I already had plans for the young fighters that had helped us against the giants. Out of the 1,000 or so villagers, there were at least 250 able-bodied men and women. They were all mostly farmers, and my intention was to deed the volunteers large homesteads if they decided to join the Haven Army.
We crested the last hill, blocking us from the view of Samson Tower, and when we did, the villagers cheered, though there were those who expressed surprise that it was so small. "That is Samson Tower," I said from my horse proudly. "It may seem insignificant now, but it is powerful, and it was gifted to me by the gods. Soon it will reach toward the heavens, and around it our great city will grow. Together we will build a city known for its prosperity, its riches." "All hail Samson!" Tweak said out of the corner of his mouth beside me, and I shook my head at him and smiled when the crowd took up the cheer. "They love you," Kit noted as we rode toward the tower. Behind her, the sun was flirting with the horizon. "We've given them hope," I said. "No matter what life throws at you, as long as you've got hope, you've got a fighting chance." When we reached the tower, my guildmates and I helped set up camp. Tweak and Cecilia took a quick trip to Aerok and came back with large tents for those who didn't have the means to create one, and within a few hours the villagers were settled in and fires were burning. Music played and laughter filled our little tent city as friends and family gathered to cook what food they had. Cecilia had her furry workers bring a dozen barrels of ale, and a proper celebration was in full swing in no time. While we were partying with the NPC villagers, a notification popped up on my screen, and I read it with growing intrigue. "Congratulations, you have acquired vassals. Fruitful bounty awarded. Plus 50% growth speed to all crops. Blessing of fortitude awarded. Plus 500,000 defense to Samson Tower." "Look," I said, pointing at the fertile land beyond the camp. It had begun to glow with sparkling golden light. "Our farmlands have been blessed by the gods." The crowd was mystified. Some fell to their knees and wept. Others hugged each other and danced joyously. But one and all praised their good king. I awoke in the morning, surrounded by 7 gorgeous naked women. Life didn't get much better than that. "Good morning," I said to Anna when she roused with a yawn and smiled up at me from the crook of my arm. "Good morning, my liege." She kissed me, and I was reminded of one of the best things about Rebirth Online. No morning breath. We had all gotten a little too drunk the night before, and the details were still pretty fuzzy, but I was now a level 66, so I knew that we had made love. I had unlocked a new spell as well, and I tapped on the glowing icon to see what it was. "Congratulations, you have unlocked a new spell. Fire Spirit. Summons a fire elemental minion. Duration, 10 minutes. See nearest mage trainer to learn." "Sweet," I said as I swiped the notification to the side. "I've unlocked Fire Spirit." "Oh, nice," said Anna. "Isn't that the elemental one?" "Yup. How about you?" "No new spells, but I can finally wear that set of armor that I've been dying to try out." "Ah," I said, remembering when we had found it in a troll's den in the forest. "The robes of Ozara." "Yup," she said as she leapt out of bed. I watched her perky cans bounce as she ran over to the dressing room. She returned a few seconds later in a sweet set of glowing silver robes lined with pulsing purple hems. "What do you think?" She did a little twirl and smiled at me. "Epic," I said. "Beautiful." Tweak was already in the kitchen whipping up breakfast, and I took my coffee out on the balcony from the dining room and gazed at the camp of villagers. My girls joined me, and when the people saw us, they cheered joyously. "Beautiful morning, isn't it?" I said to my guildmates. "Now that we have villagers, we need to start opening up some trade routes," Cecilia noted, ever the businesswoman. "What do you have in mind?" I asked as she furrowed her brow and scrolled through her interface. "There's a band of gnomes about an hour's ride from here. They're ore miners." "Perhaps we can trade our future crops for ore," Kit suggested. "You're a quick one," Ember said, shaking her head. Kit laughed it off. "Sounds like a plan," I told Cecilia. "You want to head out in a little bit?" They all agreed, and I contacted the stablemaster through my interface and told him to ready the horses. My guildmates and I could communicate with the head NPCs in our village through our interfaces, and to the villagers we appeared in a floating orb. They thought it was magic, but then again, they were programmed to think that way. We set out to meet with the gnomes a half hour later. The sky was blue, the weather was pleasant, and the mood was light as we traveled into the hills. Cecilia took the reins as navigator and led us down an old road that might have once been a trade route. The hills grew steeper and the road more winding, and to my dismay we came to a dead end. Before us, a sheer cliff loomed, rising hundreds of feet into the air and offering us no route around in either direction.
"This is it," said Cecilia as she tapped on her interface. "What do you mean, this is it?" said Tweak. "It's a damned wall."
"Wow," said Ember.
"For a dude living in a VR game as a purple monkey, sometimes you lack imagination. Ever heard of a secret door, Tweak?"
Kit asked as she began running her hand along the smooth stone. I, too, searched the stone, but my hands felt nothing. There were no grooves, no spots that gave in to pressure, and no ancient runes that we might riddle through.
"I found something,"
said Nanaya. She pointed at the hard stone beneath our feet, and we all stepped back.
"There's something written in the stone," said Kit. "No shit, Sherlock," said Ember as she joined her on her knees.
The two of them began pushing aside the dirt when Tweak stepped in.
"Excuse me, ladies,"
he said, and began casting a simple spell. They stepped back, and he extended his right hand. From it, a gentle breeze issued and blew away the dust and dirt. Strange writing was revealed, and as I tried to figure out which way was up for the foreign words, Cecilia tapped her interface and translated.
"If you are a friend to the gnomes, jump up and down and shake your bones."
"Shake your bones?" said Tweak.
"What the hell's that supposed to mean?"
"I think it just means what it says," I told him.
"So we're supposed to jump up and down and wiggle around? Man, that's some dumb shit right there."
"Right?" Trinity added.
"I thought we'd have to wait for the light of the moon, or there would be a thrush bashing a snail shell."
"It is what it is," said Cecilia.
"Ready?"
"I guess," said Tweak, and I shrugged.
"On 3,
Cecilia instructed us.
1, 2, 3.
We all began hopping up and down and shaking our arms. We looked ridiculous, no doubt, but what happened next made us look even more stupid. The floor suddenly dropped out from under us, and the next thing I knew, I was sliding on my ass down a dark tube.
"I told you that shit was stupid!"
Tweak screamed as we slid into the unknown. When we finally emerged into the light, we all landed in a heap in the middle of a small chamber. I untangled myself quickly and shot to my feet, ready to unleash a fireball on the first monster that I saw. But there was no monster, only gnomes. 2 of them, to be exact, and they were staring at me through a shimmering force field.
"You are now prisoners of the Great Moondar. Please put your weapons and all possessions in the corner and proceed to the processing chamber," one of the gnomes instructed.
"Say what?" said Tweak.
"I think there's been a mix-up,"
I began, but the other gnome quickly cut me off in a voice that reminded me of the Lollipop Guild.
"You are now prisoners of the Great Moondar. Please put your weapons and all possessions in the corner and proceed to the processing chamber. Stupid human," he added under his breath. "Maybe they don't understand the common speech," the other gnome suggested. "It's called common speech for a reason, you nit," said the first.
"Look," I said, summoning a fireball into my right hand. "We're here to speak with your leader. I am Samson, king of Ozara, and I am interested in beginning trade negotiations with your honorable people."
"King who of what?"
the first gnome asked. "King Samson of Ozara," I repeated with a small bow.
"You ever heard of him, Gendrick?"
the gnome asked his comrade.
"Nope, never heard of him. You ever heard of him, Din-Din?" "Nope."
The gnome shook his head and waved us off lazily.
"Do as you have been told and proceed to the—"
"We're not proceeding to fuck all," Trinity told them. She stalked toward the force field between us and them and slapped it with her enchanted sword, sending sparks flying. "Now let us out of here and bring us to your leader, or so help me God, I'll shove this sword up your asses."
"Looks like these slaves are flawed," said Gendrick. "I agree," said Din-Din. "Beginning termination process," Gendrick told us. "Please wait."
He passed something out of sight, and the wall to my left and right began to move inward. The room grew smaller, and I realized pretty quickly that the gnomes meant to crush us. So much for diplomacy, I said, and conjured a magic bolt. I unleashed my spell, aiming at the middle of the force field, and it exploded with a deafening retort in the small rectangular chamber. When the sparks stopped flying, I noticed that I hadn't hurt the force field at all. Worse yet, the walls were still closing in. "We're going to be crushed," Kit cried. Tweak ran to the wall to the left and slammed a shoulder into it, but the wall kept coming, pushing my ape friend across the floor. Trinity tried to wedge her enchanted sword in the corner as the wall slid forward, and my other guildmates tried spells, brute force, and weapons, but the walls kept on coming just the same. In about 10 seconds, we were going to become a heavy metal thunder sandwich. "Listen to me," I told the gnomes. "If you kill us, we will only return. And when we do, we'll bring an army with us."
"Boring,"
Din Din sang.
"Goodbye, stupid human,"
Gendrick added as he grinned and waved. "Fuck this," said Nanaya, and we all backed up, knowing what she had in mind. She performed a series of intricate hand gestures and released her magic, and her body began to bulge and grow. 3 seconds later, my guildmates and I were sharing the small chamber with a 5,000-pound white dragon. Nanaya thrust herself against the force field that separated us from the gnomes, and she let out a howl of pain when she made contact. But the force field began to sputter and spark, so she attacked it again with her incredible mass. 2 more hits, and she went flying through the window and landed among the gnomes. "Go, go, go!" I urged my guildmates, and we all hurried through the large bay window. The stones slammed together in the chamber behind us, and I turned a scowl toward the 2 gnomes, who Nanaya was now dangling upside down. "I told you that you'd regret not letting us out," I told them both.
"You never said that,"
said Din Din, looking to his bald friend for backup.
"Yeah,"
said Gendrick.
"You said that you would return with an army."
"Listen, you little smartasses," said Trinity as she brought her glowing sword dangerously close to their necks. "It's time to shut up and listen. Understand?" The gnomes shared a confused glance.
"Are we supposed to answer?"
Din Din asked.
"Yeah,"
said Gendrick.
"You can't tell us to shut up and then ask us a question. That's just confusing."
Trinity rolled her eyes and glanced at me pleadingly. "Can I kill them, please?" "That depends on them." I knelt and came face to face with the upside-down gnomes. "Are you going to bring us to your leader?" Gendrick laughed nervously.
Of course, of course. Why didn't you say so? We would be happy to bring you before the great Moondar,"
Din Din added. I nodded to Nanaya, and she put the gnomes down.
just this way," said the gnomes in unison.
Nanaya returned to her succubus form, and the 9 of us followed the gnomes out of the observation chamber and up a flight of stairs that spiraled upward for perhaps 2 stories. We walked out onto the landing, and all of us stopped and stared in awe. Before us was a large gnome city. Unlike Aorok, with its halls of natural stone, rising and falling rock formations, and great reaching pillars, the gnome city was all squares. The chamber itself was square, the buildings were square, and even the bricks beneath our feet were square.
"Welcome, stupid human, to our town," said Din Din.
Gendrick elbowed his friend in the ribs and shot him a scowl, before glancing back at me with a smile.
"I must apologize for my dim-witted friend. Kidnapping makes him nervous. What he meant to say was, 'Welcome, stupid human, to our town, home of the great Moondar.'"
"Just bring us to the king," I said, pushing them along. I could tell that this was a mining town without the help of the obvious name. Wagons pulled by strange beetle-like creatures came and went through square holes in the walls, and conveyor belts moved stone and ore into foundries that bellowed smoke up into square vents in the ceiling. There was soot everywhere, but there were also dozens of gnomes hanging from ropes or atop scaffolding, scrubbing away at the walls. Thousands of gnomes were busy going about their day throughout the city, but hardly any of them paid us any mind. We were led through the center of the city, which was like a Minecraft maze of square buildings stacked atop each other. I soon became lost, given the uniform design, but when we came to the biggest square of them all, I knew we had been led to the great Moondar's abode. Deep horns blared from atop the building, and the big doors opened outward. We stopped at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the building, and a shadow appeared in the doorway. Whoever it was, they were tall, much too tall for a gnome, who looked to top out at about 5 feet. But the shadow in the door was at least 8 feet tall, and when it moved, it didn't appear to walk, but glide. When the figure moved into the light, I was surprised to see a gnome woman with the tallest, squarest hat I have ever seen.
"I give to you the great Moondar," said Din Din with a bow.
Chapter 5. "Greetings, Moondar," I said with a bow. "I am Samson, king of Ozara."
"I've never heard of you,"
she said in a high-pitched but pleasant voice. "Yes, well, I have heard of you," I explained. "Your ore and your metal are well renowned, and I've come seeking to trade with you and your honorable people."
"Trade?"
she said, tapping her chin.
"Trade interests me. Please come, dine with me, and we'll talk."
2 gnome servants led us into the square palace. The place looked to have been built out of thousands of large cubes of white marble, and I marveled at the strange architecture as we followed the great Moondar into a dining room, where servants waited to tend to their queen.
"Please sit,"
she said with a wave of her hand. I took a seat to her right, and my guildmates found chairs beside and across from me. Very steadily, Moondar sat in the big chair at the head of the table, careful not to let her tall hat slide off her bald head. Moondar was cute for a gnome, with a little button nose, big eyes, and big floppy ears. Despite her small appearance and cherubim features, there was a shrewdness about her, a cold practicality that was reflected in the uniform architecture of her city.
"The food will be out shortly," said one of the servants. "Can I interest any of you in a beverage? Goat's milk, perhaps?"
"Milk is fine," I told him. Cecilia nodded, and Moondar looked pleased.
"Tell me," said the gnome, "what is it that you have to trade, King Samson?"
"Our crops will be coming in soon, and we could provide you with fresh grains, fruits, and vegetables on a semi-daily basis." She nodded, seeming pleased by the prospect.
"And in return?"
"In return, we would need your refined ore for our blacksmiths, and perhaps I would employ some of your craftsmen. Your people are renowned tinkers."
"I am aware," she said absently. "We already do trade with the human farmers north of here, but their produce is not the best quality, and they are far away. By the time they get it here, half of it is already wilted. If you can provide a sample of your wares, then we may be able to strike a deal."
"Excellent," I said, raising my glass of milk. "We can have some to you within the week."
"Very well. I look forward to sampling your wares,"
said Moondar, and she too raised her glass. We drank, and I tried not to grimace when I tasted the warm goat's milk. I hid my sour expression with a "Yum," and put the glass down.
"Enough business for now," said Moondar. "Tell me of this kingdom of yours."
I answered Moondar's many questions over a breakfast of greens, and we left the gnome city shortly after noon with well wishes to all. As we rode home, I smiled to myself and soaked up the sun. Once the deal with the gnomes went through, we would have all the ore that we needed to fortify our army and continue building our city. It was turning out to be a good day, and I was eager to get to the mage trainer in Aerock and learn my new spell. We were about a half hour from home when Trinity suddenly stopped her horse in the road. I reined in my steed next to her and frowned. "What's wrong?" "Something's not right," she said, as she scoured the surrounding forest. Kit and Cecilia sniffed at the air, and both of their ears perked up at the same time. "Orcs!" Cecilia screamed, and the forests burst to life. A dozen orcs emerged from the right side of the road, and a dozen more leapt from the foliage to the left. More dropped from the treetops and landed among us, and one even emerged from beneath the mud puddle in the middle of the road. I blasted the first orc I saw, hitting him with a fireball and sending him spinning through the air, back into the underbrush. My guildmates attacked at the same time, but the orcs were undeterred, even as they were blasted by our spells. Trinity, Stormy, and Ember instinctively created a perimeter around the rest of us, and kept the attacking orcs at bay with sword and dagger and axe. The orcs were all level 60 and up, but we were a highly skilled guild that worked like a well-oiled machine, and soon we had the orcs beneath our blades. "Surrender now or die," I bellowed as I held a fireball in each hand. The orcs all looked to those next to them, and with a nod from the biggest of them, they tossed aside their weapons. A slow clapping began in the woods, and I looked to the oak tree that the sound was coming from. Just then, a beautiful female orc with a real-world player tag floating above her head sauntered around the big oak. "Not bad," she said with a grin. Zoe Stormbreaker, level 65 orc. Ice Mage. "You lead these orcs?" I said as I squared on her. "I do," she said with a grin. "And the 75 others that have you surrounded." "What do you want?" I asked. I was curious about the woman. She had somehow gained the loyalty of a tribe of NPC orcs, and she was about as hot as an orc could get. Her green-skinned body was sleek and tight. She was tall, perhaps 5'10", with emerald eyes and tightly braided black hair. Her breasts were modest, and her waist thin, which only accentuated her curvaceous hips and pert ass. She wore black leather armor that was nothing more than a glorified bikini, knee-high boots with sharp points at the end, and light pauldrons on her shoulders with dark blue gems embedded in them. A long ice-blue cloak hung from her shoulders, and it looked large enough to cover her entire body if need be. "I want everything in your inventory," she said matter-of-factly. "Bitch, are you for real?" Trinity asked. "Very much so," Zoe said with a critical once-over of the blonde warrior. "You know that you just ambushed the mother-freaking king of Ozara?" Tweak asked with a laugh. "King?" said Zoe, and I nodded at her, then enabled my title display. She glanced above my head, reading my name, title, and level. "Samson Sullivan," she said with sudden recognition. "It is you." "In the digital flesh," I said with a grin. "So if you want to avoid a war, I suggest that you call off your dogs." Zoe sauntered up to me, but Trinity and Ember quickly blocked her. "Your women are loyal," Zoe noted. "Any chance that it has anything to do with your legendary magic stick?" Her eyes moved to my junk, and I snapped my fingers in front of her. "Excuse me," I said with a grin. "My eyes are up here." "Are you seriously flirting with this bitch?" Trinity asked as she gave Zoe the stink eye. Zoe rolled her eyes and snapped her fingers. Trinity was suddenly encapsulated in a block of ice with Ember, and Zoe walked around them gracefully. "Now that's just going to piss them off," I told her. A heartbeat later, the block of ice exploded, and a furious Trinity lunged forward. "Wait," I told her, and she stopped inches from the hot orc. "I must confess," said Zoe. "I have heard about you, of course. I followed you and your guild's progress through the guild wars, and I knew that you had inherited this land." "No other players are allowed in the expansion for 10 days, Anna told her. "How the hell did you get in?" "I have my ways," Zoe said with mysterious flair. "So you decided to take your shot at us, is that it?" I asked. "Yes and no. I was testing you out, that is true, but I was also showing you my own power. You may have defeated my first wave, but I have hundreds of orcs at my command. Eventually, I would have won." "And if we killed you," Nanaya asked with a cocked brow, "would they have continued to fight?" "They are loyal to a fault," Zoe told her. "And what would be the point of showing us your power?" I asked. "Was this an impromptu audition?" "You could call it that." "Honey," said Tweak with a big ape grin, "if you want to ride on the magic stick, you better take a number and get in line. Shit, you know how many requests we get for new guild members?" "A shitload, to be sure," said Zoe. "But I have something that no one else has." "And what's that?" Stormy asked. "An orc army," said Zoe, extending her arms. When she did, more than 100 orcs emerged from the camouflage of the underbrush. "Steady," I warned my guildmates as they fanned out and conjured spells into their hands. "I propose the following," said Zoe. "We fight to the death, and when you have all fallen, I loot your bodies of everything you have on you, and I get the bragging rights of having done so."
"Fat fucking chance," Trinity growled.
"Or," the beautiful orc said over her, "you and I fight one-on-one. If you can overpower and ravish me, then you have my loyalty and that of my orcs forevermore."
"Ravish you?"
I asked. "It is the orc way," she said with a wink.
"You can take her, Big Daddy,"
Kit cheered.
"If she wants it, then give it to her," Stormy said. "We could use an orc army."
"Seems like a real win-win for her," Trinity noted. "If she wins, she gets all our shit and we get knocked down a level. If she loses, she gets to have sex with you."
"That's true,"
I said with a glance at the orc. She shrugged. "Take it or leave it. That is the offer." I thought about it for a moment. My cock and balls had already cast their votes, and I wondered if the others could see the lump in my robes. It did seem like a better deal for her, given that if we lost, we would all likely die. I wasn't sure I could defeat her in combat either. She was a level 66 ice mage, and she was obviously competent. "You've got a deal," I said, before I talked myself out of it. I didn't like the whole ravishing part about the deal, but she was more than willing, and I wondered who exactly would end up ravishing whom. Besides, the prospect of gaining a fierce orc army was too good to resist.
"I hope you know what you're doing,"
said Trinity, shaking her head at me. "Oh, I know what I'm doing," I told her. "Excellent," said Zoe. "May the best mage win." I offered her a nod as my guildmates backed up to give us room. The orcs moved back as well, growling and hissing at my guildmates when they got too close. Zoe was the first to attack, and as she conjured her spell, I brought up my fire shield. There was a sound like a knife being torn from a sheath, and a moment later, Zoe was holding a long icicle cocked back in her right hand. She laughed and threw the pointed shard at me, and it exploded with a hiss of steam against my fire shield. The nature of my shield was such that I could still conjure other spells while it was up, and I quickly produced a fireball and extended my hand toward her. My fireball shot across the gap in a blur of motion, but Zoe suddenly brought up an ice shield similar to mine and deflected the fireball toward Trinity. The blonde warrior yipped and leapt to the side, and my fireball hit an unfortunate orc behind her, sending him into the rhubarb. I cast Firestorm, and to my amusement, Zoe conjured an ice storm that rained down exploding icicles to match my fiery meteors. We came together in battle beneath the onslaught of fire and ice, me with my enchanted sword, and she with a glowing crystal staff. The two weapons came together with an explosive retort, and we pressed against each other and grinned as the sparks flew. Zoe suddenly spun around in a complete circle, sending my sword out wide with her staff. Then she did a perfect split and punched me in the balls.
"Fuck!"
I groaned as I doubled over. I barely brought my shield up when she swung the staff at my head, and I found myself bent beneath her powerful blows. "What's wrong, Sammy? Not used to a real woman?" she taunted. I retaliated with a magic bolt aimed at her stomach, but she twirled away from me and unleashed a spell of her own. Wind, snow, ice, and rain erupted from her palms and left me staggering back. I cursed the shards that bloodied my hands and face, and I roared defiantly as I unleashed hellfire. The spell hit Zoe, and she went up in green flames. To my surprise, she stepped out of the pyre unscathed and hit me with a spell that froze me solid. Insta-freeze, movement speed reduced to 0%. Duration, 3 seconds. 3 seconds was a long time, especially when you were fighting an ice mage. I watched through frozen eyes as Zoe went through an intricate spell pattern, and I cringed as I began to thaw out. She unleashed her new spell as soon as my movement returned, but I was still too late to stop the big snowball that erupted from her right palm. The thing grew to 5 feet wide as it sailed toward me, and when it crashed into me, I was sucked right into it and taken for the ride of my life. Darkness surrounded me as I spun with the snowball, feeling like I was in a centrifuge. When I finally came to a stop, it was against a thick oak tree. I bounced off and fell into a white powder, groaning with pain. Zoe suddenly landed on top of me and punched me in the nose, and I had all I could do to get a hold of her wrists. When I did, she headbutted me in the sore nose. I used my superior weight to gain the upper hand and rolled on top of her, pinning down her arms. "You'll never have me." She got an arm free and grabbed a hold of my cock and gave it a hard squeeze. I groaned against the pain and grabbed her by the neck. "Is this what you want, you crazy bitch?" I said, grabbing her top and ripping it off with a growl. Her breasts burst from their confinement and jiggled as Zoe thrashed and moaned. "Oh, Samson," she panted and squeezed my cock harder. I fell on top of her and kissed her, and in return, she bit my bottom lip hard enough to draw blood. "Ah!" I yelled and reeled back. She grinned at me and released a spell right in my face, and I was thrown back by a gale of cold wind. I landed on my back a few feet away and scrambled to my feet, conjuring my fire shield. Zoe wasn't where she had been. Instead, there was only a swirling tornado of ice and snow. It shot toward me, and I brought up my shield, but Zoe suddenly emerged from the whirlwind and slammed into me with her ice shield. We rolled and wrestled on the ground, me trying to gain the upper hand, and she trying to tear my clothes off. By the time I got control of her, we were both practically naked. She panted and grinned up at me. I had a handful of her hair firm in my hand, but it seemed to turn her on. "You're a crazy bitch, you know that?" I said with a laugh. She nodded, then she punched me in the face and laughed. I growled and tried to grab her arm, but she wrapped her bare legs around me and suddenly squeezed the breath right out of me. My cock was rock hard, and I knew it was mere inches from her green slit. I fought against her powerful legs, pinned her wrists to the ground above her head, and I thrust forward. When I entered her, Zoe let out a cry of passion that sent birds erupting from the treetops. The horny orc woman rolled me over and choked me with 2 hands as she abused my cock with her tight green pussy. I had all I could do to keep myself breathing as she choked me and bounced on my shaft like it was a pogo stick. I managed to rip her hands off my throat and rolled her over. She panted and begged for me as I secured her smaller hands behind her back and began thrusting into her from behind. We fucked like wild animals for nearly a half hour, and when the last of our orgasmic spasms shook our sweaty bodies, she fell on top of me, panting like she had just run a marathon. "Congratulations, you've reached level 67. "That's so cool," said Zoe as she happily read her own notification. "You're nuts," I told her with a laugh. "You haven't seen nothing yet, babe," she said with a musical laugh. We put our clothes on and shared one last passionate kiss before returning to the clearing where the fight had begun. I met my guildmates with a smile and opened my arms wide. "My friends, we've just gained an orc army." Chapter 6. "Welcome to Haven," I said to Zoe, as the tower and surrounding tent city came into view. "What the hell is that?" she asked, turning her pierced nose up at the tower. "It's a work in progress," I said. "You weaseled your way in at the ground floor," said Trinity, as she passed on her horse. "Consider yourself lucky." "Is she always such a bitch?" Zoe asked, looking amused. "Nah, she's a sweetheart," I said, loud enough for the warrior to hear. "She just takes a little while to warm up to new guildmates." We rode into the tent city, and the villagers that we had rescued cried out in alarm when they saw the orc army following behind us. "It's all right," I said, raising my hand. "These orcs have sworn fealty to me. They will harm no one." I glanced at Zoe with a look that told her that her orcs had better not attack anyone, then waved at the crowd once more. "I've also secured trade with the gnomes of Square City. Soon we will have the metals that we need for weapons and armor, as well as the building materials needed to build our beautiful city. Fear not, my friends, for you are safe in haven. I told Zoe that her orcs could set up on the north side of the tower near the foothills, and told the rest of my guild that I would be back shortly. I needed to go and see my mage trainer and learn my new spell, and I had needed to have the level 66 robes that I had been holding on to enchanted. In Aerok, I met up with Frisco, the leader of the Persian Empire, and we stopped in to Cecilia's place to have a beer. I told him about the trade deal that I had made, and how I had acquired a new guildmate and an orc army. He grinned through all of it and laughed when I told him about the looks the villagers had given the orcs. Sounds like things are coming along, he noted. Not fast enough, I admitted. In just a few days, other players are going to be able to explore the new kingdom, and I've just begun gathering my army. If you need any help, don't be afraid to ask, he said with sincerity on his panther face. Oh, he'll need help, came a voice behind me. Bagram, I sighed. Frisco rose to face the leader of the orc chieftains, and I followed his lead, inwardly groaning when I saw that he had half his guild with him. But that wasn't all. The leaders of the Dragons of Fury and the Doom Lords came to stand beside Bagram, and I started pretending to count them all. You got enough muscle with you? I asked the guild leaders. Or do you want a few minutes to gather more? The crowd noticed the standoff and suddenly became silent. There were about 50 patrons in the pub who were all friends of Cecilia's, and therefore loyal to me and my guild above all but their own. Bagram and the other guild leaders noticed the stern-looking crowd, and he scoffed. Always hiding behind someone, aren't you, Pollyanna? Dude, you lost. You all lost against Heavy Metal Thunder. Get some class, man, and let it go. The only thing we're going to let go of is your body after we hauled you over a cliff, said one of the orcs. Everyone, including his own guild leader, glanced at him like he was a moron. What a dork, said a woman in the crowd. Says the furry, the orc retorted. Shut up, Glimpson, Bagram bellowed, and half the patrons chuckled. Soon we will be able to venture into your new realm, said the leader of the Doom Lords. And when we do, we're going to... Hold on, I said, grabbing a pen and paper from my interface. If you're going to reveal your entire strategy, I want to write it down. I pressed pencil to paper and looked back up at him. Okay, go ahead. Keep smiling, funny man, he said with disgust. No, I said, scratching my head. I think you were about to say that you were going to kick our asses or something. You and that blonde warrior whore of yours screwed me out of a win, said the leader of the Doom Lords. Don't think for a second that I have forgotten. Forgotten what? I said. Sorry, I was distracted by that fly that just flew out of your nose. You need a handkerchief? The big dude unsheathed his sword, but so too did about half the pub patrons. Save it for the battlefield, said Bagram, grabbing the guild leader's arm. When they left, I sat back down at the table and downed the rest of my beer. I think I might take you up on that offer to help, I told Frisco. What do you want in return? He shrugged, acting like he hadn't considered it before. Don't play coy, I said. I know you've got a number floating around in your head. A number? He said, looking shocked. Don't be insulting. I don't want money from my guild's services. What do you want? A place in your court, he admitted. Nothing major. A title, lands, maybe a castle. You got it, I told him, and we shook hands to seal the deal. Frisco left me with promises to be there when the ban was lifted on anything entering my new land, and I headed to the mage trainer's place. I found the old man working with a couple newbies who were learning arcane lightning, and when they saw me, their faces lit up. Holy shit, Samson Sullivan, said one, a cute cleric with long red hair. Oh my God, can we get an autograph? Said her friend, a short, stout dwarf woman. Sure, I said, conjuring a quill from my interface. Where should I sign? They both glanced at each other, then back to me, and suddenly pulled their tops down. 4 beautiful titties stared me in the face, and I did my duty, holding them firm while I signed each one. I left the girls giggling and followed the mage trainer to the vast library. You know that I just learn the hand gestures and read the lore after, I told him. He glanced around conspiratorially and leaned in. This isn't about that, he hissed. I would ask you a favor. From me? No, from your uncle. Yes, of course, from you. What's up? What do you need? His eyes searched the room shrewdly. Then he leaned even closer. I have a friend in the land that has just been discovered. Your land. His name is Brindlemeyer. He is a very old and very powerful mage. I have not seen or heard from him in 50 years. But just last night he came to me in a dream. He has been the captive of the barbarian tribe Akaren all this time. And you want me to rescue him, I said. Yes, you know the new land better than anyone, and you have proven to provide surprising results. Help me, Samson, and you will be greatly rewarded. Keep talking, I said. What? What will you give me and my guild if we do this? It sounds like a very dangerous quest, and I don't risk my guildmates' lives for nothing. If you rescue Brindlemeyer and bring him here, you and your guild can have your pick of anything you see here, he said, extending his hand toward his vast inventory of battle robes. Now you're talking, I said, ogling the high-level section. But I'm the only mage. Well, no, we did just gain an ice mage, but my other guildmates have no use for your robes. Then they can sell them, he said with a shrug. I looked at the vast array of robes on display. Some of them carried a price tag of over 50,000 gold. You've got a deal, I told him. We shook on it, and the mage trainer walked me through the hand gestures to conjure my new fire elemental. When I finally got the spell right, an 8-foot-tall fire spirit appeared at my side. He had no legs, but kind of a tail like a genie might. His arms were long and his shoulders broad, and with the face of a nondescript ghost, he smiled at me. Congratulations. You have summoned Fire Elemental. Level 66. Duration 5 minutes. Master, he said in a voice that sounded like a burning inferno. Hey, buddy. I scrolled through his stats, impressed to see that he had over 500,000 health points. I also learned that I could command him to cast 2 different spells. The first, a fire buff, would increase all damage done by my fire spells by 25%. The other spell, called Mirror Image, made the elemental look and act just like me for a short duration, which would come in pretty damn handy as a decoy. The best part about the fire elemental was that there was no limit to how long I could keep him summoned, and there was no cooldown. I had been waiting to get a high enough level to gain a minion, and it couldn't have come at a better time. I practiced controlling the elemental and giving it commands for 10 minutes. Then I said farewell to the mage trainer and headed out. I had planned a feast for later that night, and I was excited to get back to Haven and enjoy the festivities. I used my new Haven Heartstone to open a pathway to my new tower, and I walked onto the balcony and into chaos. "Where the hell have you been?" Anna yelled to me as she raced onto the balcony from inside the tower with a giant crossbow in hand. I watched, dumbfounded, as she leapt over the rail, and I ran to it to see her land on a white dragon's back. An explosion caught my attention, and I snapped my head up and beheld a battlefield. Tent City was on fire, and an army of huge barbarians were advancing toward it. Burning fireballs launched by catapults sailed over their heads from behind, and I cringed when the 4 abodes on the outskirts of the tent city were decimated. I brought up my interface and tapped on tower defenses. I zoomed in on the perimeter shield and cursed when I saw that about 10% of the tents were outside the shield. I looked at recent commands and found that my guildmates had been hard at work getting the defenses moving. The 25 hard-ass warriors that had come with the tower had already been deployed to advance around behind the barbarian forces, and Zoe had ordered her orcs to the front line with our new militia, who had had exactly 2 proper training sessions. I tapped on tower weaponry and found that Tweak, Kit, Cecilia, and exactly a dozen purple monkeys were manning the many cannons and ballista that we had mounted on the roof. I glanced back at the battlefield, and indeed, I could see the glowing projectiles being launched from the roof as they sailed into the advancing barbarian army. I tapped on my interface again, bringing up information about the enemy. and I cursed when I read their numbers. There were 200 of them, and the shortest among them was still over 7 feet tall. They were an organized army, too, well-armed and armored. Their siege weapons were massive and intimidating as hell, and real fear gripped my heart when I considered that this might be the end of my little reign as King of Haven. I leapt off the balcony and popped the top of a health potion as I fell. I hit the ground hard and rolled, and somehow only broke my right ankle in the process. With a growl, I pulled the cork out of the healing potion and guzzled it down. Then I determinedly began limping toward the battlefield.
"Heads up!"
I heard Nanaya growl in her dragon voice. I saw her shadow overtake mine, and I lifted my arms to the sides. A second later, Nanaya grabbed me gently but firmly with her giant claws, and we sailed over the smoldering tent city. "Where the hell were you 10 seconds ago?" I yelled up at her.
"Watching your dumbass leap from a balcony,"
she growled back. Anger filled my every fiber as I beheld the terrified villagers scramble for the safety of the tower's energy shield. This wasn't supposed to happen. I had promised these people a safe haven, and I had failed miserably. I didn't want to know the death toll. All I wanted was revenge. "Bring me to the front line," I told Nanaya, and she craned her neck to look back at me. "Bring me to the front line," I repeated, and a rumble issued from her massive chest.
"Be prepared,"
was all she said. I conjured a nuclear thunderclap, basking in the power coursing through my body as the spell came to fruition, and I unleashed it with a murderous scream. The explosion tore barbarians to pieces and sent others flying, and the sight of the mushroom cloud rising over the screaming bastards put a huge grin on my face. Nanaya released me, and I unsheathed my enchanted blade and conjured my fire shield as I fell. I landed in the crater created by my nuclear thunderclap and raced toward the first barbarian that I saw. I leapt into the smoke before he noticed me, came down with my glowing blade leading the way, and stabbed the son of a bitch in the neck. Soul Shatter Strike. The barbarian exploded in a fine red mist that painted my face and body as I charged through it. I engaged 2 more barbarians, slicing through the kneecap of one and spinning to deliver a magic bolt into the face of another. I was on the warpath, and every barbarian I faced either died or ran screaming and nursing horrific injuries. It wasn't until I encountered a barbarian witch doctor that I found a worthwhile opponent. She was old and haggard, but she was also huge and incredibly powerful. When I first noticed the hag, I launched a fireball, thinking I had gotten the jump on her, but to my surprise, she actually caught the fireball and threw it right back at me. I was so surprised that I barely avoided it, but I couldn't dodge the spell that followed. It was a thick green webbing, and once it hit me, it wrapped itself around me and squeezed until I could no longer run. I hit the ground hard and spun frantically to avoid the follow-up that I knew was coming. The witch doctor landed where I had been laying, slamming the ground with her skull-capped staff, and she offered me a grin as I rolled away. She stood to full height, over 9 feet tall, and stomped toward me. I would have been doomed had Trinity not suddenly leapt into the picture and tackled the old hag. As they tumbled off to the side, I cast arcane lightning, which spread across the webbing spell and shorted it out. A moment later, I was free, and I leapt to my feet, searching for Trinity. I found her battling the witch doctor, but it wasn't going well for her. The old hag bombarded her with spells that Trinity was forced to block with her big shield, but the barbarian woman had summoned her ancestors, and the 3 ghostly forms were attacking Trinity as well. "Hey, you old bitch! Over here!" I screamed, hoping to take the attention off my lead tank. It worked, and the witch doctor turned her wrinkled face my way. "Eat my fireballs," I told her, and launched 3 fireballs in rapid succession before darting to the left. As she deflected the fireballs, I summoned my fire elemental, then tapped on mirror image. A moment later, the elemental suddenly changed form, and I laughed as my doppelganger ran alongside me. "Attack from the other side," I instructed the elemental, and my mirror image raced off to flank the old hag from the other side. She looked from me to him with curiosity, and then leveled her gaze on me. Trinity was still in the fight, and she took the smile from the woman's face with a warrior charge that left the giant woman on her ass. I conjured hellfire, but just then a barbarian slammed into me, and my spell shot into the sky aimlessly. I growled and shot to my feet, but the barbarian had recovered quickly as well. He swung his massive sword overhead and down at me, leaving me only moments to bring up my shield and be driven to my knees by the blow. I retaliated with a stab to the thigh and spun away from my opponent, while spinning my sword into the air at the same time. I conjured and released a magic bolt that took his left arm off. Then I caught my twirling sword on the descent and sliced the fucker's head clean off his shoulders. Trinity's cry snapped me from my bloodlust, and I looked in time to see her fall dead at the witch doctor's feet. I began conjuring a spell, intent on taking the old hag's head off, but 3 orcs suddenly leapt onto her and began stabbing her to death. "Try to keep up," said Zoe as she ran past me. She leapt into the air and twirled 3 times, then came down on the old hag with a long ice shard that had suddenly grown out of her fist. The giant icicle plunged into the witch doctor's neck, through her body, and pinned her to the ground. "Holy shit," I said to my doppelganger, as the elemental came to stand beside me questioningly. "Look out, Big Daddy," Kit warned, and I turned and ducked just in time to dodge the sword that swiped for my head. I hit the attacking barbarian with a fireball and followed it up with arcane lightning, which spread out and shocked a half-dozen nearby barbarians. Kit tangled up my assailant's legs with vines and leapt on its back. A sword through the neck finished the big son of a bitch, and Kit leapt off and landed next to me. We danced through the lumbering barbarians, using our superior speed to stay 1 step ahead of them, and leaving a long line of dead bodies in our wake. But more than half of the barbarian army remained, and we hadn't stopped their advance completely. Spells still streaked across the battlefield from the tower, and my guildmates up there manning the cannons had managed to destroy all the siege weapons. Now it was just a matter of defeating the rest of the armed forces. Zoe used her powers to put out the fires in Tent City, and Mick managed to get all the civilian villagers inside of the tower's energy shield. Then we all regrouped and began steadily pushing the barbarian army back. The giant warriors finally retreated when it became obvious that they were doomed, and our army erupted in celebration. "Let them go," I told Zoe and her orcs when they began to give chase. "Let them tell the others what happens when you fuck with the people of Haven." The crowd of young fighters cheered and clanged their weapons together, chasing the barbarians away with their victory scream. "Today we were tested," I told the humans and orcs alike, "and we will be tested again, but we shall be victorious, for together we are invincible." The crowd cheered like maniacs, and the orcs hissed and roared. The afternoon was spent gathering and burning the dead, and trying to salvage what we could of Tent City. The barbarian attack had been a huge setback. Not only had 25% of the tents been destroyed, but we had lost another 30 villagers. Zoe reported that 10 of her orcs had been killed in the fighting as well, and she was none too happy about it. "I say we take the fight right to the barbarian's doorstep," the orc informed us as we sat around the round table in our tower. "We're not strong enough for that yet," I told her. "Yeah, well, they're never going to stop," said Zoe, "and that was just a small percentage of the barbarian tribe." "We need more allies," said Cecilia. "Soon the other guilds will be able to get in, and we were almost wiped out by a bunch of NPC barbarians." "I forgot to tell you guys," I said. "The Persian Empire is going to come and help us defend when the ban is up." "Sweet!" Kit cheered. "That's going to change everything," said Ember. "They'll be a big help," Stormy agreed. "But we still need a bigger army. I say that we speak with the dwarfs. If we can make an alliance with them, then we'll be golden." "I like that idea," I told her. "I've been thinking that we should meet with them for some time now." "Now's as good a time as any," said Trinity. "Nanaya can get us there in less than an hour." "I don't think they're going to respond well to a dragon flying into their territory," said Stormy. "That's true," I said. "We'll have to take the horses. Everyone get ready. We leave in 10 minutes." Chapter 7. I left Miramar in charge of Haven, and my guildmates and I set out west toward the Trinity Mountains. The journey to the Dwarven Kingdom took 2 hours by horse, and we reached the gates a few hours before the sun would set. When we came to the massive iron gates, we found a party of at least 20 dwarves waiting for us. "Hello," I called out, raising my hands to show them that I came in peace.
"Who goes there?"
one of the dwarves called back. "I am King Samson of Haven, and this is my guild, Heavy Metal Thunder. I have come to speak with your king." The dwarves surrounded us, and I indicated for my guildmates to dismount with me.
"Welcome to Stone Spire, Samson of Haven,"
said the stout dwarven guard.
"We have heard much about you. I am Roknar."
I shook his hand and glanced at my guildmates with a satisfied grin.
"My king has been eager to meet with you," the dwarf continued. "Trust your horses to my men and please follow me."
We handed over the reins and followed Roknar beyond the iron gates. The dwarves nodded respectfully as we passed, and I marveled at the amazing architecture. The wide halls were built much like Aerok, with towering columns, arched buttresses, and intricately carved stonework. But unlike Aerok, Stone Spire's walls were filled with sparkling minerals that shimmered with the reflection of the passing torches. The main chamber opened to a massive cavern that seemed to span for miles. It was well lit by magical orbs that hung from the ceiling and wrapped around the giant columns. "Beautiful place," I noted.
"Aye," said Ragnar, who was beaming. "Stone Spire be our pride and joy."
The large shelf that we had emerged onto was about 3 stories above the city proper, so we took a long winding staircase down to the bustling city streets. At the center of the city, an imposing castle rose up more than 9 stories, and I realized that I was looking at a stalagmite. The massive natural formation had been meticulously carved and hollowed out to create one of the most impressive castles that I had ever seen. Ragnar explained who we were to the castle guards, but we were still required to leave our weapons behind if we were to meet with the king. Trinity didn't like it. Big shocker there, but I assured her that everything would be fine, and 10 minutes later we were waiting outside the king's chambers.
"This place is amazing,"
Stormy noted as she studied the large carving that adorned the wall. It depicted a raging battle between an army of giants and dwarves.
"This place is going to be slamming once the programmers let other players in," said Tweak.
"Yeah," said Kit. "We'll have our own Aerok right in our backyard. All the more reason to make allies with these dwarves," said Ember.
"The king will see you now,"
said one of the 2 dwarves who had been standing on each side of the door like statues. I rose with my guildmates, and we were led into a lavish chamber with gilded walls and large golden statues. This was the king's throne room, and I could see him waiting at the other end atop a tall throne that appeared to be made of pure gold. 2 rows of beautiful wooden benches led up to the throne, and the guards led us down the aisle with a determined spring in their step.
"Samson of Haven,"
came the deep, rumbling voice of the king.
"Welcome to Stone Spire."
We stopped before the throne and bowed low. "Greetings, King Hagar," I said, standing straight and smiling up at the big dwarf. King Hagar wore a massive crown that resembled diamond-encrusted deer antlers, and at each point sat a large, brilliant ruby. He wore thick, golden armor that looked like it weighed a ton, but when he rose, he did so with easy grace. His braided white beard reached to his knees, and a red cloak seemed to blow in a mystical wind. His big, heavy boots boomed as he took the 5 steps down from his throne, and he extended his hand. I shook it, trying not to grimace as my hand was lost in his iron grip.
"Ye be a new king,"
he noted, eyeing my guildmates with amusement.
"How have ye fared so far in taming this land that ye call Ozara?"
"We've had our setbacks," I said, "but we're doing well." He nodded grimly.
"What be these setbacks that ye speak of?"
"Big fucking barbarians, for one," said Trinity. I offered her a pensive frown. "We were attacked by barbarians recently," I explained. He hummed deeply and stroked his beard.
"What clan?"
"I'm not sure," I said. "They wore blue face paint, if that helps."
"Ah, the Akaren clan. Were ye victorious?"
"Yes, we defeated them and sent them running for the hills," I said proudly.
Then they will be back, and with greater numbers.
I've anticipated as much, I said. That is partially the reason that I have come to meet with you. Soon this land will be open to thousands of newcomers. The gods have deemed it so. They will come to this land and they will try to carve out their own kingdoms. But together, I believe that we can protect our boundaries and bring everlasting peace to our people.
I respect your efforts, Samson, said the king. But what can ye offer us?
Trade, for one, I said, and protection on your eastern border.
What is it that ye have to trade?
Our crops should be coming in soon, I told him. And aside from that...
Crops? Ye be meaning vegetables?
Yes, as well as livestock.
We don't eat many vegetables, said the king. And although I like ye, Samson, I must admit that the barbarians that attacked your city be our allies. Have been for more than 10 years.
Great, said Trinity under her breath, and glanced around wearily.
Fret not, human warrior, the king told her. Ye be a guest in my halls, and no harm shall come to ye this day.
This day? Said Trinity. And what if the barbarians call upon you to march against us?
Then we would march, he said bluntly.
We do not wish for war, I told him. Is there anything that we can do to gain your loyalty?
The barbarians provide us with 1,000 pounds of meat a day, said the king. In return, we give him armor and weapons. Even if ye could do better, it would be dishonorable for me to break ties with them.
I understand, I told him.
Might I give ye some advice?
Hagar asked.
From one king to another?
Please do.
Find a way to come to an agreement with the barbarians. They be a fierce people, but they be honorable as well. Ye must understand that they see ye as an invader, and many others agree with them.
How can I extend an olive branch to the barbarians? I asked. Hagar stroked his beard and glanced at my girls.
Give 'em your women as a peace offering, he suggested.
Say what? Said Ember, crossing her arms and scowling at the dwarf king. What makes you think that we are his to give? Trinity asked. Don't knock being a barbarian sex slave until you try it, said Nanaya with a mischievous laugh. Aside from women, I said, what can I offer them?
I'm afraid that be the only way, unless ye got weapons, armor, or anything else of great value. The barbarians aren't big vegetable eaters either.
Well, that was a huge waste of time, said Trinity as we left the dwarven mountain. We learned something at least, I reminded her. What's that? She asked sarcastically. That the dwarves are pigs and the barbarians are human sex traffickers? No, we learned that we might be facing the dwarves in battle as well, I said. If the barbarians call upon them to attack, we're screwed, said Tweak. I think you mean when the barbarians call upon them, said Anna. Not if. We need to assume that we'll be facing both armies, I agreed. Then we need to make some damn friends and make them fast, said Stormy. Nanaya scoffed. You're all a bunch of worrywarts. Sam's got 1,000 demon children, or did you forget? I'm not summoning them to the surface world again, I told her. No matter what. Whatever, she said and rolled her eyes. Then what's your plan? We should try the elves of the Great Wood, said Cecilia as she tapped on her interface, likely reading about the mythical elves. Great Wood? Said Kit, giggling. Sounds like a good nickname for Big Daddy. You're such a fangirl, said Trinity. I glanced back at the Trinity Mountains. All right, we're far enough. It's dragon time, Nanaya. Let's go see these elves. We sent the horses home and mounted Nanaya, and soon we were gliding through the dark sky toward the east. The flight took us just under an hour, and when we reached the Great Wood, I let out an involuntary, holy shit! A forest of redwoods rose up out of the canopy of green like titans, and when we landed among them, I couldn't help but feel like I had been shrunk down to the size of a chipmunk. The trees were as wide as houses, and twice as tall as redwoods in the real world. As I stood there staring up at the trees, thoughts of the planet moon of Endor left me grinning. This is amazing, said Kit, as she turned slow circles and stared up at the little sprites flying playfully among the distant boughs. The forest sparkled with the light of the little sprites, and the steady lull of clear-flowing streams surrounded us. I saw a large elk drinking from a glowing pool and pointed it out to my guildmates. The beast didn't seem afraid of us in the least, and neither did the other animals that moved about in the strange twilight. "What was that?" Trinity asked with alarm. No sooner had she said it than a spell streaked out of the boughs and hit the ground between us. I tried to pull my sword, but I found myself suddenly paralyzed. My guildmates were also immobile, and I watched helplessly as a dozen tall blonde elves emerged from the shadows, looking like a modeling team from Switzerland headed to a medieval fair. "You have trespassed on sacred land," a pretty boy elf told me as he glanced at me with green eyes full of disdain. "I have come to speak with your leader." "No one is allowed through the great wood without leave from the queen," he went on, completely ignoring my request. "The punishment is death." "Whoa," I said as he unsheathed his sword. "We come in peace, all right? I am King Samson of Ozara, and I request a meeting with your queen. I'm sorry that we trespassed, but I saw no signs indicating that this was private property." He eyed me with a mix of disdain and curiosity, as though I were a bug. Then he looked to Anna. "What are your intentions, cousin?" he asked. "We have come to meet with the revered queen, and to offer our allegiance," Anna explained. "We do not need allies," he said lazily. "Let the queen be the judge of that," said a drop-dead gorgeous female elf. "Let us bring them before her." The tall elf nodded to the female, and with a wave of his hand, the spell that left us immobile was lifted. We were led through the forest in silence, and our way was lit by a flock of curious sprites that chittered and laughed secretively. The forest only became thicker and the trees taller as we were guided by the fair elves. They shared certain features with Anna and Ember, but the fair elves of the Great Wood were all blonde, where Anna had brown hair and Ember had silver. The elves of the wood had long ears like my ladies. Their features were sharp, their ears long, and their bodies tight. They wore light green and brown leather armor with long cloaks. The male wore pants, but his counterpart had opted for a short skirt covered in thick green leaves. 2 short swords hung from her swaying hips, and the jerkin that she wore was tight-fitting and accentuated her form. I tripped on a root because I had been staring at her ass, and I offered her a dopey apology when I bumped into her. The male offered me a scowl and glanced at Ember and Anna. Then he fell in behind the female. "Try to think with your big head, lover boy," said Trinity beside me. After a half-hour of walking through the enchanted forest, we came to a vast meadow that sparkled with 1,000 dancing lights. At the center of the meadow was the widest and tallest tree that I have ever seen. "Welcome to the great tree," said our female guide. Chapter 8. The great tree was as tall as a skyscraper, with branches as thick as silos that stretched out at least 500 yards. The canopy held millions, if not billions, of multicolored leaves, and the ground around the trunk where they had gathered contained all the colors of fall. Thousands of dome-shaped houses that looked like upside-down beehives had been built on the long branches. Staircases wound around the thick base of the massive tree, all the way to the top. Bridges stretched between branches, and I could see curious elves pointing at us from those lofty heights. We were led right to the thick base of the tree, and to my surprise, the tree opened to accept us. It didn't swing on hinges. The tree just kind of morphed open like something out of a fairy tale. The inside was lit with soft yellow light, and I quickly realized that it was due to the thousands of little sprites that were clinging to the walls. Fairy dust lazily fell through the massive hollow, and soft stringed music floated on the dreamy air. "This is wicked," said Anna. "You think?" I said as I admired the incorporation of nature and magic. "There are very few outsiders who have ever seen the great tree," said the male elf with a glance back at us. "We're honored," I replied. I knew the dude didn't like me, but my mother had taught me manners. We entered a crystal elevator at the center of the old tree that took us up to the very top. When it stopped, the doors opened, and we walked out onto a wide platform of twisted branches that were somehow made flat. It was like a giant balcony, and there were chairs formed by smaller branches, along with couches and rockers, all heavily cushioned and set around fire pits built of stone. It seemed like a pretty chill party spot, and the thought of boozing with the elves made me grin. There were other elves lounging about on the wicker furnishings, beautiful males and females with blonde hair and golden skin. They all looked like Swedish models, and they weren't shy about their bodies in the least. The weather was mild, with only a faint breeze that carried the scent of autumn leaves, and the elves wore loose-fitting robes that reflected the colors of the big tree's leaves. The robes were silken, however, and I couldn't help but notice the women's incredible forms beneath. Then I saw the queen, and I forgot about all the other elven maidens. She stood at the end of the balcony, and her glowing form sparkled with silver moonlight. She wore a thin silver silk gown, and with the moonlight at her back, her curvaceous outline was easy to make out. The queen turned from the balcony, and deep blue eyes, slightly bigger than a human's, gazed at me from afar. I was paralyzed by the beauty of those eyes, and the way her hips swayed as she walked on long legs toward us. Her long blonde hair fell over her right shoulder and covered one breast. Her robe hung over in the front just enough to tease at deep cleavage, a smooth, flat stomach, and a well-trimmed golden bush. "These trespassers were found at the edge of the forest," said the male elf. "I have seen you in a dream," said the queen. "Greetings, fair queen," I said with a small bow. "I am Samson, king of Ozara, and apparently the man of your dreams." I let out a small laugh. Trinity groaned behind me, and the queen cocked her head to the side curiously. "Please," she said with a sexy smirk, "call me Lyra." "Well met, Lyra. You can call me Sam if you like." The male elf beside me became rigid and glared at me. "The punishment for trespassing in the Great Wood is death," he reminded his queen. "Thank you, Meleus, but I am quite aware of my laws," she told him without taking her eyes off me. "Of course," he said with a chaste bow. Lyra scanned my guildmate slowly before returning her gaze to me. "You call yourself a king, but alas, I have never heard of you." "I am a new king, and I was given the land of Ozara by the gods," I explained, and silence followed my proclamation. The queen arched a brow. "The gods, you say?" She looked to the sky as though she were seeking reassurance from some celestial being. "What gods do you speak of?" "All of them." "That is quite a claim, and I would believe it to be nonsense had I not dreamed about you," said the queen. "In my dream, you sought my help." I nodded. "Indeed, I seek your help now." "Come," she said with a wave of her hand. "We shall speak of this more in private." My guildmates and I began to follow her toward the balcony. Then she added, "Alone." I turned to my guildmates and offered them a reassuring nod. Then I followed the queen. She stopped at the twisted rail branch and raised her arms, and I felt the branch beneath me begin to move. I grabbed a hold of the rail to steady myself, and to my surprise, I realized that the balcony had begun to rise. The branch that held the balcony began to grow, and we disconnected from the main platform and rose into the air, high above the canopy of autumn leaves. We continued to rise until the wind picked up and the queen's hair danced in the moonlight. "It is true that the penalty for trespassing is death," she said as she returned my gaze. "Tell me, why should I spare you and your subjects?" "They are not my subjects. They are my lords," I explained. "We did not know the rules of your land. We came here seeking your help, as your dream suggested." "Ignorance of our laws does not provide clemency," said Lyra. "But in light of my dream, I will suspend your sentence. Now tell me, Samson, why have you sought my help?" "My kingdom is new, and my enemies are many. We were recently attacked by barbarians, and soon the borders to this land will become open to foreigners near and far. My kingship will be tested, and I seek allies. We have just come from the Dwarven Kingdom, but they are allies of the barbarians and will not help us." I let out an ironic laugh. The king actually told me that if he was called on by the barbarians, that the dwarves would aid them in battle. "The elves of the Great Wood are allies to the dwarves as well," Lyra explained. "Shit. Then you too would move against me?" I asked, and held my breath for the answer. "We are not allied with the barbarians," she said, "but neither are we their enemies. But to move against them on your behalf would be to insult the dwarves." "There must be something that I can do to gain your favor," I said. She offered me a coy grin. "I see things, Samson. I see the power within all beings. I must admit that yours is great, and I wonder if this favor that you are referring to has something to do with your most special of powers." I felt my cheeks get hot and offered her my best fuck-me eyes. "Your offer is enticing," she said with that sexy smirk. "But there is something more that I would ask of you." "Anything," I said with a bow. Her face became solemn, and she looked to the moon. I watched the silken robes sway in the breeze, and my heart ached to behold her sheer beauty. "I am fading, Samson," she said in a voice that was barely a whisper. "I don't know why I am telling you this," she added with an ironic laugh. "Not only am I fading, but so is the power of my people and the Great Wood." "How can I help?" I pressed when she trailed off. 20 years ago, the source of our power was stolen," Lyra began. "The Everstone was a gift from the gods. It is the source of our power, and without it, we have become mortal. Our magic is dying, Samson, and soon too shall we all." "Tell me who stole it, my queen, and I shall seek it out," I said stoically. "The Everstone was taken by the Harbinger. He is a jealous demigod who hates all things beautiful. The beauty of our great wood and our joyous songs attracted his ire. When he attacked, many died, including my mother and father. I have been the queen since that day, and I have sworn vengeance, but every hero that I have sent to exact my revenge has never returned. For the Hollow is a place of great evil. It was once a bountiful lake, but now it is a barren wasteland, haunted by the spirits of the dead." Lyra looked to me with shimmering eyes that burned with anger and regret. "Before I dreamt of you, I had been preparing to journey there myself in search of either vindication or death." "You need not risk yourself for this quest," I told her. Then I took a knee. "Lyra, Queen of the Great Wood, I vow to return the Everstone to you and your people." She walked up to me, our eyes level, and reached out with a fair hand and stroked my face lovingly. "If you return the stone to me, I would be forever in your debt." "Consider it done, my lady," I said, daring to return her touch. I lifted her chin and kissed her deeply. She seemed surprised at first, but then she gave in to my embrace and returned the kiss with a passionate moan. I wrapped my hands around her and cupped her firm ass. She inhaled with a shudder and grabbed my manhood, which throbbed in her soft hand. I let out a passionate groan and cupped her right breast. Then she suddenly backed away, leaving me with a raging boner and blurry vision. Her robe had become opened, and even through the fog of my lust, I could see her delicious breasts glowing in the moonlight and the small circles around her perfect nipples. "When you return with the stone," she said, pulling her robe closed, "you shall have your reward." "I dream of the day," I said sincerely. A half-hour later, my guildmates and I were brought to the boundary of the Great Wood and released. No sooner had the elves disappeared back into the forest than Trinity grabbed my arm and pulled me toward her. "What did she say?" she pressed. I told my guildmates about the Everstone, the Harbinger, and the Hollow. And she gave me this, I said, showing them the large emerald that Lyra had given to me before we left. She said that it would protect Haven while we seek out the Everstone. Tweak laughed. So all we gotta do is journey to a dead and haunted lake, defeat a demigod, and retrieve the Queen's bling? Sounds like a fun time. Is that sarcasm? Kid asked. Just a little bit, said Tweak. Don't be a bitch, Trinity told him. This will be a piece of cake. Piece of cake? Said Anna. We can't take on a demigod. Can we? I said, turning to Cecilia. The foxy lady was a level 10 lore master, and she was already scrolling through her interface. She said apprehensively. It says here that the Harbinger is the son of the god of war and the goddess of disease. Great, said Nanaya with a mirthless laugh. What else does it say? Stormy asked. Not much else, said Cecilia. Just that the Harbinger feeds off the souls of the righteous, and he seeks to rid the world of all things beautiful. He has many forms, but usually appears as a cloaked wraith with the skinless head of a goat. Gross, said Kit. We will defeat the demigod, said Zoe proudly. Then we will have an elven army at our beck and call. I like your gumption, said Tweak, but let's be realistic. This thing sounds way out of our league. We'll need help, said Cecilia. The Persian Empire will help, I said, and Kit clapped and yipped happily. Frisco has already offered us aid. With the Persian Empire, we might just be able to pull this off, Cecilia said with a slow nod. Then what are we waiting for? Said Trinity. Let's go kill this Harbinger asshole. Chapter 9. Nanaya flew us back to Haven, and we spent the flight talking excitedly about the prospect of having an elven army on our side. The elves of the Great Wood numbered in the tens of thousands, and if we returned their Everstone, we would gain the most powerful allies in Ozara. The sunrise welcomed us as Haven came into view. It had been a long day, and though I was excited to begin the quest for the Everstone, we all needed some sleep before we did anything. When we landed at the base of the tower, Mick strode up to me and offered me a small bow. He reported that the night had been quiet, and there had been no sign of the barbarians. My guildmates and I returned to our bedroom to get some rest, but when the girls undressed, I could see they wanted to do more than sleep. Queen Lyra had gotten me pretty worked up back in the forest, and my body eagerly responded to my girls' searching hands. I awoke a few hours after noon and grinned when I saw the notification flashing on my interface. Congratulations, you have reached level 68. I hadn't unlocked any new spells, but I had gained the usual 30 attribute points. I made a mental note to see the mage trainer when I went to speak with Frisco, and I sent the Panther Furry a message to meet me at Cecilia's pub at 5 p.m. After a quick lunch and a cup of coffee, I climbed to the top of the tower with Anna to try out the enchanted emerald that the Queen had given me. She said that it would protect my city while I was away questing for the Everstone, and I was eager to try it out. I placed the large emerald on a pillar at the center of the tower, then stepped back and spoke the spell word to enable the gem. A brilliant flash of green light followed my last word, and I instinctively raised my hands to shield my eyes. The green light exploded outward from the emerald and spread over the tower and surrounding land like an umbrella. When all was said and done, a massive green dome of sparkling energy pulsed and hummed overhead. The Queen has given us a wondrous gift, Anna noted, and glanced at me searchingly. Did you give her anything in return? Just my word that I would return the Everstone. You didn't sleep with her? No, I said truthfully. But you wanted to. Who wouldn't? I asked with a shrug. True, she said, turning her gaze from me to the pulsating magic shield. What are you thinking about? I asked as I came to stand beside her. I was just remembering when I first found you naked on the road, she said with a cute grin. Ugh, I said, shaking my head. Don't remind me. We shared a laugh, but then she became solemn. When I met you, I had an instant crush, she admitted shyly. Seriously? I asked. Seriously, she laughed. You were so excited about being in the game, so full of life. I knew that you were going to do great things. You did? I felt like I had come off like a bumbling noob when I first met Anna, so her admission surprised the shit out of me. Yeah, even before I knew about your special ability. Well, I must admit that I had a hell of a crush on you, I said. I still do. Her smile grew as she drew near, and we shared a long kiss. I love you, Anna, I told her as we embraced, and I thank the stars that you found me that day. You're not so bad yourself, Sam, she said with a smirk. A half-hour later, my guildmates and I took a portal to Aeroc, and I sought out the mage trainer to apply my new attribute points. I spent them all on arcane knowledge, then browsed the shops on my way to Cecilia's pub. A ring sitting in a display window caught my attention. Kinetic Energy Ring, level 65. Charged by the wearer's movement, the kinetic energy ring will release a single blast of energy that will amplify a punch by 1,000%. Charge time when active, average 3 hours. I inquired with the shop owner and walked away with 9 identical silver rings. I'd wanted to get my guildmates something special, but we had been low on funds lately. Luckily, I came to an agreement with the shop owner and told him that I would pay for them in full in 2 weeks at 10% more than the asking price. Given my reputation in Aeroc, he not only agreed, but thanked me for my service. My guildmates were waiting for me at Cecilia's pub, and the foxy lady had even closed the place for the meeting. The many tables and chairs had been brought together to create a long banquet table with a nice spread of T-bone steaks, mashed potatoes, various vegetables, cheese, bread, and fruit. Frisco and the Persian Empire, which numbered 33, sat on one side of the table, and my 8 guildmates sat across from them. They were all chatting and having a merry old time, and when I greeted them, Frisco raised his glass. "The indomitable Samson has arrived," he said happily. The table greeted me merrily, and I took my place in the middle of my guildmates, directly across from Frisco. Kit put a plate of food in front of me and filled my tankard, but she eyed Frisco coyly the entire time. He winked at me when I noticed the looks he was getting from my furry druid, and I could only shake my head and smile. "To what do I owe the honor?" Frisco asked me. "We've stumbled upon an incredible quest," I said, and popped a grape into my mouth, letting the suspense build. "I know that you are a master of foreplay," said Frisco, "but please do tell." I told him and his guild about the barbarians, the friendly dwarven refusal to help, and the elves of the Great Wood. When I explained their predicament and mentioned the Everstone, Frisco and his furry's big ears perked to attention. "But you have to defeat a demigod," he said when I finished. His tail tantalizingly swayed behind his head as he considered what I had told him. "This is the part where we come in, correct?" "Exactly," I said. "I want you and the Persian Empire to help me retrieve the Everstone. And in return, I'll give you 50% of the loot that we are sure to be bathing in by the time this war with the barbarians is through," I offered. 50%, he mulled it over and nodded. "That is a good start." "But," I said, "no offense, Sam, but we have 33 in our guild and you have 9. 10, said Zoe. "Excuse me," said Frisco with a nod of his head. "You have 10. But as I was saying, we are taking a bigger risk, and if we die, we all lose a hard-won level. If you die, you can all just shag your way back up." "Not this guy," said Tweak. "Not that Sam hasn't offered, but this ape just don't swing that way." "I never offered," I reminded him a bit too sharply. He waved me off and laughed with the furries. "As I was saying," Frisco said above the merriment, "we would need more compensation." "Name it." "We want a tower and some good, fertile land. Say 2,000 acres with a body of water and a good view. Titles and servants would be agreeable as well." "I'm surprised he doesn't want the kitchen sink," Trinity mumbled under her breath. I ignored her and extended my hand across the table toward Frisco. "You've got a deal." "Excellent," he said, grinning and shaking my hand. Cheers, Kit sang and raised her frothing mug, to a fruitful and most bountiful union. We all clanged tankards across the table and cheered, and I emptied mine in one long pull. With the deal freshly sealed, I used my tower interface to allow passage to the members of the Persian Empire. All players were banned from venturing to our new kingdom for 2 weeks, but I could allow whoever I wanted to Ozara. The furries were eager to see the new land, so we abandoned our luncheon and brought our friends through the portal to Haven.
"Holy shit,"
said Frisco as he beheld the emerald energy shield. He and his guild followed us out of the perimeter of the shield, and I spread my arm wide to reveal our lush green kingdom. Frisco let out a slow whistle and shook his head.
"Damn, Sam, you sure hit the mother lode."
"Not bad, eh?" "There's plenty of room for the Persian Empire out there," said Kit with a coy grin. I knew that she had the hots for him, and who could blame her? Frisco was a friggin' badass panther furry, and the leader of one of the most successful guilds in the game. But I knew where Kit's loyalties lay. Frisco had tried to get her to backstab me during the Guild Wars tournament, but she had refused, even turning it around on him in the end. The fact that he had tried to turn one of my guildmates against me didn't bother me at all. It wasn't personal, just business. There had been a kingdom on the line, a kingdom that I now ruled.
"So, where's this hollow that the Elven Queen told you about?"
Frisco asked. "About 50 miles that way," I said, pointing to the south. Frisco rubbed his hands together.
"Sweet. Let's gear up and burn this demigod down."
Warning. Intruders. What the fuck? I tapped on the notification and read the message from the tower. 100 real-world players have spawned 10 miles due west. "What's up?" Anna asked beside me. I noticed then that everyone was watching me. "The tower just reported that 100 players just spawned 10 miles to the west," I told them. Chatter rose up as the Persian Empire and my guildmates exchanged surprised chatter. "What do you mean?" Cecilia asked. "No one is allowed in-game for like another 3 days." "Yeah, well, they found a way," I grumbled. "Fuck. I bet you anything it's the Doom Lords." I swiped through the tower commands, trying to gain more information on the intruders. The tower reported that the real-world players were indeed the Doom Lords, but there were 2 other guilds with them, the Dragons of Fury and the Orc Chieftains. I relayed this information to everyone else, and Cecilia suddenly cursed. "Look what's just begun broadcasting on the Rebirth network," she growled as she tapped on her interface. I brought up the Rebirth network that was always playing on the looking glasses throughout the game. It could also be brought up on the interface, and when I tuned in, a slow groan escaped me. The wizard Donovan was sitting at a finely carved desk and reporting the latest news into a crystal shaped like a microphone.
"In an incredible turn of events, the Doom Lords, Orc Chieftains, and the Dragons of Fury have completed a secret quest to gain entry into the newest expansion, Ozara. As you all recall, Ozara was the prize that so many guilds sought less than 2 weeks ago in the first Guild Wars tournament. No one is allowed to venture forth to the new kingdom, now ruled by Samson and his guild, Heavy Metal Thunder, but it appears that these 3 guilds, which I might add were all defeated by Heavy Metal Thunder, have found and completed the secret quest. Even as I speak, they have entered Ozara. We would not bring you this information unless Sam and his crew were already aware of the intrusion, and I'm excited to announce that they are. It looks like there's a battle brewing. Let's go live and see if Sam and his guildmates can defend their hard-won kingdom." The view changed from Donovan, and surprisingly, it showed me and the others standing outside the Emerald Energy Dome. I looked to the sky and spotted a big eyeball with wings hovering behind and to the left of us, and it was slowly panning around. I cursed and unleashed arcane lightning. The spell crackled and arced its way toward the floating orb, but the agile little bastard moved out of range. "Prepare for battle," I growled. I tapped on tower command and enabled the warning bell. When it began to toll, the nearby humans began freaking out and scrambling. "Sawyer!" said Mick as he came running through the emerald shield. "Get everyone inside the shield,"
I ordered, "and prepare your troops for battle." "Yes, sire," he said with a crisp salute before rushing off to carry out my orders. "What's the plan?" Frisco asked, and I could see that he and his guildmates were ready to defend our tower to the death. The way I see it, they're going to come at us with everything they've got, and that I mean all the shit they've bought in preparation for this attack. Who knows what kind of magic weaponry they've spent their fortunes on, but know this, they've come to conquer. I don't know how powerful Queen Lyra's emerald shield is, but let's pray it's enough. We've got to keep them from burning it down. If they do, we're fucked. The closest cemetery is the one a few hundred yards behind the tower, so if they have the balls to spawn there, it will put them on the other side of the tower from the main force. I want my gunners to keep an eye on the cemetery. Our cannons can reach no problem. When you see the other guilds respawning, I want you to blast them back to Fucksville. If you're not a gunner, then that means you'll be out here in the field. We're going to try and stop them before they reach Tent City. Do not fall back to the tower until I give the word. If I'm incapacitated or dead, Anna here will be in command until I return. Is that understood?" My guildmates in the Persian Empire all nodded or answered with a yes, sir. "I want all you healers to stay spread out. Don't clump up. Keep your focus on the tanks. Casters, if they've got siege weapons, I want you to burn that shit down first and foremost." Warning. An army marches from the west. I paused and inquired further, knowing full well what I was going to see. 1,000 barbarians have joined the intruders. I looked to the furries, Tweak, and my girls. The barbarians have joined our enemies. Shit just got real. Chapter 10. "Miramar," I bellowed. "I am here, my liege," said the dark-skinned wizard as he suddenly appeared before me. "I want you on top of the tower. Focus on the barbarians." "Yes, my liege." Miramar bowed and then disappeared, and I turned to Trinity. "You're in charge of the militia and the rest of the tanks. You're our front line." "You've got it, lover boy," she said as she ran a finger down the side of her enchanted blade. "Ember," I said, trying to find the assassin among the furries and my other ladies. "Sup," she said as she shimmered into view. "You and the other assassins and rogues get to work setting up traps at the edge of the forest." "I'm on it, babe," she said before gesturing to the furry assassins to follow her. I turned to Frisco. "You ready, bro?" "Fucking right," he said, and we clasped hands like brothers. These dicks just invaded the wrong kingdom. The tower guards raced out of the Emerald Energy Dome, followed by the Haven militia. The villagers wore grim and determined looks on their faces, and they repeated the war song after Mick, who led them on a steed of pure black. Trinity, Stormy, and the furry warriors moved to the front of the line as they all settled in neat formation about 200 yards from the edge of the woods. "You ready to head off the Dragons of Fury?" I asked Nanaya. "Oh, yeah," she said with a grin. "I've got a little surprise for those dickheads. Did I mention I gained the new demon summoning spell the last time I leveled?" I shook my head and grinned. Nanaya raised her arms to the sky and spoke a long string of incantations. 20 feet above her, a shimmering speck of light appeared, and as she spoke and danced about, moving her hands through intricate patterns, the speck grew bigger. Soon it had grown more than 20 feet wide, and I stepped back as the green portal began to churn and rumble with distant thunder. "Holy shit," I said, as a big black dragon with the body of a snake as thick as a bus suddenly flew out of the portal. I watched with growing awe as the long body just kept coming out of the portal. When the ass end finally emerged, I stood with my mouth agape, staring up at a 100-foot-long snake as it glided on a dozen red wings. When it opened its mouth, I expected fire to come spewing out, but to my surprise, about 1,000 mean-looking bats emerged instead, as if the dragon's mouth was a cave. "Damn, woman," I said, as I watched the winged snake and flock of bats fly toward the approaching Dragons of Fury. Nanaya took on a different dragon form than I had seen her take before. She morphed into a massive red with big eyes that sparkled like rubies, and a feathered body and wings that were the many colors of sunset. I wasted no time mounting her, and together we took to the clouds. I scanned the battleground as we soared higher, and it wasn't hard to find the big barbarians crashing through the forest. They looked to be about 500 feet from the edge where my militia waited. "Let's light this shit up," I yelled to Nanaya over the wind. "You took the words right out of my mouth," she said in a deep but still feminine voice. She banked hard left, and I held on tight as she dropped from the sky, swooped down over the treetops, and belched a thick line of fire. The swath was 100 feet long by the time she stopped. Then she circled around, drew in a deep breath, and continued to set the forest ablaze. I launched fireballs down into the forest and unleashed firestorm on the advancing army. A plethora of spells streaked through the air suddenly, but they weren't meant for us. Instead, they screamed toward the crazy snake dragon that Nanaya had conjured. "That thing only lasts 5 minutes," Nanaya said, craning her neck back to look at me. "But it's strong as all hell." I saw firsthand what she meant a moment later, when the long demon collided with one of the dragons of fury and tore it to shreds in about 5 seconds. Nanaya joined her hellspawn, and soon we were battling with over 30 dragons. This wasn't a tournament, and to die here meant to lose a level just like any other part of the game. I hated to go backward, but we needed to do everything that we could to stop the dragons of fury. So we did what we had to do. We flew right into the mouth of danger, screaming like madmen the entire time. When I unleashed nuclear thunderclap right in between 2 of the dragons, I was treated to the sight of their charred bodies spiraling out of control and slamming into the ground. Nanaya was hit by more than one spell, and so was I, but she flew fast and somehow kept us out of the worst of it. The dragons of fury were having a hard time against the snake demon thing, and without their help, the barbarians and the rest of the guilds attacking us were left to face our casters alone. I could see the spells already streaking through the sky behind us. The 3 attacking guilds' ice mages and other casters had broken through the flames, and the barbarians were beginning to charge out of the forest into the waiting arms of the militia. Nanaya and I were doing good keeping the dragons of fury out of the fight, and the demon snake dragon had spewed a couple thousand demonic bats that continuously attacked the dragons, keeping them from getting to the main battle. We had killed 5 of them ourselves before Nanaya was hit by a barrage of spells that she couldn't recover from, and I held on for dear life as she fell lifelessly from the sky. Nanaya did what she could do to level out before she died, and she probably saved my life in doing so. But she also steered right for the center of the barbarian army. We slammed into the screaming crowd, crushing more than one of them, and I was thrown off her in the process. I flailed my arms and screamed as I sailed through the air and slammed right into a barbarian warrior, driving him to the ground. I broke my left arm in the process, but with my right, I had already unsheathed my sword and stabbed the downed barbarian right in the back of the neck. I growled against the pain in my left arm and downed a healing potion, but as soon as the last of it slid down my throat, a big boot found my face and smashed the bottle against it. I landed on my back with glass shards in my nose, lips, and cheeks, and tried to summon a spell. My left arm wasn't healed yet, however, and my casting failed miserably. There were barbarians all around me, and they had seen me land on their fellow warrior. One of them grabbed my foot and yanked me so hard he cracked my back. I was thrown to another barbarian, who laughed and punched me in the face with a fist the size of a brick. My nose crushed into my face, and my front teeth shattered, leaving me begging for the killing blow, but it never came. A spell landed at my feet and engulfed me, and I was instantly healed to 100%. My interface informed me that Anna had cast the spell, and from 200 yards away. I thanked the gods for my elven healer, and leapt to my feet as 3 barbarians circled me. "Suck on these!" I screamed, and unleashed 3 fireballs in rapid succession, spinning as I went. My barrage hit one in the gut, another in the face, and exploded against another's shield. I cast scorched earth at my feet, and from behind the wall of flame that sprang up, I shot arcane lightning at the group. The barbarian who had deflected my fireball charged into the flames, even as electricity coursed through him. He was 9 feet tall and covered from head to toe in thick furs. An antler head sat on his crown, and the face beneath it would have sent scared children screaming to their mothers. I conjured a magic bolt, unleashing it when he was only 6 feet away. Again, he brought up his massive shield to deflect it, but the blast that ensued from the impact sent him staggering backward. It gave me an opening, but just then I heard someone behind me. I instinctively leapt to the side and rolled away from an axe that dug into the ground where I had stood. I came up casting and lit the barbarian who had attacked me from behind with hellfire. He shrieked as the green flames engulfed him, and I spun a circle searching for a way out, but I realized quickly that I was fucked. I was in the middle of the barbarian army, and had they not been so preoccupied with the militia's attack and the spells that arched from the tower and exploded around them, I would have already been cut in half. The barbarians weren't moving forward, however, and I considered that a good thing. "Sullivan!" a voice roared from the crowd. I brought up my fire shield and spun around, but I was a heartbeat too slow. A green spell hit me in the left shoulder, and pain racked my body. Then I was off my feet by the spell that squeezed the life out of me, and that's when I saw my attacker. Bagram, the leader of the orc chieftains, was grinning up at me as the spell streamed from the end of his staff. "I've waited a long time for this, you fucking Mary Sue," he grumbled. Then he raised his left hand to reveal something that resembled a slug, but with the face of a snake and about a dozen rows of circular teeth, all spinning in opposite directions. He threw the slug at me, but I was too incapacitated with pain to block it. I glanced down when it hit my stomach and stuck, then began to scream as those little teeth went to work burrowing into me. "Fuck you, Bagram!" I screamed as the little bastard of a slug tore through my skin. The orc laughed his ass off and intensified the spell that held me aloft 10 feet above the ground. When he ran out of mana, I hit the ground in agony, but I still had the presence of mind to cast hellfire at the son of a bitch. An orc warrior suddenly appeared right in front of me, and my spell exploded against his shield. He appeared from behind the shield with a grin. Then he kicked me in the face hard enough to break my recently grown back teeth. I rolled with the blow, ignoring the pain, and came up swinging with my enchanted sword. The orcs had circled me, but the closest hadn't expected me to be so quick. I stabbed the sword into her throat suddenly, and was rewarded with a soul shatter strike that made her explode. The orcs cursed me as their guildmates' remains slid off their armor, but I was already casting another spell. I hit the orc to my right with a fireball that took off its left arm. Then I brought down Firestorm on their ugly heads. "You're going to pay for that," Bagram warned, but I hadn't forgotten about him. I grabbed the armless orc as others reached for me. Then I pressed my glowing hand against his spine and fired a magic bolt. It tore right through his back and out his chest, leaving him alive but paralyzed, and I used him as a shield and charged Bagram. Spells bombarded my orc captive, and swords slammed into his chest, but they couldn't stop me. I tossed him to the side and came in low, as Bagram scrambled to hit me with the spell. He missed, and I came up with the mother of all uppercuts, engaging my kinetic energy ring as I did so, and hit him square in his thick green jaw. Bagram's head snapped back so hard that his neck split open, and his body flew 10 feet into the air. "You will never defeat me!" I screamed as his lifeless body hit the ground. A moment later, a dozen orc swords, spells, and spears slammed into me, and I died with 2 middle fingers raised high and a big grin on my face. "You are dead. 1 level penalty. You are now level 67. "Yeah, no shit," I told my interface as I respawned in ghost form in the cemetery. I expected to see spells flying from the top of the tower and slamming into the newly spawned intruders, but for some reason, none of the enemies were anywhere near our cemetery. The only fighters respawning in the cemetery were the militia, my guildmates, and the Guardians of Haven. I stepped over the cemetery barrier as Anna came running over to me. "Where the hell are the other guilds?" I asked as I joined her and rushed to the tower. "They must have their own cemetery," she said, as spells slammed into the emerald energy dome surrounding the tower. "What? That's a thing?" "Apparently they figured it out, because they've been respawning behind their army." "Fuck!" I swore as I took the stairs up the tower 2 at a time. I ran to the edge of the ramparts where Tweak was standing behind his mounted cannon, laughing maniacally as he unleashed a barrage of fireballs. I gazed out over the battlefield and my heart sank. Our militia was being decimated. Zoe and her orcs were being pushed back, and the barbarian army was steadily advancing. I clutched the talisman around my neck, knowing that if I summoned my demonic children, they would wipe out the enemy in a matter of minutes. But if I did so, I was sure to be labeled a demon lord, and my legacy would be that of an evil overlord. I didn't want to win that way. My goal with Haven was to create a harmonious kingdom with many allies. I wanted to create, not destroy. "Miramar!" I yelled and spun around. The NPC wizard appeared in front of me with his palms still smoking from the last spell that he had cast. "How many militiamen do we have out there?" I asked. 65, he said gravely, then added, "I mean 63 now, sire." I stared at the raging battle, not knowing what to do. The barbarians were tearing through the defenders, and I saw Kit, Anna, and Trinity die again. The fireballs and cannonballs being launched at the enemy from the tower cannons were killing dozens of barbarians at a time, but they were now in league with the 3 guilds that were attacking us, and therefore the barbarians were respawning behind the main force as well. Eventually, the enemy would push us all the way back to the Emerald Energy Shield, and it was only a matter of time before they burned it down. We needed to find that cemetery, and we needed to destroy it. "New plan," I said, motioning Miramar, Nanaya, Cecilia, and a recently spawned Anna in closer. "We need to get around the attackers and find their respawn point. Cecilia, any idea what they're using to create their own cemetery?" She was already tapping on her interface when I asked the question, and she nodded grimly. "They're rare, but there are certain artifacts in-game that can be used as a respawn point. Usually these artifacts are things like the bones or petrified art of a dead demon lord. Whatever it is, it's some dark-ass magic. Like a talisman that can summon a demon army," said Nanaya. "I'm not using it," I told her and shook my head. "We're going to win this thing on our own." "We would still be winning it on our own," she countered with a deep frown. "We're simply using all the resources at our disposal." "I've made my decision." "Yeah, well, it's a stupid decision," she said, glancing around at the other girls. "Can I get some fucking backup here?" "I'm with Sam," said Anna. "We're not winning like that." "That's how we won the damn tournament to get this place," Nanaya yelled, arms wide. "She's right," Cecilia told me. "We've got to use all our resources if we're going to win. They're going to burn down our shield and take the tower. Is that what you want?" "I can't control them," I said angrily. "You saw what happened after we won the tournament. You saw how they were trying to get free. If I unleash 1,000 golden demons who share my special ability, they're going to screw their way right to the top. They'll conquer the entire damn world." "He's right, bitches," Tweak yelled from atop his cannon. "Listen to your damn king and do what he says." "Excuse me?" Nanaya said to the ape and crossed her arms. "We don't have time for this, all right? Listen up." I outlined my plan and told Nanaya to change into dragon form. When the rest of my guildmates spawned and joined us on the roof of the tower, I instructed Trinity, Ember, and Stormy to aid Zoe and the orc army. Then the other casters and I mounted Nanaya and took to the sky. The dragons of fury were on us as soon as we emerged from behind the emerald shield, but Miramar had been instructed to focus all firepower on the guild of dragon shifters, and the barrage caused enough chaos for us to slip through on swift wings. Nanaya veered toward the back of the enemy line, and as we approached, I saw a glowing clearing where the barbarians and enemy guilds were spawning. "Nanaya?" "I see it," she growled. "Hold on." She rolled to the right when a barrage of spells streaked toward us from the casters below. Most of the spells screamed past us harmlessly, but others turned in their flight to follow us. I turned in my saddle and unleashed arcane lightning, as Anna, Kit, Cecilia, and Tweak fired their own spells at the projectiles. But one of the spells got through and hit Nanaya in the hindquarters, and she let out a growl of pain. "You all right?" I asked as she struggled to stabilize her flight. "Don't worry about me," she said. "Get ready to jump." She glided around in a wide arc, trying to steer clear of the main force, and swooped down over the glowing clearing. I could see an orc shaman standing in the center of the clearing. He held a glowing staff high and was chanting an incantation repeatedly. The magical energy that emanated from his staff spread out above him like an umbrella that covered a large area. Beyond the veil of magic, I could make out an ancient-looking cemetery where hundreds of barbarians were waiting to respawn. "Get ready," I warned my guildmates. Then Nanaya glided over the orc shaman, and we all leapt from her back. I cast a spell before I even landed, and my magic bolt hit the orc shaman in the back of the head. I landed and rolled, coming up and releasing hellfire, but the orc shaman was surrounded by a very powerful energy shield, and he continued to chant even as my guildmates began to unload on him. The magic shield surrounding him had a health bar like any other. I could see it below the orc's health and mana bar. The shield's bar was green, and it appeared that our attacks had only knocked it down to 95%. It was time for nuclear thunderclap. "Keep them off me," I told my guildmates, indicating the dozens of spawning barbarians and enemy guild members who were rushing to defend their shaman. My girls and Tweak created a perimeter around me and the shaman, and I quickly but carefully went through the complicated hand gestures to conjure my spell. I felt the power coursing through me in the moments before I released the spell. The power that I felt was primal. It was like having a 2-foot-long, rock-hard boner, and I couldn't wait to share it with someone. I unleashed my nuclear thunderclap right at the feet of the orc shaman, and the massive explosion sent a plume of fire and dirt 100 feet into the sky. As the mushroom cloud rolled skyward, my guildmates and I resumed our attack. When the smoke cleared, I was dismayed to find that the shaman was still standing, and not only that, but his shield's health was still over 35%. I desperately slammed fireballs and magic bolts at the son of a bitch's shield, but soon the barbarians were upon us. My guildmates and I went from attacking the orc shaman to fighting for our lives, and I thought we were doomed. But just then, Nanaya arrived with Zoe and a dozen orcs. They leapt down and joined the battle at the enemy cemetery, but so did the dragons of fury. "Can you and your orcs give us 2 minutes?" I asked Zoe as she ran over to me. She ducked a sword from a barbarian and turned him to ice. Then she leapt over him and swung her staff at his head. When she landed in front of me, the barbarian shattered and fell to the ground in 1,000 pieces. "For you," she said with a wry grin, "anything is possible. Just keep them off us until we burn this fucker down." Zoe and her orcs surrounded us and fought their asses off. The orcs weren't as big as the barbarians, but they were still powerful as hell. My guildmates and I bombarded the orc shaman with spells and managed to drop the shield down to 20%, but Zoe and her army were slowly being overtaken. "Mary Sue!" I heard Bagram bellow, and I turned in time to deflect his sword as he came flying over the orcs. Zoe was on him in a flash, hitting him with ice spells that slowed his movement, and I hit him with arcane lightning. But the bastard had been buffed to the max by his allies, and he was hell-bent on taking off my head. Warning: tower defenses, 30%. "Fuck off and die!" I screamed, and unsheathed my enchanted sword. Bagram leapt toward me with his big sword cocked back, and even though 3 spells hit him on his descent, his course remained true. I deflected the sword with my shield, but the powerful blow sent me staggering back. I spun and slashed at the orc shaman, trying to keep up the pressure while at the same time staying out of range of Bagram's big sword. My guildmates were being distracted by him as well, and to make matters worse, the barbarians had killed nearly all the orcs. The enemy was respawning around us fast, and soon we would be overwhelmed. I thought of my talisman and how easily my children could defeat our enemies. The temptation to just say fuck it and summon my army was almost overwhelming, and my fury at losing made it hard not to say the words that would create the portal. Maybe Nanaya was right. Maybe I would just be using one of my many resources. As I watched my guildmates fall dead around me, I reached for my talisman. Time seemed to slow, and my senses became heightened. Bagram still raged after me, but Tweak had leapt into his path, and now fought desperately to fend off the bloodthirsty orc. Cecilia fell dead at my feet, and I stabbed her weakened attacker through the heart. The barbarian fell, but he managed to slash me across the chest with a glowing blade. I reeled back from the blow and tore the talisman from my neck, cursing against the pain. Warning: tower defenses at 9%. The notification pushed me over the edge. I don't know if it was the rage I felt at seeing my friends being killed and my kingdom destroyed, or if it was just plain stubbornness, but there was no way I was losing my land to these fucks. Not now, not ever. "Come to me, my children," I bellowed, and my voice boomed and rolled over the land like thunder. The barbarians all stopped and looked to me, as did the defenders. I thrust the talisman forward, and it began to glow like a supernova, but no golden demons flew out of it. Instead, Frigg jumped out with a big grin and did jazz hands.
"Surprise, motherfucker!"
When no one followed him out of the portal from the underworld, the battle resumed with greater ferocity. "Frigg!" I screamed. "What the fuck?"
"Magula wanted me to let you know that she needs your golden brats for a bit longer. There's a succubus uprising we're taking care of."
Frigg grinned and glanced around at the battle.
"You look like you're getting your asses kicked, loser."
"Fuck you, Frigg!" I blasted a barbarian with a magic bolt and lit another one with hellfire. "Tell Magula I need like 100 of my sons."
"No can do, dumbass," said the imp. "Like I said, they're busy."
"You little son of a bit!" I was interrupted by a spell that hit me in the left arm, leaving it useless.
"Well, this is lame. See ya," said Frigg.
"Wait!" I yelled, but he was already gone. Warning: tower defenses 5%. I let out a string of curses and ran to meet Bagram's charge. He had fought through the defenders and was now tearing toward me like a bull. The spell that had left my left arm numb wore off, and I lit the ground between us with scorched earth. I followed it with a magic bolt that exploded against his chest. Then we were leaping through the air toward each other, both hell-bent on murder. I pulled back my enchanted blade, praying for a soul-shatter strike, but Bagram suddenly disappeared into the mouth of Nanaya's flying snake dragon. I landed in front of the orc shaman and turned my attention on his energy shield, hacking and slashing at the damned thing, and praying for a soul-shatter strike. I didn't get one, but one of my guildmates did. When the shield blinked out and died, I let out a victorious cry and unleashed hellfire on the preoccupied orc shaman. He went up in green flames, and his cries of agony put a wide smile on my face. My guildmates attacked as well, and soon the shaman was forced to abandon his spell, and the enemy cemetery disappeared. Warning: tower defenses at 1%. "Get back to the tower!" I cried, but I don't know if anyone heard me over the battle raging all around us. My adrenaline surged through my veins, and the magic flowed, but soon we were overwhelmed by the dragons of fury. They flew overhead and bathed the battlefield in flames, and although I had the protection of my scorched earth spell, it did nothing against the dragon teeth that clamped down on me. As my body sailed toward earth in 2 different pieces, I saw the emerald shield surrounding my tower wink out. "You are dead. 1 level penalty. You are now level 66. Chapter 11. I spawned at our cemetery as angry as a bull and raced with the militiamen back to the tower. Now that there was no energy shield around it, The tower was being bombarded by spells and bombs launched by the siege weapons. I ran through the tumult, dodging burning debris and heavy stones as they came loose from the tower and crashed down around it. When I made my way to the stairs leading up to the top of the tower, I found Trinity pinned beneath a big stone slab that must have weighed 5,000 pounds. Her leg was caught, and when I approached, she was holding her enchanted sword in hand, looking to be trying to gain the courage to cut her trapped leg off. "Wait," I said as I came to a stop beside her. "Get back to the fight," she yelled. "You don't have time for this." "I'm not leaving you like this," I said, as Tweak and Stormy raced over to us. The three of us all grabbed a hold of the slab on one end, and on the count of 3, we all heaved on it. Nothing happened, and Stormy cursed and spit in her hands. "Use your kinetic energy rings," I told them both. "Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. We all enabled our rings at the same time, and to my surprise, we flipped the stone slab into the air. It crashed into the wall and almost took us out on its return. "Thanks," said Trinity as I helped her up onto her good foot. Anna came racing from the cemetery and cast a healing spell on Trinity. Then she turned to me. "What's the plan now?" "Now we defend to the bitter end," I said with a shrug. "They can't respawn at their homemade cemetery anymore, so hopefully we can get control of this shit. Come on." We all raced up the stairs to the top of the tower and joined the others at the cannons. The enemy had lost their cemetery, which meant that now they would respawn at ours. When that happened, Tweak and the others on the cannons would be able to keep them under control. But there were still hundreds of barbarians, and there were high-level healers among the enemy guilds who could resurrect the fallen. "Miramar!" "Yes, sire," he said as he appeared behind me. "Take the women and children through the portal in the basement that leads to Aerok. They will be safe there." "Yes, sire," he said with a bow. Then he offered me a harrowing glance. "Is this it? Is this the end?" "Not if I can help it," I told my NPC wizard. He nodded and raced down the stairs. I moved to the edge of the roof and glanced down at the battlefield, and when I did, a cannonball exploded in front of me. The flash was blinding, and the force of the explosion took me off my feet and deposited me on the floor 20 feet away. Warning: health 45%. I groaned when I tried to get up, and glancing down at my body, I found a long piece of wood stuck in my side. "Son of a bitch!" I groaned, and glanced around in hopes of finding one of my healers. Anna came rushing over and doused me with healing light. A moment later, I pulled the bloody stake out of my liver and leaned on my first guildmate as I tried to stand. "We've got to stop them, Anna," I said breathlessly. "We can't lose the tower, the kingdom." "We won't," she said to me. But a heartbeat later, the tower was hit by a massive meteor storm that streaked down from the sky. She fell into me, and I wrapped my arms around her and dove for the floor. The tower buckled beneath the onslaught, and I soon found myself sliding along the floor toward the other end. "I got ya," said Kit, and her vines wrapped around my waist. I held on to Anna with all my strength as our world was turned upside down and the tower crashed to the ground. The impact sent me flying forward, but I didn't let go of Anna. Kit must have held out bravely as well, because a moment after I hit the ground, the little furry landed on top of me. "You two all right?" I asked as I choked on the dust. "We are, but the tower," Kit lamented. An explosion hit the debris, and then another, and I realized that the opposing guild was now using our destroyed tower for target practice. "Go, go, go!" I screamed and pushed the girls to safety. I brought up my fire shield and fled the scene, ignoring the groans of the trapped NPCs who made up my militia. I passed Tweak, who was dead and buried in rubble. Then I passed Trinity and Stormy, Ember, Cecilia, and poor Zoe, who had been crushed by a massive block of stone. When we emerged from the wreckage, Anna and Kit were hit with a dozen different spells. I cried out and tried to retaliate, but then a black, writhing spell wrapped around me so tight that I couldn't breathe. "You lose, Mary Sue," came a familiar voice. "Well played, Bagram," I said, and looked to the enemy guild members. The dragons of fury stood proudly around the destroyed tower, some as dragons and others in human form. The nearly 50 orc chieftains stood with them, their tusks protruding from their ugly faces as they grinned at me. Then there were the Doom Lords, a bunch of goth-looking chicks and dudes in too much leather. "Now your kingdom is mine," Bagram said with a sneer. I let out a small laugh, as though I had planned for all this to happen. "Enjoy it while it lasts, Boggy, because I'll be back." "Nice last words," he said, and strode over to me with a big grin on his face and a heavy warhammer dripping with blood in his gnarled hands. He swung. Light flashed. Sound disappeared. Darkness reigned. "You are dead. 1 level penalty. You are now level 65. Fire spirit revoked." I opened my eyes and found myself in the cemetery behind the tower. My guildmates were there waiting for me, and they had all respawned at the cemetery, rather than back at their bodies where they would just get ganked. I did the same, walking through the veil and taking form before them. "Come on, let's regroup in Aerok," Cecilia said tiredly. "We'll take back the kingdom, Sam," Kit assured me. "Don't be sad." "Yeah, bro, like you said, we'll be back," Tweak added with a teary-eyed ape grin. I glanced around at my defeated guildmates, then back over my shoulder at the sneering guilds who stood upon the rubble. We had come so far, and now our kingdom had been taken by those we had defeated in the tournament, the very guilds that we had defeated in the first place. It had all been for nothing. "Fuck that," I said, and grabbed a hold of the talisman around my neck. I pulled it off and held it high. "All I need is a few seconds," I told my healers. Kit, Anna, and Cecilia all smiled wide, glanced at each other, and then turned and brought up a magic shield. No sooner had they done so than spells began slamming into it. "Children, come to me," I bellowed. The portal opened, and my guildmates and I waited eagerly to see if my golden demons would come through. But rather than my chiseled children of the underworld, it was Frigg who once again leapt out. "Hey, Nimrod," he said with a scowl. "What part of Magula needs the kids right now, don't you "Shut the fuck up, Frigg, and get me Magula." "Piss off, playboy," he said with a slow wave of his hand. Nanaya suddenly hit Frigg with a spell that I had seen her use on imps and the lesser creatures of the underworld before, and it didn't look pleasant. Writhing black tentacles reached out and squeezed the terrified little imp until his eyes were bulging out of their sockets. "Get Magula, or I'll tear out your god-forsaken soul," Nanaya screamed against the torrent of spells hitting the healer's shields. "All right, geesh, you fucking nutjob," he screamed. A moment later, a dark silhouette appeared behind him. "Samson, what is it? I'm quite busy fighting rebels," came Magula's voice. "I need the children, or else I will lose my kingdom," I told her urgently. Anna, Kit, and Cecilia were groaning against the bombardment of spells, and on the other side of the shield, the 3 guilds were preparing to blow us to Kingdom Come as soon as the shield failed. If Miramar hadn't stepped in to add to the shield's power, it would have already faltered, but the NPC wizard was a level 70, and he was powerful as hell. "Oh, now you want to spend time with your children," she said with a huff. "I don't have time for this right now," I told her as the shield began to break down. "You never have time for me or them. Only when it's convenient for you," she pouted. "Listen, I'll make it up to you, I promise," I pleaded. "Really? Well, in that case, I may be able to spare a few, but I expect to see you once this mess is taken care of." "Of course, babe," I told her with my best smile. "Babe?" Trinity scoffed. "Very well. May our children help you to vanquish your foes," said Magula. Then her shadow suddenly disappeared along with Frigg, and I waited with bated breath. "Shit!" Kit screamed, and a moment later the shield protecting us completely died. But at the same time, 5 of my golden demon children flew out of the portal. "Fuck yeah!" I cheered along with my guildmates. "Father," said one of my sons as he floated before me with his brothers, "I need your help, my children. I said, and pointed at the enemy guilds. "You see those bastards over there? I need you to kill them all." My sons turned with curious expressions on their faces, and when they did, dozens of spells slammed into them. For a moment, my sons were completely lost from view behind the fire and smoke, but when it all cleared, they floated on golden wings, unscathed. The only thing that had changed was their expressions. "Fire at will!" I heard Bagram scream, and that's when my children sprang into action. They flew in a blur of motion toward the enemy guild and unleashed a barrage of fireballs, arcane lightning, magic bolts, hellfire, firestorm, and to my surprise, nuclear thunderclap. "Charge!" I commanded my grinning guildmates, and we followed the golden demons into the fray. My children's initial attack left the enemy guilds in disarray as 5 mushroom clouds rose above the rubble. Golden swords sang from sheaths and heads flew as my spawn dispatched the enemy guild members and their barbarians with precision and power. Not to be outdone, my guild and I bombarded the enemy with spells, and our melee fighters began cutting through the ranks. I noticed that my children were now level 80, and although Magula was supposed to have forbidden them from fornicating and therefore leveling, it seemed like they had disobeyed. She wanted to take over the world with me, and the deal had been the only way I could get her to slow their growth. I hadn't figured out how I was going to deal with Magula and her aspirations, and allowing my children onto the surface world wasn't going to help me dissuade her, but I could worry about that later. "Holy shit, they're powerful," Nanaya said beside me, as she watched the golden demons obliterate the enemy. They used not only their giant golden swords, shields, and spells as weapons, but also their tails, wings, and horns. When a group of the dragons of fury tried to take to the sky, my children chased them down and battered them with spells, before landing on their backs and ripping off their wings. As the dragons fell broken to the ground, my children swooped down and dropped right into the middle of the enemy army, sending heads and limbs and gore flying in every direction. I got the attention of my guildmates in Frisco, telling them to focus their attention on the enemies that would soon be respawning at our graveyard. Between my guild and Frisco's, we had over 50 fighters, and soon we were laying waste to the players emerging from the cemetery. Those who got through fell victim to our warriors and assassins, and soon the enemy had died so many times that they had lost nearly 10 levels. They stopped respawning, and therefore so too did the barbarians. Suddenly, it was over. "And don't come back," Kid yelled to the sky. "Fuck yeah," Tweak bellowed and beat his chest like King Kong. I wanted to cheer with my friends, but as I scoured the destruction, my excitement was replaced by a profound feeling of loss. How many of my villagers had died? How many of my brave militia men and women? They were NPCs, I knew that, but they were mine, and I had promised to protect them. They would all eventually respawn, given that they were now under my rule, but they had still died, and they would remember. Then there was the problem of my golden children. They glided back over to me, their golden bodies covered in the blood of their enemies, and 5 blank stares held my gaze. The one in the middle landed on the rubble before me and slowly walked forward. He stopped before me and stared reverently. "Have we made you proud, father?" he asked in a creepily innocent voice. "Yes, you have. Now you can return to your mother in the underworld," I said gently. The portal back to the underworld opened up, and my son glanced at it. He looked to his brothers, and they all nodded. "We like it here in the sun," he informed me. "We will stay here." "No," I said, as firmly as I could in the face of my powerful demon son. "You must return to the underworld." My voice carried with it no magical power. There was no mystical bond that forced my sons to obey me. How Magula had kept them under control, I did not know. "The sun does not shine in the underworld," said my son. He smiled up into the sunshine, which reflected off his shiny golden skin and left him glowing. "We want to remain in the sunshine with you." "You cannot stay here with me," I said firmly. He frowned. "Then we shall leave." Goodbye, Father. Wait, I yelled as they flew away, but they didn't stop. Fuck! That's not good, said Ember as she cleaned off her daggers. Nanaya, I said, searching for the succubus among the guild members. What do you want me to do? She said from behind me. They'll tear me to pieces. That's not what I was going to say, I said frantically. How the hell do I get control over them? They're your kids, dude, she said with a shrug. Isn't there a binding spell or something that you can use? Against them? She scoffed. Hell no. Great. I watched helplessly as my golden sons disappeared behind the clouds. I just released 5 of the potentially most powerful demons in the underworld. Oh shit, said Stormy. Didn't you tell me once that they can level like you? Yup, I said with a mirthless laugh. And now there is nothing stopping them from fucking and sucking their way right to level 1000. Hey, look on the bright side, said Cecilia. There's a bright side? Anna asked. We won, the foxy furry continued. We saved the kingdom. For now, said Frisco. But soon every guild in the game will be able to journey here. We've got exactly 3 days to get that Everstone and make an alliance with the elves. If we don't, everything that happened here will be for nothing. You're right. I pinched the bridge of my nose and paced through the rubble, trying to clear my head. Trinity must have seen that I was a little frazzled, and she did what any good commander would do. She took charge. Miramar, she yelled. I am here, my lady, said the black wizard as he appeared before her. Bring all the civilians back. Get them to work rebuilding. Yes, my lady. Cecilia, Tweak, you two are good at geek shit. See if that emerald the Elf Queen gave Sam has any juice left. All you fellow tanks, I want you out there helping to rebuild. Healers, you get on resurrecting the militia and the guardians of the tower, and get them healed and buffed back up. We'll leave for the Hollow in exactly 6 hours. Thanks, I told her after everyone hurriedly scrambled about to follow her orders. No problem, lover boy, she said with a grin. Of course, I would have rather we leveled. I lost 4 levels in that fight. Yeah, well, getting them back will be fun, I said. We shared a laugh and then jumped when the trap door beneath the castle sprang open, sending rubble flying. Miramar emerged and began to guide the distraught villagers out of the portal from Aerok. Oh no, an old woman yelled. Our home has been ravaged once again, said an old man. We're cursed, I tell you. Cursed! Once the hundreds of civilians had emerged from the trapdoor, I stood before them on the pile of rubble that had once been our beautiful tower. Citizens of Haven, hear me, I bellowed as I spread out my arms wide. You may see destruction before you, but we have won the day. The enemy has been defeated. So have we, by the looks of it, a woman yelled. Children were crying, and the old people were regarding me with toothless disdain. You said that you would protect us, said a young woman. I have done my best, and alas, I have failed. But you are all alive. When you joined my kingdom, I told you that it wasn't going to be easy. I told you that we would be tested, and now we have. We have been tested, and we have won. Take heart in this victory and set your minds to rebuilding, for this is just the beginning. More will come to challenge us, but we shall be victorious. Some people in the crowd cheered, namely the militia and the guardians of the tower. Others grumbled amongst themselves as Mick began ordering them to work. As the sun began to set, I looked in the direction of the great wood, knowing that without the help of the elves, we were doomed. Chapter 12. The Queen had told me that the Hollow was hundreds of miles to the north, far beyond the mountains that loomed there. I'd never ventured very far in that direction. Indeed, I hadn't seen a quarter of my new kingdom. To get there, we would have to fly, so we went to Aerok to buy some new mounts with a hefty loan from the Persian Empire's vault. We hadn't really spent much on mounts before. Given how fast we all leveled together, we soon outgrew them and then sold them for a fraction of the cost. We had always flown with Nanaya, but for this quest, we would need our own mounts. The flight would be longer than Nanaya could sustain her form, and we had no time to let her land and wait for her cooldown to wear off. The rest of the players in Rebirth Online would be allowed in my kingdom in just 2 days, and if we had any hope of defending our little city, then we would need the help of the elves. "Everyone mount up," Frisco told his guildmates as he joined me beside my griffin. Our mounts ranged from dragons to griffins, and there were even a few big silverhawks among them. "Thanks again, Frisco," I said, extending a hand. "I'm sorry that you all lost so many levels in that fight. It wasn't supposed to go that way." "No problem," he said, squeezing my offered hand and slapping me on the shoulder with his other paw. "I'm sure you'll make it up to us when you're a rich and powerful king." "You can count on it," I said, then mounted my griffin. The villagers cheered as we flew overhead, and I tapped my interface to power up the emerald shield. Cecilia and Tweak had determined that it still had life in it, and it simply needed to recharge. Hopefully, it would hold off the enemy until we returned. As we flew over the northern mountains, I marveled at the vastness of Ozara, and I wondered how in the hell I would ever tame the land and the creatures and make it my own. Winning the tournament had not meant winning a fully functioning kingdom. I guess I'd missed that in the fine print. Instead, we had inherited a tower and a small army of NPCs. Both were extremely powerful, but they weren't enough to handle our numerous adversaries. I had no clue how our enemies had figured out how to get around the ban prohibiting players from venturing into our realm, but I knew that they would soon return. Then there was the problem of my 5 demon children being on the loose. I scoured the vast land as I flew, wondering where they might have flown off to. There was sure to be some blowback from my having summoned such powerful demons to the surface world, but that problem would have to wait. Right now, I had bigger fish to fry. 4 hours into the flight, I noticed a thick haze near the horizon. The closer we got, the bigger and thicker it became. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that I was indeed looking at the hollow. "That's it!" I yelled to Frisco over the wind. "We're going to have to land on the edge and walk in. Follow me!" I steered my griffin into a barrel roll and glided down to the ground. There had once been a forest on the edge of the lake, but now all that remained were a few scattered sick and dying trees. Animal and fish bones were everywhere, and there was no wind to blow away the foul stench that rose up from the diseased earth. We landed and dismissed our mounts, then turned to face the thick wall of haze that stood before us. "Damn," said Tweak, pinching his nose. "It smells like a mermaid snatch up in here." "You're so gross," said Kit, who was also covering her sensitive nose. "All right, team, stay sharp," I told them all. "The Harbinger is in there somewhere, and if what the Queen said is true, then he's hibernating. That means we've got one shot at this. Then we lose the element of surprise. I don't want anyone being a hero. Follow Frisco's and my orders, and we might just walk away with the Everstone and our lives." "This is just like the Red Citadel dungeon," Frisco told them, referencing a quest that our 2 guilds had teamed up for a while back. "Everyone knows what to do. Let's move out." Ember and the furry assassins slipped into the fog ahead of us, followed by Trinity, Stormy, and Frisco's tanks. The spellcasters, like myself, followed close behind, and the healers took up the rear. I enabled my fire sight as we moved deeper into the thickening gloom. I saw no life forms, and the cool ground barely registered in my vision as a cold blue depression. At the center of the lake was a hole from which no heat rose, the entrance to the hollow. "I don't see any life forms," I told Frisco. "I smell none either," he reported as he sniffed at the air. "Yeah, well, I feel like something is watching me," said Anna. "I feel it too," said one of the furries, "and I felt those eyes before." "Stay cool," said Nanaya. "If there were spirits around, I would know it." We continued down the steady decline, crunching bones beneath our feet as we went. The smell of death was all around, though there were no rotting carcasses, only the bleached bones of the long dead. Ember came back from the front to report that she had investigated around the hole leading to the hollow and hadn't found anything menacing. "This is too easy," said Anna as she walked beside me. "I agree," said Zoe. "Shit, I'll take it," said Tweak from up ahead. "Let's keep the chatter down," I told them. We reached the hole leading down into the deep darkness, and Ember was the first to venture inside. The entrance to the pit was at least 100 feet wide, but rather than a straight drop into nowhere, the edges were carved out, and a path corkscrewed down into the abyss.
"Here we go, right into the devil's butthole," said Tweak with a nervous laugh.
I expected a rumbling voice or a flock of demonic bats to greet us as we started downward, but there was only the mist, the stink, and the empty silence. I switched back and forth from firesight to regular vision, and still I saw no sign of life. It should have been a comfort, but the longer we went without resistance, the more my apprehension grew. Anna had been right. This was too easy. We must have walked down that twisted corkscrew path for 15 minutes before we finally reached the bottom, and looking back up from the floor, the dim surface world was but a pinhole of light. When we reached the bottom, the layer of bones that we walked on became thicker, and had it not been for the silencing buffs that the assassins had put on our feet, the sounds of crunching bones would have filled the dark chamber.
"Illuminous,"
said a furry wizard, and the end of his staff began to glow. The light of the staff chased away the darkness, which retreated with a hissing sound. I glanced at Frisco, and the panther furry cocked a dark brow. "Well, that's new," he said with a grin. "There are 2 tunnels leading off from this main chamber," said Ember, as she returned with a furry black assassin in tow. "Penelope?" said Frisco as he turned toward one of his furries. She was a short, gray-haired catwoman wearing robes that looked to have been fashioned out of old man's beard tree moss. She leaned on a gnarled staff set with a single ruby and wore necklaces made of bird bones, wood rings, and small metallic runes. Her big green eyes fluttered as she sniffed at the air. Then her ears perked straight up and twitched.
"I sense a great evil,"
she said in a voice laced with dramatic flair. Beside me, Ember rolled her eyes.
"It is,"
Penelope continued as she turned from one tunnel to the other.
"that way."
She pointed to the tunnel to our right, and I glanced at Frisco. "Thanks, Pen," he told the furry seer. Then he turned to the group. "Keep your ears up and your noses open." Again, Ember rolled her eyes. Then she slipped into shadow mode and disappeared ahead of us. The stench of rotten meat became worse the deeper into the tunnel that we went, and soon my eyes were watering. Then the ground beneath my feet rumbled, and a hot wind followed a loud belching sound. "You've got to see this," said Ember as she suddenly appeared beside me. I halted the group. Then Frisco and I followed Ember toward an opening. "Holy shit," said the panther furry. Holy shit was right. The chamber that opened from the tunnel was oozing with green slime that led to a shallow pool. The most disturbing part were the walls, which were slowly expanding and contracting. "I think we found the Harbinger," said Ember. Another burp sounded from across the wide cavern, and the rotten stench washed over us. "Are we where I think we are?" Frisco asked. "It's a stomach," I said in sudden horrified understanding. The words echoed off the walls, and the pool of green slime before us began to bubble and churn. "You've got to be shitting me," said Ember. "I think it's going to blow," said Frisco, backing away from the violently churning pool of stomach acid. It was steadily rising, forcing us to back from the shrinking shore. "Get the hell out of here!" Ember yelled when another burp shook the cavern. We turned and raced back to the others, and as we did, the ground beneath our feet began to quake violently. "Shield dome!" Frisco yelled to our waiting guildmates. "Everyone huddle up!" Everyone pressed in tight as the world around us shook and quivered. The tunnel walls were now pulsing, and dust was falling to the floor, revealing a slick, veiny, organic lining. "You have ventured where you should not be," came a rumbling voice that echoed through the tunnel. "Now you will be digested and dined upon for eternity." The healers all combined their shielding spells, and soon we were surrounded by a shimmering energy dome. "Fire at will!" I ordered, thinking that if we had to be in the stomach of a demigod, we might as well do some damage. More than 50 spells streaked out of our energy dome in all directions, some tearing holes in the nearby stomach lining, others inflicting diseases on our host. The ground shook so bad that we were all thrown to the floor, and a sound akin to a dam breaking issued from the stomach. "Hold on!" I screamed, and a moment later, a tide of green slime slammed into the energy dome. The healer's combined spells held when we became submerged. Then we were all pressed against the sparkling dome as the Harbinger blew chunks, and we shot back up the spiraling tunnel toward the surface. What had taken us 15 minutes to climb down took us all of 30 seconds to travel back through. When we broke the surface, we were shot into the air by a geyser of vomit, and everyone screamed when we began to fall back down to earth. The energy dome finally gave out when we hit the ground, and everyone was unceremoniously deposited on their asses. The stomach acid rained down upon us, and when it hit the skin, it burned like a son of a bitch. Everyone began screaming as the acid ate through their armor and skin, but the healers were quick to start relieving the pain. "Mount up and take to the sky!" Frisco screamed against the growling rumble coming from below the lake. If the Harbinger had been hibernating, now he was awake, and he was pissed off. I summoned my griffin and hurriedly leapt up onto the saddle as more of the acid fell from the sky. Somehow we all managed to escape the ooze and fly clear of the geyser, and I looked back in time to see the dead lake bed begin to crumble. The big pit that we had climbed down suddenly shot into the air, and I realized that it was actually a long anteater-like snout. Then the Harbinger broke through the ground with enough force to send debris shooting into the clouds. Everyone struggled to dodge the projectiles, and those who looked upon the true grandeur of the Harbinger let out a gasp. The creature that emerged from the dead lake was like nothing I had ever seen or even imagined. Its snout was over 300 feet long and hung from a bulbous head that had dozens of big black eyes like a spider. The body was thin and skeletal, with 4 arms that had 2 elbow joints each, and hung all the way to the ground. The legs were out of proportion as well, with 2 gnarled knee joints and bulbous feet, with dozens of toes that reminded me of octopus tentacles. As it emerged from the dead lake, I began to second-guess the wisdom of this quest. The Harbinger, demigod, level unknown. "Well, we found it," said Frisco as he glided alongside me. "Now what? Now we hope like hell we can burn the fucker down." I conjured a magic bolt as I flew around behind the emerging demigod, and I couldn't believe its sheer size. I released my spell, and every caster in our ranks followed suit. The spells streaked toward the Harbinger like angry little fireflies attacking a bear, and when they hit their target, the beast let out a trumpeting retort through its tubular snout. A long tongue shot out of the snout, and like a frog picking off flies, the Harbinger snatched one of the furries and its mount right out of the sky. As the unfortunate furry disappeared into the Harbinger's mouth, the casters redoubled their efforts. Trinity, Stormy, Ember, and the furry tanks all leapt from their mounts and landed on the Harbinger's head. He ignored them for the most part, preoccupied as he was with snatching riders out of the sky. I steered my griffin around the Harbinger in an attempt to stay behind it. But not only was it huge, it was incredibly fast as well. The long snout snapped toward me like a whip, and a tongue as long as a subway train slammed into me. A sticky residue held me and my screaming griffin firm as the tongue yanked us back toward the snout. I unsheathed my enchanted sword as I was pulled to my doom, and managed to pry myself loose by stabbing the tongue repeatedly. My griffin was not so lucky, and as I fell, I saw it being pulled into the gaping snout. I landed on the Harbinger's shoulder and ran toward the neck. Once there, I leapt off and grabbed a hold of the monster's dangling earlobe. I stabbed my blade into it and used the leverage to climb higher, and soon I climbed over the ledge that was its ear canal. I peered into the hole, thinking maybe I could climb in there and wreak some havoc. As disgusting as that prospect was, it seemed like my only shot at defeating the thing. But before I got a chance to test my theory, the Harbinger slapped at its ear, crushing me against its skull in the process. Warning: 22% health remaining. My broken body fell through the air, and the Harbinger swatted at me again. This time it missed, however, and the next thing I knew, an eagle swooped down and caught me in its talons. "You all right?" Anna yelled down to me and cast a healing spell. "No!" I groaned. My head lolled, and my eyes rolled, but I saw other riders being plucked from the sky by the Harbinger's nasty tongue. "We've got to get inside its head," I told Anna. "Like talk shit to it?" she yelled down as she maneuvered her eagle around the Harbinger. "No, I mean literally. We've got to climb through its ear and get in its head." "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," I said, as my body healed to full health. "Drop me off on its head and put the word out." "I hope you know what you're doing," she said in a voice full of concern. "So do I." The eagle released me, and I fell 10 feet before landing on the Harbinger's bulbous head. I ran to the right side and leapt off, as a hand smacked the top of the head in an attempt to squash me. I stabbed my sword into the earlobe, swung, and dropped down into the ear canal. "Here goes nothing," I yelled as I ran into the demigod's ear. My glowing sword revealed a waxy corridor with little hairs sticking out of the canal walls. The smell made me gag, but I fought through my disgust and ventured deeper into the Harbinger's head. "Hey, fuckstick!" I yelled, and a satisfying screech sounded outside. "That's right. You can't get me in here." I raced through the canal, trying not to get stuck or slip in the thick earwax that lined the floor and walls and dripped thickly from the ceiling. The sounds of battle were muffled in here, but I knew that my teammates were desperately attacking the demigod. I ran for what felt like a mile before I finally came to a larger cavern. Then I spotted the Harbinger's giant eardrum, and I quickly conjured a fireball. I released the spell with a big grin on my face. The spell exploded against the fragile eardrum, and the Harbinger cried out in pain. The cry of pain told me that the demigod was vulnerable, and I didn't hesitate to hit the fucker with everything I had. I hit it with fireballs, hellfire, magic bolt, and arcane lightning. Then I braced myself for the madness that I knew was sure to follow. I grabbed one of the long hairs growing out of the ear canal and held on for dear life as the cavern began to shake furiously. The Harbinger must have been slapping itself in the head. I couldn't imagine how crazy it would make me if there was a tiny person in my head blasting my eardrum with magic spells, but I almost felt sorry for the bastard. I heard a barrage of spells hit the Harbinger's head, and for a moment the beast stopped thrashing. When he did, I quickly cast Firestorm, Magic Bolt, and Arcane Lightning again. Meteors materialized right above the eardrum, which was now swollen and pink. Arcane lightning spread out over the veiny surface, and my magic bolt burned a small hole in it. Once again, the Harbinger began to shake its head, but I had lost my grip and bounced around the sticky cavern like a mouse stuck in a dryer. I managed to thrust my enchanted sword into the big eardrum and held on for dear life as the Harbinger shook its head and repeatedly punched itself. It growled and screamed at me, sounding less like a powerful demigod every second. "This is fucking gross," came the voice of Tweak. I turned to see the ape swinging from ear hairs like they were jungle vines. "Boy, am I glad to see you," I told him as he swung over and landed next to me. "What's going on outside?" "The fucker has killed about 20 furries. Trinity, Ember, Kit, and Cecilia are dead as well, but Anna told the rest of us what you were up to. The others should be here soon." "Sweet," I said with a grin, and stabbed the eardrum again. "I think it's monkey time, bro." "I was just thinking the same thing," he said with a mischievous grin, and summoned his purple monkeys. The little freaks screeched and swung from ear hair to ear hair, stabbing the cavern walls with little daggers as they went. Soon Frisco and some of his furries arrived, and we all focused our spells on the throbbing eardrum. There was another fire mage among the furries, and he released a nuclear thunderclap that finally finished off the organ. And how the Harbinger howled. I had no idea how much health it had left, but I knew that a busted eardrum must have hurt like hell. "Come on," I urged my teammates, and charged deeper into the canal. I knew a thing or two about anatomy from my schooling, and I leapt over what I thought must be the eustachian tube and continued into the inner ear. I hacked and slashed at the Harbinger's cochlea, obliterated the semicircular canals, and focused my spells on the naked nerves that were now exposed. The furries joined me in my attack, and soon we had reduced the creature's inner ear to pulp. I felt the monster teetering, and grabbed a hold of one of the ear hairs as the world was turned on its side. The Harbinger hit the ground hard, and we all tumbled out of the inner ear, past the destroyed eardrum, through the canal, and spilled out onto the ground. A shitload of loot and coins flew into my pack, and the megalithic Harbinger turned to ash. I got to my feet shakily, clothes and body covered with thick ooze, and glanced around at my fellow players. They were all moaning and groaning as they pulled themselves up on the dead lake bed. Then I saw it. Sitting among the ash was a translucent gem about the size of a bowling ball. I approached it reverently and gazed down upon it as my guildmates and the remaining furries gathered around.
"Holy shitballs," said Tweak. "We really did it."
I tapped on the Everstone and added it to my inventory. Then I turned to regard the others with a grin.
"Congratulations, everyone. You've just defeated a demigod."
"Look," said Frisco. I turned around and saw that the cloud of thick fog hanging over the dead lake was beginning to recede. Life began to return to the shoreline, and the water began to rise out of the dusty ground beneath our feet. We summoned our mounts and took to the sky and watched as the dead lake was transformed into a vibrant pool of clear water. Trees and bushes popped up along the shore. The song of birds added to the miracle that we beheld, and I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with joy at the sight. After marveling at the wondrous rebirth of the lake for a few minutes, I guided the survivors south. We had 2 days to prepare for the coming invasion, and I intended on seeing the Elf Queen make good on her promises. Chapter 13. We flew back to Haven, not knowing if there were other cemeteries nearby that our fallen guildmates might have respawned at. When we arrived at the city, I saw that indeed they must have all respawned in the cemetery behind the destroyed tower. "Did you complete the quest?" Trinity yelled up at me as I landed. I didn't say anything, and slowly dismounted. My fallen guildmates joined Trinity, and they stared at me expectantly.
"Come on, don't be a cock tease," said Kit.
"Ladies," I said as I tapped on my interface and brought up the prize, "I give you the Everstone." It appeared in my hand, and the women all gasped.
"Yay, Big Daddy!"
Kit cheered and clapped happily. "You're a crazy son of a bitch," said Zoe. "I can't believe you crawled in its ear." "Don't remind me," I said with a laugh. The furries joined us, and excitedly told those who had died prematurely what had happened. The villagers celebrated with us as well, for they knew that the retrieval of the Everstone meant that the elves would soon become our allies. Everyone was in the mood for celebration, but we didn't have the time for such merrymaking. With only 2 days left until other players were allowed into Ozara, we still had a shitload of work to do. The tower had been razed to the ground during the battle with the barbarians and our enemy guilds, but it still had life in it. I found a spell in the tower interface that could be used to repair it, but it took a lot of manpower and a lot of magic. When I activated the repair mode, everyone with any magic joined me around the tower. The spell was easy, just tedious. We all had to keep up a steady stream of magical energy that gathered at the base of the tower. As we held the spell intact, the bricks began to slowly float back into place. Windows returned to their frames, their pieces moving back together as though someone had pushed reverse on a video. It took 2 hours, but finally, the last brick in the tower settled into place, and the entire thing began to glow and hum with power. "I am happy to report that the tower is at 100% performance capability," said Miramar. "Excellent," I told him. "I want you and the tower guard to begin work on more fortifications. I want this place surrounded. Lay out traps, dig oil pits, erect pikes. We've got 2 days to get this place ready for the biggest shitstorm that you've ever seen." "Yes, my liege," said the wizard, and with a bow, he was gone. I told Frisco that I was going to go and seek the Elf Queen, and asked him for another loan from the Persian Empire. We were going to need some major firepower if we were going to defend our kingdom, and Frisco easily agreed. He had lost as many levels as I had in the previous battle, and now he and his guild were all in. "Are you going alone?" Trinity asked, as she and my guild members gathered around me. "Yeah, I can seal the deal with the Queen. You guys keep at it," I told them. "Be safe," said Kit, and kissed me on the cheek. "You know me," I said with a wink. "Yeah, that's what we're worried about," said Anna. "I'll be fine. If I'm not back in 12 hours with an elven army, then come looking for me." With that, I mounted my griffin and took to the sky. I steered toward the great wood, excited to see the look on the elves' faces when I presented the Queen with the Everstone. They would all think that I was the savior, and they would bow before me in reverence. Then I would claim my other prize, the one that Lyra had so seductively alluded to. Once I had secured my union with the Queen, I would call upon her to help defend my kingdom from the barbarians and the plethora of guilds that were no doubt gunning for me. It took me longer to get to the Great Wood on the Griffin than it had on the back of Nanaya, and I could barely contain my excitement when I saw the lush green forest of massive trees rise in the distance. I landed at the edge of the wood, making sure to make as much noise as possible, and it wasn't 5 minutes before the elves emerged from the woods. "I'm back," I said to Malleus, the male guard who had escorted me and my guildmates to the great tree. "I can see that," he said annoyedly, and tossed back his long blonde hair. "Listen, Maul. Can I call you Maul?" "No," he shook his head. "You cannot." "I think it's a cool nickname," I said, glancing at his female counterpart and offering her a wink. She smiled, and Malleus cleared his throat impatiently. "I need to see the Queen," I told them both. "Post haste." "What is this about?" old Maul asked. "You know what it's about," said the female, taking a step toward me. "Have you retrieved the Everstone?" "Lead me to the Queen, and you'll find out, babe." "Her name is Valeria, you disrespectful human filth," Malleus suddenly erupted. He had a sword to my throat faster than you can say shit your pants, and I stared down that silver shaft at his hard eyes. Valeria slapped the sword away and offered Malleus a disappointed frown. "We will lead you to the Queen," she told me. "Come." "You don't have to tell me twice," I told her, and offered a scowling Malleus a wink. It was a few hours before sunrise, and that meant that we only had 1 day and change left until Ozara was open to the public. But I was in high spirits. We had defeated a demigod, retrieved the stone, and soon I would return to Haven with an army of thousands at my back. "It's going to be a beautiful day, don't you think?" I asked Valeria. "I believe that it will," she said, glancing at my pack. "Quiet," said Malleus. "You will disturb the sprites." "What a cock-blocker," I whispered to Valeria. She laughed and offered me a beautiful smile. When we arrived at the great tree, I was taken straight to the top on a magical elevator that could have been powered by pixie shit for all I knew. The Queen was waiting for me, and like before, she wore only a thin silken robe. I tried not to stare at her nipples, which looked like they were going to cut right through the thin fabric. "Samson has returned so soon," she said with intrigue. Then her eyes searched my body with excitement. "Surely it is to return the emerald and tell me that you have abandoned the quest." "Nope," I said with a smile. She frowned, then her eyes went wide. "You defeated the Harbinger?" Some of the elves gasped. Others began murmuring excitedly. "Silence!" she ordered her subjects and strode toward me. "Good Queen Lyra," I said as I tapped on the Everstone icon on my interface. A moment later, the revered stone appeared in my hands, and I took a knee to present it to the Queen. "I give to you the Everstone of the Great Wood." The Queen took in a shocked breath and clutched her chest. The elves around us all moved in to get a closer look, and soon the revered stone began to sparkle and glow. I expected tears of joy, hugs, maybe even kisses. I expected the elves to take me up on their shoulders and march me through the city, but none of that happened. Instead, the Queen began to laugh hysterically, and a moment later, the elves all joined in. I turned in a circle, smiling with them. For all I knew, laughter was a sign of gratitude. "You simple, delightful man," said the Queen. "I can't believe that you actually defeated the Harbinger." "Yes," I said, somewhat confused. "You asked me to return the Everstone, and I have done so. Now you must help me defeat the barbarians." That really cracked her up, and some of the elves even fell to the floor, clutching their stomachs in fits of laughter. "What the fuck is so funny?" I asked the Queen. "My dear, silly human," she said with a hint of sympathy. "I was just messing with you." "Come again?" "It was a joke," she elaborated. "I was just trying to get rid of you. You know, send the fool on an impossible quest, have a good laugh. I never thought that you would actually accomplish the task." "That's just messed up," I told her. Malleus was having a hell of a time, and I shot him a scowl. "I suppose it is, but it is so much fun. You must try it sometime," said the Queen. "So it was all a lie?" I asked. "The Harbinger never stole the Everstone from you, did he?" She shook her head. "And it isn't the source of your power, is it?" Queen Lyra burst out with laughter again. "No, of course not. The Great Forest is the source of our power. Everyone knows that." "Everyone but dumbass humans who think they are a king," said Malleus, and everyone laughed. "What does the Everstone do?" I asked, ignoring their annoying chatter. "Why did the Harbinger have it?" "The Everstone, while not our source of power, is indeed a great source of power in its own right. Thank you for the fine gift." "Does that mean that you're going to hold up your end of the bargain?" I asked. "I told you before," said the Queen. "The elves and the dwarves are allies. Therefore, we cannot get involved." "I don't think any of you understand what's happening here," I told them all. "Soon these lands will be overrun by explorers and would-be kings looking for lands to claim. Like me, they are immortal, and they will never stop. We must all stand united against this threat. We must—" "The elves of the Great Wood fear no one. We have been here since time immemorial, and we shall endure whatever comes our way," said the Queen. "You're not listening." "It is you who are not listening," said the Queen. "You speak of the terrors that shall soon befall this land, yet your own demon spawns fly free." "Shit." "Yes," Lyra said cryptically. "I know about your union with the demon lord Magula. I know about your children. They have already trespassed on our lands, and they have used their charms to lure elven females into their embrace." Double shit. My golden demon sons hadn't been on the surface for a full day, and already they were shagging their way through the levels. Assuming that they had the same 12-hour cooldown as I did on the surface world, that still meant that they could gain 2 levels a day. I did the math in my head and realized that within a year my demonic children would be over level 700. "I'm sorry if anyone was harmed," I said with a bow. "Oh no, the females were quite willing," said the Queen, "though they must have been under some kind of spell." "A spell like the one you have tried to cast on our queen," said Malleus, taking a defensive step in front of Lyra. "I'm not the one who promised an alliance and lied," I reminded him. "I told you that the punishment for trespassing in the Great Wood was death," said the Queen, and the elves standing around me all moved in a bit closer. "I sent you on a fool's quest against the Harbinger, thinking that he would easily carry out my sentence. But alas, you were victorious." "It must be the will of the gods," I suggested. "You sire demons," Malleus spat. "The gods have no love for you." "Does your dog always interrupt your conversations?" I asked the Queen. She smirked, but Malleus didn't think that it was very funny. "You have insulted me for the last time," he said, drawing a long silver sword from its sheath. I looked to the Queen, but she, like the rest of them, seemed interested in seeing the fight. "You don't want to dance with me," I warned Malleus. He let out a war cry and swung for the cheap seats, Bringing the sword up in an arc meant to cleave my chin in two. The elf was insanely fast, but I managed to jerk my head back in time to save my life. Rather than splitting my head in two, the sword grazed my chin, leaving hot pain in its wake. I spun away from the attack, knowing the follow-up attack would be coming, and summoned my fire shield. Maleus leapt into the air and came down hard with his sword, but my fire shield stopped the blow dead with a shower of sparks. I pushed off with all my might, and Maleus staggered backward, and I quickly summoned a magic bolt. The crackling spell hit him in the chest and took him off his feet. His back broke through the rail, and he disappeared over the side. I turned to circle, my eyes daring the elves to try something, but it seemed Maleus wasn't finished yet. He suddenly came sailing over the balcony like a stunt double from a ninja movie and landed in a crouch 10 feet in front of me. His chest was smoking, but his grin told me that he was just getting warmed up. "Call off your dog," I told the queen. Maleus glanced at her, and I waited for her reply, ready to conjure another spell if need be. "As I said," the queen explained, "the punishment for trespassing in the Great Wood is death." That was all that Maleus needed to hear, and a heartbeat later, a spell was streaking from my head. I deflected it with my fire shield and quickly cast Hellfire, but rather than go up in flames, Maleus caught the spell and flung it back at me. I deflected his attack and cast another spell, one that he wouldn't be able to send back at me. Meteors rained down from above, and the gathered elves all screamed and frantically tried to avoid the explosions. Maleus ignored the fireball slamming into the floor and unleashed a spell of his own. I leapt to the side and came up with arcane lightning crackling in my right hand. Then I thrust it out toward the overzealous elf. The lightning surrounded him, and he froze, jerking and shaking as the electricity coursed through him. I took advantage of the chaotic moment and rushed toward the queen, who brought up a defensive barrier that shimmered and sparkled with magical energy. But she hadn't been my target. Instead, I grabbed the Everstone, sent it to my inventory, and then leapt over the balcony rail. I fell about 15 feet and landed on one of the staircases winding around the tree. Elven guards were racing up the stairs, and when they saw me, they all thrust long spears. I deflected the attacks with my shield and summoned my griffin. Then I cast Scorched Earth as my mount grabbed me by the shoulders and lifted me into the air. "Fly like the wind," I told the griffin, and he answered with an enthusiastic squawk. The elves weren't going to let me go so easily. I already could see them taking to the sky on translucent magical wings. Enchanted arrows zipped through the sky, but the griffin dodged them all and flew higher. I covered our tail with firestorm, which caused the elves to fly around the area of the meteor shower. It slowed them down enough for us to make our escape, and I breathed a sigh of relief when they became specks in the sky behind me. When I reached Haven shortly after sunrise, I was pleasantly surprised to see that the tower had been completely repaired, and the emerald energy dome the Queen Lyra had given me was activated. I landed in front of the tower, and my guildmates rushed out to meet me with wide smiles and hopeful expressions on their faces. But when they saw me, they must have seen something in my face that told them everything hadn't gone as planned. "Did you make a deal with the elves?" Trinity was the first to ask. I dismounted and shook my head. "Nope. Apparently she was just fucking with us. She sent us to kill the Harbinger as a joke." "A joke?" said Anna. "Yup. She thought we would be killed by the demigod. When I returned with the Everstone, she was pretty surprised to see me. I told them everything else that had happened and retrieved the Everstone from my interface." "Well," said Kit, "at least we've got the Everstone. What does it do?" "I have no idea," I said, glancing at Cecilia. She was already searching for lore on the stone and shaking her head. "It's like before," she said with growing frustration. "There's nothing about it in any of the lore books." "Maybe Miramar knows something about it," I suggested, and summoned the wizard. He appeared when I called his name and inspected the Everstone with great interest. "It is a magnificent stone," he said as he marveled. "I believe that I can add it to the tower. Yes, if I reverse the polarity and change the frequency of the magical resonance, Perhaps then it will harmonize with the tower's negative magical aspect ratio and— Please, I said. Layman's terms? This stone holds great power, and I believe that I can harness it, said Miramar. Excellent. Let me know as soon as that happens. Of course, my liege. Ladies? Miramar bowed before us all and disappeared. That crazy elf bitch is going to be coming for the stone, said Tweak. Yeah, I know, I said, glancing at the horizon and half expecting the winged elves to appear at any moment. Great, said Trinity. Not only do we have the barbarians and a bunch of butt-hurt guilds gunning for us, but the elves of the Great Wood as well. What are we going to do? Stormy asked. Get our asses handed to us by the sound of it, said Zoe. Never doubt Big Daddy, said Kit. When you think he's dead, he's alive, and when you think he's done, he's just getting started. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do what we've always done. Screw our way to the top? Said Nanaya with a sly grin. No, said Kit. We're going to fight like hell. We're going to find an angle, an edge. We're going to win. I like your enthusiasm, I told Kit. But it's easier said than done. You guys are funny, said Nanaya. Need I remind you that you have an army of powerful demon children? Seems pretty simple to me. I'm not having this conversation, I told her. The 5 that escaped to the surface world are already wreaking havoc. They're screwing elven women and leveling their asses off. You know that I can't control them. Bullshit, said Nanaya. You've just got to be more assertive. I shook my head. Anyone else have any ideas? Well, we did lose a bunch of levels in that attack, said Trinity. I say we hit the sack. You look tired as hell, Sam, and we could all use a leveling. Is that what you freaks call it? Tweak asked with a laugh. Maybe you're right, I admitted. I was tired. Tired as hell, to be exact, and the prospect of getting in a few hours and waking up fresh sounded like a hell of an idea. Leveling sounded even better. The ladies and I retired to our bedroom in the newly rebuilt tower, and we made love on the plush carpet in front of the fireplace. The love-making wasn't as vigorous as usual, but rather tender and slow. We had all been through a hell of a battle, and the closeness that we felt together did us all a world of good. Congratulations. You have reached level 66. Fire Spirit returned to interface. As the notification flashed on my interface, I smiled and nodded off to sleep. But as pleasant as the love-making session was, the nightmares that followed me into sleep were equally as bad. I dreamt that I was a jester in the Elven Queen's court. My guildmates, on the other hand, had become the sexual playthings of the barbarians. No monsters haunted my dreams. No demons plagued me. Instead, my hell was created out of my helplessness, a feeling that I had known all too well after the accident that had left me paralyzed. I woke up a few hours later in a cold sweat with Kit shaking me gently. It was just a dream, Big Daddy, she said with a sympathetic smile. I rose weakly, and the memory of all my problems came crashing back to my mind. But in a moment of clarity, I realized what I had to do. I've got a plan, I said aloud, more to myself than anyone else. The women were all roused by my words, and they looked to me expectantly. We're going to call a meeting with the leaders of Ozara. All of them. Chapter 14. Miramar, I have another job for you, I said as I emerged from the tower and joined him on the roof. The wizard lifted a finger and told me he needed a minute, and continued casting his incantation on the Everstone, which was now housed in the middle of the tower's flat top. Now for the moment of truth, he said as he backed away from the stone. He then rubbed his hands together, raised them to the sky, and bellowed, Akrenthal Diora Fentero Mar. The Everstone suddenly burst with brilliant blue light, and I felt the hum of the tower in my feet. Then a notification appeared on my interface. Congratulations. The Tower of Samson has merged with the Everstone. Plus 2 million defense to Samson Tower. Plus 4 million power to Samson Tower. Plus 20% attribute boost to all inhabitants of Haven, while in Haven. Plus 100,000 gold. Knights of the Everstone acquired. Tap for more details. Holy shit, Miramar, this is great, I said, and eagerly tapped on the Knights of the Everstone. The Knights of the Everstone is an ancient order. They are the spirits of elven knights who are soulbound to the Everstone and its owner. These spirits can take form on command and will fight for the bearer of the stone. To summon, simply call upon the Knights of the Everstone. What's it say? Kid asked eagerly. The rest of my guildmates were waiting to hear as well. I tapped on the notification and sent them to my friends, and as they marveled, I grinned at Miramar. You've done a hell of a job, I told him. Thank you, sire, he said with a deep nod of his bald head. What are you waiting for? Trinity asked excitedly. Summon the knights. Come on, I said eagerly, and raced down the stairs through the tower and out onto the promenade. My guildmates stood by me, and I turned to the tower and raised my arms skyward. Knights of the Everstone, I bellowed. Come to me. I glanced around expectantly, but nothing happened for many tense seconds. Then Kit suddenly cried out in surprise. I whirled around to see what the matter was, and that's when I saw hundreds of ghosts flying out of the tower. Holy shit, said Stormy as she beheld the beautiful elven spirits. They numbered 227 in all, and they had spread out before me, reaching all the way to the moat that had just been installed. One of them, the most decorated in his matte black and red armor, bowed before me. What is your bidding, my master? He asked stoically. What is your name, knight? I asked. Heximus. Cool name. I want you and your knights to help fortify the tower. Can you do that? Of course, master. He bowed before me, and the spirit army at his back followed suit. Then they flew back toward the tower. Miramar, I yelled. Right behind you, sire. I jumped. Jesus, man, can you appear in front of me for once? I will try, sire. All right, listen. I want you to spread the word to the citizens not to be afraid of the knights. It looks like they rock ghost form most of the time, and that might freak some people out. Of course, sire. Is there anything else? Yes, I said. I want you to send an invitation to the king of the dwarves, the queen of the elves of the great wood, and the barbarians who just attacked us. An invitation, sire? I nodded. Yes, tomorrow morning on neutral ground. Might I suggest the Enchanted Glade, 20 miles due east of here, said Miramar. It is a magical place where no harm can come to anyone who inhabits it. Seriously? Said Trinity. Why the hell didn't you tell us about this place sooner, like when we were under attack? I am sorry, my lady. King Samson instructed me to bring the civilians to Aerarch, and I am not inclined to argue with... If you know a better way, then argue with me if you must, I told the wizard. As you wish, my lord. When asked, what shall I tell our guests the purpose of this meeting is? Tell them that I wish to speak with them about a matter of grave importance. Tell them that the well-being of their children is at stake. That should get their attention. Miramar bowed and disappeared, and I wondered if the elves, dwarves, and barbarians would even answer my invite. I needed everyone to show up, or at least the elves and dwarves. The barbarians would most likely tell me to fuck off anyway. I see the Everstone is working, said Frisco. Some of his guildmates were with him, but most of them were helping with the fortifications. Yeah, and we got a ghost army to boot, I said, indicating the Knights of the Everstone. That'll help, said the Panther Furry. Let's hope so, I said, and gathered all the players around. All right, guys, we've got less than 2 days to prepare. I need everyone to pull every favor they've got coming to them. We need weapons, beasts, minions, health potions, mana talismans, whatever you can get your hands on. I want you to network. There are a lot of guilds out there that don't want to see us eat shit and die, so let's find them. What do we offer them? Cecilia asked. An alliance, I told her. We've got the first kingdom in Rebirth Online. If I were them, I'd want to be any help I could. We'll be powerful allies to have, and everyone knows it. I'm friends with some of the Vancouver vampires and the Minotaurs from Mars, said Trinity. I'm sure they'll help out. We're pretty good friends with the members of Hero Quest, said Frisco. I'm sure they'll fight for us. Awesome, I said. Hey, man, what about the Lion Zion tribe, said Tweak.
I'm tight with the chief, and he might be convinced to help out. Sure, man. Can't hurt to try, I said. I'll put the word out, Nerok, said Cecilia. This is going to split the world of Rebirth Online into 2 factions, said Ember. Whatever, I told her. As long as we're on the winning faction, I don't care. Everyone took portals back to Aerok and other cities in Rebirth Online, and I stayed behind to oversee the reconstruction of the city. We didn't have many resources, and the gnomes weren't due to deliver the first shipment of goods for a few days, but we made do with what Miramar could conjure through the power of the tower. Now that the power was connected to the Everstone, I knew that my wizard's capacity would increase dramatically. Aside from resources, however, we had manpower. With over 1,000 villagers, 227 knights of the Everstone, 25 overzealous guardians of Haven, and Zoe's 100 orcs, we got a hell of a lot done in a day. By the time the sun had set, the 30-foot-wide moat was dug down to 10 feet deep, connected to a nearby stream, and populated with monstrous alligators that had been conjured by Miramar. We had also managed to build a 10-foot-high wall with stones pulled from nearby fields. They had to be taken out of the future gardens anyway, and they were flat and wide, which made them perfect for a wall. As nighttime fell upon Ozara, I stood, leaning against the half-wall at the top of the tower, watching the sun setting in the distance. From such a high perch, I could see the entirety of my small city, and I couldn't help but smile when I heard the merriment coming from the beer tents below. The villagers were feasting and drinking below, and the sweet sound of string and wind instruments floated above the laughter. "Hey, lover boy," came Trinity's voice behind me. "Hey, sexy lady," I said, offering her a smile. She kissed me and snuggled up to my shoulder, and together we watched the villagers celebrating below. "They seem so real," she said as she watched them. "I know. Sometimes it's hard for me to remember that they're programs, but they think they're real, which is crazy." "Can you imagine?" said the beautiful blonde warrior. "Sure," I said with a laugh. "I mean, we think we're real, but we've no real proof." "Okay, stoner." "Seriously," I said. "I mean, look at where we are. This seems real. Hell, sometimes it's more real than the real world. I'm not standing on a tower right now. I'm in a hospital bed hooked up to a bunch of machines. But here I am, standing with you. Here I am, the king of a little kingdom." "I don't like it when you talk like that," she said. "What, like I'm a king?" "No." Trinity looked up into my eyes. "When you talk about how your body is laying in a hospital bed, it makes me sad. It makes me wish that I could help you get that surgery you need. It makes me wish—" "What is it, Trin?" "It makes me wish that I'd known you in the real world," she said, and looked away quickly. "I wish I had known you too, Trin. But I'm glad that I know you now," I said, and lifted her chin to kiss her. She fell into my embrace, her arms wrapped around my neck, and her warm, sweet tongue danced with mine. "Save some sugar for me," Kit yelled, and came scampering onto the rampart. "Cock blocker," Trinity sang. "Oh, did I interrupt something?" Kit asked with the cutest smile she could muster. Then she hugged us both and kissed us on the cheek. "You two are so cute." "Did you two ladies have any luck?" I asked. "I was going to tell you, yeah," said Trinity. "The Vancouver vampires have sworn allegiance, but the Minotaurs from Mars say that they're staying neutral." "Yeah, sure they are," Kit scoffed. "Bunch of beasts. I wouldn't doubt that they've already sworn allegiance to the Orc chieftains and the other assholes." "What about you, Kit?" I asked. "Oh, I'm so excited." She shook out her hands and smiled. "I've secured the allegiance of the Howling. Can you believe it? We're going to have werewolves on our side." "Sweet," I said. "Good job, both of you." The rest of our guild members returned, and we joined Frisco and the Persian Empire in the tower's war room. There was a table in the middle of the room shaped like a donut that could seat about 50, and in the middle was Miramar's newest addition to the tower, an interactive map of Ozara. We all sat at the table and tallied up the guilds that had agreed to help. Frisco had secured Hero Quest after all, but Tweak hadn't been able to get the king of the Lion Zion tribe to help. All told,
My guildmates and the Persian Empire had convinced 13 guilds to help us defend the kingdom when the ban was lifted. Their names floated in the air above the map of Ozara. The Vancouver Vampires, Hero Quest, the Bards of Kalimdor, Girls Only, the One True Guild, Double Fisted, PvP Posse, the Wizards of Wormwood, Dragontooth, the Lords of Chaos, Norsemen, the Champions of the Dragon, the Brits. "We've got some solid players on this list," said Frisco as he scanned through the names. 190 players total if you count both of our guilds. "There will be as many, if not more, guilds moving against us," Cecilia reminded him. "And they've got like 1,000 barbarians." "Not if I can help it," I said. "If Miramar can get the barbarian chieftain to meet with me, I intend on bringing them to our side." "Good luck with that," said Zoe. "The barbarians are nut jobs. They don't want peace. All they want is war." "Oh, they'll be getting war," I said. "But I want to try to get through to them before the other guilds return. Whether I can or not is to be seen, but as long as we can sway the elves and dwarves, we'll have a fighting chance." "I've got faith in you, Big Daddy," said Kit with a wink. "If anyone can get through to those big beasts of men, then it's you." "Thanks, Kit." I was pretty wiped out from the long day, so I called an end to the meeting, and the girls and I retired to our quarters. The cooldown on my special ability was timed out, and it didn't take the girls long to strip me out of my clothes and take advantage of me. I laid back and enjoyed a long, slow massage. Their 16 hands rubbed, caressed, and explored every inch of my chiseled body. Then 8 mouths took turns pleasing me. They began playfully wrestling for a chance to be the first one to ride me, and I sat back on a mountain of pillows and watched them play, realizing for the 100th time that I was the luckiest son of a bitch in the world. Ember won the match by becoming invisible, and then suddenly appearing right over me. She gave a triumphant cry and lowered herself onto my shaft, leaving the others to entertain themselves while she rode me to climax. When she collapsed on my chest, Trinity grabbed her and playfully tossed her into a pile of pillows. Zoe tackled the blonde warrior before she had a chance to straddle me, and Stormy wasted no time pushing through the other girls and jumping on me reverse cowgirl. I watched Trinity and Zoe's little confrontation escalate quickly, and soon the match became erotic. The women had never shown an interest in each other, but soon Cecilia and Anna had joined Trinity and Zoe. The sight of the beautiful women's entangled bodies and the sounds of their moans of pleasure nearly sent me over the top, and I had to halt Stormy for a moment while I fought the growing urge to come. She glanced back at me and smiled mischievously, then moved her ass from side to side. "Stop," I told her with a laugh. "What's wrong, sexy boy?" she said, and wiggled her ass again, bringing me right back to the brink. "My little ass too much for you?" I chuckled and flipped her over, taking her from behind with renewed vigor. Nanaya maneuvered herself in front of my face, beating her wings gracefully to stay aloft as I cupped her ass in my hands and ate her pussy. When Stormy climaxed, Anna took her place. Then I moved on to Trinity, Kit, Cecilia, and Zoe, who had lined up in a row on their backs with their legs in the air. I went up and down the line, pounding them all like a piston and bringing them to climax over and over. I don't know if it was the coming battle that made our lovemaking so frantic, but we screwed long into the witching hour, going through so many positions that I lost count. When I finally released my seed on their waiting tongues, the notification flashed on my interface, and I collapsed onto the bed with a stupid smile on my face. "Congratulations, you have reached level 67. The morning brought with it angry gray storm clouds that threatened rain. I couldn't tell what time it was with such thick cloud cover, but my interface informed me that it was 9 in the morning. "Good morning, sire," said Miramar, as he appeared beside me on the balcony overlooking the haven. I jumped with a start. "Damn it, Miramar, can you just knock on the door like a normal person?" "Normal person, sire? But I'm a wizard." "Whatever, dude, just use the door next time." "As you wish, sire," he said with a nod. "I came to inform you that your invitations have been accepted. The meeting will take place at noon in the Enchanted Glade. Really? They all accepted? Even the barbarians? Yes. I was forced to battle their most powerful witch doctor, and I regret that he died in the confrontation, but it got their attention. Good job, Miramar, I said, extending a hand. He shook it proudly. Just doing my job, sire. Yeah, well, you're doing a hell of a job. Thank you, sire. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my duties. I would like you to accompany me and the guild to the meeting, I told him. So don't go far. I won't, sire. And thank you, sire. He bowed and disappeared, and I returned to my perch to gaze out over my little city. Tomorrow, every player in Rebirth Online who was over level 50 would be able to venture to Ozara, but with any luck, I would be able to secure an agreement in the Enchanted Glade. If not, then we were in serious trouble. I laughed to myself then, thinking that the programmers must be having a kick out of our predicament. Nothing could just be easy in Rebirth Online. We had worked our asses off to win the tournament, and rather than winning a fully functioning and vibrant city, our prize had been yet another impossible quest. But I was determined to succeed, not just because the guild and I could become extremely rich if we could successfully expand the city, but more so because my guild was depending on me. I gazed upon the land for a long time, imagining the buildings and towers that we would build. In my mind, the squat tent city disappeared, and 2-story townhouses took their places. I imagined a thriving town square that would attract trade from near and far. I envisioned a thick, strong wall surrounding my city, and beyond the wall I pictured hundreds of farms, vast gardens, vineyards, orchards, and a sea of roaming livestock. Someday, Haven was going to be the richest city in all the game, or my name wasn't Samson fucking Sullivan. After eating a hearty breakfast, the Persian Empire, my guildmates and I, summoned our mounts and headed toward the Enchanted Glade. I wanted to make an impression on the barbarians, elves, and dwarves, and I knew that we were sure to do that with our assortment of dragons, griffins, giant eagles, and other exotic mounts. Miramar led us there on a white Pegasus, and as we flew toward the glade, I spotted the elves flying on translucent wings. A group of about 100 dwarves could be seen speeding across the land on armored mountain rams, and from the other direction came the barbarians on huge horses that reminded me of Clydesdales. The Enchanted Glade wasn't hard to spot from the air. It sat in the middle of a lush forest, backdropped by a 200-foot waterfall that spilled over the high cliffs. Light emanated from the glade in the day's gloom like a beacon of hope. Where the surrounding world was gray and dull, the glade was bright and shimmering, with colorful specks of light floating about like pollen. When the golden light of the glade washed over me, I felt a tingling sensation dance its way down my back. "Miramar says that no one can be injured in the glade, right?" Trinity yelled over the wind. "That's what he says," I told her. "Might as well test the theory," she said with a mischievous grin. Then she surprised the shit out of me by leaping off her hawk's saddle. I cringed as I watched her fall the 300 feet or so to the ground below, but to my relief, she seemed to slow down in her descent and gently touch down on the soft green grass. I glanced at Frisco, shrugged, then leapt off my mount as well. My heart leapt into my throat as I pedaled my arms and fell like a rock, but then I seemed to become lighter, and rather than fall, I kind of just floated down to the heart of the glade. "That was fucking awesome," I told Trinity, who was grinning from ear to ear. Everyone in my guild but Tweak had leapt off their mounts as well, and they landed safely beside us. The Persian Empire joined us, some having leapt and others sticking with their mounts like Tweak. "This place is so weird," said Trinity, as she ran her hand along the blade of her enchanted sword without cutting herself. "It was blessed by the goddess of vitality," said Miramar. "Yeah, sure it was," said Ember. "All right, peeps, let's get ready," I said, and nodded to Miramar. The wizard conjured a large circular table and 4 chairs, one for me and one for each of the other leaders. The wizard and the rest of my guildmates would sit behind me, and I assumed that the others would instruct their entourages to do the same. Miramar conjured a pitcher of ale and 4 mugs as well, and I wondered if any of the other leaders would dare to drink it. Of course, I couldn't poison the beer, not here in the glade, but I still didn't think anyone had the balls. The elves were the first to arrive. Queen Lyra, Malleus, Valeria, and about a dozen other elves landed in the glade, and the queen eyed me dangerously. "You have some balls stealing my Everstone and then asking to meet with me," said Lyra, striding over to me. "If we weren't in the enchanted glade, I would have Malleus feed me your balls." "He'd probably want to eat them himself," I said, winking at the scowling elf male. "He's always got this look in his eye like he wants me or something." Malleus's nostrils flared. "I believe that look means he wants to kill you," she said with a grin. "Oh, and by the way, I didn't steal the Everstone. It was never really yours." "It was in my possession," she rebuked. "True, but it was attained under false pretenses," I reminded her. "You said that you would help us if we got the stone for you, and you broke that promise." "Promises made between strangers are no promises at all," the Elven Queen said with a laugh. "Why are we wasting our time with this foolish human?" Malleus asked his queen with growing annoyance. "Hey, dickhead," said Trinity as she walked around the back of my chair and got in his face. "His name is Samson Sullivan, and he's the king of Haven." "He is a fool, and you are his whore," said the tall elf with a sneer. "You're lucky this is an enchanted glade," she told him. "Hey, Trin," said Ember, "try to remember that he's an NPC." Trinity straightened and looked at Ember, then back to Malleus, and finally to me. I arched a brow, my face saying, "She's right, you know." "What's an NPC?" Malleus asked with a hearty helping of paranoia. "It's nothing," I said, and waved him off, and said to Lyra, "My queen, please hear me out. The dwarves will be here soon, as will the barbarians. I have something to say to all of you, and I assure you it will be worth your time, for there is a terrible storm coming, and we are all in its path." "You speak in riddles," said Lyra annoyedly, and then she grinned and cocked a hip out to the side. "But I do love a good riddle. Very well, I will hear you out, and then I will cut off your balls. They would make such a wonderful necklace, don't you think?" "Big Daddy's balls are too big for a necklace," said Kit, and ended the sentence with an enticing purr. I don't know if it's a furry thing, but when she purred like that, so did Cecilia and almost every female in the Persian Empire. The resounding purr that followed the declaration about the size of my balls only made the statement seem that much more valid, and the queen licked her lips and turned her blue eyes toward my crotch. "Really?" she said deliciously. "And I wonder, does the rest of it possess such legendary girth?" "Ever seen a soup can?" I asked. Tweak busted a gut and slapped a knee, and the girls all giggled. "It's not that thick," said Kit with a delightful chuckle, "but it's so long." "It's perfect," said Cecilia from behind me. Queen Lyra looked to each of the girls with some amusement, and a little bit of envy, and a whole lot of intrigue. She glanced at me, looking impressed, and then sat down at the chair to my left. She had turned it so that it kind of faced me, and when she sat, I swear to God she did a Sharon Stone. She quickly opened and crossed her legs, and her skirt rode high, revealing one of the cleanest, smoothest, most perfect pussies that I've ever seen in my life. It was like a caramel candy with smooth, velvety curtains hanging taut beneath a priceless pink pearl. The center offered a hint of more pink, and the mounds on the sides were perfectly shaped. I blinked and sent that image right to the spank bank. Then I wondered if Rebirth Online had such a thing on the interface. "We must speak privately after this meeting, whatever the outcome," said the queen. Her smile told me that she had seen me catch a glimpse of her hotbox. "Get a room, ye bunch of perverts," came a thunderous voice. I rose from my chair and turned to find Hagar, dwarven king of Stonespire. He stormed over with a dozen mates in tow and grabbed the pitcher of ale. "This for me?" he asked. "Of course," I said.
Good hostin', he said with a smile that revealed more gold teeth than not. Then he tipped the pitcher back and drank the entire thing in one long pull. I nodded to Miramar. The wizard waved a hand, and more pitchers and more glasses appeared before the dwarves, who had moved to the opposite side of the table, leaving Lyra to the king's right and my left. "Drink up, me lads," said Hagar as he took a seat with his pipe in hand. "Thus be the enchanted glade, and none can be harmed here." Hagar then lit his pipe and puffed up a big cloud of smoke. He looked to me and the others with one eye half shut against the smoke. "Et be safe, unless ye be staying here for more than a day." "What happens if you stay for more than a day?" I asked. The king shared a look with the queen of the elves. "Ye ain't knowing what happens if ye be staying here too long?" he asked me. "No, He's a noob," said Meleus. "He doesn't know anything, and neither do his whores or his smelly cats." Some of the Persian Empire furries hissed at the elf, but Frisco held up a staying hand. "Lyra, babe," I said to the queen, "can you tell the peanut gallery to please shut the fuck up while the adults are talking?" Lyra offered Meleus a glance so bitter, so emasculating, so lethal, that he withered before us. The look she gave him also left many of the men in attendance unconsciously covering their balls with their hands. "Look out!" Trinity suddenly shouted. Her sword suddenly sang out of its sheath and deflected a spear that was sailing toward my face. I instinctively ducked as the spear was slashed in two, and a moment later, a dozen more spears screamed out of the trees and went straight through me. "That must be our barbarian friends," I said breathlessly, as I looked down at my uninjured body. "Goran!" Hagar bellowed. "Come out of them trees and drink a beer like a civilized goddamned person. Ye can't hurt him here, and he can't be hurting ye here. Understand?" We all watched as one big barbarian head popped up above the foliage. Then about 3 dozen more followed suit. The barbarians grumbled amongst themselves. Then we waited for many annoying minutes as the barbarians realized the power of the glade, and then tested that power with their weapons. After a few minutes they finally joined us, and the tallest among them slammed his fist down on the table. The barbarian chieftain seemed to really be into bone jewelry, because he was covered in it. He had piercings everywhere, and his body was a canvas full of tribal tattoos. His face was hard and weathered like old leather. He must have been in his late 30s, and judging by the younger-looking men who followed him, I assumed that his rule was a precarious thing. Soon, someone else would take his place. Perhaps it would be one of his sons. There were 4 or 5 men in the group that looked like they might be his sons or nephews, maybe brothers. But I didn't know how these things worked in barbarian culture, though I had a feeling that I was going to find out. "Your magic is tricky, Samson of Haven," he said to me. "You know my name?" I said, and Cecilia cleared her throat. I glanced at her, and her eyes said, "Dude, you shouldn't act surprised that people know who you are. You be the motherfucking king." "I mean, of course you do," I said. "Thank you for coming, Goran." "I came to kill you," he said, drinking of the ale. I hadn't thought any of them would have the balls to drink with me, but I was gladly mistaken. "Why?" I asked. He stopped mid-guzzle, and beer flowed down his chin as though his puzzled face were a waterfall. "What you mean, why?" he asked. "What did we do to you?" I pressed. He blew the snot out of each of his nostrils, then looked at me with disdain. "You are the father of demons, the breeder of darkness. You are a scourge upon our land, and we will not rest until you have been destroyed." I couldn't really argue about being the father of demons, but I could defend my character. "It is true that I was tricked by the demon Megula to give her many powerful children," I said, "but I am not a demon lord." "You summoned your children against us at the Battle of Haven." He pointed at Nanaya, Cecilia, and Kit. "You fornicate with demons and animals. We will not tolerate your devilry here in our sacred land." "I summoned my children to aid me in the battle for Haven. I had no other choice. You attacked us, don't forget. You started this.
And for the record, I only summoned 5 of my sons. I could have summoned an army of thousands, but I did not."
"He even admits to having hell-born children,"
Goran scoffed and looked to Lyra and Hagar.
Aye, said Hagar. "We be knowing all that, but we be here to hear him out."
"Let Samson speak," said the Elf Queen. Goran scowled at the 2 leaders and glanced at me hungrily. Then he sat and drank from his mug.
"You listen. I wait here for the end of the meeting. Then I will kill him," he said stoically.
"I have asked you here so that I might offer a grave warning," I began slowly. "The men that you had aligned with, Goran, are not good men. You know them as the leaders of the Orc chieftains, the Dragons of Fury, and the Doom Lords. They have most likely made promises to you and your tribesmen, but have they told you of the coming storm?"
"You speak in riddles, demon lover," Goran spat. "Speak plainly."
"These guilds are only the first," I told him. "Soon thousands of powerful people will come here like we have. They will each seek to carve out their own chunk of Ozara, and they will forever be a scourge on you and your people. If we do not stand united against this threat, then all our kingdoms will be lost." "The elves of the Great Wood have a word for the end that you speak of," said Valeria as she glanced at her queen. Lyra nodded. "It is called the Great Death, as prophesied by my ancestor, King Veroneus. It shall come to pass that the land known as Ozara shall be visited by a new people," Valeria recited slowly. "Chaos shall ensue, and like a scourge these invaders will sweep across the land. The Great Wood shall burn, and our people will be lost." "Let me guess," said Trinity. "There is one spoken of who will stop the Great Death." Valeria glanced at Trinity and nodded, then looked to me. "He shall come on wings of white, and walk with many wives," said the young elf.
"Blasphemy!"
Maleus spat and leapt to his feet.
"How dare you infer that this impostor is the great savior?"
"Let him finish," Lyra suddenly yelled, and Maleus bowed his head respectfully, though his chest heaved and his nostrils flared as he tried to contain his anger. "Join me," I said to them all, "and this grave prediction will not come to pass. Together we can turn back the invaders, solidify our position, and forever live in peace."
"There is no peace, only war," said Goran dismissively. "Barbarians fight so that we will be strong and able when the Harbinger rises. We will—"
"Did you say the Harbinger?" I asked. Goran nodded gravely.
"He is a being of immense power, who will bring about the end of all things. He's
dead," I said. The barbarians all stirred, sharing surprised glances and murmuring softly.
"I grow tired of your lies," said Goran.
"It is the truth," said Lyra. "I sent him on the quest to defeat the Harbinger, thinking that surely he and his friends would be devoured. But alas, they were victorious, and brought to me the Everstone, which has sat in the Harbinger's stomach for centuries. This is how I know that it is true, for there is no other way to get the stone." Goran was absolutely dumbstruck.
"The Harbinger is dead?"
one of the barbarians asked. The queen nodded.
"How can this be?"
Goran seemed to ask himself. He looked at his hands, the instruments of death, calloused like leather from years of swordplay and a life of hardship. I saw in him a man defeated, a man without a purpose. His eyes watered and his fists shook. Then he looked to his people.
"All my life I have trained, I have fought, and I have killed. But now, what is the point?"
"Your strength will still be needed," I told him. "Don't you see? Now that the shadow of the Harbinger no longer hangs over your people, you will have a chance to thrive. There are still enemies out there. There are still threats. Fight with me, bleed with me, and together we shall secure the future of our people."
"You?"
he said with eyes that bled hot tears.
You lie! Goran suddenly produced a massive sword and swung it at my head, but the strike was blocked by one of the barbarians. Enough! Said a young barbarian holding the sword. Your reign, and that of your fear-mongering forebears, has come to an end. The Harbinger is dead, and so too is your rule. Stormcrow, said Goran. You dare stand against me? I do, said the young barbarian. I declare Svedka. Kit leaned in toward my ear as the barbarians glared at each other. Does he mean like the vodka? Are they going to have a drinking competition? I doubt it, babe, I whispered. An old barbarian witch with one good eye and a hell of a limp parted the barbarian crowd and raised her arms skyward.
Let it be known that Stormcrow, son of Parthon, has challenged Goran, son of Erzadon. As dictated by the gods, they will now fight to the death.
Oh, said Kit. All right, said the Dwarf King. I ain't seen a good barbarian Svedka in years. Best be moving outside the boundaries of this here queer glade, else ye won't be landing any blows. The two barbarians continued to stare at each other, and finally Goran spoke. It will be an honor to kill you, Stormcrow. I accept your Svedka. Stormcrow looked to have a lot of followers, and more than half of the barbarian entourage cheered when the chieftain accepted the fight. They all turned and marched toward the glade's southern border, and Hagar and the dwarves were quick to follow. They were even placing bets on the outcome. We all watched with growing anticipation as the two barbarians stepped out of the glowing border of the glade and faced each other. The old witch went with them, waving a burning sage stick and speaking in a harsh-sounding foreign language. Beside me, Kit produced popcorn from her interface and began munching enthusiastically. On my other side, Lyra watched the two barbarians intently. The other barbarians began to cheer when the witch announced the beginning of the match, and Goran wasted no time going on the offensive. He lunged at Stormcrow, but the younger, faster barbarian blocked the chieftain's massive sword with his own black blade, which sparked against its counterpart angrily. The two big, muscular men went round and round, exchanging blows and curses, and it appeared that the two were evenly matched. I was, of course, rooting for Stormcrow, since the young barbarian would be easier to convince to join us. Goran may have been older, but it was obvious that he was more experienced. He expertly blocked every blow, and deftly retaliated with an onslaught that left Stormcrow staggering backward. The chieftain landed the first strike, and a groan issued through the crowd when Goran's sword sliced through Stormcrow's shoulder, leaving a gaping red wound and the hint of white bone exposed for all to see. Goran's followers cheered, while Stormcrow's camp urged their leader on. The younger barbarian didn't seem to feel pain. He grinned at Goran and retaliated with a string of strikes that left the chieftain bleeding from his right thigh, stomach, and chest. But Goran scored his share of hits as well, and soon both men were bleeding from more than one wound. Neither had scored a killing blow, however, and the fight continued for another 10 minutes. Neither Goran nor Stormcrow seemed to be getting tired, and the many wounds did nothing to slow them down. It wasn't until Goran's sword was ripped from his hands by a powerful strike that a killing blow was landed. With his opponent defenseless, Stormcrow brought his sword down in a powerful strike that took the chieftain's left arm right off, leaving him with a surprised expression on his face and a stump squirting blood on the gathered crowd. The dwarves and barbarians went wild, while the elves watched with dispassionate gazes. Goran staggered back as the color left his face, and Stormcrow pointed at the chieftain's dropped sword. "Pick it up," he said through clenched teeth. As soon as Goran did, Stormcrow swung hard. Goran dropped to one knee and ducked under the blow, then struck like a cobra, thrusting his sword into Stormcrow's gut. The young barbarian's eyes widened, and Goran held the sword there for many terrible moments as he stared into the dying man's eyes. Then he looked to me, pulled the sword out, and swiftly spun and sliced Stormcrow's head clean off.
"Oh, shit," Tweak blurted. "Well, that wasn't supposed to go that way," said Trinity under her breath.
"Ha ha!"
King Hagar howled.
"Attaboy, Goran!"
Goran turned from Stormcrow as the headless body hit the dirt, and he pointed a bloody sword at me.
"You are next."
The chieftain's face suddenly twisted. Then he dropped like a felled tree and hit the ground face first. The barbarian witch rushed over to the fallen chieftain and rolled him over. She put her ear to his face and listened for breath. Then she put her head against his chest. We all waited expectantly, and when the witch finally rose, she shook her head.
"The chief is dead."
Cheers rose up from Stormcrow's camp, and those who had backed Goran hung their heads.
"Both are dead, but Goran died last. Therefore he was the victor," said the witch. "As dictated by the gods, the role of chieftain shall fall upon the shoulders of his son, Gregor."
"Fuck me sideways," I mumbled. I'd been rooting for Stormcrow, hoping that his victory would secure our alliance. But now Goran's son was to be chieftain, and I doubted that he would see things differently than his father. Gregor, son of Goran, stepped forward, and I was surprised by how young he was. "He's just a kid," said Anna. Gregor walked over to his father's dead body and kissed his bloody cheeks. Then he closed his father's eyes and stood. The barbarian may have had a young face, but he had the chiseled body of a barbarian warrior and a frame that promised to be impressive once he was fully grown. He looked to be about 15 and reminded me of a young Arnold Schwarzenegger.
"My father was a great chieftain,"
he began in a voice sad but powerful and full of purpose.
"Like him, I want to see our people thrive, and I accept my rightful title of chieftain. My father's life quest was to prepare himself and our tribe for the rise of the Harbinger. But the Harbinger is dead, killed by King Samson and his knights."
The barbarians glanced at us with a mix of adoration and grudging respect, and Gregor went on.
"Therefore, I must turn my attention to the new threat that we now face, the invaders from lands far and wide that have been prophesied by the slayer of the Harbinger."
"Is he saying what I think he be saying?" Tweak asked excitedly.
"I therefore pledge my support for an alliance between Haven, Stonespire, the Great Wood, and our tribe."
"Well, I'll be a son of a bitch," I said under my breath. Gregor walked up to me and extended a big hand, which I shook firmly. "Thank you, Gregor. Your wisdom is great, and I believe that under your rule, your tribe will thrive," I said. Then I turned to the crowd. "Long live Gregor, son of Goran!" The crowd replied in kind and cheered, and I looked to Hagar and Lyra. "Well then, what will it be?" I asked, arms wide. "Will you join us? Will you help us defend this land from those who wish to ravage it?"
"Aye, lad, ye got me support. That's be for God's damned sure,"
said Hagar with a wide grin. "You have the support of the elves as well," said Lyra. Chapter 15. Shortly after the death of Goran, Queen Lyra, King Hagar, and Chieftain Gregor signed a peace treaty and sealed our alliance. They promised us support in the coming battle, and we outlined a strategy. As far as the Orc chieftains, Dragons of Fury, and Doomlords knew, the barbarians were still on their side. That assumption would come in handy when the army of guilds came to challenge us, so we laid out a plan to best utilize the ruse. When we returned to Haven, I was feeling pretty damned good. The ban keeping players out of Ozara was going to be lifted in less than 24 hours, and I couldn't have felt better. There was a lot still left to do, but my cooldown was up, and we really needed to get back the levels that we had lost dying in the first attack. The mood in the bedroom that afternoon was wild. The girls were in rare form. They were excited about the new allegiance that we had made, and so was I. We made passionate love for over an hour, and the noise that we made could have awoken the dead. My energy level and excitement were boiling over, and by the time I finally climaxed, my ladies lay panting on the bed. Congratulations. You have reached level 68. I fucking love you guys, said Zoe. They all laughed and pulled me back onto the bed for what Kit called a cuddle puddle. I love you all, I said as I lay there in a tangle of bodies. I want you all to know that. Thank you for staying with me through all this. I could have never done any of this without you. We know, said Ember. But then she cracked a smile. I'm just busting your balls. Truth is, you're the best thing about this world. Well, thanks, Em, I said. Anna laughed suddenly. When I found you on the road naked, I sure as hell didn't think that I had discovered a future king. I bet, I said with a laugh. Wait, said Zoe. You found him on the road naked. Anna told the story again, and we all shared a long, hearty laugh. You got ganked by Mad Morgan, Zoe said through her laughter. And he stole all your fucking money? That's hilarious. Yeah, I said, unable to help but smile. I had a bit of a rough start. Look at you now, said Cecilia. We sure have come a long way, said Trinity. And we've got a lot farther to go, said Kit. We're going to have the best damned kingdom in the entire game. Amen, sister, said Stormy. I've been in a few guilds, and I gotta tell you, you guys are the cat's ass. A knock came at the door, and I smiled to myself. Maybe Miramar had finally learned to knock. Come in. It was indeed Miramar, and he looked quite pleased with himself for having knocked on the door. What's up, my wizard? I said, as I got up and tried to find my pants. Fortifications are complete, sire. Your army awaits your inspection as well. Excellent. We'll be down shortly. Very well, sire, Miramar said with a bow. The girls and I got dressed in our finest armor, then joined Tweak, Frisco, and the Persian Empire at the base of the tower. The villagers gathered around the army cheered for us when we emerged, but the army stood rigidly, ready to be inspected. When I saw the Haven militia in their new armor, pride swelled in me. In front of them stood the Guardians of Haven, with Miramar and Mick at the head of the warriors. Then there were the Knights of the Everstone, tall and proud elven spirits with fine armor and well-crafted weapons. Zoe's orc army stood in tight formation to the elves' left. All told, we had over 1,300 soldiers, not to mention 13 guilds who had pledged to aid us in the coming battle. And now we had the support of the barbarians, elves, and dwarves. Somehow everything had come together. Our city may have been small, but now we had a decent army, and more importantly, we had allies. Nothing could stop us now. Not every guild in the game. I smiled at my villagers and stepped up onto the podium that Miramar had conjured for my speech. There hadn't been much thought on what I would say, and as I gazed out over what we had created, too many words to mention flooded through my brain. Good people of Haven, I have good news for you all. On this, the eve of the greatest battle of our lives, I am happy to inform you that we have just secured an alliance with the dwarves of Stonespire and the elves of the Great Wood. The villagers cheered jubilantly. Some laughed, others cried. A few held each other and danced up and down, but one and all smiled from ear to ear. That is not all, I said over the cheering crowd. They died down, and I allowed a few seconds to pass before I continued, letting the tension grow. We have also secured an alliance with the barbarians. There was a much more mixed reaction to that news, but most of the people, especially the soldiers, cheered the announcement. I know the barbarians have heard us, and I know that these wounds will take time to heal, but I ask that you set aside your feelings of hate and instincts for revenge, and give them a chance to prove themselves. With these 3 great armies on our side, along with others like the Persian Empire here, we shall no doubt be victorious. This is not to say that it will be an easy win, but I think that we are ready for whatever comes our way. I'm proud of you all. May the gods bless Haven, and gods bless you all. Long live Haven! Kit cheered, and it was taken up by all. I strode down the steps and first inspected the Haven militia. They stood rigidly in their silver armor and blue capes. with a longsword hanging from their left side and a shield draped over their back. Some held long spears, while others had long bows slung over their shoulders, 2 daggers on their hips, and a quiver full of arrows at the ready. "What's your name, soldier?" I asked a short young man who still had pimples. I could tell that he was petrified to speak to me, and I waited patiently while he tried to remember his name. Johannes Smith, my lord," the young man stuttered. "Smith?" I said with a friendly smile. "Do you still fashion armor?" "Yes, sir. Every chance I get, I help my pa." "That's a good son. You're a fine man, Johannes." I moved down the line and stood before another young man, this one with red hair and about 1,000,000 freckles. "What's your name?"
Andrew Gardner at your service,
he said with a crisp salute. "You got a woman at home yet, Andrew?" I asked. His face turned about a dozen shades redder.
Not yet, sire. I got one in mind, though.
"Ah," I said, glancing around at the jolly crowd. "Does she know how you feel?" He shook his head, looking embarrassed. "Well, what's stopping you?" He shrugged.
I guess I want to make sure that I can support her before I ask.
"That's a good reason," I admitted. "But you're in the militia now, and we take care of our own in Haven."
Thank you, sire.
I walked down the line and inspected the militia, then the Knights of the Everstone, the Orc army, and the Guardians of Haven. Pleased with my army, I finished the little meeting with another speech about the coming battle and how we would be victorious. The villagers and the armies were in good spirits, and I knew that we would be victorious when the guilds came to challenge us. We dined that night with the Persian Empire, and I sat with Frisco for most of the festivities, going over the plans for the next day. I knew that there would be a number of ways for the other guilds to get to Ozara once the ban was lifted, and one of those ways was through a portal in Aeroc. There were other portals in other cities, as well as spells that could be used by warlocks and mages to travel to distant lands. Frisco said that most of the guilds would be coming through the Aeroc portal, but we had no way of knowing exactly where they would enter the land until the tower reported it. Once it did, we would be able to prepare. When the allies came through, we were going to have to lead them back to Haven, and without the aid of the barbarians, it would take a while for the enemy guilds to arrive. If all went well, we would have plenty of time to get into position. After the dinner, we retired early. I wanted to be rested up for the next day, and my cooldown just so happened to be up as well. In the morning, I awoke another level higher and in good spirits. The sun rose to greet a cloudless sky, and the songbirds greeted me and the girls when we took our breakfast on the balcony.
What a beautiful morning,
said Kit as she sipped her tea.
It's hard to imagine that there will be so much bloodshed in only a few hours. Don't feel bad for the NPCs. They're just following their programming, said Ember. It's not just them, Kit said. We're all going to die, and more than once if this battle is anything like the last time.
I got the feeling that she was starting to get tired of the pain that came with such a violent game. Getting injured in Rebirth Online wasn't much different than being injured in real life, but at least in-game we could be healed by magic. This battle will be nothing like last time, I told her. It's sure to be a landslide victory. I mean, we're going to have thousands if what the others said is true. Hell, Queen Lyra promised over 1,000 elves alone.
Yeah,
said Stormy as she popped grapes in her mouth.
We've got this shit.
Last I heard, the assholes that we beat in the tournament had only brought about 10 guilds to their side, said Cecilia.
Only,
said Nanaya. And what happens if the barbarians, elves, and dwarves deceive us? What if they don't show up? They'll show, I said.
Oh, yeah?
You can say that with 100% confidence, she pressed. Well, dude, of course not. But we all just signed a damned peace treaty. If they want to kill us all and take our kingdom, they could have done that by now. Why go through all this just to turn on us?
These are NPCs,
Nanaya reminded me. And you can never trust an NPC. I glanced at Mick and Miramar, who I had invited to breakfast. She doesn't mean that, I told them.
Mean what, sire?
Mick asked. Nothing, I said, amused at the way that non-player characters never seemed to acknowledge being called an NPC, like they didn't even hear it. That made me wonder what it would be like trying to explain to one of them what exactly they were and where they were. I just think that we need to plan for these types of things, said Nanaya. All right, I said, and glanced down at the necklace that I wore. Well, if it comes to it, I guess I could summon more demon children. You're not serious, are you? Anna asked. Of course not, I said. I'm just making the point that we can be just as unpredictable as they can. If they want to double-cross us, then they intend on fucking with the wrong crippled mage. After breakfast, I toured the battlements and inspected the new cannons and ballista that had been erected. At the center of the tower, the Everstone hummed steadily, feeding not only the tower and buffing those who inhabited Haven, but also strengthening the emerald shield that encapsulated the city. With the Everstone's power, the shield was now much wider and covered not only Tent City, but part of the river that snaked through from the forest, and a few of the new farms. From my perch atop the tower, I saw the first of our allies approaching. The elves were flying toward the city by the thousands with wings that shimmered like soap bubbles. When the sun hit their silver armor, it left them glowing like heavenly warriors, and I wondered for a moment what would happen if they indeed were about to attack rather than join us. My dark imaginings were laid to rest when the queen landed in the courtyard near the cemetery with her generals, and to my delight, Valeria. I strode out to meet them and kissed the queen's offered hand. Thank you again for your help, I said. It is my pleasure, she said, looking me up and down as though I were on the menu. You are our allies now, and we take threats against our allies very seriously. I glanced up at the badass elven army circling overhead. How many are in this army? 1,500, she said. A third of them are warriors, and the rest are practitioners of the various arcane schools. A horn blared in the distance, and the tower reported to me that the dwarves had arrived. We watched as they came down from the hills on their armored mountain rams. There were at least 1,000 of the barrel-chested warriors, and I knew that they too had some magic users among their ranks. King Hagar halted his army at the border to Tent City, and rode with a few of his generals up to the tower. "Ooh-ee! It be a good day for battle," he said, glancing up at the clear blue sky. "Welcome, King Hagar, and thanks again for your assistance," I said with a bow. "Bah!" he said as he dismounted and landed on heavy boots. "I should be the one who be thanking ye. Ye done gave us a reason to come down from the mountains and whet our war hammers. Yup, it's a fine day for a battle." The barbarians arrived from the opposite direction, marching to the heavy beat of war drums. I knew that some of the villagers were less than happy to see them coming, but we needed them if we were going to solidify our rule and defend our kingdom. Now that Gregor was chieftain, I knew that we had an ally that we could trust. The young man seemed like a level-headed fellow, and I looked forward to beginning trade with the legendary hunters. If they could provide meat for the entire dwarven clan, then they would be able to provide us with more than we would need until we could begin harvesting our own livestock. "Welcome, Chieftain Gregor," I said, and extended a hand. Gregor shook it, and despite his young age, his grip was vice-like, and I knew that if I hadn't been a high level, he very well may have crushed my fingers. "My warriors and I are eager to aid the Alliance in this, the first of many battles against the foreign invaders," said Gregor. He shook Hagar's hand and bowed before the queen. "Our friends have begun to arrive," said Frisco. "Excellent," I said, and turned to Nanaya. "Show them the way, my love." The succubus drew a large circle in the air in front of her, cutting a portal door through the very fabric of reality. Then she stepped through. We all backed up to allow the hundreds of players to come through, and a moment later they began to emerge. I shook hands with the 13 guild leaders and shared a few words, and when they were all through, I led the leaders around the tower to show them the defenses that we already had in place. "I see that you are still enjoying the wonders of the Emerald Stone," said Queen Lyra as she gazed upon the humming force field that surrounded the tower. We could see through it, and our spells, arrows, spears, and other weapons could pass from the inside out, but nothing could get in unless it was an ally recognized by the tower. "Yes, and the Everstone has made it quite powerful," I noted. "Indeed," she said with a playful scowl. "I underestimated you, Samson of Haven, but I shall never do that again."
"It is usually a good idea not to underestimate Sam and his guild," said Frisco as he walked with us. "I made that mistake once as well." "Our enemies have underestimated all of us," I said, as I stopped with the wide fields and the many armies on display behind me. "And that, my friends, will be their downfall." "How many do you expect to be facing?" Gregor asked. I glanced at Cecilia, who was busy tapping away on her interface. She blew her bangs out of her eyes and cocked a hip before addressing the question. "By my estimates, the Orc Chieftains, Dragons of Fury, and—" "Let's just call them the Invaders," I told her. "Good idea," she said. "It turns out that the Invaders have recruited exactly 15 other guilds to their side." "Damn," said Tweak. "Jesus Christmas," said Kit. Cecilia went on to elaborate as she tapped away at the air. "There are precisely 927 players altogether, and there are some really high-skilled warlocks among them, as well as other classes that can summon minions. For instance, one warlock alone can summon entire armies of demons with a powerful enough spell, and I have no doubt that these arseholes have been preparing hardcore. They will have used a large percentage of guild funds to attain the most powerful armor, weapons, and spells. So my best guess is that we will be facing an army of at least 10,000, with little under 1,000 of those being real-world players." "That's all?" Hager asked, looking none too pleased by the estimate. "Trust me," I said. "That's enough for a hell of a battle. These are very powerful guilds that we are dealing with. They have master warriors, wizards, witches, warlocks, mages, healers, you name it, they've got it." "And these invaders," said Gregor, "they are immortals like you claim to be." Lyra and Hager watched me with interest. "Yes, but there is a limit to their immortality," I said, and Cecilia discreetly stepped on my foot. "What I meant to say is that once we have killed them a few times, they will give up in order to preserve their power." "Then we aren't facing just 10,000, said Hagar, "but 10,000 who will resurrect themselves many times over before the battle be through." "That is correct," said Cecilia. "Ah!" The Dwarf King rocked back on his heels and grinned wide. "That be more like it." "Sire," came the disembodied voice of Miramar. He appeared before me a moment later and bowed to us all. "The invaders have breached the boundaries of Ozara and will be approaching from the south." I looked south with the rest of the group, then turned to face them. "All right, everyone, into battle formation. It's time to kick some ass." Chapter 16. Our armies lined up in the southern field a few hundred yards from Tent City. We would first engage with the army there, and if things went badly for us, we would then retreat to within the protective Emerald Shield. When the battle began, there would be a long, drawn-out fight between the magic users on both sides. Shields would be conjured by both opposing armies, then each would bombard the other with spells meant to destroy the shields, which would amount to a long, drawn-out standoff. It was the warriors' jobs to break through the front line, get beneath the shields, and take out the priests, paladins, wizards, and other classes who were controlling the shields. Then it would be a turkey shoot for the side who accomplished it first. The dwarves and the barbarians would be our front line, and hopefully plow through the defenses of the enemy guilds to get at the conjurers. I knew that Bagram would be extremely pissed off to have lost his barbarian army to us, and hopefully the loss would put a major kink in their strategy. If they intended on coming right at us, then they were doomed. But I knew that our opponents weren't stupid. We had fought and won against them in the Guild Wars tournament, but it hadn't been easy. They were the best of the best, and I had no doubt that they had a few tricks up their sleeves. It was for that reason that I had the elves stay back and out of sight for the beginning of the battle. Their job would be to watch out for other armies coming from other directions, as well as head off any surprise minions before they could get a jump on us. My heart beat hard against my chest as I watched the front line of the invaders emerge over the distant hill. They were perhaps 400 yards away, and it was hard to make out exactly what race I was looking at. All I knew was that they were big. "What you got for me, Cece?" I asked my foxy guildmate. "Goblins," she said as she peered through a long looking-glass. "About 1,000 by the looks of it." "Where the hell did they get goblins?" said Trinity.
"There are many goblins in the swamps to the far south," said Lyra. "They're a disgusting breed who live off the innards of everything warm-blooded, even each other."
"My monkeys are starting to report back," said Tweak. "New power?" I asked. "Hell yeah," he said. "Just barely learned it. All right, behind the goblins we've got about 100 minotaurs and some 2,000 trolls that look like they're conjured doppelgangers, because large groups of them all look like twins." "Damn," he said, and whistled to himself. "They've got about 5,000 imps. They're up there pretty high, but we'll be able to see them with the naked eye pretty soon. I can see a shitload of dragons, too. They're branching out to the east and west, probably coming out behind us."
"Lyra?" I asked the Queen. "They won't get far," she said, and then sprouted translucent wings, kissed me on the lips, and flew into the sky.
"What a floozy," said Ember. "What else you got for me, Tweak?" "There are nearly 1,000 players with the NPC army, like Cecilia predicted. And what the hell is that? They've got like an army of giant insects."
"Insects?" said Hager. "Like blasted spiders?"
"Yup," said Tweak. "And ants the size of dogs, roaches as big as horses, and a shit ton of dragonflies."
"What else?" I asked.
"That's it," said Tweak.
"That's it?" Zoe shaded her eyes and peered south. "How can that be it?"
"They're hiding their true numbers," I guessed.
"What are those?" Hager asked, pointing up at large winged eyeballs that zipped around like hummingbirds.
I said, not knowing how to explain it.
"Those are the eyes of the gods," said Cecilia.
"Oh yeah," said Tweak as he swiped his interface. "We're live all over the world."
"Then let's give them a show they'll never forget." I summoned my griffin and leapt into the saddle, then pulled back the reins so that the lion-headed beast would rear back on 2 bird legs, and I unsheathed my enchanted blade, raising it into the sky. "Defenders of Haven!" I bellowed in a voice enchanted by the tower's magic. "The hour has come. The invaders march toward us now with their minds set on conquest. Our armies are well matched, but we have one thing that they do not." The crowd of humans, elf spirits, orcs, barbarians, dwarves, and players all waited on my next word. "We have the favor of the gods," I bellowed, and the crowd cheered the proclamation. "Together we shall stand, the free peoples of Ozara. As one we will fight, as one we will bleed, as one we shall scream in the faces of our enemies. You will never defeat us. We are Ozarans." Cheers and war cries rose up, and the heavy thud of 1,000 dwarven boots mixed with the thunderous boom of the barbarian drums. "Show no mercy," I continued, electrified by the energy around me. "They seek to ravish your women, steal your homes, and feast on your souls. If given the chance, they will use up our beautiful land until there is nothing left but the dead husk of what once was, and the moaning wind that haunts dark places. Today's victory will be our statement to the world, and our deeds this day will make our enemies tremble at the memory." I shot a blast of arcane lightning into the sky and bellowed, "For Ozara! For Ozara!" the crowd chanted. Then I turned toward the approaching army, pointed my enchanted sword, and bellowed, "Charge!" An ocean of barbarian and dwarf warriors flowed below me. From the back of my griffin, I watched them race across the fields of yellow and green. Then I noticed a big eyeball floating nearby. It was staring right at me, and I imagined that just about every gamer in the world was watching the feed. I made devil horns with my right hand and said, "Heavy metal thunder, motherfuckers!" My guildmates joined me in the air, and we watched as our front line slammed into the goblins. Shields sprang up like giant umbrellas over the enemy army, and similar shields were conjured on our side. Then the spells began streaking through the air, arcing downward and slamming into the shields in a shower of multicolored sparks. Another battle began high in the sky between the imps, dragons, demons, and our own winged defenders led by the elves. I watched both battles play out, wondering where Bagram and the other guildmasters were among the fighters. I knew that the leader of the Orc chieftains would want to personally take me out, and it was just a matter of time before he made his move. But we were still hovering beneath the spell umbrella, and therefore untouchable. I kept the army tally up in the corner of my vision, glancing at it every now and again as it steadily ticked down on both sides. Dwarves and barbarians were dying and being resurrected by the healers behind them, but the goblins that fell stayed down, and soon none remained. The Minotaur force didn't fare much better, although they did manage to kill a few dozen of our warriors. It wasn't until our front line got through to the real-world tanks that they met their match and then some. The two forces came to a halt and exchanged deadly blows, hacking, chopping, and stabbing at each other. Warriors used their special abilities to barrel through the opposition, and some of the magic users on both sides began to slip through the front line. Assassins appeared from nowhere, slicing throats and stabbing backs before slipping away once more. "Portals!" Nanaya yelled as she flew up to float beside me. I turned toward the tower and saw dozens of warlock portals opening up around the perimeter of the tower shield. "Everyone with me!" I yelled to my guildmates. "We can get the jump on them while they're busy trying to get through the Emerald Shield." I led my guild around the east side of the tower, and we rained hell on the winged demons that began flying through the portals. As soon as we emerged from the protection of the shields, the spells started coming. But Anna, Kit, and Cecilia conjured a globe of protective energy, and it withstood the projectiles that managed to come close to us. The demons looked like your everyday run-of-the-mill underworld mid-level minions, and they were easy enough to put down. A well-placed magic bolt could kill one of them 50% of the time, and I wondered why the invaders were sending such useless cannon fodder at us. "There's Bagram!" Anna yelled to me as she passed by. I looked to where she was pointing, and found him flying on the back of a wicked-looking green and black demon. He was looking right at me, and the grin he wore was a familiar one. "What are you up to?" I asked aloud, and as if to answer, Bagram flipped me 2 middle fingers. He banked hard and began soaring around the tower, and I steered my griffin to meet him. 7 of his guildmates flew with him, but I had 9 with me. We steered right toward each other, and I conjured a nuclear thunderclap ready to blow the fucker right out of the sky, but I never got a chance. Right before I released my spell, Bagram thrust a glowing hand forward, and the next thing I knew, a portal opened right in front of me. I leapt off my saddle as the crackling doorway to darkness opened before me, and I hurdled it like an Olympic jumper as my griffin was swallowed up. Without my mount, I began falling like a rock, but that didn't stop me from finally releasing my spell. The red-hot beam hit Bagram's demon in the chest as I fell away from him, and the explosion that ensued pitched me even faster toward the earth. I desperately searched for help as I tumbled, and it came in the form of a smoking hot succubus with cherry-red tits. "Gotcha," Nanaya said, as she hooked my ropes with the retractable talons on her toes. "It's dragon time, baby," I yelled over the wind. "I thought you'd never ask," she said with a laugh before releasing me. I fell again and watched her change from above me. Now a dragon, she banked right, barrel-rolled beneath me, and I landed easily on her back. "Fuck yeah!" I yelled as I blasted an enemy player with arcane lightning. My celebration was cut short, however, as Bagram flew out of the mushroom cloud on his black demon. His robes were in tatters, and his skin was red and raw, but his eyes relayed only murderous intent. Bagram cast a writhing black spell at Nanaya that left her in agony, and as we fell from the sky, the orc chieftain leapt from his demon and landed behind me on Nanaya's back. He stabbed her with the pointed end of his staff with one hand, and with the other he cast a spell at me point blank. I conjured my fire shield as I twisted in the saddle and barely deflected the spell in time. Bagram stalked forward on the flailing dragon, planting the staff in her back to keep his balance, and blasting me with a barrage of malicious spells. Nanaya finally recovered and leveled out. Then she craned her head back and engulfed the hated orc chieftain with dragon fire. But Bagram had already leapt off, and I leaned out to try to find him. "Where the hell did he go?" I asked frantically. Then I saw him gliding about 50 feet beneath us on his winged demon.
Hold on,
Nanaya urged. She banked hard right and did a barrel roll and leveled out right behind him. I had a spell ready for his ugly green ass, and I unleashed it with a war cry. The magic bolt missed Bagram, but it hit the demon in the back of the head, pitching them both forward. Nanaya once again opened her maw and bathed Bagram and the demon in fire, and I unleashed Firestorm, Fireball, and Arcane Lightning. The demon growled angrily as my meteor slammed into it, but Bagram was protected by his enchanted armor, it seemed, because he wasn't bothered by the spells at all, and retaliated with a barrage of his own. Nanaya tried to dodge them all, but one got through that engulfed us both, and the next thing I knew, I was just as paralyzed as I had been since the accident. Demonic paralysis. Movement speed reduced by 100%. Duration, 5 seconds. It might not seem like much, but 5 seconds can seem like a lifetime when you're falling like a rock with a demon and murderous orc chieftain on your ass. As Nanaya and I fell helplessly toward the hard ground, Bagram and the demon swooped down and came right at us. By the time the paralysis wore off, it was too late. The demon slammed into us, impaling Nanaya with a giant spear that ripped through her chest, out her back, and launched me right out of my saddle. I fell screaming and frantically shot spells at the two, as Nanaya limply tumbled through the air. I was perhaps 100 feet above the ground when Bagram caught up to me, and I cried out in pain when the demon grabbed me with his giant hands.
"Dine on his flesh,"
Bagram urged the demon. I managed to unsheath my enchanted blade as the demon brought me to his mouth and opened wide. He was intending on chomping my head off, and I desperately stabbed upward with my sword, impaling the demon through the roof of his mouth.
"Eat this, motherfucker!"
Soul Shatter Strike.
"No!"
Bagram screamed, as the demon exploded into 1,000,000 pieces that covered us both in gore. The explosion left me just above the falling orc chieftain, and to my surprise, he cast a spell on himself and sprouted long green wings. I desperately reached for him as the ground rose up to crush me, and with perhaps 20 feet left to fall, I caught a hold of Bagram's hair and landed on his back. The extra weight sent him off course, and we crashed to the ground, skipping across the field like a flat stone on placid waters. 1, 2, 3 times we bounced before slamming into the thick base of a giant oak tree. I felt my bones crack, and bad news flashed on my interface. Warning: health at 17%. One of my ribs had punctured a lung, and I fought for air as a badly injured Bagram tried to get his hands around my neck.
"Die!"
he screamed in my face as he tried to choke the life out of me.
"You first, fuckface!"
I screamed right back and blasted him point blank with a magic bolt. I saw the spell tear through his back and disappear into the forest behind him. His eyes went wide, and all the strength left his big hands, but he did manage to spit in my face before he died. I cried out victoriously, but then I felt his spittle burning my flesh.
"What the fuck?"
I said, as I slapped at my face, then dug at the burning wounds, but it was no use. The burning sensation was spreading, and soon I was writhing on the ground in agony.
"Sam!"
Anna cried, and a moment later the pain stopped. Healing light washed over me, and I gulped at the air, my heart racing from the excruciating pain that I had just experienced. Anna pulled me to my feet as my health bar continued to climb, and I gave her a hug.
"Thanks, babe."
"No problem," she said, and deflected a spell that came at us from above. I gazed out over the battleground, and soon realized that we were winning. The barbarians and dwarves had pushed the enemy forces back about 100 yards, and there were half as many umbrella-shaped shields protecting the enemy. Bagram's body disappeared, and I knew that he would be resurrecting far away at the back of his army. The demon army that had come through the warlock's portals surrounded the tower and continued to bombard it with spells, but the emerald shield held strong, and their efforts were in vain.
"Come on," I said to Anna. "Let's get back in the fight."
We raced down the hill away from the tower and joined our allies. For 15 minutes, the casters bombarded the enemy with spells that left them scattered and disorganized. A few of the enemy guilds had had enough, some of them likely dying 4 or 5 times and deciding that it wasn't worth it. I knew that it was only a matter of time before Bagram's entire army abandoned him, and I grinned from ear to ear as we continued to overrun the enemy ranks with destructive spells. Then I saw Bagram again. He stood in the middle of the enemy ranks, surrounded by his guildmates who fanned out in a circle and defended their leader from attack. Something was strange about Bagram, and I knew that he was up to something. "Everyone focus your attacks on Bagram," I urged my nearby guildmates. I cast Firestorm and followed it up with 2 fireballs and Hellfire, but none of mine nor my friend's spells got through. Bagram continued to chant his incantation. Then, to my horror, he raised his arms to the sky and bellowed, "Sons of Samson, come to me!" "Oh, shit," Anna groaned beside me. "No fucking way," I said, as I watched a portal open 20 feet above Bagram. My golden suns flew through the portal by the dozens and circled above Bagram. They looked just like I remembered, except now there was a green hue to their golden glow. "He's bound them to him!" Cecilia screamed over the tumultuous sounds of battle. "How is that possible?" I said, as I grabbed my pendant. Then my breath caught in my throat. There was a glowing rune scratched into the miniature golden demon icon. Bagram hadn't been trying to choke me. He had been hacking my pendant. "What the hell is this?" I asked Cecilia as the pendant began to change from a golden hue to green. My children's skin was changing color as well, and a sick feeling began to settle in my stomach. "It's a powerful counter-curse," said Cecilia. "Sam, I don't know how to break this." "Children," I said, hurriedly raising the pendant. "Come to me!" The pendant began to glow golden again, and a portal opened above me. About 400 of my gilded sons flew through the portal, which meant that Bagram had been able to bind almost 600 to him. "Your souls are mine," Bagram yelled to those he had bound to himself. "And I command you to kill them all!" "Stop your brothers!" I commanded the golden demons still under my control. The 2 flying armies collided like gods, and soon the sky was alight with thousands of spells. Chaos ensued, as those under Bagram's control began attacking my army, and those under my control sped after them. "What do I do?" I asked Cecilia. She was swiping her interface furiously and shaking her head. "I don't know," she said worriedly. "Nanaya? I've never seen anything like this before, Sam," said the succubus. I looked to the pendant in my hand, then to the destruction that was being wrought by my demonic sons. At this rate, the possessed demons were going to lay waste to my entire army in a matter of minutes. They all had the same spells as I did, and they put them to good use. Fireballs, arcane lightning, magic bolts, glowing meteors, and hellfire slammed into the elven, barbarian, and dwarven armies. The militia was obliterated by what must have been 50 simultaneous nuclear thunderclaps, and the blast sent everyone within 500 feet of ground zero flying through the air. Warning: health 23%. I groggily came to, realizing that I must have been knocked out for a few seconds. Smoke filled the air, and the pleas of the dying were all around me. The acrid stench of burned hair and skin made me throw up, and as I pulled myself to my feet, I beheld the damage. The wind blew away the smoke as a massive mushroom cloud blotted out the sun, casting a shadow over Haven. Half of my army had been decimated by the blast, and my sons continued to wreak havoc as they fought in the sky like battling demigods. I looked to the pendant, then to my sons, and I knew what I had to do. "Samson!" Bagram's voice tore through the chaos and shook the ground beneath my feet. I saw him coming, held aloft by 2 of my now green sons. His staff glowed in his left hand, and a wicked dagger gleamed in his right. I placed the pendant on a big rock beside me and glanced at Bagram. He was about 100 feet from me and moving fast, but his eyes widened when he realized my intentions. He frantically shot spells at me, but Cecilia and Anna were there to deflect them with their staffs. I raised my sword, prayed that what I had in mind would work, and brought down the blade with a growl. Sparks erupted from the impact, and a chip appeared on the pendant. I hit it again and again, frantically trying to score a soul shatter strike. Bagram was almost upon me, and I hit the thing again, cursing and begging the sword's special strike to score. Bagram landed and cast Anna to the side with an explosive blast. I saw Cecilia being taken into the air by one of my green suns, and I struck the pendant again with all my might. In my peripheral, Bagram cast a spell at me. Soul Shatter Strike. The pendant exploded in a shower of sparks, and I spun away from Bagram's staff, crouched low, and stabbed him right in the nutsack. And how the son of a bitch howled. A warhammer suddenly slammed into Bagram's back and left him gasping for breath on the ground 10 feet away, and I glanced back to see King Hagar grinning at me. "Finish the bastard off," he said, and Queen Lyra suddenly landed beside Bagram. "Be gone, you immortal devil," said the queen. Then, in one fluid motion, she unsheathed her sword and chopped his head clean off. Destroying the pendant had worked. My sons who had been possessed slowly changed from green to gold once more, and they stopped attacking my army. The enemy army lost all semblance of order, and soon the enemy guilds began to disappear, no doubt using portals to retreat to wherever they had come from. Left without any guidance, the NPCs that had been recruited to the invading army began to flee. The allied armies cheered, and the barbarians and dwarves raced after the retreating NPCs. "Fuck yeah!" Tweak yelled, as he and his monkeys approached, looking like they had been through hell. My guildmates in Frisco gathered around, and we stood gazing up at the massive golden army hovering above the battleground. I climbed the nearby rise and stared up at my sons, wondering how the hell I was going to get them back to the underworld. "Father!" they said in a unified voice. One of them floated down toward me and landed. He stared into my eyes with his golden orbs, and he seemed to be studying me. "You have done well, all of you," I told him. "Thank you. Now you can return to the underworld." I didn't know if they had the power to return on their own, but it was worth a shot. "We are free?" he asked, then gazed at his open palms. Yes," I said. "But this land is not for you. Do you understand?" "You don't want us here?" "No. I mean, yes, I do. It's just that you will be hunted if you stay, and I cannot protect you," I explained. "We are more powerful than these beings," said my son as he glanced around at the elves, dwarves, and barbarians. "Yes, you are very powerful, but the gods protect these lands. And the gods?" he said with intrigue. "Mother wishes to kill the gods." "Yeah, about that." "Do you wish to kill the gods?" "No, I don't. Without the gods, everything you see would cease to be," I said. "Everything will burn?" he asked with intrigue. "Yes, even you and your brothers." "We are not afraid of fire, and we are not afraid of the gods," he told me proudly. "Son, please listen to me. You must return to the underworld. You must—" My son's attention was suddenly taken by something behind me, and I turned to see my other 5 sons who had been ravishing elf maidens and leveling unhindered for almost a week. When they had been summoned to the surface world, they had been level 70s. Now they were in the high 80s. One of them landed beside me, and he nodded at his brother, completely ignoring me. "You are free like us," he said, and the one I had been talking to nodded. "We are all free," he said with a smile. "Now Mother and Father can lead us to victory over the surface world." They both looked to me, and I let out a long sigh. "Listen, guys, I'm not a conqueror, and neither are you. But it has been foretold," they both said in unison. "It has been foretold," the rest of the demons said as well, startling the shit out of me. "I am your father, and I forbid you from harming anyone on the surface world. Do you understand? Now is not the time. Return to the underworld and report to your mother." Neither of my sons seemed very impressed with my commands. They both glanced at each other, then at me. "You love these people," they said in sudden realization. "Yes, I want the surface world to live in peace," I said, hoping that there might be a piece of them that understood. "You have betrayed Mother," they accused with a scowl. "You have betrayed us all." I took a slow step back and raised my arms. I glanced back at my guildmates and saw Nanaya standing there. "A little help, Nan? They are too powerful, and you destroyed the one thing that could send them back to the underworld. Fuck me." I tried another tactic, not wanting them to turn against me. "I have not betrayed your mother. She has betrayed me. I told her that it wasn't yet time to attack the surface world, but she has allowed you all to be summoned. But I am the king of this land, and I am still your father. Join me, my sons, and together we shall create the most powerful kingdom in all the land." "Then we will ravish the world?" they asked. I considered the question, knowing that if I said no, they might leave. If that happened, they would wreak havoc throughout every realm. But if I could get them to listen, I would be able to buy some time until I could figure out how to send them back to the underworld. "Yes, my sons, when the time is right, we shall extend our rule across the entire world. We shall enslave every race, and we shall rule as god-kings for all time." My two sons glanced at each other and smiled deviously. Then they bowed before me. The rest of the Golden Army landed among the allied guilds and bowed as well. "Your wish is our command, Father," they all said in unison. Oh boy. Chapter 17. "You said that you weren't a demon lord," said Gregor. I stood at the balcony watching my 1,000 sons circling the tower and shook my head. "I'm not, Gregor," I said, turning back to him and the others. Queen Lyra and King Hagar stood with the barbarian chieftain, and none of them looked very pleased. "What the hell's ye be calling that, then?" Hagar asked, pointing outside. "I'll find a way to get them back to the underworld," I said quietly, not wanting my sons to overhear. "For now I have to play along. It's my only hope of controlling them." "Well, ye best be keeping him away from me mountains," said Hagar. "And the barbarian lands," said Gregor. "I will," I said. "Promise. As soon as I find a way to get them back, they're gone." "Very well," said Lyra. "Let's not allow this revelation to dampen the spirit of victory. We have won the first and perhaps most important battle against the invaders." "Yes," said Gregor. He joined me at the balcony and gazed upon the smoldering battlefield. "But they will return, and next time they will come with greater numbers." "I don't know," I said. "We knocked them down a few pegs, and it will take a long time for them to recover. I think that we are safe for a while. In that time, I propose that we work together to fortify our borders." "That be a wise decision," said Hagar. "I'll have my best stonemasons come within the week to help begin construction of your castle. A king needs a castle, ye be knowing, and not a damned lone tower." "What would you like in return?" I asked. He glanced at my enchanted sword. "Ye and your friends be able to enchant weapons, and if there's one thing we got in surplus, it be weapons." "We would be happy to," I told him, "and we can open trade routes to other realms where your fine weapons will be in high demand." "Excellent," said Hagar. "We can trade meat," said Gregor. "In return, we would ask that you enchant our weapons as well." "That won't be a problem," I assured him. "And," he said, glancing down at the villagers working below, "I would ask for 100 women." "What?" I turned to him to gauge whether or not he was being serious. "Women," he repeated. 100 of them. "Gregor, I do not own these villagers. The women are not mine to barter like cattle." "You are their king," he said with a confused look. "Yes, but I am not their master. They are not my slaves. They are free people, and not to be bartered, bought, or sold. I'm sorry, but you'll have to ask for something else." Gregor didn't look very pleased, and I saw a bit of his father in him then, but he nodded, accepting my rules, and stroked his chin in thought. "Very well. I will take one woman," he said. "That beautiful beast that you call Trinity. I would like to wed her. Together, we would make powerful warriors." "Trinity?" I said, feeling my ears and cheeks getting hot. "She isn't mine to give away either." "Then we will ask her, and let her decide," he said with a shrug. "Ask her what?" came Trinity's voice from the doorway. We all turned to see my guildmates filing into the war room. "I have asked for your hand in marriage in exchange for the meat that will ensure that your people thrive," said Gregor. "I told him it wasn't on the table, Trin. You don't have to—" "I accept," she suddenly blurted. "What?" I said, as did Tweak, Anna, and Ember in unison. "I am a Lord of Haven," Trinity said proudly. "If this union will ensure that our people are fed, then it is my duty to do so." "Trinity," I began, but I really didn't know what to say. "What?" she interrupted. "You slept with Magula to ensure our victory, and you will no doubt sleep with Lyra to seal the deal with the elves. Why shouldn't I do the same to secure a union with the barbarians?" "She's got a point," said Cecilia. I looked at my guildmates and realized that they didn't have the same hang-ups that I did. I knew that I was being a hypocrite. Hell, I was sleeping with 8 women. But it wasn't so much the idea of Trinity sleeping with an NPC that I objected to. It was losing her. "I don't want to lose you, Trinity," I said as I approached her. "The guild needs you." "Yeah, Trin," said Kit. "You can't go off and live with the barbarians. We're a family." "She's right," said Anna. "It's not worth it." "I'll give you 10 female villagers," I told Gregor. "But they must volunteer." "I already accepted," Trinity said with a scowl. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" I asked her, and walked out of the room to the study. She stormed after me and shut the door behind her. "Trinity," I said, arms wide. "What the fuck?" "What?" she said defensively. "You're being a baby. Do you know what it will mean for me to become an NPC barbarian's wife? I'll control the entire tribe within a week. They've got like 5,000 in their tribe. It's a no-brainer." "This isn't about gaining allies," I said. "Isn't it?" she shot back. "No. You're still pissed about something, and it's time to put it on the table." She paced back and forth from the fireplace to the window, hands on her hips and a scowl marring her beautiful features. "You get to be king," she said with growing frustration. "And what do we get for all our hard work?" "Is this about power?" I asked. "No, you asshole. It's about recognition. Trinity, you all know that I appreciate you. You all know that I love you. Actions speak louder than words," she said, crossing her arms in front of her and facing me. "You know what? You're right," I said, and took a knee. "What are you doing?" I tapped on my interface and went through my inventory. I found a diamond ring that I'd been holding on to for a while and tapped it. A moment later, it appeared in my hand. "Will you marry me?" I asked with a smile. She frowned, but she couldn't resist my charms. "You're crazy," she said with a laugh. "Marry me. You and the other ladies will become the 8 queens of Haven." "You want to marry all of us?" she asked, not seeming to mind the idea. "Yes, I've been thinking about it for a long time, and it is what I want to do. You're right. You all deserve more recognition. This guild isn't about me. It's about all of us. It's about working together to reach new heights. I love you, Trinity, and I don't want to lose you. Not for a second. If we become your wives, then there's no more sleeping with NPCs," she said with an arched brow. "Fine with me," I said. "And we want a huge wedding in Aeroc," she said. "We? Now you speak for the others?" She nodded and grinned. "Fine," I said with a laugh. "Whatever you want. I just want you to be happy." "Good. Then it's settled," she said, and kissed me on the cheek. Then she slapped my ass and headed toward the door. I shook my head and chuckled to myself, then followed her back into the war room. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting," I told Gregor. "Then you have made a decision?" he asked. "I have," I said, and looked to my women. "Trinity cannot be your wife, because I have asked her to marry me, and she has said yes." "What?" said Anna. "Oh, snap," said Tweak. "Congratulations," said Kit. But then she frowned. I took a knee before my women and presented them each with a diamond ring. We've all been through a lot together, and I've grown to love each and every one of you. Take my hand in marriage. Become my wives and the queens of Haven. Together, we will become the most powerful family in Rebirth Online.
Ain't that shit illegal?
Tweak asked, but Trinity offered him a scowl that shut him up.
I accept,
Kit screeched and wrapped her arms around me.
Hell yeah,
said Zoe.
Queen of Haven, said Stormy.
I like the sound of that.
I'll need you to sign a prenup, said Cecilia.
Okay, I said with a laugh.
Then I accept,
she said, and kissed my cheek.
I would be honored to be your wife,
said Anna with a beautiful smile.
What took you so long?
Said Ember.
Of course I accept.
I thought you'd never ask, Nanaya said with a grin.
I accept as well.
Great, I said, hugging them all. Then it's settled. We shall be wed in Aerock for all the world to see.
And what of our deal?
Said Gregor. I'll tell you what, I said. I'll give you 10 women, but they must volunteer to be your wives, and you must promise me that you will treat them well.
10,
he said, stroking his chin.
Very well. Enchanted weapons and 10 wives.
One more thing, I said. There is a mage by the name of Brindlemeyer. He is a captive of your tribe.
The old mage, said Gregor. He was my father's captive. What of him?
I would like you to hand him over to me, I said. Do that, and we've got a deal.
Brindlemeyer was my father's prisoner, but my father is dead, said Gregor. The old mage means nothing to me. You can have him.
We shook on it, and I turned to Lyra. What do the elves ask in return for trade?
Knowledge, she said. Our scholars are interested in these other realms that you speak of. We would like to sample the wares of these lands as well.
I can make that happen, I said with a bow. The trade agreements were penned by Miramar and signed by me, Gregor, Lyra, and Hagar. After the leaders left, I stood with my guildmates on the balcony and smiled. Things had turned out all right. Of course, there was the problem of my 1,000 demonic sons. With any luck, Nanaya would be able to figure out a way to get them back to the spirit world, or I could speak with Magula about it, though I didn't think she would see why they needed to return. Now that I was king, she would be expecting me to conquer the world with her. That thought process led me to wonder what she would think of my marriage to my guildmates.
What are you thinking about, Big Daddy?
Kid asked. She always seemed to find a way to nestle under my arm, and I smiled down at her. Everything, I said with a sigh. I'm just so grateful to have you all with me. You too, Tweak.
I feel you, brother,
he said behind me, and I realized that his long ape arms were hugging us as well. The girls laughed, and me with them.
The replays of the battle are starting, said Cecilia,
as she swiped at her interface eagerly.
Let's watch it on the big looking glass in the study,
Kit said excitedly.
I called the velvet sofa,
Tweak yelled and raced toward the study. The girls ran after him, laughing and play-fighting to gain the lead, but Anna stayed behind. You coming? She asked with a beautiful smile. Yeah, I'll be right there, I told her, and I kissed her on the lips. You know, that was a great thing you did for Trinity, she said, proposing to her like that. She needed it. So did I admitted. You girls mean the world to me. I love you all, Anna. I love you with all my heart. She smiled and stroked my face. She knew what I meant, and she made it clear by kissing me passionately. I'll save you a spot, she said. I watched her walk away and mumbled to myself, You really are the luckiest son of a bitch in the world, Sam Sullivan. Turning back to the view of the village, I found that my demonic sons were actually helping the villagers rebuild. The picture seemed absurd, but at the same time it gave me a rush of excitement. What if I could learn to control my gilded demonic children? What if I let them stay on the surface? We would be invincible, but they would soon want to level, which meant that they would want 1,000 girlfriends. Within weeks, they would reach level 100, and from there, they would have the ability to level 60 times in a month. Then they would break from me and ravish the world. The programmers would most likely be forced to delete them, and I didn't want that to happen. No, It was better that they return. Until I could find a way, however, I did feel a deep sense of security having them around. No one would fuck with us while they were here, so I decided that I might as well enjoy it. I waved at some of the villagers who had spotted me on the balcony, then joined my guildmates in the study. "Do I smell popcorn?" I asked happily. "Shh," Kit hissed and pointed to the looking-glass. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, and I looked at the screen as Cecilia turned up the volume. It was the wizard Donovan, who had been an announcer during the Guild Wars tournament. "The demon horde cannot be tolerated. If left unchecked, they and their masters will conquer every realm in Rebirth Online. But alas, the programmers, the gods who have created this world, cannot intervene. So we turn to you, citizens of Rebirth. If you are to save this world that you have come to love, then it falls upon you to defend it." "Is he talking about what I think he's talking about?" I asked the group. Kit turned to me and nodded with tears spilling out of her eyes. "This is fucking bullshit," said Trinity. "Shh," said Cecilia. "He's not done. The programmers cannot intervene, but that doesn't mean that we cannot put a bounty on every golden demon's head." "Oh, shit," I said under my breath. "Therefore, any player or guild who kills